Chapter 1. The Closing Disciple. It's time to close the door. Close the door. Chen Changqing lifted his head to look at the sky, watching the sun slowly descend, which signified that his workday was over today. No, it should be closing time. He walked over, closed the big door, and then headed toward his residence AS for his living place. Wasn't too far away. After all, he was a closing disciple of the outer sect of Shushan, and he needed to close the door on time every day, so he certainly couldn't live too far away. Thinking about his identity, Chen Changqing couldn't help but smile wryly. It had been almost 5 years since he arrived in this world. 5 years ago, Chen Changqing was exploring the xianxia area when he accidentally fell off a cliff, and when he woke up, he found himself having crossed over. This was a grand world of fantasy where immortals, demons, ghosts, monsters, and Buddhas coexisted. Fortunately, when he crossed over, he was unexpectedly saved by a passing elder from Shushan, who then brought him into Shushan. The Shushan Holy Land is considered a sacred place in this world. After entering the Shushan sect, Chen Changqing started his journey of cultivation, but due to his poor talent, it took him a full year to break through to the Qi nurturing realm. Also because of his lack of talent, he was assigned the role of a closing disciple. This title holds a high status among various sects, representing the last disciple to join the sect. However, for Chen Changqing, being a closing disciple truly meant being just a closing disciple. Before long, Chen Changqing arrived at his residence. "Brother Chen, you're back from closing the door." From a distance, he saw a young boy in gray clothing walking towards him. This was Ranhua, who lived with him. He was responsible for opening the door, while Ranhua was in charge of closing it. "Brother Chen, this is the cultivation resource issued by the resource hall this month. The person who distributes the resources found out you weren't back yet and asked me to pass it to you." Ranhua took out a small bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing accepted the bag, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. It was time for his monthly salary again. This was the benefit of joining a large sect. Shushan was classified as one of the sacred places for cultivation. Any disciple entering the sect would receive certain cultivation resources, and naturally, the higher the cultivation level, the more resources one would receive. As an outer sect disciple like Chen Changqing, he could receive a low-grade spirit stone every month. Spirit stones are the universal currency in this world. They can be used to aid in cultivation or to purchase other items. By the way, Brother Chen, are you going to participate in the outer sect disciple competition next year? The outer sect competition. Chen Changqing was naturally aware of this, as the saying goes. Where there are people, there is a world of its own. Shushan was no exception. Although they were both outer sect disciples of Shushan, their statuses were vastly different. The outer sect competition was an opportunity for a leap from a fish to a dragon. If one could stand out during the competition, they would naturally be valued by the outer sect elders and taken under their wing or recommended to enter the inner sect for cultivation. The inner sect, that was considered the true disciples of Shushan. Chen Changqing shook his head with his current strength. Participating in the outer sect competition would be like looking for excrement in a latrine. One must know that the disciples eligible to participate in the outer sect competition were at least in the Qi nurturing realm, while he was merely at the Qi nourishing level, which was a gap of 2 realms. Qi nourishing, body refining, Qi cultivation. This was the first realm, and only by stepping into Qi cultivation could one qualify as a cultivator. Without saying anything more, Chen Changqing walked into his room. The entire room was clean, with only a mat and a bed. He sat cross-legged, took out the spirit stone from the bag, and a surge of spiritual energy instantly filled the room. Chen Changqing began to operate his cultivation method, trying to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the spirit stone. However, before he could start absorbing the energy, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Energy absorption completed. Cultivation assistance system activating. As the voice in his mind faded, he saw the spirit stone in front of him turn to powder and disappear. What? Hearing the voice in his mind, Chen Changqing was first shocked, then filled with wild joy. Holy crap! A golden finger. As a bookworm well-versed in various novels, how could he not understand the implications of this voice? When he first arrived in this world, Chen Changqing had fantasized about having a golden finger, but no matter how he tried, he never succeeded. It turned out that it was because the energy he absorbed was insufficient. No wonder he always felt something was off when absorbing spirit stones. Typically, Outer Sect disciples could enter the Qi nurturing realm in a year at most, but it took him a full 3 years to succeed. It turned out that it wasn't that he had poor talent, but because this system absorbed most of the spiritual energy. Ding. Cultivation Assistance System activated. The voice in his mind rang again, and then a panel appeared before Chen Changqing's eyes. Name: Chen Changqing. Age: 18. Identity: closing disciple of Shushan Outer Sect Cultivation Level. Qi Nurturing Realm Cultivation Method. Basic Body Cultivation Method. Divine ability: none. Treasure: none. Looking at the panel that appeared in front of him, it was a bit too shabby. It was completely 3. No ability, no divine ability, no treasure. System, what are your functions? Chen Changqing asked. Soon as he finished speaking, the panel in front of him disappeared, replaced by a small golden figure sitting cross-legged. What is this? Chen Changqing was puzzled. Would you like to initiate automatic cultivation? A simple prompt appeared. Initiate. Chen Changqing instinctively replied. Automatic cultivation initiated. 1 second, 1 minute, 10 minutes. Just like that, Chen Changqing watched that little golden figure for 10 minutes, but found no changes. In himself, forget it, I'll just take a nap first and check again when I wake up tomorrow. Chen Changqing decided not to dwell on it after all. He had plenty of time to study the system in the future. Thus, a night passed quickly. The next day, noon, Chen Changqing woke from his dreams. Ding! Automatic cultivation for 16 hours. Would you like to claim the results? As soon as he sat up, the system's prompt sounded. Claim. Chen Changqing replied, unsure of what rewards he would receive. With his response, he saw a ray of light emanating from the little golden figure and entering his body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his entire body's essence quickly grew stronger at that moment. Mid-Qi nurturing realm. In just a short while, Chen Changqing found that his cultivation had broken through. Feeling the power surging within his body, he was quite exhilarated, and now he understood the tremendous usefulness of this system. While others were sleeping, he was cultivating. While others were eating, he was cultivating. He was completely engaged in 24-hour continuous cultivation without any pause. Moreover, he didn't even need to do the cultivation himself. This system was truly delightful. Chapter 2. Late Qi Nurturing Realm. Mixed element stake skill. Just by taking a nap, the results of the automatic cultivation allowed Chen Changqing to rise directly from the early Qi nurturing realm to the mid-Qi nurturing realm. The speed of cultivation was beyond astonishing. System, continue automatic cultivation. Chen Changqing issued the command. Soon, the system responded. Ding. Automatic cultivation initiated. Automatic cultivation time. 1 second flashing, continuously increasing. Chen Changqing lazily lay on the simple wooden bed, thinking that with this automatic cultivation system, wouldn't he soon be able to ascend and become an immortal? Lost in thought, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. This is much easier now. Perhaps, in the upcoming Outer Sect disciple competition, I might also have a chance to shine. Originally, Chen Changqing had little hope for the Outer Sect disciple competition. But now, with this automatic cultivation system, he had renewed aspirations. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During this time, Chen Changqing continued with automatic cultivation and did not rush to claim the rewards. Dawn. At the quarter past the hour, the bell of the Shushan Outer Sect rang melodiously, announcing the end of the day. Chen Changqing closed the mountain gate as usual. He hurried back to his small courtyard. After securing the doors and windows, he quickly sat cross-legged on the wooden bed and communicated with the system, saying, System, extract the idle training results. Soon, the system responded. Ding! Detected that the host has been idle for 78 hours. Do you wish to claim the idle training results? Claim. Chen Changqing was extremely excited. Immediately, a pure stream of spiritual energy emanated from the small golden figure sitting cross-legged in front of him, surging into Chen Changqing's body. His body felt like a cyclone, quickly devouring all that spiritual energy. A warm current instantly flowed throughout his body. Chen Changqing clearly felt the surging spiritual energy in his meridians. Then, he circulated his energy and discovered that the speed of his spiritual energy operation was nearly twice as fast as before, and the cyclone in his dantian had become more solid. His cultivation directly broke through from the mid-stage Qi nourishing realm to the latest stage Qi nourishing realm. Awesome! Chen Changqing couldn't help but punch the air. The thrill from this cultivation breakthrough excited him even more than leveling up in games in his previous life. 3 days of idle training raised me to the late stage of qi nourishing. I'm just a step away from a body refinement realm. Chen Changqing sighed. He thought, if he continued cultivating like this, wouldn't his strength soar? System, continue idle training. Then, he let the system continue its idle training and casually opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name, Chen Changqing. Age, 18. Identity, Outer Sect disciple of Shushan, Gatekeeper, Cultivation, latest stage Qi Nourishing Realm. Technique, Basic Body Nourishing Technique. Divine Ability, none. Treasure, none. Idle points, Cliffside. Woodhouse. Looking at the still empty technique, divine ability, and treasure slots, Chen Changqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Suddenly, he thought of something. My cultivation has broken through to the late stage of qi nourishing. I can now go to the technique hall to receive a body refinement technique. According to the rules of Shushan sect, disciples could only receive the next stage technique after breaking through to the late stage of qi nourishing. It's getting dark. He'll go to the technique hall tomorrow. After making up his mind, Chen Changqing calmed his mind and began to adjust his breathing to consolidate his newly achieved realm. The next morning, Chen Changqing got up early, tidied up his outer sect disciple's standard blue robe, and hung the identity token in a prominent position at his waist. Hopefully, I can find a suitable body refinement technique. Saying this, Chen Changqing did not procrastinate and set off with anticipation toward the mountain peak where the technique hall was located. In the morning mist, Shushan looked like a fairyland. From a distance, the main peak resembled a sharp green sword piercing the clouds, with the peak glowing faintly golden under the morning sun. On another peak, the clouds surged, occasionally revealing a few eaves and brackets, which was the grand building of the technique hall. Along the way, clear springs and waterfalls flowed, the sound of water bubbling. Various spiritual birds and strange beasts could be seen everywhere, and the houses built along the mountain slopes were scattered harmoniously amidst the swirling clouds and mist. Whoosh! Suddenly, Chen Changqing heard a sound of air being sliced. Following the sound, he saw a beam of sword light cutting through the sky. I wonder which elder or true disciple is flying on a sword. Chen Changqing murmured, his eyes filled with longing. After calming his mind, he hurriedly continued towards the technique hall. Walking up the xianxia steps, he was flanked by ancient pines and cypress trees that had weathered 1,000 years. Vines intertwined around the trunks, blossoming with unknown celestial flowers that emitted a refreshing fragrance. Occasionally, a few luminescent spiritual herbs could be seen growing in the cracks of the stone steps. In this manner, Chen Changqing's figure weaved through the mountain mist. Before long, he arrived at the mountainside of a peak. After crossing a few stone bridges, a grand hall appeared before him. This was where the technique hall was located. Stop! As soon as he arrived at the technique hall, a stern voice rang out. A middle-aged cultivator with a serious expression blocked Chen Changqing's path. I greet the elder guardian. Chen Changqing bowed respectfully to the middle-aged cultivator, quickly took out his identity token, and said earnestly, Disciple Chen Changqing, I am at the late stage of qi nourishing and have come to the technique hall today to claim a basic technique. The middle-aged cultivator took the token and examined it carefully, then scanned Chen Changqing's entire body with his spiritual sense. After confirming that Chen Changqing's cultivation had reached the late stage of qi nourishing, he nodded and said, You may enter. Remember, you can only choose from the first floor, and you have 1 hour. After saying this, the elder guardian swiftly cast a spell with his hands, directly opening the restrictions of the technique hall. Chen Changqing felt the space before him ripple. Then, without delay, he stepped into the technique hall. Upon entering, Chen Changqing was immediately struck by the sight before him. As far as the eye could see, thousands of bookshelves filled with various jade slips, bamboo slips, and ancient texts were neatly arranged. This is the foundation of Shushan. Chen Changqing couldn't help but exclaim as he surveyed the area. In awe. He quickly made his way to the technique area. Although the system continuously provides me with cultivation, these techniques are also extremely important. A tall building rises from the ground. I must lay a solid foundation. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing began to select a technique. Iron shirt technique. requires relentless cultivation through cold and heat, with slow progress but incredible defense. Spirit Snake's soft body technique focuses on agile movement, contrasting with the fierce style of sword cultivators. Chen Changqing carefully compared and selected. Suddenly, a technique called primordial stance technique caught Chen Changqing's attention. Standing like a pine, combining form and intent, primordial unity. Looking at the red ink on the technique, Chen Changqing felt an inexplicable urge and immediately made his decision. This one. Chapter 3, Can Martial Arts Be Trained Automatically? Breakthrough, early stage of body refinement. After finding the primordial posture technique in the martial arts hall, Chen Changqing headed straight to the mountain gate. At this time, Ranhua was bored guarding the mountain gate. When he saw Chen Changqing approaching, he casually glanced at him. Immediately, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Senior Brother Chen, you've broken through? Ranhua looked Chen Changqing up and down, his tone carrying a hint of astonishment. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, I was fortunate enough to make a breakthrough. Ranhua stared at Chen Changqing for a few more moments, then grinned and patted him on the shoulder. Senior Brother Chen, congratulations. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have finally raised your cultivation to the late stage of qi nourishing. From now on, this gatekeeping task will be handed over to you, Senior Brother Chen. Chen Changqing didn't pay much attention to what Ranhua said, only cupping his hands in acknowledgement. It should be noted that Ranhua joined the sect later than him, yet he was already at the late stage of body refinement. Chen Changqing, on the other hand, had been in the sect for over a year and only just managed to break through to the late stage of qi nourishing. Such a pace of improvement naturally wouldn't make Ranhua too concerned. After the handover, he stretched lazily and left. Once Ranhua was gone, Chen Changqing took out the primordial posture technique he had copied and began to study it. This primordial posture technique is a static skill that combines form and intent. It emphasizes the training principle of relaxed, natural, empty, and upright, by guiding the flow of vital energy through standing postures. It aims to strengthen the foundation and cultivate the essence. The key to practicing this technique starts with the basic posture. The feet should be parallel and shoulder-width apart. Toes gripping the ground as if rooting, heels slightly lifted as if stepping on ants to activate the Yawn channels of the feet. The knees are slightly bent, but not beyond the toes. The hips sit as if on a high stool, and the back is straight like a tower. The hands are wrapped in front of the chest in an oval shape, palms concave as if holding a ball, and fingers pressing outward while pinching inward. Chen Changqing didn't just look at it. He began preparing to practice according to the technique. He slowly stood up and assumed the standing posture. Just as he was about to check the breathing techniques in the subsequent sections, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected martial art primordial posture technique. Would you like to train automatically? Huh? Chen Changqing was taken aback, his mind trembling. What? Did I hear that right? Martial arts can also be trained automatically? Chen Changqing was shocked, his head buzzing. He had thought that this automatic training system could only assist him in cultivating spiritual energy. He never expected that martial arts could also be trained automatically. In his astonishment, he didn't think too much and quickly responded. System, train primordial posture technique automatically. Ding. Automatic training of martial art primordial posture technique has begun. Automatic training time. 1 second, flashing, continuously increasing. With Chen Changqing's confirmation, the little golden figure on the system panel immediately began to move. Starting from a seated position, it quickly changed to the standing posture shown in the primordial posture technique. The little golden figure stood steadily, feet rooted to the ground, arms wrapped as if embracing the sun and moon, with vital energy circulating around, faintly giving a sense of primordial unity. Additionally, Chen Changqing noticed that the little golden figure seemed to be breathing, following the guidance in the technique to perform the circulatory breathing practice. Seeing this scene, Chen Changqing was beyond shocked. Who would have thought? This automatic training system can even train martial arts automatically. Does that mean supernatural powers can also be? Thinking of this, Chen Changqing was filled with excitement, his eyes shining with anticipation. But it's better not to be too ambitious. Steady and methodical, step by step. Chen Changqing took a deep breath to calm his agitated mind. Next, he appeared to be standing guard at the mountain gate, but in reality, he was immersed in the system's space, observing the actions of the little golden figure. Although the system's automatic training could assist in cultivation, Chen Changqing felt that being idle was also unproductive. and through observation, he might gain a deeper understanding of the technique. So that is how it is. After observing for a while, Chen Changqing nodded in realization, grasping the details of operating the primordial posture technique. With the little golden figure continuously practicing, Chen Changqing gained a deeper understanding of the technique. At the mountain gate, outer disciples came and went from time to time. Some were hurried, while others chatted in groups. But hardly anyone paid Chen Changqing a second glance. "I'm just invisible." Chen Changqing self-deprecated in his heart, but he was also glad for the peace. He knew that as a gatekeeper, no one really cared about him. However, he didn't mind too much. After all, no one paying attention actually made it easier for him to train automatically. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to close the gate. Seeing that it was closing time, Chen Changqing skillfully shut the mountain gate and turned to leave. When he returned to his residence, he didn't see Ran Hua. Chen Changqing didn't mind, went to his room, closed the doors and windows tightly, and eagerly prepared to extract the results of his automatic training. System. Extract automatic training results. Soon, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Automatic training time, 5 hours. Practiced primordial posture technique 10 times. Would you like to extract the automatic training results? Extract. Without thinking much, Chen Changqing directly chose to extract. In an instant, a golden light flew from the little golden figure and merged into Chen Changqing's body. Boom! Immediately, a surge of powerful, vital energy exploded within Chen Changqing. His limbs and bones feeling as if they were being tempered by fierce fire, and his muscles and bones vibrating slightly. The essence of the primordial posture technique rapidly sank into his mind, as if he had personally practiced this technique 10 times. The next moment, Chen Changqing suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power in his arms, breaking over 300 pounds. Whoosh! Chen Qingfeng threw a punch at the air. The fierce punch wind howled, and the air crackled. What powerful punch strength! Moreover, I've broken through again. Early stage of body refinement. Chen Changqing murmured to himself, his eyes shining brightly, unable to help but shout. So refreshing. Following that, Chen Changqing began his daily routine of automatic training. Every day, he stood guard, trained automatically, and extracted results, repeating the cycle. Unknowingly, a month passed. Chen Qingfeng opened the system panel. Then, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Automatic training time, 10 days. Practice primordial posture technique 300 times. Would you like to extract the automatic training results? 300 times? Chen Changqing was stunned, then ecstatic. He discovered that with the continuous automatic training of the primordial posture technique, his proficiency was also increasing, and the system's automatic training time for practicing once was continuously shortening. At this speed, breaking through to the mid-stage of body refinement is just around the corner. He took a deep breath, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Chapter 4. Breaking through to the mid-stage of body refinement. Arm strength exceeds 1,000 gene. Chen Changqing sat cross-legged in his simple wooden house, his mind sinking into the system space to extract the results. Without hesitation, he extracted the results from this period. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the small golden figure, pouring into his body like a rushing river. At that moment, Chen Changqing's entire body trembled. He felt his blood and qi surging like boiling water, his bones crackling softly, and his muscles continuously strengthening under the refinement of the golden light. It felt as if every inch of flesh and blood in his body was being reforged. Boom! Soon after, a tremendous force exploded from within Chen Changqing. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light flickered in his pupils. In the next moment, Chen Changqing clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his arm muscles slightly bulging. Whoosh! Then, with a gentle wave, he created a gust of wind. The power of his swing stirred the space, creating ripples. His arm strength exceeded 1,000 gene. He had reached the mid-stage of body refinement. Chen Changqing was extremely excited, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shining with excitement. Just a month ago, he had barely broken through to the early stage of body refinement, with arm strength exceeding 300 gene. Now, after a month of training, his cultivation had directly advanced to the mid-stage of body refinement. With a swing of his arms, he had exceeded 1,000 gene. What a powerful feeling. The strength of the mid-stage of body refinement was not comparable to the early stage at all. Chen Changqing looked down at his tightly clenched fists, his gaze filled with brilliance. At this rate of cultivation, I should be able to reach the late stage of body refinement soon. perhaps even break into the qi refining stage. Thinking of this, Chen Changqing was full of anticipation. He considered that if he could step into the qi refining stage or even higher before the outer sect disciples competition began, he might also strive for the rewards of the competition. System continue. He quickly sent a command to the system, unwilling to waste any time. By the way, now that my cultivation has reached the mid-stage of body refinement, it's time to go to the elder and update my information. Chen Changqing muttered to himself. Although he now had a system and his cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people, he still wanted to take advantage of the resources provided by the sect. The resources received vary with strength. Naturally, those with greater strength receive different resources each month. For example, when he was still in the qi nourishing realm, he could only receive a single low-grade spirit stone each month. After tidying up his clothes, Chen Changqing headed directly to the elder of the 7th courtyard. The outer sect of Shushan's sect was divided into 7 courtyards. Chen Changqing was in the 7th courtyard, managed by Elder Lu Mu. Elder Lu Mu had reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, just one step away from condensing the Purple Mansion realm, and was considered quite powerful among the outer sect elders. More importantly, it was Elder Lu Mu who had saved Chen Changqing by chance when he descended the mountain to eliminate demons, bringing him back to Shushan and giving him the identity of an outer sect disciple. Before long, Chen Changqing arrived at the courtyard where Elder Lu Mu was. Surrounding the courtyard were emerald bamboos, their tall shadows swaying in the wind, producing a rustling sound like whispers. The bamboo leaves were lush and glistening under the sunlight. Occasionally, spiritual birds perched on the branches, chirping crisply, adding a touch of celestial charm. Chen Changqing pushed open the small bamboo gate, stepping onto a path paved with blue stones, where a few spiritual herbs grew between the cracks, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. At the end of the path stood an ancient wooden house, its roof covered with dark brown spiritual thatch, the eaves slightly curling up, with a bronze wind chime hanging from it. A gentle breeze passed, and the chime rang melodiously, as if it could cleanse the mind. The entire courtyard was not luxurious, but it exuded a sense of nature and Tao rhythm. At this moment, an old man was sitting cross-legged on a mat inside the wooden house, holding an ancient book and looking focused. It was Elder Lu Mu. Chen Changqing stepped forward, bowed, and greeted. Disciple Chen Changqing pays respects to Elder Lu Mu. Upon hearing the voice, Elder Lu Mu looked up, revealing a kind and gentle face. His hair and beard were all white, yet he showed no signs of aging. Instead, his skin was as smooth as jade, and his eyes were deep like the starry sky. A faint aura of spiritual energy surrounded him, as if he were one with the natural world. Changqing. Elder Lu Mu smiled slightly, his voice warm as a spring breeze. Chen Changqing felt a stir in his heart. Although Elder Lu Mu was a golden core cultivator, he showed no airs of superiority, instead giving a sense of approachability, especially those eyes, which seemed to see through a person's heart while carrying the kindness of an elder. Chen Changqing nodded and respectfully said, "Disciple has made some breakthroughs in cultivation recently and has come to report." Elder Lu Mu gently nodded, scanning Chen Changqing with his gaze, already aware that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of body refinement. "Oh, you've broken through to the mid-stage of body refinement? Very good. Your foundation is solid, and your blood and qi are abundant. It seems you have put in a lot of hard work." As he spoke, Elder Lu Mu's tone was calm, showing neither surprise nor disappointment, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing secretly sighed. Indeed, the body refinement realm is hardly worth mentioning in the eyes of the elder. Elder Lu Mu likely said this to avoid discouraging me. After all, I've only just broken through to the mid-stage of body refinement after more than a year in Shushan's sect. In the outer sect, body refinement is merely the beginning. My cultivation speed is already a bit slow. Of course, Chen Changqing was not disheartened. After all, with the system, his cultivation speed would only become faster. After a moment of silence, Elder Lu Mu said, "All right, I understand. You may go now." Chen Changqing said nothing more, cupping his hands in a bow to Elder Lu Mu before turning to leave. After leaving the elder's place, Chen Changqing headed straight to the mountain gate, planning to switch shifts with Ranhua. From a distance, Ranhua spotted Chen Changqing and waved with a smile. "Senior Brother Chen, you're here so early." As Chen Changqing approached, Ranhua's smile suddenly froze, his pupils dilating, and disbelief appeared on his face. "This, Senior Brother Chen, you've broken through again?" He stared intently at Chen Changqing, sensing the aura emanating from him, which was clearly several times stronger than before, causing a storm of shock in his heart. Mid-stage of body refinement? How is this possible? Ranhua looked incredulous. Just a month ago, Chen Changqing had only broken through to the early stage of body refinement. How could he have entered the mid-stage of body refinement in just 1 month? Even among the talented outer sect disciples, it would take at least several months of hard training to progress from the early stage to the mid-stage. Chapter 5. Qi Refinement Realm Accomplished. Seeing Ranhua's shocked expression, Chen Changqing smiled faintly and said, "It's just a small breakthrough." Ranhua was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Chen Changqing with a scrutinizing gaze. Secretly murmuring to himself, "Senior Brother Chen's breakthrough speed seems a bit fast. Could it be that he has accumulated a lot before breaking through?" After pondering for a while, he decided not to think too much about it. Even if Chen Changqing had broken through, he was only at the mid-stage of body refinement, while he had already advanced to the late stage of body refinement for some time now. Right now, he was working hard to break through to the Qi refinement realm. "Senior Brother Chen, I will take my leave." Ranhua cupped his hands in salute, didn't think much further, and directly got up to leave. After Ranhua left, Chen Changqing stood guard at the mountain gate. At the stroke of the hour, he closed the mountain gate on time, then returned to his residence. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. At this moment, Chen Changqing was sitting cross-legged in his small wooden cottage, his mind sinking into the system space. System. Soon, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Idle time. 10 days. Practiced Hunyuan stake technique 350 times. Do you want to extract the Auto-Cultivation results? Extract. Chen Changqing didn't hesitate and directly chose to extract the rewards. Boom. In an instant, threads of golden light floated out from the small golden figure and instantly merged into Chen Changqing's body. At that moment, Chen Changqing felt his internal energy and blood surging like an angry dragon, his muscles and bones resonating. His muscles were refined and further strengthened. Every inch of his flesh felt as if it had undergone 1,000 temperings. Not long after, a vast power erupted from within him. The space in the small wooden cottage rippled under the impact of the invisible waves of energy. The next moment, Chen Changqing suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering in his pupils. He clenched his fists and, following through a powerful punch forward. As he punched, the overwhelming force surged like a river, causing the air to resonate with a loud sound. After retracting his fist, Chen Changqing felt the surging power within him and smiled slightly. Power exceeds 2,000 pounds. Late stage of body refinement accomplished. Chen Changqing was extremely excited. He discovered that with the continuous improvement of his cultivation level, the effectiveness of his idle cultivation was also increasing. Previously, after 10 days of idling, he could only practice the Hunyuan stake technique 300 times. But now, after 10 days of idling, he could practice it 350 times. With this idle cultivation system, his cultivation speed was like riding a rocket, soaring upwards. Next, it was time to break through to the Qi refinement realm. However, at this point, Chen Changqing squinted slightly, appearing to be deep in thought. Having just entered the early stage of body refinement, he could already exert over 300 pounds of force. When he reached the mid-stage of body refinement, he could exceed 1,000 pounds. As for the late stage of body refinement, he could reach 2,000 pounds. Generally speaking, by this time, many cultivators would start preparing for the breakthrough to the Qi refinement realm. But Chen Changqing wasn't in a hurry to break through to the Qi refinement realm, because he knew that exceeding 2,000 pounds was not the limit of the body refinement realm. In the common understanding of ordinary disciples, 2,000 pounds was the limit of the body refinement realm. But through studying the small golden figure, Chen Changqing found that the small golden figure was still idling in cultivation, indicating that there was still room for improvement in the body refinement realm. I have the idle cultivation system, so why not push for the extreme of body refinement? After making up his mind, Chen Changqing continued his idle cultivation. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside the house. Soon after, a voice called out, "Senior Brother Chen, it's time to collect this month's cultivation resources." Hearing this, Chen Changqing quickly collected his thoughts, got up, and went outside, receiving a small bag from an outer disciple's hands. "Thank you for your hard work, junior brother." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Changqing returned to his room and opened the bag to find 2 low-grade spirit stones inside. Earlier, when he was still in the Qi nourishing realm, he only received 1 low-grade spirit stone as monthly cultivation resources. Previously, Chen Changqing had gone to Elder Lu Mu to update his cultivation information. This month's cultivation resources had increased to 2 low-grade spirit stones. Now that I can idle cultivate, I don't need to rush to use these spirit stones. I'll save them for when I break through to the Qi refinement realm. Chen Changqing muttered to himself, then put away the 2 low-grade spirit stones. Time flowed, and soon another 10 days passed. System, extract idle results. Boom! Golden light surged from the small golden figure, flowing into Chen Changqing's body. Following that, Chen Changqing's strength reached the level of breaking 3,000 pounds. Yet even so, he found that he still hadn't reached the limit of body refinement. Chen Changqing didn't mind and continued his idle cultivation. Unknowingly, a month had passed. System. As Chen Changqing sent out his thought, the system responded. Ding. Idle time, 30 days. Practiced Hunyuan stake technique 1,200 times. Do you want to extract idle results? Extract. Chen Changqing didn't think much and directly chose to extract the idle rewards. Boom! A torrent of golden light suddenly burst forth from the small golden figure, rushing straight into Chen Changqing's body. In an instant, Chen Changqing felt his internal energy surging like a volcanic eruption, his bones trembling, and his flesh seeming to be reorganized. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, dazzling like the blazing sun. Power exceeds 4,000 pounds. At that moment, Chen Changqing clearly felt that his physical strength had reached an extreme level. At the same time, the small golden figure before him had stopped idling. He had finally reached the extreme of body refinement. Generally, a late-stage body refinement cultivator could only exert over 2,000 pounds. Yet he, at the extreme of body refinement, could exceed 4,000 pounds, a full doubling of strength. It was worth my month of idle cultivation. Chen Changqing murmured to himself. Over a month ago, he had already reached the late stage of body refinement and could have begun to break through to the Qi refinement realm. But he chose to pursue the path of the extreme realm. After a brief pause, Chen Changqing took a deep breath and sighed. Next, it's time to break through to the Qi refinement realm. Chen Changqing took out the accumulated low-grade spirit stones and placed them in front of him. After closing his eyes, he began to draw spiritual energy from the spirit stones to break through. He saw threads of spiritual energy flowing out from the spirit stones, surging into Chen Changqing's body, roaming through his limbs. As the continuous flow of spiritual energy entered, it felt as if thunder rumbled within Chen Changqing, and the dantian was a chaotic mass. Buzz. At one moment, a thread of pure energy was born in the dantian. Like a newborn sun, it was weak yet full of vitality. Refining essence into Qi means refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's own essence and storing it in the dantian. Chen Changqing's mind was calm as he guided the spiritual energy to circulate within his body, continuously condensing it. Soon, the first strand of essence successfully condensed. Then came the second, third. When the 10th strand of essence floated like stars in his dantian, Chen Changqing's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. The brilliance in his eyes shone brightly. Qi refinement realm, accomplished. Chapter 6. Promotion to Qi refining. Lu Mu is shocked. At this moment, the aura emanating from Chen Changqing's body was several times stronger than before. He slowly got up, feeling the surging power within him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, he had broken through to the Qi refining stage. Now, he was no longer a mere mortal, but could be considered a true cultivator. In his excitement, Chen Changqing calmed himself down and, with a thought, sank into his dantian. There he saw 10 strands of refined energy floating like stars, dazzling and brilliant. Is this the transformation of Qi into essence? Chen Changqing murmured quietly, then mobilized one strand of refined energy from his dantian. The refined energy flowed through his meridians and soon circulated to his arm. Boom! In the next moment, Chen Changqing threw a punch forward, and the wind from his fist shook the air with a loud bang. This strike had the power of 10,000 pounds? Chen Changqing was shocked. It should be noted that previously, when he reached the peak of body refining, he could only exert a force of 4,000 pounds. Now, having just broken through from the peak of body refining to the early stage of Qi refining, a single strand of refined energy could unleash 10,000 pounds of power. Is this the gap between cultivators and mortals? Just a single strand of refined energy represents a terrifying force of 10,000 pounds. If all 10 strands of refined energy were unleashed, how terrifying would that power be? I have broken through from the peak of body refining to the Qi refining stage. I suppose a typical early stage Qi refining cultivator should be different for me. Chen Changqing thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, he quickly calmed down. The Qi refining stage is just the beginning. I still need to avoid being arrogant or impetuous and continue to cultivate diligently. Now that I have broken through to the Qi refining stage, it is also time to change to a new method of Qi refining cultivation. However, before that, I should first find Elder Lu Mu to register my cultivation level, and then go to the scripture hall to select a technique. After making up his mind, Chen Changqing did not procrastinate and immediately set off toward Elder Lu Mu's residence. Earlier, when he broke through to the mid-stage of body refining, he had gone to Elder Lu Mu to update some cultivation information. At that time, Lu Mu did not pay much attention to his breakthrough. After all, Chen Changqing had been at the Shu Sect's outer door for more than a year. It could only be described as slow to break through to the mid-stage of body refining. Compared to Ran Hua, who joined the sect after Chen Changqing, he had already broken through to the late stage of body refining long ago. I wonder if Elder Lu Mu will be surprised to see that I have quickly broken through to the Qi refining stage, Chen Changqing said quietly. Before long, he arrived at Elder Lu Mu's residence. This time, Elder Lu Mu was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. Upon seeing Chen Changqing arrive, he was slightly taken aback. What does this kid want again? More than a month ago, Chen Changqing had come to him to change his cultivation level from Qi cultivation to body refining. Chen Changqing stepped forward, respectfully saluted Elder Lu Mu, and said, "Elder, I have broken through to the Qi refining stage and have come to update my information." What? Hearing this, Elder Lu Mu's hand holding the teacup paused, and surprise flashed in his eyes. A breakthrough to Qi refining? He broke through from body refining to Qi refining in just over a month? Lu Mu was shocked, and with a flicker of his consciousness, he scanned Chen Changqing's entire body. Upon this probe, Lu Mu couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Indeed, he was at the Qi refining stage. Moreover, his blood energy was rich, and his foundation was solid, clearly not a forced breakthrough from pills. What shocked Lu Mu even more was that Chen Changqing's physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary Qi refining cultivators, and a refined energy within him was solidified. Clearly, he had laid a very deep foundation during the body refining stage. Just a month ago, he had just broken through to the body refining stage. To break through to the Qi refining level in such a short time. Could it be that I underestimated this child? Is he actually a genius with astonishing cultivation talent? Lu Mu's heart surged with waves of astonishment. For the first time, he felt that Chen Changqing was not simple. He pondered, perhaps the reason Chen Changqing cultivated so slowly before, lingering in the Qi cultivation stage for over a year, was simply that he hadn't yet comprehended it. Now that he had gained enlightenment, Chen Changqing's cultivation speed shot up. In a short time, he had crossed the body refining stage and broken through to the early Qi refining stage. If this kid is truly a cultivation genius, then our seventh courtyard has struck gold this time. Lu Mu thought to himself with a quiet sigh. Within the Shu Sect's outer door, the seventh courtyard had always been at the bottom, with the least resources allocated. Because of the lack of talented disciples, it was difficult to stand out. If Chen Changqing could rise, the seventh courtyard could also turn things around. With this thought, Elder Lu Mu felt excited in his heart, but he maintained a calm exterior. Changqing, now that you have been promoted to the Qi refining stage, you no longer need to guard the mountain gate. This way, you can fully devote yourself to cultivation. What Lu Mu did not expect was that upon hearing this, Chen Changqing shook his head and said, "Elder, I would still like to continue guarding the gate." Elder Lu Mu was taken aback, looking at Chen Changqing with a puzzled expression. He thought, is there really someone who likes to guard the gate? He wanted Chen Changqing to stop guarding the mountain gate so that he could devote more time to cultivation. Seeing Lu Mu's confused face, Chen Changqing smiled slightly and explained, "Elder, actually, guarding the mountain gate is quite good. It's peaceful, and I can cultivate well." For Chen Changqing, if he stopped guarding the gate, he might be assigned by Elder Lu Mu to cultivate with other disciples from the seventh courtyard. If that were the case with so many people around, it would disrupt his idle cultivation. Where's the ease of guarding the mountain gate? Leisurely, he could cultivate without disturbance. After hearing Chen Changqing's explanation, Elder Lu Mu frowned slightly, feeling that something was odd. But after thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Well, since you want to guard the mountain gate, I will let you be." Saying this, he waved his sleeve, and a storage bag flew out, landing in Chen Changqing's hand. "This contains some low-grade spirit stones for you to use in your cultivation. Consider it a reward for you." Chen Changqing's eyes lit up. He quickly accepted the storage bag from Lu Mu and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, Elder." Elder Lu Mu waved his hand, signaling Chen Changqing to leave. Chen Changqing did not linger and turned to leave. Once outside the courtyard, he opened the bag given by Elder Lu Mu and took a glance, discovering that it contained dozens of low-grade spirit stones. So many? Why is Elder Lu Mu suddenly treating me so well? Has he discovered something? Chen Changqing pondered quietly. At the same time, Elder Lu Mu watched Chen Changqing leave and secretly sighed. I hope my investment will yield returns. Chen Changqing, don't let me down. Chapter 7. Selecting Cultivation Methods. 9 turns Qi Refining Technique. After leaving Elder Lu Mu's residence, Chen Changqing headed straight to the scripture hall. Qi Refining Techniques, here I come. Earlier, after breaking through to the body refinement realm, he had visited the scripture hall once and selected the primordial pile technique. Now that Chen Changqing's cultivation had broken through to the Qi refinement realm, it was naturally time to switch to a Qi refinement technique. As he walked, a shout suddenly came from behind. Brother Chen. Hearing this, Chen Changqing paused for a moment and turned to look. He saw Ranhua walking towards him. Ranhua, shouldn't you be on duty at the mountain gate at this time? Chen Changqing said, somewhat surprised. He had planned to choose a Qi refinement technique at the scripture hall and then find Ranhua to switch shifts. He didn't expect to run into him here. Ranhua smiled slightly and said, I forgot to grab something, so I went back for a bit. You know, there's not much to guard at the mountain gate. It's just a matter of opening the door in the morning and closing it at night. Brother Chen, are you going too? At this point, Ranhua suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on Chen Changqing. After a moment of hesitation, his pupils contracted sharply. Brother Chen, why can't I see through your cultivation level? You have broken through to the Qi refinement realm? Ranhua said in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief. More than a month ago, he had already noticed that Chen Changqing's cultivation had reached the same level as his own, both being at the late stage of body refinement. At that time, Ranhua had been shocked. He thought about how rapidly Chen Changqing had been improving lately, advancing quickly from the late stage of Qi nurturing. Now, Ranhua realized that he couldn't see through Chen Changqing's cultivation at all. This indicated that Chen Changqing had very likely broken through again. Regarding Ranhua's shock, Chen Changqing didn't take it to heart and smiled faintly, saying, just a lucky breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Ranhua was stunned, the shock in his eyes surging immensely. Every time he saw Chen Changqing break through, he said it was luck. Once or twice would be fine, but this was becoming a pattern, and Ranhua couldn't believe it. How is that possible? It's only been a little over a month. Ranhua was dumbfounded. It's important to note that ordinary disciples take at least half a year, if not longer, to progress from body refinement to Qi refinement. Yet Chen Changqing had accomplished it in just over a month. Before Ranhua could collect his thoughts, Chen Changqing smiled and said, Junior Brother Ran, I still need to go to the scripture hall, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Chen Changqing didn't linger and turned to head towards the scripture hall. Ranhua stood there in a daze, his mind still in turmoil. He had originally thought that despite joining later, his cultivation was significantly higher than Chen Changqing's, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. Although they were both on duty at the mountain gate, he secretly believed he was far superior to Chen Changqing. Who would have thought that in just over a month, Chen Changqing had reached the Qi refinement realm? How? How'd he manage that? Ranhua was incredulous, his head buzzing. No, I must also seize the time to cultivate and strive to break through to the Qi refinement realm as soon as possible. Not long after, Chen Changqing arrived outside the scripture hall. A figure blocked his path. This person was dressed in a dark long robe, with a stern expression, looking quite serious. It was the elder in charge of the scripture hall, Situ Yun. Earlier, Chen Changqing had met him once. Seeing Situ Yun appear, Chen Changqing quickly bowed and said, Elder, I am here to select a Qi refinement technique. As he spoke, Chen Changqing handed over his identity token. Situ Yun took the token, inspected it, and then used his divine sense to confirm Chen Changqing's cultivation level. Is this kid? Suddenly, Situ Yun remembered Chen Changqing. In just a month or two, he had broken through from the late stage of Qi nurturing to the Qi refinement realm. Situ Yun was secretly astonished. He remembered clearly that Chen Changqing had come to the scripture hall when he was at the late stage of Qi nurturing and had taken the primordial pile technique for body refinement training. Yet, it had only been a month or two, and Chen Changqing had jumped from body refinement to Qi refinement. Such a speed of cultivation was comparable to that of a prodigy. You've broken through to the Qi refinement realm so quickly? After reminiscing for a moment, Situ Yun said coldly. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and replied, Elder, it's just a lucky breakthrough. Situ Yun's expression was indifferent as he said, disciples in the Qi refinement realm can select one Qi refinement technique and 2 combat techniques. You can go in and choose. Remember, you only have 1 hour. With that, Situ Yin waved his hand, directly opening the restrictions of the scripture hall. Thank you, Elder. Chen Changqing responded and didn't delay, walking straight into the scripture hall. Watching Chen Changqing's back, Situ Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, but didn't pay too much attention. He said in a deep voice, I know the prodigies of the Shu Sect. This kid is quite unfamiliar to me. It seems he must have taken some pills to force a breakthrough. Rushing to achieve results is ultimately not the right path. It was not uncommon for disciples in the outer sect of the Shu Sect to rely on pills to reach the Qi refinement realm. However, such individuals often had a shaky foundation and found it hard to achieve great success. With this thought, the surprise in Situ Yun's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Chen Changqing had entered the first floor of the scripture hall. Looking around, he was surrounded by an array of jade slips. This time, he needed to select one technique and 2 combat techniques, so he had to hurry. Soon, Chen Changqing's gaze was drawn to a combat technique called sword control technique, and his heart instantly heated up. Flying with the sword to take down enemies from 1,000 miles away. How elegant. This was what he had always dreamed of. Without hesitation, Chen Changqing directly included the sword control technique in his selection. What should he choose for the second combat technique? He continued to search and eventually set his sights on a jade slip called Thunder God Fist. The fist technique was fierce, perfectly complementing his physical strength. Chen Changqing had just broken through from the extreme realm of body refinement to the Qi refinement realm, and his physical strength was incredibly robust. In his view, if he added the explosive power of the Thunder God Fist, a single punch would likely be hard for even mid-Qi refinement cultivators to resist. Soon, Chen Changqing confirmed his selection of the 2 combat techniques. After that, he began to choose a Qi refinement technique. In the Shu Sect, most disciples chose the Shushan Qi refining technique. This technique was also a foundational technique of Shushan, balanced and safe for training. However, Chen Changqing was not satisfied with this. Since he was going to cultivate, he wanted to cultivate the strongest. He ventured deeper into the scripture hall and finally discovered a dusty jade slip in a remote corner. This is Chen Changqing brushed off the dust and saw 5 ancient characters inscribed on the jade slip. 9 turns Qi refining technique. Chapter 8, Idle Training. Specializing in all impossibilities. Next, Chen Changqing curiously checked the introduction of the 9 turns Qi refining technique. After this look, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This technique was obtained from the cave of the black, evil, old demon exterminated by the Shu Sect. It requires refining the vital energy within the body 9 times during the Qi refining stage, with each turn making the vital energy more condensed. Each turn requires gathering 3,000 units of vital energy. The difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, and only those with extraordinary talents should attempt it. After reading the introduction of the 9 turns Qi refining technique, a gleam of determination flashed in Chen Changqing's eyes. He didn't expect that there would be such a Qi refining technique. 9 turns Qi refining? Isn't this a technique tailor-made for me? As for the difficulty of cultivation, it is not a problem at all for someone like me who possesses an idle training system. Chen Changqing pondered silently. From the dust on the jade slip of the 9 turns Qi refining technique, it was easy to see that this technique had long been neglected. The difficulty was simply too high. It is powerful, but the cultivation difficulty is not something ordinary disciples can accept. My physical body has reached the extreme realm of body refinement, and my foundation is incredibly solid, making me completely qualified to cultivate this technique. It settled. Soon, a trace of determination flashed in Chen Changqing's eyes as he chose the 9 turns Qi refining technique as his Qi refining technique. This 9 turns Qi refining technique requires condensing 3,000 units of vital energy for each turn. In contrast, ordinary Qi refining cultivators only need 1,000 units of vital energy to break through one realm. The 9 turns Qi refining technique actually requires 3 times that amount. If calculated this way, to reach the 9th level of Qi refining with the 9 turns Qi refining technique, wouldn't it require condensing 270,000 units of vital energy within the body? My goodness. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing was somewhat amazed. This is no longer cultivation. It's simply a money-guzzling beast. Chen Changqing knew very well that the resources required for cultivating the 9 turns Qi refining technique were also extremely terrifying. No wonder this technique has been gathering dust in the hall for so many years. How could ordinary outer disciples have so many resources to cultivate it? Even if they did, they probably wouldn't have the patience to endure it. However, Upon thinking of this, Chen Changqing couldn't help but smile. This technique is not difficult for me at all. It can even be said to be tailor-made for me. I don't need to cultivate hard, nor do I need to expend resources. The idle training system specializes in all impossibilities. After selecting the Qi refining technique and combat secret technique, Chen Changqing went to the registration desk. The techniques in the hall can only be copied and taken away. The originals must remain in the hall. 9 turns Qi refining technique. Upon learning that Chen Changqing had chosen the 9 turns Qi refining technique, Sidu Yun was surprised. Kid, are you sure you want to choose this one? This technique has been in the hall for many years, with very few practitioners. There have been others who tried to cultivate this technique, but they all eventually gave up. Sidu Yun looked at Chen Changqing and asked. He naturally knew the difficulty of cultivating the 9 turns Qi refining technique. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained dusty in the hall for so long. Even when he was young, he had attempted to cultivate this technique, but ended up exhausting all his savings. Seeing that Chen Changqing had chosen the 9 turns Qi refining technique as his main cultivation technique, Sidu Yun instinctively reminded him, "Yes, elder, I am sure." Chen Changqing replied firmly. Seeing Chen Changqing's determined expression, Sidu Yun sighed helplessly. "Fine, since you insist, I won't stop you. But if you find yourself lacking resources in the future, don't blame me for not reminding you." Chen Changqing smiled slightly and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your concern, elder." Then, Sidu Yun helped Chen Changqing copy the 3 techniques he had chosen. Chen Changqing didn't linger and left after bidding farewell. Watching Chen Changqing's distant figure, Sidu Yun squinted slightly and murmured, "Who gave this kid the courage to choose the 9 turns Qi refining technique? He's just an outer door disciple guarding the mountain gate. Where would he get so many resources to cultivate this technique? Even if he has the will to continue, it would still require an extremely long process. Many people wouldn't be able to endure it." Saying this, Sidu Yun shook his head helplessly and sighed, feeling that he had already warned him. Since he made his choice, he should be prepared to pay the price for it. After leaving the hall, Chen Changqing made his way to the mountain gate. At this time, Ranhua had already returned to his post. Seeing Chen Changqing return, he approached with a big smile. "Senior brother Chen, have you chosen your techniques?" Ranhua asked with a smile. Chen Changqing nodded, but didn't elaborate. Changing the subject, junior brother Ran. "It's almost time to switch shifts. You can go back now." What surprised Chen Changqing a bit was that this time, Ranhua did not rush to leave, but instead looked at Chen Changqing with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Seeing Ranhua's expression, Chen Changqing frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Junior brother Ran, do you have something else?" Ranhua took a deep breath, not dragging it out any longer, and said, "Senior brother Chen, do you have any secrets for a quick breakthrough? If you do, could you teach me?" As he said this, Ranhua looked at Chen Changqing with a pleading expression. Chen Changqing smiled helplessly and said, "Junior brother Ran, I can't help you with that. There are no shortcuts in cultivation, only perseverance and persistence." Hearing Chen Changqing's words, Ranhua sighed helplessly, looking somewhat disappointed as he bid farewell to Chen Changqing. After Ranhua left, Chen Changqing planned to check the 3 techniques. Just then, a notification sound suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Detected new technique sword control technique. Would you like to idle train? Detected new technique Thunder Fist. Would you like to idle train? Detected new technique 9 turns Qi refining technique. Would you like to idle train? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Changqing was overjoyed. Earlier, he had obtained the primordial posture technique from the hall, initially thinking of cultivating it himself. Who would have thought that the system could also idle train techniques? Excited, he didn't think much and directly responded, "System, idle train all of them." In an instant, 3 cultivation progress bars appeared on the system panel. Sword control technique. 0. 1. Automatically increasing. Thunder Fist. 0. 1. Automatically increasing. 9 turns Qi refining technique. 0. 1. Automatically increasing. Ha ha ha. While others need resources to cultivate, all I need is time. Chen Changqing was extremely satisfied. Chapter 9. Idle Training, Strength Source. Immediately after, the training progress bar in front of Chen Changqing disappeared, replaced by 3 small golden figures appearing in his sight. 3 small golden figures? Chen Changqing was astonished. He had been contemplating which of the 3 secret arts to prioritize for idle training, since there was only one idle training golden figure. Who would have thought that 3 small golden figures would appear at once? What left Chen Changqing even more incredulous was that the 3 golden figures were each performing their own tasks. The first golden figure wielded a wooden sword, swinging it in the air, practicing the sword control technique. The second golden figure's fist wind roared like thunder, flashing with electric light, practicing the thunder fist technique. The third golden figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by spiritual energy, practicing the 9 transformations chi refinement technique. Wow, there's this function? Chen Changqing widened his eyes, then burst into joy. This is great. I no longer have to worry about which secret art to train first. Training all 3 secret arts simultaneously, efficiency is maximized. Chen Changqing was ecstatic. But soon, doubts arose in his mind. Would training 3 secret arts simultaneously affect the speed of each one's cultivation? Or is there no conflict at all? Additionally, can this idle training system increase the number of secret arts trained? How many secret arts can be trained simultaneously at most? In an instant, Chen Changqing's thoughts became chaotic. Forget it. It's better not to overthink. Anyway, I don't have to exert any effort. I can just wait to collect the results of the idle training. After thinking this through, Chen Changqing let out a long sigh of relief and leisurely guarded the mountain gate. Before he knew it, it was already 1/4 past the hour of the rooster. Chen Changqing stretched lazily, secured the mountain gate, and walked towards his residence. Once back in his residence, without saying a word, he lay down on the bed, pulled up the blanket, and fell asleep immediately. For Chen Changqing, cultivating? That's impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. Just as Chen Changqing fell asleep, Ranhua quietly arrived outside the window. He intended to sneak a peek at how Chen Changqing cultivated and how he could break through to the chi refinement realm so quickly. However, what Ranhua never expected was that through a small crack in the window, he saw Chen Changqing, after securing the mountain gate, actually fell into a deep sleep. What? He is sleeping? Ranhua was stunned, his mind becoming hazy. No way. Brother Chen must be cultivating in his dreams, right? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ranhua's mind. But then he thought about it and couldn't help but laugh at himself, whispering, I must be obsessed with wanting to break through. Is there really anyone who can cultivate while sleeping? Perhaps Brother Chen really is accumulating strength to burst forth. After that, Ranhua shook his head helplessly and sighed before leaving reluctantly. Time slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. One day, Chen Changqing stretched lazily, sat up from bed, and yawned lazily. It had been more than a month of idle training, and it was time to collect the results. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Changqing quickly communicated with the system. System, claim idle training results. Soon, a response from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Idle training time, 30 days. Practice sword control technique 300 times. Practice thunder fist technique 300 times. Practiced 9 transformations chi refinement technique 300 times. Do you want to extract the idle training results? Extract. Chen Changqing didn't think much and directly chose to extract. Boom! In an instant, the 3 small golden figures in front of him suddenly froze. Following that, 3 dazzling golden lights burst forth from the bodies of the 3 small golden figures from the system panel, instantly rushing into Chen Changqing's body. Accompanied by the extraction of the results from the 9 transformations chi refinement technique, Chen Changqing's cultivation sword, originally at the first level of chi refinement. He directly broke through 2 realms and stepped into the 3rd level of chi refinement. Within his dantian, 9,000 strands of refined chi flowed like a galaxy, far exceeding the 3 times of an ordinary chi refinement practitioner. A month of idle training on the 9 transformations chi refinement technique actually raised my cultivation directly to the 3rd level of chi refinement. With a full 9,000 strands of refined chi, Chen Changqing was overjoyed, his face flushed with excitement. At the same time, the extraction of the results from the sword control technique caused various controlling essentials to instantly flood into Chen Changqing's brain. He felt as if those essentials were deeply imprinted, as if they were innate. In the next moment, Chen Changqing waved his hand. An ordinary iron sword in the room floated up, its blade shimmering coldly. Chen Changqing was eager, ready to try flying with the sword. However, he didn't expect that as he infused his spiritual energy into it, the iron sword suddenly vibrated and hummed. Bang! With a crisp sound, the iron sword actually shattered. Damn! This broken sword can't withstand spiritual energy? Chen Changqing exclaimed in surprise. Only then did he realize that the sword control technique required a real magic tool for support. Ordinary iron simply couldn't carry the operation of spiritual energy. In the cultivation world, magic tools are divided into 4 levels: magic instruments, magic treasures, spirit treasures, and immortal artifacts. Magic instruments are what ordinary cultivators use and are quite common. Magic treasures are better than magic instruments. As for spirit treasures, generally only cultivators of the Golden Core level or above would possess them. The highest level, immortal artifacts, are treasures left by immortals, usually the treasured items of sects. It seems I need to find a way to get a magic instrument. Chen Changqing muttered to himself, originally planning to try flying with the sword. Since sword control wasn't feasible for now, he decided to test the power of the Thunder Fist technique. The extraction results included the Thunder Fist technique as well. After a month of idle training, this fist technique had already made some progress. With the extraction, the various essentials of the Thunder Fist technique flooded into Chen Changqing's mind. At the same time, the running trajectory of the refined qi during the fist technique was instantly familiar to Chen Changqing, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. Next, Chen Changqing didn't stay in the house for long, and instead went to the back of his residence. At this moment, a small mountain peak stood before him. Who? Chen Changqing took a deep breath, instantly gathering his 9,000 strands of refined qi at his fist's edge, then unleashed it using the essence of the Thunder Fist technique. Boom! With a punch, lightning erupted. Bang! The next moment, the huge rock blocking Chen Changqing's path instantly shattered. In an instant, rubble flew through the air, and dust filled the sky. Hiss! This power! A punch to split the mountain. How terrifying! Chen Changqing was taken aback himself. Chapter 10, The Elders Summon. Geniuses gather looking at the giant rock shattered by his Thunder God Fist. Chen Changqing smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The Thunder God Fist has made some progress. Then, Chen Changqing chose to continue his idle cultivation while checking his personal attribute panel. Name, Chen Changqing. Age, 18. Identity, Outer Gate Disciple of Mount Shu. Cultivation, Qi Refining 3rd level. Cultivation method, 9 transformations, Qi Refining technique. Divine ability, Thunder God Fist, Sword Control technique. Treasures, none. Idle point, Half Mountain Cottage. Finally, it's not 3 zeros. Chen Changqing chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling that when he was still at the Qi nourishing stage, all his cultivation methods, divine abilities, and treasures were indeed none. Then, Chen Changqing focused his mind and got up to switch shifts with Ranhua at the mountain gate. Upon seeing Chen Changqing, Ranhua's expression changed, staring intently at Chen Changqing. He, who was at the late stage of body refining, could not discern the depth of Chen Changqing's cultivation, but it felt to him that Chen Changqing's cultivation seemed to have grown a lot. Senior brother Chen, you haven't broken through again, have you? Chen Changqing smiled slightly and said, just a small breakthrough. Ranhua was stunned, feeling as if the sky were about to fall. He knew that apart from guarding the mountain gate, he spent all his time cultivating, working hard. But Chen Changqing, he didn't see how he cultivated. Recently, his speed of cultivation was like riding a rocket, shooting up. No way. Could senior brother Chen really be cultivating in his sleep? Earlier, Ranhua had secretly gone to check on Chen Changqing, wanting to see how he could improve so quickly. Who would have thought he would only find Chen Changqing sound asleep in bed? Junior brother Ran, are you okay? Just as Ranhua was lost in thought, Chen Changqing gently asked. Hearing this, Ranhua finally came back to his senses and awkwardly smiled. I'm Yufina, senior brother Chen. I need to hurry back to cultivate, so I'll take my leave. After bowing to Chen Changqing, Ranhua hurriedly left. Chen Changqing didn't mind and leisurely kept watch at the mountain gate. Time passed day by day. Unknowingly, another month had gone by. One day, Chen Changqing lazily sat up from bed and stretched. System, claim idle cultivation results. As his thought was transmitted, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Idle time, 30 days. Practice sword control technique 320 times. Practice Thunder God Fist 320 times. Practiced 9 transformations Qi Refining technique 320 times. Do you want to extract the idle cultivation results? Extract. Chen Changqing directly chose to extract. Soon, he saw 3 small golden figures in front of him, and golden light flowed into Chen Changqing's body. The sword control technique has reached perfection. The Thunder God Fist too. After sensing for a moment, Chen Changqing's face was full of excitement. He hadn't expected that after another month of idle cultivation, both the sword control technique and the Thunder God Fist had reached perfection. With the improvement in strength, the effect of idle cultivation was also rising. Chen Changqing murmured softly. Earlier, during a month of idling, he had only practiced the sword control technique and other methods 300 times. But now, after another month, it had risen to 320 times. Not only had both combat techniques reached perfection, but his cultivation had also risen to the qi refining 5th level. Chen Changqing was thrilled. Upon introspection, he could see that there were a full 15,000 strands of vital energy in his dantian. Wow, this cultivation speed is simply faster than taking medicine. Chen Changqing smacked his lips in satisfaction. My sword control technique is already perfected, yet I don't even have a decent magical tool. I need to figure out a way to get one. Just as Chen Changqing was pondering, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, Chen Changqing opened the courtyard door and saw an outer gate disciple standing outside. Chen Changqing didn't recognize this person. After all, he had been very low-key in the 7th courtyard, knowing only Ranhua, making him somewhat obscure. Are you Chen Changqing? The outer gate disciple asked. Chen Changqing nodded. Yes. Does senior brother have something to discuss? Just as the outer gate disciple was about to explain the purpose of his visit, he suddenly looked shocked, his heart surging with waves of astonishment. Qi refining 5th level? How was that possible? He knew the identity of the person living here. What shocked him even more was that Chen Changqing's cultivation was actually at the Qi refining 5th level. What the hell? What's going on? Isn't he just a gatekeeping disciple? His cultivation is actually at Qi refining 5th level? The disciple was stunned on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. He even doubted whether he was seeing things. Am I crazy? Or is this world crazy? A disciple at Qi refining 5th level is actually assigned to guard the mountain gate? The disciple silently exclaimed, his head buzzing. He really couldn't understand how a Qi refining 5th level disciple could become the gatekeeper. Seeing the disciple in a daze, Chen Changqing furrowed his brows slightly and called out doubtfully, "This senior brother?" Hearing this, the disciple barely managed to suppress his shock and came back to his senses. "Junior brother Chen, Elder Lu Mu asked me to invite you over." "Oh." Chen Changqing nodded and replied calmly with a smile. "Let us go." After saying that, Chen Changqing didn't hesitate and walked straight out. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Elder Lu Mu was, he sat calmly, and beside him stood 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. Each of the 5 exuded a strong aura and had remarkable cultivation. At a glance, it was clear they were top disciples of the outer gate of the 7th courtyard. The lowest cultivation level was at Qi refining 8th level. The highest was the woman, whose cultivation had even reached half-step foundation establishment. The woman was tall and slender, wearing a plain white long dress that outlined her exquisite curves, with faint blue cloud patterns embroidered at the hem. Her oval face was exquisite and flawless, her eyebrows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her nose high, and her lips like red dots, not needing any makeup yet stunningly beautiful. Moreover, her skin was as white as snow, glowing with a faint jade luster under the sunlight, seemingly delicate enough to break. Her gaze was cold, like a deep pool with no bottom. The woman was none other than the top outer gate disciple of the 7th courtyard, named Lu Ruyan. With exceptional talent and stunning looks, countless disciples admired her. After a brief silence, one disciple could no longer contain himself and asked first, "Elder Lu Mu, may I ask why we have been summoned here?" Elder Lu Mu smiled slightly and replied, "Please be patient. One disciple has not yet arrived." Chapter 11. Gift of a superior magical weapon, the Shadow Sword. Why is the elder treating him so well? Upon hearing Lu Mu's words, Lu Ruyan and the others were all astonished. The few people present were already the top disciples of the 7th Institute. Could it be that it was a senior brother from the inner sect? Someone muttered quietly, "Impossible. Why would the elder summon an inner sect disciple to work with us? Who could it be, apart from us? Who else in the outer sect has the qualifications to be personally named by the elder?" Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. From the elder's demeanor, it was clear that there was something important going on. All the outstanding disciples of our 7th Institute are here. Who else could we be waiting for? With this thought, Lu Ruyan became even more curious. Regarding the doubts of the others, Elder Lu Mu remained indifferent and continued to sit calmly. Just as everyone was puzzled, a figure slowly approached. The newcomer was wearing a simple blue robe, his expression calm and his gaze indifferent. Who else could it be but Chen Changqing? Upon seeing Chen Changqing arrive, the eyes of Lu Ruyan and the others unconsciously focused on him. Who is this person? I haven't seen him before. Qi refining 5th layer? Is that it? The person Elder Lu Mu said we were waiting for couldn't be him, right? The major disciples hesitated, their gazes towards Chen Changqing carrying a hint of strangeness. It should be known that among them, the weakest had a cultivation level of Qi refining 8th layer. Lu Ruyan was even at half-step foundation establishment. Yet Chen Changqing was merely a disciple at Qi refining 5th layer. What does the elder mean? After waiting so long, is this the person we were waiting for? Lu Rian scrutinized Chen Changqing, her sharp gaze seeming to want to see through him. However, after a thorough inspection, she found nothing exceptional about him. Qi refining 5th layer? Just as Lu Ruyin and the others hesitated, Elder Lu Mu's expression suddenly changed drastically. How long has it been? He has already reached Qi refining 5th layer? Lu Mu was secretly astonished. The others present did not know, but Lu Mu was all too aware. More than 2 months ago, Chen Changqing had just broken through to the Qi refining stage. At that time, he had even given Chen Changqing a bag of low-grade spirit stones as an investment. What shocked Lu Mu even more was that it had been such a short time, and Chen Changqing's cultivation had already reached Qi refining 5th layer. Even if he fully utilized the low-grade spirit stones I gave him, his cultivation speed shouldn't be this fast. Could it be? Could this child truly be a rare talent in cultivation seen once in 100 years? Suddenly, such a thought arose in Lu Mu's mind. Besides that, he really couldn't think of any other reason to explain this. As everyone was sizing up Chen Changqing, he was also observing them. These few individuals had thick auras, their cultivation levels all above his. The weakest among them had Qi refining 8th layer, and the woman in white was even more unfathomable, faintly carrying the aura of foundation establishment. What does the elder want me to do? Normally, Chen Changqing's cultivation was lower than Lu Ruyin and the others, so he should not be able to see through their cultivation levels. However, his Qi refining stage was different from the usual Qi refining stage. It was the Qi refining stage after breaking through the body refinement extreme. Additionally, the Qi refining technique he practiced, the 9 transformations of Qi refining, was extremely difficult. Take an ordinary Qi refining 9th layer cultivator. Their dantian would typically only contain 9,000 strands of vital energy. Yet here, Chen Changqing, at Qi refining 5th layer, already had a terrifying 15,000 strands of vital energy in his dantian. Just as both parties were sizing each other up, Elder Lu Mu returned from his shock and said, "Everyone is here. This is also a disciple of our 7th Institute, Chen Changqing." As he spoke, Lu Mu stroked his beard and smiled, continuing, "I have gathered you all because there have been disturbances caused by demons in Qingxi village, 100 miles away, resulting in heavy casualties among the villagers. The sect has decided to let our 7th Institute handle this matter. I will take you with me, and it will also serve as a good opportunity for you to train." After Lu Mu said this, Lu Ruyin and the others finally understood and revealed excited expressions. Slaying demons and accumulating merit, while also honing themselves, what could be better? Chen Changqing understood and nodded, secretly mumbling, "So it's to kill demons." Just then, Elder Lu Mu's gaze fell on Chen Changqing, and a trace of surprise quickly flashed in his eyes. But in an instant, he returned to normal, not showing the shock in his heart. It should be known that an ordinary outer sect disciple takes several years to go from Qi refining 1st layer to 5th layer, whereas Chen Changqing had only taken a little over 2 months. Elder Lu Mu was shocked in his heart, but did not show it on his face. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly waved his sleeve. Whoosh! A clear sword cry sounded, and a long sword, entirely black with a shimmering blade, instantly floated before Chen Changqing. Seeing this scene, Chen Changqing couldn't help but frown, confused. "Elder, what is this?" Before Lu Mu could respond, Lu Ruyin and the others exclaimed, "This is a superior magical weapon. It's Elder Lu Mu's shadow sword. Why did the elder take it out?" Everyone present looked astonished. Even the usually cool Lu Ruyin had a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes at this moment. At this time, Lu Mu smiled and said, "Changqing, you are now a Qi refining 5th layer cultivator. I assume you do not have your own magical weapon yet? This sword is called a shadow sword, and it is a superior magical weapon. I will bestow it upon you." Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing's heart moved. Just earlier, he was still pondering where to find a magical weapon. To his surprise, Lu Mu directly gifted him the superior magical weapon, the shadow sword. "Thank you, Elder," Chen Changqing said gratefully, extending his hand lightly, and the shadow sword fell directly into his hand. The sword felt icy to the touch but subtly resonated with his aura. Seeing this, Lu Ruyin and the others all showed envious expressions. After all, a superior magical weapon is already considered quite extraordinary in the outer sect. Even some foundation establishment disciples might not have a superior magical weapon. Elder Lu Mu is being too generous to Chen Changqing. ISNT, A chi refining fifth layer disciple was actually rewarded with a superior magical weapon. What was so special about him? Lu Rian murmured quietly, unable to understand why Elder Lu Mu was treating Chen Changqing so well. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. At this moment, Elder Lu Mu's voice rang out. The next moment, he waved his sleeve and a long sword materialized. He soared into the air, riding the sword and transforming into a streak of light, rushing into the sky. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan and the others quickly summoned their own magical weapons and chased after Elder Lu Mu. Everyone summoned their flying magical weapons. Following closely behind, Lu Rian stood on a white jade flying sword, her robes billowing, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. She cast a faint glance at Chen Changqing, thinking to herself, although I can't see anything special about this person, he must be extraordinary. Chapter 12. Riding the Sword and Riding the Wind. A sky full of resentment. People from the demon sect? At this moment, several disciples of Lu Ruyan had already summoned their flying swords and were following Elder Lu Mu on their swords. Seeing this, Chen Changqing took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal with his fingers. Changqing, rise! With a sound of sword chanting, the Changqing sword, which Elder Lu Mu had just gifted him, unsheathed and hovered in front of Chen Changqing, its blade emitting a cold, eerie light. Without thinking much, Chen Changqing stepped on the sword and leaped up, firmly standing on it. His vital energy circulated, and the sword trembled slightly. We looked again. He had transformed into a silver streak of light, soaring through the air on his sword. This is flying with a sword? Chen Changqing felt excited inside, experiencing the howling wind beside him, the clouds rushing towards him, and the mountains and rivers beneath him retreating rapidly. The whole experience was both tense and exhilarating. After all, this was his first true experience of flying with a sword. He had only seen it on television before, and he never expected that one day he would also soar through the skies on a sword. Soon, Chen Changqing adapted to riding the Changqing sword and easily caught up with Elder Lu Mu and the others. Seeing Chen Changqing's calm demeanor, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Rian's eyes. His first time flying with a sword, and he was so steady? Why does he not look like a fifth-level chi refining disciple? Thinking of this, Lu Rian frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that there might be something unusual about Chen Changqing that she had not discovered. Otherwise, Elder Lu Mu would not treat him so well, even gifting him a top-grade magic weapon. The other disciples, witnessing this, were filled with envy. Although they all had flying magic tools, they could not compare to Chen Changqing's top-grade Changqing sword, and they felt a twinge of jealousy. Why does a chi refining fifth-level disciple get to use a top-grade magic weapon? Many Foundation establishment disciples do not have such a magic weapon. The elder is really too biased. What is the relationship between this kid and the elder? Although they felt somewhat unconvinced, they did not dare to show it. Chen Changqing effortlessly controlled the Changqing sword. Everything felt so natural to him. Although it was his first time flying with a sword, he had been passively practicing the sword control technique for over 2 months, and it was already perfected. After extracting it, the various essentials of the sword control technique were etched in his heart, as if he had been born with it. After flying with the sword for a while, Lu Rian curiously looked at Chen Changqing and asked, Junior Brother Chen, why haven't I seen you in the 7th courtyard before? Chen Changqing smiled slightly and replied, Sister Lu, I usually guard the mountain gate. It's not surprising that you haven't seen me since you're busy with your cultivation. Hearing Chen Changqing's reply, Lu Ruyan was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She never expected that Chen Changqing was just a disciple guarding the mountain gate. The others, seeing this, became even more dissatisfied. They couldn't understand why a mere gatekeeper disciple was treated so well by Elder Lu Mu. Time passed quietly. Before they knew it, a day had gone by. At this point, Elder Lu Mu led Chen Changqing and the other disciples to their destination, Qingxi Village. Even before they landed, a strong smell of blood assaulted their senses. In addition, they could see that the sky over Qingxi Village was filled with dark clouds, heavy resentment condensing into a tangible gray mist, enveloping the entire area, as if the sunlight had been swallowed. Such heavy resentment, a disciple exclaimed, his face turning pale. The others were not much better off, clearly affected by the resentment engulfing the village. Seeing this, Elder Lu Mu's expression grew serious as he said in a deep voice, Descend, be on guard. Chen Changqing and the others nodded and flew towards the village on their swords. Before long, they had landed inside Qingxi Village. Upon seeing the scene before them, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the village was littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. The villagers' bodies were sprawled haphazardly by the roadside and inside the houses, each one shriveled like dead wood, their skin grayish-white, eye sockets sunken, and their blood completely drained. "Elder, these people have been drained of their vital blood," a disciple reported, suppressing his nausea after inspecting a corpse. Elder Lu Mu's brow furrowed tightly, his expression very grim as he coldly said, "This method does not resemble that of ordinary demons." Just then, Chen Changqing's gaze sharpened as he shouted, "Elder, look over there." Hearing Chen Changqing's words, Lu Mu and the others were startled and quickly followed his gaze. What they saw was several dark figures gathered under a distant ancient tree, sneaking around and holding something in their hands, seemingly collecting something. "That is a blood-refining gourd?" Elder Lu Mu's heart trembled at the sight. He instantly recognized that the dark figures were holding a blood-refining gourd. This magic tool is unique to the demon sect. The sect thought it was just a disturbance caused by demons, but it turned out to be demon cultivators slaughtering the village to refine blood. Elder Lu Mu said in a deep voice, his anger rising. Chen Changqing was taken aback upon hearing this. People from the demon sect? They actually slaughtered the entire Qingxi village and drained the villagers' blood. This method is too cruel. They truly deserve to be punished. Just as Chen Changqing and the others were observing the demon cultivators also sensed their presence. One of them suddenly turned around. Upon seeing Chen Changqing and the others, his expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Not good. It's the people from the righteous sect." Hearing this, the other figures also turned in shock, their eyes filled with fear and unease. "Damn it. How did they arrive so quickly? It seems like they are from Shu Sect. Their information network is quite efficient." Saying this, the leading demon cultivator let out a sinister laugh and coldly said, "Since we've run into them, don't let them escape. Kill." In an instant, the demon cultivators launched their attacks, blood lights soaring and demonic energy surging. They charged straight towards Chen Changqing and the others. "Oomph." Elder Lu Mu, seeing this, shouted angrily, "You brats die." As soon as his words fell, he waved his sleeves. Boom! Whoosh! Immediately, a brilliant sword energy shot out like a rainbow, piercing the sun, directly slashing towards the demon cultivators. Bang! In less than a moment, the leading demonic energy was cleaved apart by Elder Lu Mu's sword energy. Kill! Following this, Elder Lu Mu's figure expanded, leading the charge towards the demon cultivators. Lu Ruyin and the other disciples, seeing this, also sprang into action. Whoosh! Lu Ruyin lightly tapped her jade finger, and a frost sword energy froze the air, aiming for a demon cultivator's throat. The other disciples used their various techniques, talismans, spells, and sword lights intertwined like a net. In just a short while, Lu Mu and the others engaged in a fierce battle with the demon cultivators. Chen Changqing, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes, and the Changqing sword buzzed and trembled. "This first real battle. I'll use you all to test my sword." Chapter 13, Decisive Killing. The demon cult trembles. The battle of golden elixirs. The heavens and earth change color. At this moment, Elder Lu Mu, along with Lu Ruyin and others, had already joined forces with the people from the demon sect. Rumbling, bang bang. Various types of spiritual energy flew and explosions echoed endlessly. Chen Changqing held his breath and focused, preparing to use his sword to kill his way out. But just then, strange black mist suddenly surged from all directions. As the black mist dissipated, figures emerged. A dark mass of people, at least dozens. Clearly, in this Qingxi village, there were more demon sect members than what they had seen before. Upon seeing Lu Mu and the others, a leading member of the demon sect let out a cold grunt and said sinisterly, "Kill all these righteous hypocrites." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With this person's command, dozens of figures flew out directly. In an instant, demonic energy surged, and the sounds of killing filled the sky. Seeing this, Chen Changqing's eyes narrowed. The Changqing sword emitted a series of rumbling sounds. Today was likely to be a bloody battle. He murmured softly, and then, without further thought, he transformed into a streak of light, directly targeting a demon cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining. Huh! Upon seeing Chen Changqing charging at him, that demon cultivator grinned savagely, swinging his blood knife to unleash a scarlet blade light, a mere 5th level of Qi refining, seeking death. Clang! Chen Changqing remained unfazed, his thoughts moving, and the Changqing sword met the attack head-on. Bang! The clash of knife and sword created sparks. In the next moment, Chen Changqing's figure flashed. The sword technique brought to its peak, and the Changqing sword fell beneath his feet. Once stabilized, he brought his 2 fingers together and lightly shouted, "Go." Then, the Changqing sword shot out, its light darting like a swimming dragon, forcing the demon cultivator to retreat repeatedly. This, a 5th-level chi refining kid, can actually force me to only defend? The demon cultivator was shocked. He originally thought Chen Changqing would be an easy target to kill with his 8th-level cultivation in chi refining. Who would have thought that upon engaging with Chen Changqing, he found that Chen Changqing was far from the weakling he had imagined. Just at that moment of distraction, Chen Changqing seized the opportunity and directly caught the demon cultivator off guard. His figure flashed, and he was already in front of the demon cultivator. Thunder's fist. In the next moment, Chen Changqing swung his fist down. Boom! His right fist erupted with lightning, the force like a flood. The demon cultivator's pupils shook. Before he could react, Chen Changqing's fist had already struck his chest. Puffed. The demon cultivator spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes wide open with disbelief. Looking down, he saw that his chest had been pierced directly by Chen Changqing's punch, blood gushing out. No! The demon cultivator's eyes were filled with shock, and before he could finish his words, he collapsed into a pool of blood, his life extinguished. Chen Changqing looked at the fallen body, a slight discomfort rising in his heart. After all, this was his first time killing someone. These demon cult members viewed human life as grass and weeds. Even if they died, it was their own fault. After a moment's thought, Chen Changqing quickly suppressed that discomfort. Besides, he also understood that in this world, the survival of the fittest prevailed. If he didn't kill, others would come kill him. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, a voice suddenly shouted from not far away. "Junior brother Chen, what are you doing? In a life and death battle, you're actually distracted?" Lu Ruyan's cold voice came through. Hearing this, Chen Changqing quickly snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister Lu." Lu Ruyan cast a cold glance at Chen Changqing, said nothing more, and continued to kill the demon cultivators with her sword. Chen Changqing gathered his focus and was about to continue his assault. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Kill a living being, gain 1. Chen Changqing was taken aback, caught off guard by the sudden system notification. Soon, an explanation from the system followed. Can shorten time. It can do this? Chen Changqing's eyes lit up. Originally, cultivation was already cheating, and now it could be accelerated? These demon cultivators are simply experience points. In an instant, Chen Changqing's gaze towards the surrounding demon cultivators completely changed. He hadn't expected that killing living beings could earn him so-called points, and these points could shorten the time. No wonder I didn't notice. Coming back to his senses, Chen Changqing's fighting spirit surged, and looking at the surrounding demon cultivators, his killing intent intensified. Whoosh! In the next moment, he wasted no time, directly soaring into the air on his sword, his figure like lightning. Wherever the Changqing sword passed, demon cultivators fell to the ground. Some had their throats sealed by his sword. Some had their heads exploded by his punch. His strikes were ruthless, straightforward, and without any hesitation. In a short time, several members of the demon sect met a tragic end at Chen Changqing's hands. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan and others, who were engaged with other demon cultivators, were all shocked by this. What is going on with this guy, Chen Changqing? His strikes are so fast, accurate, and ruthless. Why do I feel like Junior Brother Chen seems to be even more like a demon cult member than these demon cultivators? At the same time, upon witnessing Chen Changqing's slaughter, the demon cultivators were actually retreating in fear, intimidated by Chen Changqing's imposing aura. Lu Ruyan noticed this, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Her heart secretly astonished. Such decisive killing. Is he really just an outer disciple? With the strength of 5th-level chi refining, he can easily slay demon cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels. The more she thought about it, the more shocked she felt, and the more she found Chen Changqing hard to see through. Boom! Just as Lu Ruyan and the others were dealing with the demon sect disciples at the chi refining stage, Elder Lu Mu was confronting a golden elixir demon cultivator. As soon as this golden elixir demon cultivator appeared, the sky suddenly darkened, and thunder rumbled. Elder Lu Mu stood in midair, surrounded by lightning, resembling a god of thunder descending to the world. In confrontation, the blood-robed golden elixir demon cultivator cackled. Today, the bull nose of Mount Shu will let you taste my power. Hearing this, Elder Lu Mu let out a cold snort. Humph. Audacious demon sect. daring to slaughter mortals indiscriminately. You are simply seeking death. While angrily shouting, Elder Lu Mu quickly formed hand seals, pointing forward, causing winds to rise and clouds to stir. Heavenly thunder from the 9 heavens descend. Crack! In an instant, above the 9 heavens, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a bolt of lightning struck down directly. The golden elixir demon cultivator saw this, and couldn't help but sneer coldly, his bloodthirsty aura transforming into a giant hand, clashing with the thunder. Boom! In less than a moment, the divine thunder struck that bloodthirsty giant hand. A deafening roar resonated. Immediately, a shock wave surged through the air, and the ground cracked. On the other side, Chen Changqing and the others had already dealt with the Qi refining stage demon cultivators, and they all turned their attention to Elder Lu Mu's location. Just in time to witness the clash between Lu Mu and the golden elixir demon cultivator. 2 powerful golden elixir cultivators clashed. The heavens and earth changed color for it. Chapter 14. The Treasure of the Purple Mansion. In their first clash, the attack of the golden core demon cultivator was shattered by the divine thunder summoned by Elder Lu Mu. The golden core demon cultivator snorted coldly, furious as he said, "Shu Mountain's cow nose. Take this." In an instant, a blood mist surged around the golden core demon cultivator. The blood mist quickly condensed, transforming into a fierce blood dragon that roared toward Elder Lu Mu. A mere early-stage golden core dares to be arrogant before me? Elder Lu Mu's expression tightened, and the long sword in his hand burst forth with dazzling spiritual light as he slashed with the sword. Greenwood's sword technique, 10,000 leaf slash. Swish, swish, swish. A vast wave of sword energy spread out, transforming into countless green leaves, each sharp as a blade. In less than a moment, they collided with the blood dragon formed from the blood mist. Boom, boom, accompanied by a deafening roar. The blood dragon was shattered into pieces by the thousands of green leaves. Seeing this, the golden core demon cultivator let out a sinister laugh and formed hand seals. Blood fiend magic, soul-eating blood claw. Immediately after, the golden core demon cultivator extended a hand. Boom! The void split open, and a 100-foot-long blood claw appeared out of thin air, carrying a corrosive aura that could decay everything, fiercely reaching for Lu Mu. Elder Lu Mu coldly snorted and waved his sleeve. Mystical wood shield. Buzz. Then, an ancient wooden shield materialized before him. Various mysterious runes were carved on its surface, firmly blocking the blood claw. However, the corrosive power of the blood fiend was extremely strong, and the wooden shield began to crack. Lu Mu frowned and quickly summoned a new attack. Green wood transformation bind. With Elder Lu Mu's spiritual energy urging it, countless vines appeared in midair, wrapping directly around the blood claw. The golden core demon cultivator saw this and roared in anger, his blood fiend aura surging. Blood fiend burning heaven. Boom! A torrent of blood flames erupted, instantly incinerating the entwined vines. Taking advantage of this moment, the golden core demon cultivator soared into the sky, hands clasped together. Blood demon true body revealed. Upon closer inspection, a 100-foot-tall blood demon phantom appeared, with 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding a terrifying aura. The next moment, the 6-armed blood demon phantom swung down, suppressing with overwhelming force. Rumble. A terrifying pressure descended, and the heavens and earth turned deadly. Heavenly wood divine sword. Seeing this, Lu Mu released his long sword, which transformed and grew in size. In an instant, it became a colossal sword that reached the heavens. With a green dragon phantom coiling around the blade, exuding immense power. Slash! With a single sword strike, the radiant sword energy burst forth. Bang! The attack that pressed down towards Lu Mu was directly shattered. Even the blood demon true body of the golden core demon cultivator was forcibly cleaved in two by Elder Lu Mu's sword. The aftermath swept across 1,000 feet, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split. Witnessing the clash of the 2 golden core experts, Lu Rian and the other disciples were all in shock. This is the battle of the golden core? Lu Rian exclaimed in surprise. Just then, dozens of demon cultivators appeared not far away, each with a fierce expression, exuding killing intent. Kill! Leave no one alive! Shouted the leading demon cultivator. Seeing this, Lu Rian's beautiful eyes narrowed, and the long sword in her hand gleamed with cold light, just as she was about to take action, but was stopped by Chen Changqing. Senior sister, you stay here to watch the battle. The battle of the golden core is very beneficial for cultivation, Chen Changqing said with a slight smile, then added, as for these small fries, Leave them to me. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, and before she could speak, Chen Changqing had transformed into a blur, charging straight at those demon cultivators. Has he gone mad? A mere fifth layer of chi refinement dares to face dozens of demon cultivators alone, and wants us to stay here to watch and comprehend? Can his kid do it? The other disciples furrowed their brows at this sight. Earlier, they had seen Chen Changqing take action, decisive and killing, but now he was charging towards dozens of demon cultivators. Since he dared to say this, he must have some means. At this moment, Lu Rian spoke up, choosing to trust Chen Changqing. The other disciples, upon hearing this, did not think much more and turned their attention back to the clash of the two golden core powerhouses. What they did not know was that Chen Changqing did this because, in his eyes, these demon cultivators were not enemies, but walking experienced treasures. Before long, Chen Changqing had charged into the midst of those demon cultivators. Swish! The shadow sword was drawn, and the dark sword light, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly beheaded 3 demon cultivators. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Blood sprayed as Chen Changqing moved like a phantom among the demon cultivators, each sword strike accurately claiming a life. Ding! Kill demon cultivator, gain 10. Ding! Kill demon cultivator, gain 20. Ding! The system's notification sound rang out frantically, and upon hearing it, Chen Changqing's mouth curled into an intriguing smile. Awesome! Chen Changqing was incredibly excited. Earlier, when he killed demon cultivators, he discovered that he gained increased with each kill. Initially, it was just a small increment, but now killing 1 demon cultivator could yield dozens of points. Those chi refinement demon cultivators, seeing how powerful Chen Changqing was, immediately lost their will to fight. Run! Quick run! The remaining demon cultivators began to flee. They thought to themselves, this is no righteous sect disciple. Clearly, he is a killing god more ruthless than the demon sect. Seeing this, Chen Changqing sneered lightly. How could he easily let these experienced treasures slip away? Want to escape? Too late. Boom! With a flash of his figure, Chen Changqing unleashed the Thunder God Fist, and the lightning surged, turning each demon cultivator into blood mist. In no time, only 1 demon cultivator was left from the dozens. Bang! Chen Changqing threw a punch, and the demon cultivator attempted to block. Puffed! Under the violent punch, the demon cultivator immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, Chen Changqing had already stepped on his chest. The demon cultivator was stunned, looking up to see the shadow sword pressed against his throat. Speak, why are you here? If you tell me honestly, I might spare your life. The demon cultivator trembled and said, we were just ordered to slaughter the village, to collect blood energy. Seeing the demon cultivator stammering, Chen Changqing sensed something was off, and with a swipe of the sword, blood began to seep from the demon cultivator's neck. I'll give you one last chance. Hearing this, the demon cultivator was terrified and hurriedly said, Don't kill me. I'll tell you. This time we, the demon sect, came here to find the treasure of the Purple Mansion. Purple Mansion. Chen Changqing's pupils constricted. It should be known that the second realm of cultivation is Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Golden Core. And the Purple Mansion's true person is a terrifying existence that transcends the Golden Core. Even within the Shu Mountain sect, he is a peak master-level powerhouse. Such a strong figure actually left treasures here? Chen Changqing asked in astonishment. Chapter 15. Blood Chi breaks the formation. Is this just a token? Upon hearing Chen Changqing's question, the demon cultivator dared not conceal anything and hurriedly replied. It's absolutely true. The secret realm left by the Purple Mansion true person is beneath the blood pool deep in the village. Hearing this, Chen Changqing's eyes sparkled, and he shouted, Get up and lead the way. The demon cultivator slowly got up, not daring to play tricks, and quickly brought Chen Changqing to a blood pool deep in the village. Right? It's right here. I've told you the truth and brought you here. So can you let me go now? Chen Changqing smiled slightly and nodded. Of course, as a disciple of Shushan, I always keep my word. The demon cultivator felt as if he had received a reprieve and turned to flee. However, before he could get far, a sword cry suddenly came from behind. Clang! A flash of sword light, and before the demon cultivator could react, his head had already fallen to the ground. Chen Changqing coldly glanced at the demon cultivator's severed head. Those from the demon sect kill the innocent indiscriminately. They deserve to be exterminated. Do you really think I would let you go? After saying this, Chen Changqing withdrew his gaze and began to examine the blood pool before him. The demon cultivator had said that this was where the Purple Mansion cultivator's secret realm was located. Chen Changqing carefully investigated. Unfortunately, apart from the blood pool in front of him, there seemed to be no other abnormalities in this place. Could it be that he was lying to me? Chen Changqing frowned, considering this possibility. However, judging by his appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. The secret realm of the Purple Mansion cultivator must be extremely hidden. How could it be so easy to find? Even if found, it might not necessarily be accessible. Chen Changqing pondered silently. There were many demon cultivators who had come to Qingxi village, with a golden core demon cultivator leading them. With so many people, they couldn't open the secret realm of the Purple Mansion cultivator, which showed how terrifying this secret realm was. After a moment of thought, Chen Changqing took a deep breath and prepared to leave. After all, he was only at the 5th level of qi refining, and he had only come to try his luck. If he couldn't find it, then it meant there was no opportunity. Some things cannot be forced. However, what Chen Changqing did not expect was that just as he turned around, a strange sound suddenly came from the blood pool behind him. Chen Changqing's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around to look. Upon looking, he saw that the originally calm blood pool was now boiling like water. What's going on? Before Chen Changqing could think too much, a dazzling blood light shot up from the blood pool. In a flash, the terrifying blood qi transformed into a giant blood sword in midair, slashing down towards him. Not good. Chen Changqing's pupils constricted, reacting quickly as he summoned the Changqing sword to block the blow. Clang! With a sound of metal clashing, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Chen Changqing was knocked back several steps, feeling his arm go numb. There's actually a formation in this blood pool, and it seems to be set up by those demon cultivators. Could it be used to break open the secret realm of the Purple Mansion cultivator? Suddenly, this thought arose in Chen Changqing's mind. At that moment, the blood sword transformed back into a massive blood qi and fell back into the blood pool. The entire blood pool began to churn violently, with the rich blood qi writhing like a living creature, seemingly craving something. Seeing this, Chen Changqing frowned slightly and muttered, "It seems the blood qi is still not enough." No wonder those demon cultivators wanted to massacre all the villagers of Qingxi village. It was to collect their blood qi, to use it to break open the secret realm of the Purple Mansion cultivator. At this point, Chen Changqing narrowed his eyes. A hint of a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. Earlier, he had intended to leave. He didn't expect such a change to occur. The secret realm of the Purple Mansion cultivator was right before him, and Chen Changqing thought of taking a gamble. If that's the case, then I'll use my blood. Soon, a resolute look flashed in Chen Changqing's eyes, and with a firm heart, he decisively drew the sword edge across his palm. Then, with a casual wave, his blood dripped into the blood pool. As Chen Changqing's blood entered, the entire blood pool boiled once again. The essence contained in his blood far exceeded that of an ordinary person, flooding into the blood qi formation like a torrent. Crack! After a while, strange array patterns began to appear within the blood pool. Under the erosion of the blood qi, those array patterns began to crack inch by inch. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. When he focused again, the blood pool had been destroyed. As the dust settled, a dark passageway was revealed beneath the blood pool. Seeing this, Chen Changqing's eyes lit up, and he looked eagerly. Could it be that the secret realm left by the Purple Mansion cultivator is inside? After a brief pause, Chen Changqing didn't think too much and directly stepped into the passage. As soon as he entered the passage, Chen Changqing felt the scenery before him change abruptly, and he found himself in an independent cave dwelling. In the center of this cave, there was a primitive stone platform floating. From that stone platform emanated a brilliant light that was mesmerizing. Seeing this, Chen Changqing's heart surged. He could naturally tell that the treasure must be on that stone platform. He cautiously approached, afraid of triggering any restrictions or mechanisms. Fortunately, everything was safe. When he got close to the floating stone platform, Chen Changqing was able to see clearly. On top of the stone platform lay a token. This? Chen Changqing was stunned. Is this it? Just a token? Originally, Chen Changqing thought there would be some earth-shattering treasure or unparalleled technique. But it turned out to be just a token. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the token was entirely pitch black, engraved with many complex patterns that seemed like symbols, but were not, like formations, but were not. A token left by the Purple Mansion cultivator in his secret realm? There are no other treasures? Chen Changqing muttered, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. He didn't expect that after all his efforts to come here, it would turn out like this. After being dazed for a moment, Chen Changqing shook his head helplessly and sighed. Although he didn't know what use the token had, since it belonged to a Purple Mansion cultivator, it must be something special. Then, Chen Changqing put it away and turned to leave. Outside, Elder Lu Mu and the Golden Court Demon Cultivator's battle had already ended. Elder Lu Mu was covered in blood, but exuded an overwhelming aura, with the body of the Golden Core Demon Cultivator lying at his feet. Where is Chen Changqing? Elder Lu looked around and found one person missing. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan said softly, Junior brother said he went to hunt down the remaining demon cultivators. Nonsense. Lu Mu's expression darkened as he reprimanded. You let him go alone. What if he encounters an ambush? After saying this, Lu Mu prepared to personally search for Chen Changqing. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure swept in from the direction of the blood pool. Chapter 16. Using idle points, accelerate the idle. Hearing the commotion, Elder Lu Mu and the others quickly turned to look. Upon focusing, they saw Chen Changqing returning on his sword. Elder, I'm back. Chen Changqing landed in front of Lu Mu and the others. Lu Mu let out a sigh of relief and looked Chen Changqing up and down, asking, Where have you been? Chen Changqing remained calm and replied, I accidentally entered an illusion array while chasing a demon cultivator and took some effort to escape. Lu Mu gave Chen Changqing a deep glance but didn't pursue the matter further. Then, his gaze shifted to several disciples, including Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, as outstanding disciples of my Outer Court 7th Academy, how could you let Chen Changqing, a 5th layer Qi refining disciple, go chase after the demon cultivators while you stayed here to observe and comprehend? Isn't it a bit selfish not to consider the safety of your fellow disciples? As he said this, Lu Mu's face was solemn, and his gaze swept over Lu Ruyan and the other 5 disciples. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to explain something, but she swallowed her words back. The other disciples also lowered their heads in silence. Seeing this, Chen Changqing quickly cupped his hands and said to Lu Mu, Elder, this matter cannot be blamed on my senior sister and the others. It was my insistence to go. Now that the demon cultivators have all been eliminated, we should quickly return to Shu Sect to report to the sect master and prevent any further actions from the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's expression softened slightly, and he nodded, Very well. This matter is indeed suspicious. The sudden appearance of the demon sect in Qingxi village must have some ulterior motive, and we need to report to the sect master promptly. After that, they no longer delayed and returned to Shu Sect on their swords. Along the way, Lu Ruyan occasionally stole glances at Chen Changqing. Elder Lu Mu seemed to value him greatly. When they set off from Shu Shan, he had given him the high-grade magic weapon, the Shadow Sword. This was also evident during the battle with the demon cultivators in Qingxi village, showing great concern for him. What is the relationship between this child and the elder? Lu Ruyan thought to herself. Additionally, she was surprised that although Chen Changqing's cultivation was only at the 5th layer of Qi refining, he had displayed strength far beyond that level when he killed the demon cultivators earlier. His ruthlessness and decisiveness in killing the demon cultivators left no room for hesitation. The more she thought about it, the more curious Lu Ruyan felt about Chen Changqing. At the same time, the other disciples felt quite unbalanced. Isn't Elder being too biased? Just for a 5th layer Qi refining disciple, he actually scolded us? Isn't he just a closed-door disciple? Why is he worth such attention? We are the outstanding disciples of the 7th Academy. The few of them felt indignant and could see that Elder Lu Mu was overly protective of Chen Changqing. Of course, they dared not voice their anger. At that moment, Lu Ruyan flew over on her sword and smiled as she asked, Junior brother Chen, I saw you fighting those demon cultivators earlier, and your fist technique was quite impressive. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her sentence, Chen Changqing had already replied, Thunderclap fist. I found it in the techniques hall after breaking through to the Qi refining realm. Lu Ruyan nodded in understanding and smiled. I see that your cultivation is only at the 5th layer of Qi refining, but your true strength is far beyond that level. Chen Changqing smiled faintly and said, Senior sister, you flatter me. I am indeed at the 5th layer of Qi refining. Seeing that Chen Changqing was unwilling to elaborate, Lu Ruyan did not press further. Time passed quietly. Soon, Chen Changqing and the others returned to the sect. Elder Lu Mu immediately went to the main peak to find the sect master, while Chen Changqing and the others returned to their respective places. Upon returning to his small wooden house on the mountainside, Chen Changqing quickly closed the doors and windows and took out the token he obtained from the Purple Mansion's secret realm, examining it carefully. Strange. What is the use of this token left by the great cultivator of the Purple Mansion? Chen Changqing flipped it over and over, even trying to inject his vital energy into the token, but it remained unresponsive. Forget it. Since I can't find anything useful for now, I'll just keep it. Thinking this, Chen Changqing put the token away. Just then, a soft voice came from outside the courtyard. Is Junior Brother Chen there? Chen Changqing opened the door and found Lu Ruyan standing outside, dressed in white like snow, her demeanor cool and elegant. Senior sister, what brings you here? Lu Ruyan smiled faintly and said, I came to see Junior Brother and to ask if you will participate in the upcoming outer court competition. Outer court competition? Chen Changqing was taken aback. If it were in the past, he certainly wouldn't have dared to think about participating in any outer court competition. However, after awakening the Auto-Cultivation System, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, so he naturally had such thoughts. But what puzzled Chen Changqing was why Lu Ruyan suddenly came to ask him about this. While Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Lu Ruyan was also observing him. In the past, as a prodigy of the 7th Academy with half-step foundation establishment cultivation, she wouldn't have cared about a disciple like Chen Changqing. However, after the battle in Qingxi village, the strength and decisiveness Chen Changqing displayed made her re-evaluate her junior brother. Moreover, Elder Lu Mu's attention to Chen Changqing made Lu Ruyan consider befriending him. After a moment of silence, Chen Changqing nodded and said, Senior sister, I should participate when the time comes. Upon hearing this, a hint of approval flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and she said, Good. I hope Junior Brother can bring glory to our 7th Academy. With a wave of her jade hand, a pill suddenly flew in front of Chen Changqing. This revitalizing pill has healing and energy-boosting effects. Since you fought with those demon cultivators earlier, you must have consumed quite a bit of energy. So I gifted it to you. After saying this, she smiled at Chen Changqing and, without waiting for his response, turned and left. Chen Changqing took the pill that was floating in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed as he muttered to himself. What's going on? Isn't Senior Sister usually aloof? Why does she seem like a different person when she's around me? Could it be that she's taken a liking to me? After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing forced a smile and didn't dwell on it. Back in his room, he focused his thoughts and began to communicate with the system. System. How do I use the idle points? Soon a response echoed in his mind. Ding. The host can consume idle points to enhance idle efficiency. Current idle points, 1,024 points. Do you want to use them? Use. Chen Changqing did not hesitate. Improving idle efficiency was certainly worthwhile. Ding. Consumed 1,000 idle points. Idle efficiency increased to 3 times. Current idle speed, 3 times. Current remaining idle points, 24 points. Chapter 17, Continuous Growth. The outer set competition is approaching. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Changqing was quite shocked. 3 times? He didn't expect that this idle point could enhance the idle speed by such a large margin. Unfortunately, there are too few idle points, just over 1,000. If there were more idle points, wouldn't the speed of idle cultivation be even faster after redemption? Thinking of this, Chen Changqing felt invigorated. Previously in Qingxi village, he had obtained idle points by killing those demonic cultivators. He wondered if there were other ways to gain idle points besides killing. Chen Changqing's thoughts were chaotic. He noticed that as his strength continuously increased, many functions of the system were gradually unlocking. Lost in thought, Chen Changqing sighed and murmured to himself, I should be content. An increase in idle efficiency by 3 times is already quite good. This efficiency boost, which cost 1,000 idle points to redeem, shouldn't last forever. Chen Changqing pondered secretly. He was well aware that the 3-fold idle efficiency was likely only temporary. He just didn't know how long it would last. After a moment of reflection, Chen Changqing snapped back to reality and didn't dwell on it any longer. He then stood up and walked toward the mountain gate to meet with Ranhua for the shift change. Time passed. Unknowingly, several months had gone by. During this time, Chen Changqing still maintained a low profile. His days were leisurely. He woke up naturally every day and then went to the mountain gate to change shifts with Ranhua. Nobody knew that behind his seemingly relaxed days, the system was crazily helping him with idle cultivation. It had been several months. Was the 3-fold cultivation speed still not over? At the Shushan Sect mountain gate, Chen Changqing murmured. Earlier, he had spent 1,000 idle points to redeem the 3-fold idle speed. He originally thought it would last a few days before being consumed. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, several months had passed, and the 3-fold idle efficiency was still ongoing? There was no need to rush. The longer it lasted, the better. After all, this was a 3-fold idle efficiency. It was equivalent to 1 day counting as 3. Chen Changqing murmured to himself, not in a hurry to extract the idle results. Soon, it was the 4th quarter of the hour of the rooster. Chen Changqing closed the mountain gate and then walked toward the small wooden house halfway up the mountain where he lived. After returning home, he quickly prepared some food. Currently, Chen Changqing's cultivation was still at the qi refining stage. Practitioners at this stage need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance their strength. Although his physique was stronger than that of ordinary people, he still needed to eat to maintain bodily functions. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage could he stop eating and survive without food. After these few months, the amount of vital energy in his dantian had not increased much. After eating, Chen Changqing sat alone in the yard, gazing at the high-hanging moon in the sky. Because of the threefold increase, he was not in a hurry to extract the idle results. In these months, he hadn't cultivated much, so naturally, his vital energy hadn't increased. Would extracting the idle results later allow me to directly reach the foundation establishment stage? Suddenly, such a thought arose in Chen Changqing's mind. As soon as he thought of this, he quickly shook his head. It's better not to think too much. The qi refining technique I practice is inherently difficult. The 9 turns qi refining method, even with a threefold increase, it shouldn't allow me to directly reach the foundation establishment stage. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Changqing yawned and returned to his room, falling into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted straight until the next day. At this moment, Chen Changqing was still in a deep slumber when he was suddenly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Knock, knock. Brother Chen. Outside the yard, Ranhua's voice came. Chen Changqing woke up, dressed, and got up to open the yard door, still groggy. Before he could say anything, Ranhua excitedly said, Brother Chen, I've broken through to the qi refining stage. Ranhua's face was filled with excitement, and his cheeks were slightly flushed. He had entered the sect later than Chen Changqing, but earlier on, his cultivation speed far exceeded Chen Changqing's. While Chen Changqing was still in the qi nourishing stage, he had already reached the later stage of body refinement. Who would have thought that later on, Chen Changqing's cultivation speed would suddenly accelerate, resulting in breakthrough after breakthrough. He quickly surpassed Ranhua. Seeing Chen Changqing cultivate so rapidly, Ranhua naturally felt a significant impact. He had been cultivating even harder every day. Heaven does not disappoint those who are diligent. Today he finally broke through to the qi refining stage and came to share the good news with Chen Changqing immediately. Hearing what Ranhua said, Chen Changqing smiled slightly and said, Congratulations, junior brother Ranhua. His tone was quite calm when he said this. Seeing this, Ranhua's face showed a hint of awkwardness, especially when he thought of Chen Changqing's cultivation speed. He couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. Compared to brother Chen's monstrous cultivation speed, my speed is like a snail crawling. I don't know how brother Chen cultivates every day. Ranhua sighed secretly. Previously, when he noticed Chen Changqing's continuous breakthroughs, he was very curious about how Chen Changqing cultivated. However, upon inquiry, Chen Changqing did not disclose specifics, always saying that he had lucked into breakthroughs. For this reason, Ranhua had secretly observed Chen Changqing. He found that besides the routine guarding of the mountain gate, Chen Changqing was mostly sleeping. This led Ranhua to suspect that perhaps Chen Changqing could cultivate just by sleeping. Lost in thought for a moment, Ranhua quickly came back to his senses. Then, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, By the way, brother Chen, the outer sect competition is approaching. In 10 days, the elders will select participants for this outer sect competition. It's a pity that I just broke through to the qi refining stage, so I won't have a chance to perform. However, brother Chen, you have a great chance. Chen Changqing smiled lightly and said, Not necessarily. It will depend on how the elders decide. Then, Ranhua chatted a bit more with Chen Changqing and took his leave. 10 days, huh? Chen Changqing's eyes brightened. If it were in the past, as an outer sect disciple with mediocre talent, he wouldn't even have the qualification to participate. But now, with the system in hand, why should he keep a low profile? He wondered if the threefold increase would end before the outer sect competition started. If it wasn't over by then, he might have to temporarily extract the idle results. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. The threefold idle boost is a one-time effect and has ended. Idle time, 91 days. Practiced 9 turns qi refining method 3,200 times. Do you wish to extract the idle results? Chapter 18. Rapid increase in cultivation, reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. Suddenly hearing the system's notification, Chen Changqing's mind jolted. He hurriedly closed the courtyard door and returned indoors. He had just been wondering when the AFK training with a threefold speed boost would end. Unexpectedly, his thoughts were answered. System extraction. Upon entering the room, Chen Changqing directly sent out his thoughts, feeling a sense of anticipation deep within. He wondered what level his cultivation would reach after months of AFK training. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, a notification rang in his mind. Ding. Extraction of AFK training results successful. As the system's prompt sounded, streams of golden light burst forth from the three small golden figures in front of him. Immediately afterward, those golden lights condensed like rivers, all rushing into Chen Changqing's body. Earlier, Chen Changqing's sword control technique and thunder fist had reached perfection. The small golden figures that had been AFK training these two techniques naturally transitioned to AFK training the 9 turns chi refinement technique. In less than a moment, Chen Changqing felt waves of immense energy explode within him. Boom! His aura began to rise steadily, and the spiritual energy in his meridians surged like a river, quickly converging in his dantian. Before long, the spiritual energy in his dantian directly broke through 18,000 paths. His cultivation level also rose to the 6th level of chi refinement. But that wasn't the end. The three small golden figures continued to pour spiritual energy into Chen Changqing's body. Soon, the spiritual energy in his dantian broke through again, exceeding 21,000 paths. His cultivation level instantly rose to the 7th level of chi refinement, but still wasn't over. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 8th level of chi refinement, with 24,000 paths of spiritual energy in his body. At this point, the three small golden figures were still continuously emitting golden light. Chen Changqing's momentum surged, and within his dantian, streams of spiritual energy rapidly condensed. For a moment, the amount of spiritual energy directly broke through to 27,000 paths. Thus, Chen Changqing's cultivation directly broke through to the 9th level of chi refinement. At this moment, the golden light from the three small golden figures finally ceased. This time, the extraction of training results left Chen Changqing's cultivation firmly at the 9th level of chi refinement. Wow! Chen Changqing felt the surging power within him and couldn't help but gasp. The speed of this upgrade was truly astonishing. He was filled with excitement. Although he didn't achieve the foundation establishment he had hoped for in one step, raising his cultivation from the 5th to the 9th level of chi refinement was already an incredible feat. After all, it had only been a few months. Such a training speed, even among the inner disciples of the Shu Sect, was not something just any genius could achieve. Thankfully, there was the threefold speed boost from AFK efficiency. Otherwise, reaching the 9th level of chi refinement would likely have taken a long time. Chen Changqing murmured to himself, feeling that everything was just right. Now that his strength had reached the 9th level of chi refinement, the external disciple competition was about to begin soon. Thinking of the external disciple competition, Chen Changqing clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. This time he aimed for first place. Although his cultivation was only at the 9th level of chi refinement, his true combat power far exceeded his realm. After all, he practiced the 9 turns chi refinement technique. Generally, cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement only had about 9,000 paths of spiritual energy in their dantian. Yet Chen Changqing had a full 27,000 paths. Awesome. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing felt completely relaxed. System, continue AFK training. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. A melodious bell rang throughout the 7th courtyard. Zong! The bell echoed, spreading across the entire 7th courtyard, causing all the disciples to look up with excitement. They all knew this was the gathering bell of the 7th courtyard. News had spread earlier that the elders of the 7th courtyard would select disciples to participate in the external disciple competition today. Soon, figures began rushing towards the training ground of the 7th courtyard. After hearing the bell, Chen Changqing walked straight out of the house and happened to run into Ranhua. Senior brother Chen. Ranhua excitedly approached. After a brief glance, Ranhua's heart trembled, and he involuntarily exclaimed, Senior brother, you haven't broken through again, have you? Although he couldn't sense Chen Changqing's exact cultivation level, he noticed that Chen Changqing seemed stronger than the last time they met. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and replied, just a lucky little breakthrough. Hearing this, Ranhua forced a smile and secretly muttered, another lucky breakthrough? If only I could have such luck. After that, the two of them walked together towards the training ground of the 7th courtyard. By the time they arrived, the center of the field was already filled with over 100 disciples from the 7th courtyard, bustling and lively. The appearance of Chen Changqing and Ranhua did not attract much attention. After all, they had always been unnoticed in the 7th courtyard. So this is the training ground of the 7th courtyard? I wonder when I will be able to train here. Ranhua sighed quietly. Although he and Chen Changqing were disciples of the 7th courtyard, their responsibility was to guard the mountain gate. One was responsible for opening the door in the morning, and the other for closing it in the evening. Disciples who could focus on training in the 7th courtyard's training ground were naturally of exceptional talent. Chen Changqing remained indifferent, unconcerned. While it was indeed nice to train in the 7th courtyard training ground, he didn't mind. With the AFK training system, it was the same no matter where he trained. Soon, several figures appeared. Chen Changqing was not unfamiliar with these people. They had previously gone to Qingxi village together to carry out a mission. With their arrival, an immediate stir arose. Look, it's senior brother, Zhao, and the others. I heard they just eliminated a group of demonic cultivators a few months ago, led by Elder Lu Mu. It seems senior brother Zhao and the others have improved their strength again. They will definitely be in this external disciple competition. The disciples of the 7th courtyard were buzzing with discussions, and at that moment, a graceful figure in white floated in, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. The woman's skin was snow white, her expression cold, and her perfect figure contrasted sharply with the chill on her face. It was none other than Lu Ruyan from the 7th courtyard. With Lu Ruyan's appearance, all eyes in the crowd were immediately drawn to her, and many male disciples revealed looks of admiration. Senior Sister Lu is here. Half-Step Foundation Establishment. In this external disciple competition, Senior Sister Lu will surely shine. Just as everyone marveled at Lu Ruyan's beauty, a sharp sword energy suddenly sliced through the air. Clang! Following that, a man appeared, riding a sword. Boom! The powerful pressure of sword energy instantly enveloped the entire area, causing many disciples to turn pale and almost lose their balance. Chapter 19. The first of the 7 courtyards. Brother Qingyang. The list is announced. Before long, the man had already stood firmly in the training ground. Dressed in a blue robe, the man had a stern expression, his gaze sharp like a sword, and a faint sword aura surrounded him. The terrifying pressure of his aura made many disciples feel their breath stagnate, as if they were about to suffocate. Foundation Establishment Stage. Chen Changqing's pupils constricted as he immediately sensed the terrifying aura emanating from this person. Who is he? How can he possess such might? Chen Changqing was slightly startled, secretly thinking that there was such a person in the 7 courtyards. He originally thought that Lu Ruyan was the strongest disciple in the 7 courtyards. But this person in front of him had an aura that was clearly more profound than Lu Ruyan's. In terms of cultivation, he had even stepped into the Foundation Establishment Stage. Just as Chen Changqing was sizing up the man, the disciples of the 7 courtyards had already begun to bow and pay their respects to him. Brother Qingyang, we greet you, brother. All the disciples were respectful. Even Lu Ruyan and the others slightly lowered their heads to show their respect upon seeing the man arrive. The man appeared indifferent, not paying attention to those gazes, and walked straight to the front, standing with his hands behind his back, scanning the entire field. And no one dared to meet his gaze. Qingyang? Who is this person? Chen Changqing muttered softly. He could sense the strong aura emanating from him. Nearby, Ranhua immediately leaned closer to Chen Changqing and whispered, Brother Chen, don't you recognize him? He is Brother Qingyang, the first of the 7 courtyards. In the last outer courtyard competition, he made it into the top 20, and his strength is unfathomable. Oh, Chen Changqing raised his eyebrows. He vaguely felt that this outer courtyard competition was not as simple as he thought. With someone like Qingyang, even entering the top 20 of the outer courtyard competition was impressive. Although I have only reached the 9th level of Qi refining, my true combat power should not be beneath the Foundation Establishment Stage, right? Chen Changqing contemplated silently. After breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining, he had not fought with anyone, and he himself was somewhat uncertain about his specific strength. But in Chen Qingfeng's view, the cultivation method he practiced was the extremely difficult 9 turns Qi refining technique. Even the elder C2 Yuan, who guarded the technique hall, had said that while this technique was powerful, very few could master it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be gathering dust in the technique hall. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Ranhua continued, Brother Qingyang has extraordinary talent. But strangely, even though he clearly has the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard, he's been staying in the outer courtyard for some reason. This time, in the outer courtyard disciple competition, Brother Qingyang is our greatest hope from the 7 courtyards. As he spoke, Ranhua's gaze was fixed on Qingyang, filled with admiration. Chen Changqing paid no mind to this and nodded thoughtfully. To be able to enter the inner courtyard, but not do so, This person named Qingyang is quite interesting, Chen Changqing muttered to himself. With Qingyang's arrival, all the disciples of the 7 courtyards had gathered. Not long after, 3 beams of light approached from afar. Boom! A terrifying pressure enveloped the area. This presence was significantly stronger than Qingyang's, and just sensing it gave a chilling feeling. Fortunately, when the newcomers stood on the platform, they retracted their aura. Upon a closer look, the leading person had a kind face. It was none other than Elder Lu Mu. The 2 people standing beside Lu Mu were the 2 Foundation establishment stage stewards of the 7 courtyards. Upon seeing Elder Lu Mu and the others appear, all the disciples immediately quieted down. Elder Lu Mu scanned the crowd and said, "Everyone, I believe you all know why you have been summoned here today. In 3 days, it will be the outer courtyard competition of our Shu Sect. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to announce the list of 10 people who will represent our 7 courtyards in the competition." After his words, the entire venue held its breath, waiting for the result. To represent the 7 courtyards in the outer courtyard competition was an extremely honorable matter, representing the recognition of the 7 courtyards. Moreover, if one could perform well and achieve a good ranking in the outer courtyard competition, they could receive considerable rewards. If they caught the eye of any peak master from the inner courtyard, they could directly join the inner courtyard. At that time, it would be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, achieving success in one step. After all, the treatment of inner courtyard disciples was completely incomparable to that of outer courtyard disciples, with various cultivation resources readily available. Then, Elder Lu Mu waved his hand, and a jade slip appeared in his palm. As the jade slip slowly opened, Lu Mu read aloud, "Qingyang, Lu Ruyan, Zhao Wuji, Lin Xiao, Han Yi, Fang Han, Zhu Feng, Xiao Yun, Wu Xiujia." The first 9 names were all famous genius disciples of the 7 courtyards, and everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing them, without any dissent. Who could the last person be? Surely, they would also be a prodigy from our 7 courtyards. Just as everyone hesitated about who would take the last spot, Elder Lu Mu directly announced, "Chen Changqing." Upon hearing Lu Mu call out Chen Changqing's name, the entire venue erupted. What? Chen Changqing? Who is that? Is there such a person in the 7 courtyards? The first 9 were all top geniuses. Where did this Chen Changqing come from? What's going on? I have never heard of a Chen Changqing in the 7 courtyards. In an instant, the disciples of the 7 courtyards began to discuss among themselves. They had no objections to the first 9 names announced by Lu Mu, as they were widely recognized. However, they were hearing the name Chen Changqing for the first time. At this moment, countless puzzled gazes searched the venue, yet they could not find the corresponding person. They all wanted to see who this Chen Changqing was, who had been chosen to represent the 7 courtyards in the outer courtyard competition. Ranhua was completely stunned upon hearing Lu Mu's announcement. Chen Changqing? He muttered in disbelief, his head buzzing. It should be known that the disciples who could represent the 7 courtyards in the outer courtyard competition were all the pride of the 7 courtyards. Ranhua had not expected that Chen Changqing would be selected. After a moment of daze, Ranhua finally regained his senses and suddenly turned his head, wide-eyed, to look at Chen Changqing beside him. "Brother, you actually got selected?" As soon as Ranhua's words came out, all the disciples of the 7 courtyards turned their attention to him. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Chen Changqing. Whoosh! At that moment, Chen Changqing became the center of attention. This person is Chen Changqing? I've never seen him before. What qualifies him? He looks ordinary, and he can represent our 7 courtyards in the outer courtyard competition? Just this? This must be a mistake. Letting such a person participate in the competition would surely bring shame to our 7 courtyards. Chapter 20. The Gatekeeper Disciple. The audience was in an uproar, and doubts arose. For a moment, the disciples of the 7 courtyards were indignant. In their eyes, Chen Changqing was unremarkable. In fact, they had never heard his name before. How could such a person be chosen to represent the 7 courtyards in the outer sect competition? Unfazed by the surrounding doubts, Chen Changqing remained calm and indifferent. Earlier, he had a vague feeling that Lu Mu would choose him. This elder Lu truly holds me in high regard. Chen Changqing sighed inwardly. At first, Lu Mu hadn't paid much attention to him, but after he broke through to the qi refining stage, Lu Mu first gave him a bag of low-grade spirit stones to encourage him to cultivate diligently. A few months ago, during the mission to Qingxi village, Lu Mu even brought Chen Changqing along and gifted him the high-grade artifact, Shadow Sword, before they left. The favor was clear. Meanwhile, the previously chosen disciples all turned their gazes towards Chen Changqing. Lu Rian narrowed her beautiful eyes, deep in thought. Strange. What? Why can't I see through his cultivation level? Lu Rian murmured quietly. When she went to Qingxi village previously, she could easily see that Chen Changqing was at the 5th level of qi refining. But this time, she found that she couldn't see through him at all. Could it be that he has some artifact that shields his aura? Lu Rian speculated silently. Qingyang cast a casual glance at Chen Changqing, appearing calm and unruffled. He didn't expect that the last spot would actually go to him. Zhao Wujie sighed, involuntarily recalling the moments when Chen Changqing had killed the demonic cultivators in Qingxi village. Although his cultivation wasn't high, this person had formidable combat power. Previously in Qingxi village, he had indeed killed quite a few demonic cultivators. At the same time, Chu Feng, Xiao Yun, and other disciples who had gone to Qingxi village also spoke up. They had a relatively deep impression of Chen Changqing. Seeing this, Elder Lu Mu on the stage didn't explain much about Chen Changqing, merely lifting the corners of his mouth to reveal a meaningful smile. At that moment, the disciples suddenly remembered something. Their expression changed dramatically as they exclaimed, I remember now. Chen Changqing, the gatekeeper disciple. I encountered him at the mountain gate before, and he was napping lazily against the big gate. With this disciple's words, the scene erupted once more. Upon learning that Chen Changqing was an obscure gatekeeper disciple, the other disciples became even more dissatisfied. What? He is just a gatekeeper disciple? I must be hearing things. Why does he get to represent our 7 courtyards in the Outer Sect competition? He isn't even an official disciple. What qualifications does he have? Did the elder make a mistake? Our 7 courtyards hasn't fallen to the point of sending a gatekeeper disciple to compete, has it? For a moment, the disciples were outraged. Their doubts about Chen Changqing reached a peak. In their view, how could a gatekeeper disciple like Chen Changqing represent the 7 courtyards in the Outer Sect competition? Hearing these discussions, the few disciples who had previously gone to Qingxi village with Chen Changqing smiled knowingly. They had witnessed Chen Changqing's strength and recognized him in their hearts. These guys still don't know how formidable junior brother Chen is. Although he is a gatekeeper disciple, his strength should not be underestimated. Excluding us, he is among the top in the 7 courtyards, Zhao Wujie said with a faint smile. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Qingyang's previously calm expression showed a hint of interest. Just now, he and paid much attention to Chen Changqing. But upon hearing that a disciple had recognized Chen Changqing's identity as a gatekeeper disciple, it piqued Qingyang's curiosity. Now, hearing Zhao Wujie's praise for Chen Changqing, Qingyang couldn't help but glance at Chen Changqing a few more times. Just a gatekeeper disciple, yet he has gone out on missions with people like Zhao Wujie, and it seems he performed quite well. What is so special about Chen Changqing that Elder Lu Mu holds him in such high regard? Qingyang pondered silently. The last time Elder Lu Mu took people out on a mission, he happened to be in seclusion, so he didn't accompany them. He was unfamiliar with Chen Changqing, but could deduce that Lu Mu took Chen Changqing along with the outstanding disciples of the 7 courtyards. This was enough to show Lu Mu's esteem for Chen Changqing. Moreover, Chen Changqing was also among the candidates for the 7 courtyards in the Outer Sect competition. Lu Mu's expectations for Chen Changqing were evident. After a moment's thought, Qingyang felt even more curious about Chen Changqing. At that moment, a burly figure stepped out from the crowd. This person was robust, with a fierce demeanor as he glared at Chen Changqing before turning to Elder Lu Mu on the stage. Elder, I, Zhang Hu, am not convinced. Why should a mere gatekeeper disciple represent the 7 courtyards? I want to compete with him. If I can defeat him, then he should give up the spot. Zhang Hu said angrily, having a cultivation level of the 7th level of qi refining. He originally thought he would definitely be selected this time, even having a chance to enter the inner sect, but unexpectedly, the spot was taken by a gatekeeper disciple. As Zhang Hu spoke, many disciples present echoed him. Yes, Elder. What qualifications does a gatekeeper disciple have? I want to challenge him too. If I can win against him, then I should get the spot for the Outer Sect competition. It's not up to you, let me do it. Chen Changqing, are you willing to fight me? Isn't this bullying? Chen Changqing, how about this? I'll let you use one hand. In an instant, the disciples of the 7 courtyards were incensed, and in their eyes, Chen Changqing appeared to be an easy target. After all, how strong could a gatekeeper disciple be? If they could defeat Chen Changqing and secure the spot for the Outer Sect competition, wouldn't that be a huge gain? Seeing that many disciples were eager to spar with Chen Changqing, Zhang Hu became displeased and quickly said to Elder Lu Mu on the stage, Elder, I was the one who proposed to compete with Chen Changqing first. Elder Lu Mu smiled lightly, slowly raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then, his gaze shifted to Chen Changqing. Changqing, Zhang Hu has some doubts about you and wants to compete with you. What do you think? Chen Changqing's expression was calm as he stepped forward, meeting Zhang Hu's gaze directly, and said, I'm willing to learn. Chapter 21. A single sword suppresses, silence falls over the arena. Seeing Chen Changqing accept the challenge, Zhang Hu grinned, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Junior brother, please draw your sword. In Zhang Hu's view, Chen Changqing, a disciple guarding the mountain gate, couldn't possibly be that strong. He prided himself on having reached the 7th level of qi refinement, making him somewhat well-known among the 7 courtyards. How could he fear an obscure gatekeeper disciple? Hearing Zhang Hu's words, Chen Changqing remained calm and then made a gesture with his right hand. In the next moment, a pitch-black long sword with flickering light along the blade appeared in his hand. It was the high-grade magical weapon, Shadow Sword, bestowed upon him by Elder Lu Mu earlier. Zhang Hu's expression darkened when he saw the Shadow Sword in Chen Changqing's hand, as he faintly perceived its extraordinary nature. At that moment, Chen Changqing looked at him and said lightly, Senior brother Zhang Hu, you probably won't be able to take my sword. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hu widened his eyes and, in a fit of anger, laughed instead. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Chen, you are too arrogant. I want to see what skills you have to speak so boldly. After saying that, Zhang Hu struck a lofty pose, waiting for Chen Changqing to make his move. In his opinion, if he was to defeat Chen Changqing, it had to be done beautifully, so that all the disciples from the 7 courtyards could witness it. He, Zhang Hu, was also a top talent among the 7 courtyards, and this opportunity to participate in the outer door competition was rightfully his. Seeing Zhang Hu's demeanor, Chen Changqing sneered lightly and didn't hold back. He then flipped his wrist, and the shadow sword in his hand suddenly slashed down. Boom! With a surge of vital energy poured into it, the shadow sword unleashed a dazzling sword aura. The sword aura shot out like a rainbow, piercing the sun, instantly pressing forward. What? Not far away. Zhang Hu's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale with fear. Chen Changqing's sword was too overwhelmingly swift. Before the sword aura reached him, he felt his whole body stiffen and shiver in terror. Before Zhang Hu could react, the sword aura that Chen Changqing had released had already struck right in front of him. In a panic, Zhang Hu hurriedly summoned his own low-grade magical sword to defend himself. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound explosion, Zhang Hu was sent flying, and the low-grade magical weapon in his hand was crushed by Chen Changqing's sword aura. In less than a few breaths, he crashed heavily against the stone wall outside the training ground, unable to emit even a single cry of pain, and fainted on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the entire arena fell silent, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. All the disciples from the 7 courtyards stared in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. After a long moment of shock, they finally began to recover. What? I didn't see this wrong, did I? He only drew 1 sword? Is this still the level of qi refinement? What terrifying sword aura! Senior brother Zhang, who is at the 7th level of qi refinement, yet he couldn't withstand a single sword strike? How is this possible? A gatekeeper disciple is actually this strong? The disciples of the 7 courtyards all widened their eyes, their expressions filled with terror. The result came too suddenly. To everyone, it felt like Zhang Hu's challenge to Chen Changqing had not even begun before it was already over. On the high platform, the selected disciples for the outer door competition also had incredulous expressions. Lu Rian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured, "What a powerful sword aura! His strength has already far surpassed the 7th level of qi refinement." Seeing this, Zhao Wuji's heart trembled as he secretly muttered, "That sword strike. Even I might not be able to withstand it." Strength is one aspect, but the high-grade magical weapon also plays a significant role. Elder Lu Mu and the 2 stewards of the 7 courtyards exchanged shocked glances, especially Lu Mu, whose heart was greatly stirred. This child truly is a prodigy. In just a few months, his cultivation has already broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement. He is just 1 step away from foundation establishment. Lu Mu marveled inwardly. He clearly remembered taking Chen Changqing and others to Qingxi village for a mission a few months ago. At that time, Chen Changqing's cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi refinement. Who would have thought that in such a short time? Chen Changqing had already broken through to the 9th level. Moreover, with Lu Mu's keen eye, he could naturally see that Chen Changqing had held back with that sword strike. Otherwise, Zhang Hu would have faced consequences far worse than merely fainting. It seems my previous investment in him was not in vain, Lu Mu said softly, growing more and more satisfied with Chen Changqing and looking forward to his outstanding performance in the outer door competition. On the other side, Qingyang felt his heart tremble. His gaze fixed intently on Chen Changqing. What a powerful sword strike. Can I withstand it? Qingyang felt uncertain, although he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. After witnessing Chen Changqing's sword strike, he inexplicably felt a sense of apprehension. Ran Hua, seeing this situation, was left speechless. Is this still the Chen senior brother I know? He muttered in astonishment. He had been shocked when Chen Changqing was selected by Elder Lu Mu to be one of the disciples from the 7 courtyards participating in the outer door competition. But now, the strength Chen Changqing displayed was even more terrifying. The 7th level of Qi refinement Zhang, who couldn't withstand a single sword strike from him. Could Chen's senior brother truly be human? Thinking of this, Ran Hua couldn't help but shiver. Amidst the astonishment of everyone, Chen Changqing sheathed his sword and stood, casting his gaze over the crowd as he spoke coldly. Are there any other brothers who wish to spar? If not, can I claim the spot for the 7 courtyards in the outer door competition? As Chen Changqing's words echoed, the arena fell into complete silence. Damn! With a single sword strike suppressing Zhang, who at the 7th level of Qi refinement, who would dare to step forward to challenge? That would be asking for trouble. Especially those disciples who had previously boasted about wanting to compete with Chen Changqing now lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze for fear of being called out. After a long while, no one voiced any objections. At this moment, Chen Changqing turned his gaze to Elder Lu Mu on the platform. Meeting Chen Changqing's gaze, Lu Mu smiled with satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. He then took a deep breath and announced loudly, since no one else wishes to challenge Chen Changqing, the list of participants from our 7 courtyards for the outer door competition is now finalized. 3 days from now, I will personally lead you to the venue for the outer door competition. You may disperse now. With a wave of Elder Lu Mu's hand, the disciples of the 7 courtyards began to disperse. After today's battle, Chen Changqing's name was deeply etched in the hearts of all the disciples from the 7 courtyards. Chapter 22. Will the rich and noble forget each other? The disciples of the aristocratic family, as everyone left. Lu Ruoyan gracefully landed in front of Chen Changqing and Ran Hua. Junior brother Chen, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable. In just a few months, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. Such a training speed is likely on par with those prodigies in the inner sect, she said. Hearing Lu Ruoyan's praise, Chen Changqing smiled faintly and replied, Sister Lu is being too kind. I merely had a lucky breakthrough. Lu Ruoyan smiled charmingly, becoming even more interested in Chen Changqing. 3 days from now, let us meet again. I hope that during this outer sect competition, Junior Brother Chen can astonish everyone and bring glory to our 7th courtyard. After saying this, Lu Ruoyan did not wait for Chen Changqing's response and took off on her sword. Ran Hua stood beside them, staring blankly at Chen Changqing. How can anyone say it's just a lucky breakthrough? There can't be that much luck in this world. No one understood Chen Changqing's rapid cultivation speed better than Ran Hua. Although he had started cultivating later than Chen Changqing, he had advanced further in his training. While Chen Changqing was still in the Qi nourishing stage, he had already reached the late stage of body refinement. However, for some unknown reason, Chen Changqing's cultivation speed began to soar, quickly surpassing Ran Hua. Whenever Ran Hua asked about it, Chen Changqing would always respond with claims of a lucky small breakthrough. How exactly does senior brother Chen cultivate? He muttered to himself, genuinely puzzled by how Chen Changqing could achieve such rapid progress. Just as Ran Hua was lost in thought, Chen Changqing glanced at him and said, Ran junior brother, aren't you leaving? Do you plan to stay here to cultivate? At this, Ran Hua came back to his senses. The two did not linger and walked back to their residence together. Senior brother, this Sister Lu is famously aloof in the 7th courtyard, but she seems very warm when facing you. Could it be that she has taken a liking to you? Ran Hua suggested. Chen Changqing smiled faintly and replied, Junior brother Ran, you have too much time to think about these things. It would be better to focus more on your cultivation. Who knows, you might be selected in the next outer sect competition. Hearing this, Ran Hua felt embarrassed and quickly nodded. Senior brother is right. Earlier, in the training field, he had seen Chen Changqing suppress Zhang Hu, who was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, with a single sword strike. Ran Hua immediately admired Chen Changqing. Moreover, he knew that with Chen Changqing's strength, it was highly likely he would be chosen to enter the inner sect for cultivation during this outer sect competition. After pondering this, Ranhua eagerly followed Chen Changqing, fawning over him. Senior brother Chen, remember to not forget your junior brother when you enter the inner sect. With my talent, I don't know how long I will stay in the outer sect. If you could look after me a bit in the future, I could have a more comfortable life outside. Hearing Ranhua's words, Chen Changqing couldn't help but laugh. The outer sect competition hadn't even started, and Ranhua seemed to be convinced he would enter the inner sect. Furthermore, Chen Changqing was very clear that achieving a good ranking in the outer sect competition was not that simple. Just take Qingyang, for example, with his foundation establishment level. He had only made it into the top 20 in the last outer sect competition. Noticing Chen Changqing's silence, Ranhua furrowed his brows. He wondered if his flattery had displeased Chen Changqing. Just as he was about to say something else, a voice suddenly called out from a distance. Junior brother Chen. Hearing this, both Chen Changqing and Ranhua turned to look in the direction of the voice. Upon focusing, they saw a figure slowly walking toward them. Why is he here? Chen Changqing frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the tall figure approaching them. It was none other than Qingyang, the top disciple of the 7th courtyard. Is he here to show me who's boss? Chen Changqing thought. He felt that since he had made a name for himself in front of the 7th courtyard disciples, Qingyang, as their leader, might come to suppress him. Despite his doubts, Chen Changqing maintained a courteous demeanor and clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, senior brother Qingyang. Ranhua quickly bowed in respect as well. Qingyang smiled lightly, his gaze toward Chen Changqing deep and appreciative, saying, Junior brother, you displayed great prowess today. In front of all the 7th courtyard disciples, you suppressed Zhang Hu with a single sword strike. Such strength makes me, as your senior brother, feel somewhat ashamed. Seeing Qingyang being so polite, Chen Changqing humbly replied, Senior brother is overpraising me. May I ask why you're looking for me? Qingyang did not rush to answer, and instead kept his keen eyes fixed on Chen Changqing, as if trying to see through him. Suddenly under Qingyang's scrutiny, Chen Changqing's expression grew serious. After a brief silence, Qingyang suddenly asked, Junior brother Chen, may I know which family you are from, or which dynasty you hail from? In Qingyang's view, Chen Changqing must have an extraordinary background. Such talent and strength might indicate he was a disciple sent by some major power to experience training in Shushan. Chen Changqing was taken aback and shook his head. Senior brother Qingyang might be mistaken. I am just an ordinary person from a small place, hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's response, a flicker of surprise flashed in Qingyang's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. All right, since junior brother is unwilling to say more, I want to pry. That said, Qingyang paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, his tone became much more serious. I hope you will give your all in the outer sect competition in 3 days and bring glory to our 7th courtyard. Chen Changqing nodded and smiled. I will certainly do my best. After that, Qingyang did not linger and turned to leave. Watching Qingyang's receding figure, Chen Changqing furrowed his brows and began to speculate. Is Qingyang here just to ask these questions? Is he testing me in some way? After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing sighed and decided not to dwell on the matter. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On that morning, the bell of the 7th courtyard rang out again. Upon hearing the bell, Chen Changqing hurried to the training ground of the 7th courtyard. By the time he arrived, dozens of disciples from the 7th courtyard had already gathered. Elder Lu Mu stood at the forefront, and when everyone was present, he waved his sleeve and said, Let us set off. Saying this, Lu Mu took the lead and flew away on his sword. Seeing this, Lu Ruoyan and the others quickly summoned their flying swords and followed Lu Mu. Swish! Swish! Chen Changqing was not slow either. He stepped onto his sword and took to the skies, the wind howling past his ears as the scenery below unfolded like a painting. Chapter 23. Master of the 7 Peaks, Master of Battle Sky Peak, and real person Tim was soon, under the guidance of Elder Lu Mu. Chen Changqing and others arrived at the venue for the outer gate competition. The large square was already filled with many outer disciples of the Shushan sect. Everywhere one looked, groups of outer disciples were gathered in 3s and 5s, whispering about something. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. The arrival of the 7th Academy did not attract much attention. Instead, there were some mocking voices that were particularly harsh. The people from the 7th Academy are here. The weakest outer academy, merely here to serve as a backdrop. It seems like the 7th Academy has always ranked at the bottom in the outer gate competition every year, right? If I were a disciple from the 7th Academy, I would be embarrassed to show my face outside. This time, they're probably going to become stepping stones for the other academies again. Hearing these derisive comments around them, the faces of the 7th Academy disciples turned ugly, but they felt powerless to refute them. After all, the 7th Academy was indeed ranked last among the 7 outer academies of the Shushan sect. As a result, the resources allocated to the 7th Academy for cultivation were the least. This put the 7th Academy into a vicious cycle. Without more resources to cultivate talented disciples, naturally, no extraordinary individuals would emerge from within. Consequently, they would not achieve good results in the outer gate competition. This cycle seemed to have no end in sight. After hearing the mockery, Chen Changqing remained calm, his expression unchanged, and his gaze swept across the crowd, feeling no waves in his heart. Strength is the best response. If one does not possess strong strength, they will not earn the respect of others. Elder Lu Mu, upon hearing these comments, appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, there was some turmoil. This year, the 7th Academy cannot rank at the bottom again. Lu Mu quietly sighed, glancing over the disciples participating in the competition, and lingered for a moment longer on Chen Changqing. I wonder if this kid will surprise me in the competition? Lu Mu squinted slightly. In his view, the strength of the other disciples was a constant. However, Chen Changqing was a variable. Perhaps he could shine brightly in this outer gate disciple competition. Seeing Lu Mu looking at him, Chen Changqing smiled slightly. Just then, the crowd in the square suddenly became agitated. Look, the people from the 2nd Academy are here. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing and the others looked over. As they focused, they saw a group of disciples in orange robes stepping through the air. They all exuded a sharp and powerful aura. The 2nd Academy is the second strongest among the 7 outer academies. Their disciples are generally very strong and are the favorites to win this competition. Chen Changqing's gaze swept over the 2nd Academy disciples. He could sense that several of them had extremely powerful auras, even surpassing that of Qingyang. The disciples from the 2nd Academy seem very strong. They might be our formidable opponents in this competition, Chen Changqing quietly remarked. Soon, the disciples of the 2nd Academy, led by their elder, landed in the square. Many disciples rushed forward to greet them warmly, their intentions to flatter and please evident. This scene formed a stark contrast to the derision the 7th Academy faced upon their arrival. At that moment, the sky above suddenly darkened. Boom! Immediately, a powerful pressure descended. Upon sensing this pressure, everyone instinctively looked up. They saw another large group of figures soaring through the air on swords. The 1st Academy. The people from the 1st Academy are here. Seeing the newcomers, the square erupted into excitement. The disciples of the 1st Academy were all dressed in red robes, each with an arrogant demeanor and disdainful glances. Especially the disciples participating in this competition, their auras were strong, clearly at the foundation establishment stage. The talents of the 1st Academy are indeed terrifying. Just sensing their aura is enough to send chills down one's spine. Several foundation establishment disciples. I hope they don't take the top spot in this outer gate competition again. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and many disciples showed expressions of awe upon seeing the 1st Academy's people. Chen Changqing noticed this and frowned slightly. Whether it was the 1st Academy or the 2nd Academy, there were several foundation establishment disciples. Among the 10 selected from our 7th Academy, only senior brother Qingyang has reached the foundation establishment stage. This outer gate competition is bound to be a fierce battle. Chen Changqing murmured quietly. Among the disciples from the 7th Academy attending the competition, Qingyang ranked first with the foundation establishment stage. Next was Lu Ruyan, who was at the half-step foundation establishment stage. As for the others, including Chen Changqing, they were all around the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement. Just as everyone was still in shock at the arrival of the 1st Academy, an unexpected change occurred in the sky. Boom! A loud rumble echoed. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. In the next moment, a figure slowly stepped out from the crack in the sky. This person wore a dark battle robe, with long hair cascading freely over his shoulders. His eyes were as terrifying as the abyss, with faint flashes of thunder within them. The moment he appeared, an incomparably terrifying pressure enveloped him. Under his overwhelming aura, everyone felt as if the heavens were collapsing, and weaker disciples even felt a suffocating sensation. Seeing this, Chen Changqing's expression changed drastically. He could also feel the terrifying pressure coming from the newcomer. How strong? Who is this person? He might be even stronger than Elder Lu Mu. Chen Changqing thought to himself, his expression grave. At the same time, many outer gate disciples present were astonished. What? Am I seeing things? That is, the master of Battle Sky Peak, real person Tianhua, a Yuanian powerhouse. He actually came in person. Many disciples gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. In the Shushan sect, there are inner and outer gates. The outer gate has 7 academies, while the inner gate has 7 peaks: Burning Heaven Peak, Battle Sky Peak, Jinyue Peak, Paksu Peak, Yushu Peak, Qingwan Peak, and Yunchi Peak. Real person Tianbua is the master of Battle Sky Peak, a Yuanying stage powerhouse, and a super strong figure who comprehends the great trends of heaven and earth. After real person Tianbua appeared, his gaze swept across the entire area like lightning. Just receiving his cold gaze made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies stiffening, and it seemed even breathing became difficult. The might of the Yuanying stage is truly terrifying. After a brief scan, real person Tianbua raised his hand, and an ancient token appeared in his palm. Without any delay, he directly tossed the spirit vein into the void. Void realm open. Accompanied by real person Tianbua's shout, the void underwent a transformation. Boom! The token emitted brilliant light, warping the surrounding space. Soon, a portal slowly opened in the void, revealing a small world inside. Then, real person Tianbua's voice boomed as he announced, "This outer gate competition will be presided over by me. The first round of the outer gate competition is to enter the void realm and slay the realm heads. The time limit is 10 days. Each realm head slain will earn 1 point. The top 20 in points will enter the next round of the competition." Chapter 24. The Void Realm opens. Heroes compete. With the announcement from Master Tianbua, the disciples from the 7 outer sects were all excited and eager to try their skills. Chen Changqing noticed this and frowned slightly. Deep in thought, "I thought it would be a competition similar to a ring match, but unexpectedly, it's a challenge mode. They only need to enter the Void Realm to kill the realm beasts, yet they all look so excited." As he pondered, Chen Changqing scanned the surroundings. Many contestants from various sects had fiery eyes. Boom! At this moment, the portal to the Void Realm in the sky had completely opened. Looking around, chaotic energies surged, and faintly, mountains, rivers, and ancient towering trees could be seen within. Upon seeing this, Qingyang's eyes sparkled, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. It was evident that Qingyang was extremely excited. Chen Changqing naturally noticed Qingyang's expression, and his brow furrowed even deeper. Before he could speak, Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and asked, "Senior brother, what's going on?" Qingyang took a deep breath, glanced around at Lu Ruyan and the others, and then explained, "Ruyan, you're new to Mount Shu and are participating in the outer set competition for the first time. Naturally, you don't know the special aspects of the Void Realm." Upon hearing this from Qingyang, everyone immediately became interested. "Senior brother, isn't it just entering the Void Realm to kill realm beasts? Is there anything particularly special about it?" Qingyang glanced around, not keeping it a secret, and directly said, "The Void Realm is extraordinary. It is a small world opened up by a powerful being from our Mount Shu." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback and gasped in surprise. A powerful being? That is an existence beyond the nascent soul. Such a powerful being opening up an alternate space must be extraordinary. Senior brother Qingyang, what exactly is so special? Qingyang sighed and continued, "You only know that there are realm beasts in the Void Realm, but you don't know that there are countless opportunities within the Void Realm. Spiritual herbs, ancient treasures, legacies, numerous beyond counting. There have even been disciples who obtained spiritual treasures inside. Last time, in the competition, a disciple from the Second Institute found an ancient sword technique deep within the Void Realm and directly advanced to the inner sect." At this point, a glint of fervor flashed in Qingyang's eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing and the others were all shocked. "Wow, there are spiritual treasures? Is what senior brother Qingyang said true?" Everyone was filled with excitement, as they only possessed magical tools. Above magical tools, there are Dharma treasures, and spiritual treasures are even more superior. Further up, there are immortal treasures. No one expected that there would be such treasures in the Void Realm. Besides this, the spiritual herbs and legacies also made everyone eager. Chen Changqing, upon hearing this, also became interested. There's so many good things in the Void Realm. No wonder many people showed signs of impatience after seeing the Void Realm open. It seems that entering the Void Realm this time not only involves killing realm beasts, but also seeking out other opportunities. Just as Chen Changqing was deep in thought, Qingyang nodded and said, "The reason I gave up entering the inner sect is to fight for another chance in the Void Realm. Perhaps this time, I can obtain tremendous opportunities." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, last time in the outer sect competition, Qingyang ranked in the top 20 and gained the qualification to enter the inner sect. But strangely, he did not choose to enter the inner sect, but continued to stay in the 7 institutes. This made many disciples from the 7 institutes curious. After all, entering the inner sect is much better than staying in the outer sect to cultivate. Now, with Qingyang revealing the truth, everyone understood that what Qingyang sought was the treasures and legacies within the Void Realm. Chen Changqing thought to himself, so that's how it is. I thought with senior brother Qingyang's strength, cultivating in the inner sect will be much better than in the outer sect. I wonder what I can gain from this trip to the Void Realm. With this thought, Chen Changqing's eyes were filled with anticipation and expectation. At this moment, Elder Lu Mu turned to look at Chen Changqing and the others, saying with a serious expression, each institute can send 40 people into the Void Realm. You must unite once you enter. Yes, Elder. The disciples responded in unison. 40 people? Chen Changqing was slightly surprised. 3 days ago, in the 7 institutes, Elder Lu Mu and 2 deacons announced the names of the 10 disciples participating in this outer sect competition. He thought that only those 10 would enter the Void Realm. He didn't expect the number to increase to 40. Seeing Chen Changqing's puzzled expression, Qingyang smiled and explained, Junior Brother Chen, the 10 selected earlier are the elites of our 7 institutes, while the remaining 30 are chosen from the ordinary disciples. You should understand that the elites carry more expectations. The 7 institutes are not just sending the 10 of us into the Void Realm. With Qingyang's explanation, Chen Changqing immediately understood. According to senior brother Qingyang, there are many opportunities in the Void Realm, but each time only a limited number of disciples can enter. Otherwise, those big shots from Mount Shu would have probably already entered personally. Just as Chen Changqing was pondering, Master Tianbua, floating in midair, spoke. The Void Realm has fully opened. The outer sect disciples participating in this competition may now enter. With Master Tianbua's announcement, the disciples from various institutes flew into the Void Realm on their swords. Chen Changqing and the others were no exception. As soon as they entered the Void Realm, a system prompt suddenly echoed in Chen Changqing's mind. Ding! Detected A. Would you like to change the change? Chen Changqing chose to change without a second thought. It turns out that they can also be changed. What a pleasant surprise. While Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Qingyang and the others had already scattered. Junior Brother Chen, good luck. Lu Ruyan smiled charmingly at Chen Changqing and then transformed into a streak of light, flying away. Seeing this, Chen Changqing didn't mind. He knew very well that if it were just about killing realm beasts, acting together would provide more security and lower the risk. But in the Void Realm, there are not only realm beasts, but also many opportunities. In such a situation, everyone naturally thought about acting alone. An innocent man suffers from having a gem. If he were to obtain some treasure or legacy and others found out about it, it would be troublesome. Coming back to his senses, Chen Changqing casually chose a direction and flew out on his sword. Not long after flying out, a roar suddenly came from ahead. Roar! Chen Changqing stopped and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a pitch-black wolf-like monster suddenly lunging towards him. Chapter 25. The Path of Robbery, Point Skyrocket. Seeing this, Chen Changqing's expression remained indifferent. Is this the beast of the Void Realm? Its strength isn't impressive, only at the first level of Qi refinement. In just a few breaths, the black wind wolf had rushed to Chen Changqing's side, opening its mouth wide as a black whirlwind shot towards him. Chen Changqing's eyes turned cold, and he quickly formed a hand seal. Slash! With a finger pointed out, the Changqing sword, under the influence of the sword control technique, transformed into a streak of light and shot out. Whoosh! The sword light sliced through the black whirlwind. The residual force did not diminish, and in an instant, it reached the black wind wolf. Bang! Before the black wind wolf could react, its body was instantly cut in half. Just as Chen Changqing killed the black wind wolf, the identity token hanging at his waist suddenly emitted a brilliant glow. Looking again, he found that a number 1 had appeared on the front of the token. Chen Changqing glanced down at his identity token and smiled lightly, saying, 1 point of contribution obtained. Then, without thinking much, he continued to rise on his sword. At the same time, in the Void Realm, other disciples from the outer sect were also beginning to kill the beast to seek opportunities. The disciples of the 4th courtyard formed battle formations, and wherever they went, the beasts fell one after another. Several disciples from the 3rd courtyard killed their way into a valley rumored to contain spiritual herbs. A fat disciple from the 5th courtyard pulled out a map and said slyly, "The treasure map left by my senior brother last time will be of great use this time." It was not hard to see that some of them were here for rankings. Therefore, they worked exceptionally hard when killing the beasts. Of course, many others were just here to take advantage of the Void Realm. When encountering powerful beasts, they chose to bypass them directly. As they were focused on the treasures and inheritances within the Void Realm, there was no need to clash with the beasts. After all, for ordinary disciples, the hope of entering the inner sect was slim, so it was more practical to seek some treasures while they had the chance. If they were lucky enough to find something like a spiritual treasure, it would be a huge leap. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days, Chen Changqing, controlling the Changqing sword, had already killed 300 beasts. Among them, the strongest beast had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, comparable to the elite disciples of the 7 outer sect courtyards. However, for Chen Changqing, this level of strength was clearly not enough, although he was also at the 9th level of qi refinement. The cultivation method he practiced was the 9 revolutions qi refinement technique, which meant that the vital energy in his body was 3 times that of ordinary disciples. Furthermore, he had broken through to the qi refinement stage from the extreme realm of body refinement. Since he hadn't encountered stronger beasts, Chen Changqing didn't have a precise judgment of his own strength. However, in his view, even if he faced a beast comparable to the foundation establishment stage, he could still fight back. Too slow. The efficiency of killing beasts like this is simply too low. After 10 days, the points he earned would likely not even make it into the top 20. Chen Changqing stopped in a valley and looked down at his identity token, which now showed 300 points. Just then, he suddenly heard some commotion not far away. Huh? Chen Changqing turned to look and saw several figures emerging from the dense forest with ill intentions. Before long, this group surrounded Chen Changqing completely. From the 6th courtyard, Chen Changqing assessed the attire of the newcomers, all wearing identical blue robes. Seeing Chen Changqing hesitate, the leader, a man, coldly said, "You from the 7th courtyard. If you know what's good for you, hand over your points, or don't blame us for being rude." Chen Changqing was taken aback, slightly surprised. You can hand over points after obtaining them? Hearing this, the leading disciple from the 6th courtyard scoffed and said, "Looks like you entered the Void Realm without knowing anything. In the Void Realm, it is allowed to seize points. The premise is, you must have a strength." Saying this, the man reached out his hand and added, "Hand over your identity token obediently." Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he said meaningfully, "So it can be done this way. Why didn't I think of that?" Before he finished speaking, Chen Changqing's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from his spot. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, loud crashing sounds echoed. The disciples from the 6th courtyard, who had surrounded Chen Changqing, hadn't reacted yet before they were sent flying by his lightning-imbued punches. Before long, the 6th courtyard disciples who had planned to rob Chen Changqing were all left bruised and battered, looking like pigs' heads. "Now, it's your turn to hand over your points." Chen Changqing stood with his sword, looking down at the curled-up disciples from the 6th courtyard. Their faces turned pale, trembling in fear. They had originally thought that encountering the 7th courtyard's people would let them pick up a bargain. Who would have thought that Chen Changqing's strength was so terrifying? Left with no choice, they could only grit their teeth and hand over their identity tokens. With the information provided by the 6th courtyard disciples, Chen Changqing pressed the tokens he obtained against his identity token. Soon, he saw the point from the 6th courtyard disciples' tokens transfer to his own. After this operation, Chen Changqing's original 300 points increased to 500. Robbing others for points was much faster than hunting beasts for points. Chen Changqing smiled with satisfaction, casually tossing the identity tokens with 0 points back to the 6th courtyard disciples, and elegantly took to the skies on his sword. After tasting the sweetness of this method, Chen Changqing fully unleashed his capabilities and began his path of robbery for points. He no longer focused solely on hunting beasts, but instead specifically sought out disciples from other courtyards. 3 disciples from the 5th courtyard, having just joined forces to kill an 8th-level qi refinement beast, were still celebrating when Chen Changqing forced them back with a sword, compelling them to hand over their points. A disciple from the 3rd courtyard, skilled in stealth, was hiding in the treetops preparing for a sneak attack, but was struck down by Chen Changqing's sword energy. Admitting defeat and handing over their points, there were also other disciples with the intention of robbing points from others. But they encountered Chen Changqing's black-on-black tactics and had their points seized. At this moment, in a hidden cave within the Void Realm, Chen Changqing was counting his gains. Not bad, not bad. In a short time, my points have already reached 1,000. As he spoke, Chen Changqing glanced at his identity token, which now displayed 1,000 points. Robbing points was indeed much faster than killing beasts. At this time, outside the Void Realm, in a vast square, the people from the 7 outer sect courtyards were constantly watching a pillar. On that pillar, the points leaderboard was being updated in real time. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, who is that Chen Changqing? How did he suddenly jump to third place on the points leaderboard?" Chapter 26. Points Part 3. Upon hearing the shout, the others present turned to look. Sure enough, they saw Chen Changqing's name ranked in the top 3 on the points leaderboard. What's going on? I remember Chen Changqing was outside the top 50 before. How did he surge to third place in such a short time? Could he be cheating? Impossible. The rules of the Void Realm are strict. Who would dare to cheat? Just as everyone hesitated, the disciples from the 7th Academy cheered one after another. Is it Senior Brother Chen? He really is impressive. I knew he could break into the top 10. He is truly bringing honor to our 7th Academy. At the same time, the elders from the outer sects also noticed Chen Changqing. When did the 7th Academy produce such an outstanding disciple? This was unheard of before. To be ranked in the top 3 at this moment, barring any accidents, he should be able to secure a place in the top 20 before the first round ends. I didn't expect that old man Lu Mu was hiding such a talent in Chen Changqing. The elders of each academy whispered to each other. Seeing a disciple from the 7th Academy in the top 3 on the points leaderboard was indeed a refreshing surprise for them. Elder Lu Mu, upon seeing the leaderboard, was stunned. Chen Changqing? Third? He found it hard to believe and quickly rubbed his eyes, fearing he had seen it wrong. Although he had high expectations for Chen Changqing before, seeing him reach third place on a leaderboard at this moment exceeded his expectations. My judgment was not wrong. I wonder if this kid can bring even greater surprises later on. Lu Mu was filled with excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, within the Void Realm, Chen Changqing was unaware that he had ranked 3rd on the points leaderboard, nor did he know the commotion it had caused. At this moment, he was focused on his looting endeavors. Boom! Suddenly, a fierce battle fluctuation came from afar. Chen Changqing quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Even from a distance, he could see sword energy crisscrossing and spiritual power surging. Is someone fighting a realm beast? Or are the disciples from the 7 academies competing against each other? This fluctuation seems significant. Chen Changqing muttered to himself, raising an eyebrow, and flew out on his sword. For him, it didn't matter who was fighting ahead. There was profit to be gained. If disciples were slaying realm beasts, he would seize their points. If it was a conflict between disciples, he would still take their points. As long as he encountered them, their points would become his. Before long, Chen Changqing arrived at the scene of the battle. Looking around, Chen Changqing frowned. Senior Sister Lu? He saw Lu Ruyan being besieged by a group of people not far away. The young man at the forefront, dressed in an orange robe, exuded a terrifying aura, and was actually at the Foundation establishment level. The others, also in orange robes, were not weak either at the 8th or 9th layer of chi refinement. At this moment, the leading young man repelled Lu Ruyan's attack with a sword and sneered, "Junior Sister Lu, obediently hand over your points or suffer the consequences." Lu Ruyan had blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly injured. She wielded a sword in front of her, its cold light gleaming, and coldly snorted, "Humph. You want my points? Dream on." Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "You're asking for trouble. Form the formation." With the young man's command, the few disciples surrounding Lu Ruyan quickly formed a formation, intertwining their spiritual power into a net that heavily restrained Lu Ruyan. As Lu Ruyan was about to be unable to hold on, a voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, a few big men are bullying a woman. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, the young man and his companions were taken aback and quickly looked towards the source of the voice. They saw Chen Changqing lazily walking forward. Junior Brother Chen? Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened upon seeing him, filled with joy. She had previously gone to Qingxi village to carry out a mission with Chen Changqing and had witnessed his strength firsthand. So many demonic cultivators had perished at his hands. But then, she felt a tinge of worry. This group of people was from the 2nd Academy. The leader, Cui Hao, was at the Foundation establishment level. Although she couldn't see through Chen Changqing's cultivation, she was sure if he could defeat a Foundation establishment cultivator. Just as Lu Ruyan was lost in thought, Cui Hao narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Chen Changqing. I thought he was someone important, but it turns out he is just from the 7th Academy. Just a chi refinement level. And he thinks he can come to save your senior sister? As he spoke, Cui Hao's expression relaxed, looking at Chen Changqing with disdain. In his view, as long as it wasn't someone from the 7th Academy's Qingyang, he wouldn't fear anyone else. Chen Changqing paid no mind to Cui Hao's mockery. Before this, he had never fought against a Foundation establishment cultivator. Today was just the right opportunity to practice against Cui Hao. At this moment, Chui Hao looked at a disciple beside him with amusement and said, Kong Ning, this kid is yours to deal with. Kong Ning nodded and said, Don't worry, senior brother. I'll make him regret sticking his neck out. Saying this, Kong Ning stepped forward, grinning savagely as he looked at Chen Changqing and said, Kid, if you want to be a hero saving the beauty, you need to have the strength to back it up. Shut up. Chen Changqing coldly replied, casually glancing at Kong Ning, then provocatively made a beckoning gesture with his hand. Kong Ning was infuriated by this and gritted his teeth. You're asking for death. With an angry shout, Kong Ning said no more, his aura erupting violently, revealing his Qi refinement 9th layer cultivation. Looking again, he had transformed into a streak of light, charging straight at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing stood still, his expression unchanged. As Kong Ning approached, he didn't hold back and threw a punch in response. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Kong Ning's attack instantly crumbled under the force of Chen Changqing's punch. The overwhelming power pierced through the air and struck Kong Ning solidly in the chest. Puff! The next moment, Kong Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, flying away like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. No one expected that with Kong Ning's Qi refinement 9th layer cultivation, he would be sent flying by Chen Changqing with just one punch. How is this possible? Did I see that wrong? Brother Kong was just sent flying by him with one punch? What's going on? What kind of strength does this kid have? The disciples from the second academy stared in disbelief, their faces filled with incredulity. Chapter 27. 7 Killing Sword Formation, Foundation Establishment. A single punch breaks it. At the same time, when Chui Hao saw this situation, his pupils suddenly contracted and his expression changed dramatically. How could this happen? He was also at the Qi refining level. How could he possibly defeat Kong Ning with just one punch? Chui Hao secretly muttered, his heart filled with shock. It should be known that even if it were him making a move, he wouldn't be able to defeat Kong Ning so easily. After all, Kong Ning had the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refining. Yet, Chen Changqing here suppressed him with just one punch. This kid is suspicious. After a moment's thought, Chui Hao immediately made this judgment. He felt that Chen Changqing's strength was likely more than just the 9th level of Qi refining. At the same time, Lu Rian was also deeply shaken upon witnessing this scene. What? Kong Ning at the 9th level of Qi refining couldn't withstand a single punch? How strong is junior brother Chen? Lu Ruyan whispered to herself, increasingly feeling that she couldn't see through Chen Changqing. At this moment, Kong Ning had already crashed to the ground not far away, unable to even let out a scream before losing consciousness on the spot. Chen Changqing's expression remained indifferent as his gaze shifted to Chui Hao. The people you sent are neither impressive nor useful. How about you come out yourself? While speaking, Chen Changqing beckoned to Chui Hao with a finger. Seeing this, Chui Hao's expression turned extremely dark. His teeth gritted as if he wanted to swallow Chen Changqing whole. Form a formation. Let's teach this arrogant kid a lesson together. The next moment, Chui Hao roared. Instead of choosing to face Chen Changqing alone, he called on other disciples to form a formation against him. Boom! Hearing Chui Hao's command, the remaining disciples of the second courtyard quickly summoned their long swords. Whoosh! In a brief moment, the sword formation led by Chui Hao was completed. Looking around, the sword energy intertwined into a net. Chen Changqing stood in place, his expression unchanged, calmly saying, Not daring to fight me one-on-one. Brother, your foundation establishment cultivation has been in vain. Chui Hao, upon hearing this, was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't respond, only coldly commanding, Rise. Then, the sword formation under Chui Hao's control pressed straight down towards Chen Changqing. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the sword light poured down like a waterfall, and a killing intent surged. Lu Ruyan, seeing this, couldn't help but turn pale, her heartbeat quickening. 7 killing sword formation? Chui Hao has actually developed a killing intent. Lu Rian was alarmed, naturally realizing that the power of the sword formation summoned by Chui Hao and the others was extraordinary. Those at the Qi refining level would likely find it hard to survive under this sword formation. The more she thought about it, the more worried Lu Rian became. But she had no way to intervene. Chen Changqing remained in place, his expression still indifferent. Facing the overwhelming sword energy, he showed no sign of concern. As the sword formation descended upon him, Chen Changqing retaliated with a Thunder God fist. Boom! With a punch, lightning surged. Immediately, a visible fist force tore through the air. Wherever it passed, the sword energy shattered and the formation patterns collapsed. What? How is this possible? Chui Hao's pupils shook before he could react. The main sword of the formation he controlled snapped in response. Boom! Following that, the violent fist force erupted like a flood, sweeping away. Poof, poof. The few Qi refining disciples holding the sword formation all spat out blood and flew backward. At the same time, Chui Hao was also blown back by the terrifying fist force, feeling as if his insides were being tossed around, his organs seemingly wanting to shift positions. Before he could stabilize himself, Chen Changqing's figure suddenly disappeared from his spot. When he looked again, Chen Changqing had already dashed to his side. What? Such speed? Seeing Chen Changqing appear before him like a ghost, Chui Hao's mind shook. Chen Changqing gave Chui Hao a cold smile and retaliated with a punch. Upon seeing this, Chui Hao's face turned pale with horror. In his panic, he hurriedly tried to defend himself. Bang! A terrifying punch explosion échoué. The air shattered and shockwaves rolled. Chui Hao screamed, his body flying back like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the mountainside. Then, Chen Changqing stepped forward, looking at the gasping Chui Hao, and directly took the points from his identity token. If you want to rob someone else's points, you must be prepared for your own points to be stolen. After saying this, Chen Changqing turned around casually. Chui Hao stared at Chen Changqing with bloodshot eyes, unable to believe that he, a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, had been defeated with a single punch by someone at the Qi refining level. No, it's impossible. He couldn't stop shaking his head, unable to accept this fact. On the other side, Lu Ruyan was also shocked by the scene before her face filled with disbelief. Chen Changqing not only broke the 7 killing sword formation with a punch, but also defeated Chui Hao, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment, with a single punch. As Chen Changqing approached, Lu Ruyan's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock as she stammered. Junior brother, you. Chen Changqing didn't pay much attention to Lu Ruyan's astonishment and said lightly, why would senior sister be targeted by them? Lu Ruyan forced herself to suppress her shock and smiled bitterly. I originally brought a few junior brothers from the 7th courtyard to hunt beasts in the realm, but we were ambushed by disciples from other courtyards and ended up separated. Here, I encountered Chui Hao and the others from the 2nd courtyard. Seeing me alone, they naturally had ill intentions and wanted to rob me of my points. Chen Changqing nodded, and then took the identity tokens of the other disciples from the 2nd courtyard, allowing Lu Ruyan to collect the points within. For this, Lu Ruyan was extremely grateful, and her affection for Chen Changqing grew immensely. After that, Chen Changqing and Lu Ruyan teamed up to roam around, robbing points from disciples of other courtyards. After a round of plundering, the points in Chen Changqing's identity token had reached 2,300 points in the plaza outside the Void Realm. With the surge in Chen Changqing's points, his ranking on the leaderboard rose once again, causing a stir among the various courtyards. Look, Chen Changqing has risen again. What? 2nd place? Hiss. When did the 7th courtyard produce such a character? Chen Changqing? I've never heard of him before. In the 7th courtyard area, Elder Lu Mu laughed heartily, his wrinkles smoothing out. Good. This kid Changqing is truly bringing glory to me. The elders of several other courtyards, at this moment, all wore gloomy expressions. The 7th courtyard had always been at the bottom among the 7 outer courtyards, and now that Chen Changqing had suddenly risen, it naturally made them feel displeased. At the same time, within the Void Realm, Chen Changqing and Lu Ruyan arrived at a valley shrouded in mist. From a distance, they saw many people gathered there. So many people are confronting each other here. Could it be that they have discovered some treasure? Chen Changqing narrowed his eyes, considering this possibility. Around the valley, disciples from various courtyards were on high alert, and within the deeper parts of the valley, figures stood on swords. One of them was not unfamiliar to Chen Changqing. It was Xingyang, the senior brother of the 7th courtyard. Below the 4 confronting figures in the valley, another object emitted a brilliant golden light, dazzling to behold. It was clear that beneath the golden light lay a precious treasure. Xingyang and the others were confronting each other here, evidently for this item. Chapter 28. The Battle for Treasure. Fishing in Troubled Waters? At this moment, inside the valley, Xingyang and the other 3 were still in a standoff, all exuding a fierce aura. Everyone knew that the golden light emanating from the valley below was certainly not an ordinary object. If obtained, it might bring great fortune. Amidst the silence, someone spoke first. This item, I Yawn want it. The speaker was a young man in a red robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back on a flying sword, his expression full of arrogance. Yawn was tall and handsome, his long crimson robe adorned with golden flame patterns, and only family crest faintly visible at the cuffs. He was a prodigy from the Outer Sect's first courtyard, with foundational cultivation. Moreover, he was a direct descendant of the renowned Li family in the Shushan sect. Many prominent families sent their disciples to train in the Shushan sect. Earlier, Lu Rian had speculated about Chen Changqing, noticing that Elder Lu Mu was especially attentive to him, wondering if he was from a prominent family. Later, she found out that Chen Changqing was merely a disciple guarding the mountain gate. Oof. Hearing Li Yang's words, Qingyang couldn't help but snort coldly. Li Yang, what a big mouth. Just because you say you want it, it becomes yours? Treasures belong to those who are capable of obtaining them. Qingyang's face was stern, showing no signs of backing down. Although Li Yang had an extraordinary background and was at the foundational level, Qingyang was not one to be intimidated. The reason he had chosen to stay in the Outer Sect's 7th courtyard instead of entering the Inner Sect was to re-enter the Void Realm. Now that he had finally encountered a rare treasure, how could he possibly let it go? Upon hearing Qingyang's words, Li Yang's expression darkened, and he looked quite displeased. Just as he was about to say something, when Liang from the 2nd courtyard spoke up first, Senior Brother Qingyang is right. Good things naturally belong to those who are capable. This treasure is also of interest to our 2nd courtyard. One Liang, dressed in an orange robe, was a foundational disciple of the 2nd courtyard, with an elegant appearance and narrow, shrewd eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Despite his seemingly humble demeanor, he was actually very deep-minded, and many disciples in the 2nd courtyard looked up to him. No one dared to underestimate him. At that moment, a loud voice came from not far away. Why waste so many words? Whoever grabs it first gets it. The speaker was a tall, muscular man, with bulging muscles and visible scars under his yellow robe, clearly a tough character. He was Meng Zhou, a foundational disciple from the Outer Sect's 4th courtyard. As Meng Zhou spoke, the atmosphere on the scene became tense. Qingyang's face was solemn, fully aware that to obtain the treasure in the valley below today would likely require a fierce battle. Yet none of the 4 made a move first. They were not foolish. The first person to act would undoubtedly become the target of the other 3, and in the ensuing treasure contest, they would surely be at a disadvantage. Thus, the 4 continued to confront each other in the valley for quite some time. Boom! At that moment, the golden light below the valley surged once again, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy swept out. Seeing this, the 4 of them could hardly contain their impatience. If they continued to wait, they would surely attract more people. Strike first. A resolute look flashed in Qingyang's eyes. He steeled his heart and directly flew down towards the valley on his sword. Almost simultaneously, Liang, Wen Liang, and Meng Zhou also made their moves. Before the 4 reached the valley below, they had already engaged in fierce combat. Boom! 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 Bang bang. In an instant, spiritual energy clashed, and the airwaves surged. The 4 foundational disciples fought fiercely, their power terrifying. The disciples guarding the valley outside watched in shock, none daring to intervene. Meanwhile, outside the valley, Chen Changqing's gaze turned fiery upon witnessing the scene. They were fighting. The object that could provoke a struggle between 4 foundational disciples was undoubtedly not an ordinary item. After some thought, Chen Changqing turned to Lu Ruyan beside him and smiled. Sister Lu, take care of yourself from here on. In Chen Changqing's view, this was a rare opportunity. Since he had encountered it, there was no reason to let it slip away. Moreover, he had been on the path of robbery these past few days. Who was he not to rob? Hearing Chen Changqing's words, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes narrowed. Junior Brother Chen, you, be careful. Originally, she intended to persuade Chen Changqing not to get involved, but then she thought she was worrying too much. Although Chen Changqing was only at the 9th level of Qi refining, he had previously broken the 7 Killsword formation with his own strength against the likes of Cui Hao from the 2nd courtyard. Even Cui Hao, with foundational strength, was not his match and was directly suppressed by a punch. Is my sister concerned about me? Chen Changqing smiled at Lu Ruyan. Huh? Lu Ruyan was taken aback by Chen Changqing's flirtatious words, caught completely off guard. Before she could react, Chen Changqing's figure flashed, and he was already flying towards the valley on his sword. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan let out a long sigh, mumbling, at this time he still has the mood to tease me. Shortly after, Chen Changqing arrived at the valley's entrance. The disciples guarding the area all became tense upon seeing him, looking at Chen Changqing with vigilance. Who are you? You can't enter this valley. Get out of here. From the 7th courtyard? Don't even think about mingling here at the Qi refining level. Hurry up and leave. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, we'll take your points. For a moment, the disciples from various courtyards shouted loudly. Although they could not concern themselves with what was happening inside the valley, with so many of them guarding outside, they would not allow anyone who was not a foundational disciple to enter. Oh, Chen Changqing was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected his arrival to cause such tension among the disciples. So many disciples were all at the qi refining level. Altogether, that was a significant amount of points. After some thought, Chen Changqing's eyes lit up with excitement. If he could seize the treasure and also reap a wave of points, why not? Hand over your points obediently, and then step aside to avoid bodily harm, Chen Changqing said lightly. As soon as his words left his mouth, they immediately provoked laughter and mockery from the disciples. Huh, did I hear that right? Is this kid out of his mind? Just at the qi refining level. Who gave you the courage to speak so shamelessly? You want to rob our points? I think you're looking for death. Amidst the mockery, a disciple was the first to attack Chen Changqing. Facing the several disciples charging at him, Chen Changqing remained calm. Thunderclap fist. As the few approached, he did not hesitate, countering with a punch. Boom! A terrifying fist force erupted suddenly, the punch like thunder, instantly sending several people flying. Chapter 29. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird waits behind. In just a brief moment, the few disciples who had first attacked Chen Changqing were already thrown to the ground, unconscious. For a time, the entire venue fell silent. The disciples from various academies all wore expressions of disbelief. Just moments ago, they were mocking Chen Changqing. Who would have thought that his strength was so formidable? As the crowd was in shock, Chen Changqing curled his lips, revealing a smile that was intriguing. Whoosh! In the next moment, his figure suddenly shot out. For him, all these disciples present were nothing but walking points. As Chen Changqing rushed over, the disciples from various academies snapped out of their daze. Everyone, don't panic, let us attack together. It was unclear who shouted. Immediately, the disciples from various academies joined forces to attack Chen Changqing with a shared animosity. Boom! Boom! Spiritual energy surged, and attacks rained down on Chen Changqing like a torrential storm. In response, Chen Changqing merely smiled contemptuously. Then, he noticed a surge of lightning in his hands. Boom! In less than a breath, Chen Changqing launched a powerful punch to meet the attacks from the disciples. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by deafening explosive sounds. The attacks from the disciples crumbled to dust under Chen Changqing's thunder fist. The overwhelming force of his punches swept through, sending numerous disciples flying. Puff! Puff! As they flew backward, the disciples spat out blood, unable to even scream before falling unconscious to the ground. Chen Changqing lightly clapped his hands and looked around. The disciples who had been guarding the valley were all unconscious. Next, without delay, Chen Changqing took away the points from the identity tokens of these disciples. Done. Now, the main event was about to begin. After collecting these disciples' points, Chen Changqing shifted his gaze to the depths of the valley. At this moment, intense tremors were still resonating within the valley. Clearly, Qingyang and the other 3 foundation-building disciples were still fighting. In the next moment, Chen Changqing wasted no time and quickly made his way into the valley. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, boom! Boom! Spiritual energy raged, and waves of energy surged. Yawn was surrounded by raging flames, his fists like dragons, each strike causing the void to tremble. Wen Liang's movements were erratic, his fingertips forming seals, conjuring powerful winds that cut like blades. Meng Zhou's fists were like hammers, each blow carrying the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. As for Qingyang, his sword light was like a rainbow, executing sword techniques with great finesse. All 4 were at the foundation-building level, and at this moment, they were fighting with genuine fire, each one exerting their full strength, causing the entire valley to tremble. Boom! Boom! The overwhelming spiritual energy continuously collided, and the terrifying aftershocks swept through. The 4 engaged in chaotic combat, with no specific target, simply wanting to prevent anyone other than themselves from approaching the golden light at the bottom of the valley. Just as the 4 were in the heat of battle, a figure stealthily approached the depths of the valley. It was none other than Chen Changqing. Qingyan, Soda. Chen Changqing raised his gaze to the 4 who were still fighting in the air, and then quickly shifted, darting toward the golden light not far away. In just a few breaths, he arrived, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Haha, this treasure is mine. Chen Changqing was overwhelmed with joy and without hesitation, reached out toward the dazzling golden light. At that moment, the 4 battling in the air finally noticed the situation below the valley. Seeing someone had taken the lead, They all instantly erupted with anger. You dare! Li Yang's eyes widened in fury, his flames surging. He couldn't believe someone would dare to take advantage while they were fighting. Boom! In the next moment, Li Yang abandoned his fight with Qingyang and charged straight at Chen Changqing. Kid, you're looking for death. At the same time, when Liang's eyes glinted coldly, his fingertips quickly forming seals, and as he leaped, blades of wind shot toward Chen Changqing. Where did this brat come from, daring to cut in? Meng Zhou was even more enraged, his fists like hammers, unleashing a violent punch aimed directly at Chen Changqing's back. In less than a breath, the three had reached a tacit understanding and simultaneously attacked Chen Changqing. There was no way they would let a Qi-training disciple snatch away the opportunity right under their noses. Huh? Qingyang furrowed his brow. Chen Changqing? It's actually him. Unlike Yawn and the others, Qingyang recognized Chen Changqing. After all, both he and Chen Changqing were disciples of the 7th Academy, and one of the 10 elites selected to participate in this outer sect competition. After a moment of thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Qingyang's eyes. Having fought against Li Yang and the other three, he had already realized that their strengths were formidable, each on par with him. It was nearly impossible for him alone to seize the treasure from Li Yang and the others. Since that's the case, then it wouldn't be bad to let junior brother Changqing have this opportunity. At least it wouldn't fall into the hands of the other academies. With this thought, Qingyang steeled himself and immediately unleashed a sword strike. Boom! In an instant, the sword light shot forth like a rainbow, cleaving down the path of Li Yang and the others as they charged. The trio's attacks shattered under Qingyang's sword strike, and their previously rushing figures came to a halt. What? Qingyang, are you insane? Can't you see someone is trying to cut in? Li Yang and the others glared at Qingyang, furious. They never expected Qingyang would intervene at this moment. Qingyang, unfazed, smiled lightly and said, as disciples of the 7th Academy, we should support each other. Upon hearing this, Li Yang and the others finally realized. The purple robe Chen Changqing was wearing was indeed from the Outer Sect's 7th Academy. During the brief exchange, Chen Changqing had already reached into the dazzling golden light. However, to his surprise, he found that it was completely empty, with nothing inside. What's going on? Notre Asure? Chen Changqing was taken aback. Before he could gather his thoughts, an inexplicable force suddenly enveloped him. What is happening? Sensing this, Chen Changqing's heart raced. He had expected to obtain some treasure from the golden light, but instead, this was the outcome. Before Chen Changqing could think further, the scene before him suddenly changed. In the next moment, the golden light dissipated, and with it, Chen Changqing's figure vanished without a trace. Seeing the scene below the valley, Qingyang and the others were all stunned. Where'd he go? Li Yang stared in shock, fixated on the spot where the golden light had vanished, his expression darkening to the extreme. Damn it! Wen Liang cursed angrily, murderous intent surging in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. This kid got lucky. He actually succeeded in cutting in ahead of us. Damn it! We'll have to look for other opportunities. Meng Zhou growled in frustration, smashing a massive rock in the valley with a punch. Chape d'Ertant, events de yin swort technique. Then, Meng Zhou was the first to leave. Li Yang and Wen Liang saw this, and, though they were filled with reluctance, the golden light had dissipated, and Chen Changqing had also disappeared without a trace. So they could only give up. Qingyang, you really are something. Such a good opportunity, and you handed it over to a Qi refining disciple. Li Yang coldly glanced at Qingyang and said, I am willing. Qingyang replied, Li Yang snorted coldly, and without lingering, left on his sword, filled with anger. After Li Yang left, Wen Liang subtly glanced over, staring straight at Qingyang. Wen Liang, why aren't you leaving yet? Don't tell me you want to spar with me? Qingyang said coldly. Wen Liang raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile, and said, Qingyang, are you in cahoots with that kid? Deliberately stalling us, so he could seize the opportunity while we weren't paying attention? Hearing Wen Liang's words, Qingyang disdainfully rolled his eyes at him and said, You're overthinking it. I didn't expect him to appear here at this time either. Wen Liang muttered skeptically, Really? Seeing Wen Liang's heavy suspicion, Qingyang's expression suddenly darkened. If you still want to fight me, I wouldn't mind playing with you again. Ha! Upon hearing this, Wen Liang burst into laughter. Forget it. I'd rather save my strength to seek other opportunities. After saying this, Wen Liang didn't wait for Qingyang to say more and left on his sword. Once Wen Liang was gone, Qingyang came back to his senses and looked down at the valley. The golden light had disappeared, and Changqing had also vanished without a trace. He must have been teleported away. Just as Qingyang was pondering, a sound of breaking air came from not far away. Following the sound, he saw Lu Ruyin approaching. Upon seeing Qingyang, she slightly bowed. "Qingyang, junior sister, what are you doing here?" Qingyang asked. Lu Ruyin did not hide it and told him about being surrounded by Cui Hao and others from the second courtyard, and how she was saved by Chen Changqing. Qingyang nodded in understanding and said, "The people from the second courtyard are really overbearing." At this moment, Lu Ruyin's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not see Chen Changqing's figure, her face filled with anxiety. "Qingyang, where is Changqing? Why did he suddenly disappear?" Lu Ruyin's voice trembled, full of worry. Qingyang smiled slightly and reassured her, "Junior sister, there is no need to worry. He must have gained an opportunity. Let us go look for our own opportunities." Hearing Qingyang's words, Lu Ruyin felt slightly relieved. As she was about to leave, she couldn't help but take a glance at the valley below and whispered, "Changqing, you must return safely." At the same time, as the golden light dissipated, Chen Changqing was directly teleported to an ancient cave. Where is this?" Chen Changqing frowned slightly and curiously looked around the cave. As he surveyed, he could see that the stone walls around were engraved with mysterious runes, exuding an ancient aura. At the top of the cave, there was an unknown pearl embedded. The pearl emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire cave. In addition, the ground of the cave was paved with jade bricks, and in the central area, there was a stone platform with an extinguished ancient lamp placed on it. Where have I been teleported to? What about the treasures? Chen Changqing forced a smile. Earlier, he thought there was some incredible treasure within that golden light, which was why he chose to act. Who would have thought he didn't obtain anything and was inexplicably teleported to this cave? Then, Chen Changqing searched around the cave, but found nothing good. What a bad deal. I took such a big risk and got nothing. Chen Changqing sighed. If I had obtained a treasure, it would be fine, but now I have gained nothing and offended a few Foundation Establishment disciples. Just as Chen Changqing was feeling depressed, a sudden change occurred with the stone platform in the cave. He saw wisps of strange, white gas slowly drifting out from the extinguished ancient lamp. Following that, the space above the stone platform seemed to twist, and a phantom slowly condensed. Before long, an elder with an immortal demeanor appeared before Chen Changqing's eyes. This elder had a long white beard hanging down to his chest, and his eyes were like stars. Though just a phantom, he exuded a suffocating pressure. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Changqing was at a loss. Before he could regain his composure, the elder stroked his beard and said, "I am the Qingshu Zhenren. You can enter this place, so you must be a junior of my Shushan." Hearing the elder's words, Chen Changqing quickly reacted. The pressure emanating from the elder made him feel heavy all over. Moreover, since this elder referred to himself as Zhenren, he must be at the Purple Mansion level. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing quickly nodded and bowed to the elder. "Junior Chen Changqing, greetings to Zhenren." Qingshu Zhenren slightly nodded and said, "To see my divine sense means you are a fated person." After saying this, Qingshu Zhenren waved his sleeve, and a book glowing with black gold light flew and landed in Chen Changqing's hands. "This sword technique is what I obtained after slaying the demon cultivators of the Yu Holy Dynasty back in the day, called the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. It is one of the top 10 forbidden arts of the Yu Holy Dynasty. How far you can cultivate it depends on your own fortune, Junior." After finishing this, Qingshu Zhenren's divine sense began to dissipate. Before long, the phantom completely disappeared from Chen Changqing's sight. Furthermore, the original cave environment began to change at this moment. When Chen Changqing came back to his senses, he found himself no longer in the cave, but deep within the valley he had been in earlier. In shock, Chen Changqing quickly lowered his gaze to look at the sword technique in his hands. "Evans the Yin Sword Technique, the forbidden art of the Yu Holy Dynasty?" Chen Changqing's heart trembled. This heaven-slaying sword technique is a renowned forbidden art. It is said that if mastered to perfection, one can even slay the heavens. After a long while, Chen Changqing finally calmed his agitated heart. Then, without thinking much, he quickly opened the book to check. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Heaven-slaying sword technique discovered. Would you like to train automatically? Train. Chen Changqing answered without hesitation. Training the heaven-slaying sword technique on my own is not as fast as the system's automatic training. As soon as Chen Changqing made his choice, the little golden figure before him began to practice, continuously drawing the sword, sheathing it, drawing the sword, sheathing it. Time quietly passed. Unknowingly, 10 days went by. At this moment, on the square outside the Void Realm, the The elders and disciples of the 7 outer courtyards were all eagerly waiting. Look, a disciple has come out from the void realm. Suddenly, an outer courtyard disciple exclaimed. Chapter 31. The top 20 in the points ranking can be promoted to the inner door. Hearing the announcement, everyone looked towards the portal of the void realm in the sky. Under the flickering light, figures gradually appeared. Qingyang, Liyang, Wenliang, Mingzu, Guyao. The disciples coming out of the void realm each descended towards their respective locations. At the same time, the points ranking on a nearby light column finally settled, revealing the top 20 disciples. Chen Changqing was surprisingly among them. Although he wasn't in first place, he held a steady second. Additionally, Qingyang, Liang, and others were also on the list of the top 20. In the area of the second academy, Cui Hao hung his head in disappointment, his teeth clenched in frustration. This was because his score had not made it into the top 20 of the ranking. This also meant that he could not enter the inner door, and would lose his qualification for the upcoming major competition. Damn it, Cui Hao was furious. Junior brother Cui, there's no need to be so angry. If you didn't make it to the next round this time, just work harder next year. When Liang consoled him, senior brother, I'm not reconciled. Cui Hao voiced his frustration. When Liang frowned slightly, surprised that Cui Hao hadn't made it into the top 20. After all, Cui Hao, like him, was at the foundation establishment level. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been too difficult to earn a spot in the top 20. Then, Cui Hao didn't hide it and revealed that he had been robbed of his points in the Void Realm. Someone dared to rob junior brother Cui? Who has such boldness? Wen Liang was astonished. Cui Hao's face darkened as he replied, I don't know the specific name, but that kid is from his 7th academy, and his cultivation level is quite low, still at the Qi refinement stage. From his 7th academy? Qi refinement stage? Upon hearing this, Wen Liang's brows furrowed, and Chen Changqing's face unconsciously appeared in his mind. Could it be that kid who intercepted our opportunity? With that thought, Wen Liang turned his gaze towards the area of the 7th academy. Unfortunately, he did not see Chen Changqing's figure. Meanwhile, in the 7th academy, Elder Lu Mu looked at the returning disciples, such as Qingyang and Lu Ruyan, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Strange? Where's that kid Changqing? Lu Mu muttered to himself. All the disciples from the 7th academy who participated in the first election had returned, yet he did not see Chen Changqing. Lu Mu was very pleased with Chen Changqing. In this first round of selection, he had directly secured 2nd place on the points ranking, bringing great honor to the 7th academy. Qingyang, where is Chen Changqing? After a moment, Elder Lu Mu suddenly looked at Qingyang and asked. Qingyang was taken aback, looking around but not spotting Chen Changqing. Elder, junior brother hasn't come out yet? Hearing Qingyang's response, Lu Mu shot him a glare, annoyed. If he had come out, would I still be asking you? Qingyang felt awkward and quickly said, Elder, there's no need to worry. Junior brother is ranked 2nd on the points leaderboard. He should be out soon. Saying this, Qingyang's heart was still deeply shocked. He couldn't understand how Chen Changqing had obtained so many points. Additionally, he was curious about what opportunity Chen Changqing had intercepted from him and Yawn. Upon hearing Qingyang, Elder Lu Mu said no more and continued to wait. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes were fixed on the portal of the Void Realm. Why hasn't junior brother come out yet? What if something unexpected happened? The thought made her anxious. Earlier, in a valley within the Void Realm, Chen Changqing had taken the opportunity from Yawn and others. Since then, she had not seen Chen Changqing. Although Chen Changqing's points were still intact, there were formidable boundary beasts within the Void Realm at the Foundation establishment level. If Chen Changqing fell victim to a boundary beast, his identity token would still remain, and his points would not be reset to 0. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled Lu Ruyan felt. What's going on? Why? Why am I so concerned about his safety? Lu Ruyan whispered. She didn't know why she was so worried about Chen Changqing. Meanwhile, deep within the Void Realm, in that valley, Chen Changqing suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing in his gaze. The time for the first round is up. I should leave this Void Realm now. Chen Changqing murmured to himself, then communicated with the system. System, extract the results from the Auto-Cultivation. Soon, a response came from the system in his mind. Ding! Auto-Cultivation has ended. Understanding progress of the Sky-Slaying Sword Technique. 3. With the system's prompt, Chen Changqing saw a progress bar for the Sky-Slaying Sword Technique appear on his attribute panel. Seeing this, Chen Changqing was slightly shaken, but after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. This Sky-Slaying Sword Technique was entirely different from other divine abilities. After several days of idle cultivation, he had only reached 3 progress. Following that, he saw streams of golden light pouring out from the small golden figure and quickly entering his body. Soon, various essential meanings of the sky-slaying sword technique were engraved in Chen Changqing's mind. After extracting the cultivation results, Chen Changqing smiled with satisfaction. Just then, he suddenly noticed that his cultivation level had unknowingly broken through the 9th layer of qi refinement, advancing to the early stage of foundation establishment. I have reached foundation establishment. Chen Changqing laughed heartily. Although he had only comprehended 3 of the sky-slaying sword technique, this little progress had greatly boosted his strength. After calming his mind, Chen Changqing didn't linger. With a thought, he summoned the Changqing sword and flew towards the exit of the Void Realm. On the other side, outside the Void Realm, in the plaza, all the disciples from various academies had returned from the Void Realm. Only Chen Changqing from the 7th Academy had yet to emerge. What is going on? Why hasn't Junior Brother Chen come out yet? If he misses the time limit, the Void Realm will close. What if something unexpected happened? The disciples of the 7th Academy discussed among themselves. Lu Mu's brows furrowed, his expression somewhat grim. Lu Ruyin was particularly anxious. Just then, the portal of the Void Realm stirred, ripples appearing in the void. In the next moment, a figure flew out from the portal on a sword. This person, dressed in flowing purple robes, was handsome and striking. None other than Chen Changqing. Junior Brother Chen, Lu Ruyin exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. The surrounding disciples of the 7th Academy were all astonished. After all, Lu Ruyin was known for her cool demeanor in the 7th Academy. Why was she so enthusiastic when facing Chen Changqing? Before long, Chen Changqing landed in the area where everyone from the 7th Academy was gathered. Lu Ruyin was overjoyed and then discovered in surprise that Chen Changqing had actually broken through. Junior Brother Chen, you have broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm? Everyone looked at Chen Changqing in disbelief upon hearing this. Qingyang's pupils contracted slightly as he muttered to himself, Foundation Establishment? Could it be because of the earlier opportunity? Chen Changqing smiled casually and said, just a lucky breakthrough. At that moment, a deep and oppressive voice descended from the sky. The first round has concluded. The top 20 in the points ranking may be promoted to the inner door. Next, we will begin the second round of the Outer Gate Grand Competition. Chapter 32. Insights of the Nascent Soul. The arena competition begins. Hearing the announcement from Master Tianbua, the disciples of the 7 outer sects were all excited. In the area of the 7 sects, Elder Liumu had a look of satisfaction on his face. This time, 3 people from 7 sects made it into the top 20 on the points leaderboard. It is worth noting that, in the last outer sect competition, only Qingyang made it. But this time, in addition to Qingyang, Chen Changqing and Lu Ruyin also entered the top 20. Moreover, Chen Changqing ranked 2nd on the points leaderboard. This achievement set a record for the 7 sects. No disciple from the 7 sects had ever ranked so high on the points leaderboard before. How did that girl Ruyin make it into the top 20? Lost in thought, Elder Liumu frowned slightly and subconsciously glanced at Lu Ruyin. When Lu Ruyin saw that she had also made it into the top 20 on the points leaderboard, her heart was in turmoil. After all, this meant she could be promoted to an inner sect disciple. With her half-step foundation cultivation, the chances of entering the top 20 were slim. However, earlier in the Void Realm, with Chen Changqing's help, she managed to seize many points from disciples of other sections. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyin's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed affectionately at Chen Changqing. At this moment, Chen Changqing stood calmly in place, his expression unchanging. 2nd in the points leaderboard? Chen Changqing murmured to himself, not paying much attention to this ranking. After all, after intercepting the opportunities of Yawn and others, he was transported to Master Qingshu's cave and obtained the inheritance of the sky-slaying sword technique. He had since been passively cultivating and had not sought to seize points again. Otherwise, obtaining the top spot on the points leaderboard would not have been difficult. The first round of the competition involved entering the Void Realm to slay the realm beasts. What about the second round? Chen Changqing pondered. Just then, Master Tianbua continued to announce, the ultimate winner of this outer sect competition will receive a comprehension of the heavens and earth from me. As he said this, Master Tianbua stood with his hands behind his back, his robe billowing without wind, and the laws of heaven and earth subtly flowing around him. Upon hearing this, the entire venue was in an uproar. What? Did I hear that right? Insights from a nascent soul expert? This is an enormous opportunity. If one receives such insights, it will undoubtedly lead to twice the results with half the effort in future cultivation. The disciples below were all shocked. Who would have thought that the ultimate reward for this competition would be a comprehension from a nascent soul expert? At the same time, the elders of the various outer sects also changed expression. Insights from a nascent soul. Only at the nascent soul level can one communicate with heaven and earth and comprehend divine abilities. It is worth noting that this is an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, a transformation that even golden core cultivators dream of. And now it is to be granted to foundation-building disciples. Elder Liuomu's eyes flashed with fervor. He thought that if he could obtain a comprehension from a nascent soul cultivator, he might have the opportunity to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Standing among the 7 sects, Chen Changqing wore a calm expression. Insights from a nascent soul? It seems many are coveting it. As he spoke, Chen Changqing secretly smiled and murmured, "No matter how strong the insights are, they still belong to others. Moreover, for me, these insights are really of no use. Is there anything better than the system's passive cultivation?" Of course, Chen Changqing also knew that while he didn't need it, other disciples were already extremely envious. Just then, Master Tianbu's voice echoed again. The second round of the outer set competition will adopt arena battles. With a wave of his sleeve, a huge white jade arena rose from the ground, surrounded by flickering runes, forming a solid barrier. Boom! The rules of the arena battle were simple. The victor remains, and the defeated retreats. The last one standing can obtain the insights. Looking at the white jade arena in the center of the square, many disciples had fiery eyes. However, the disciples who entered the top 20 on the leaderboard did not rush to the arena. After all, in their view, the first person to step onto the arena would be at a disadvantage. To win the second round of the competition, they would need to defeat the remaining 19. Oof. Seeing that no one was stepping onto the arena for a long time, a cold snort came from the 5th sect area. Looking again, a young man had leaped onto the arena, his aura thick and evidently at the mid-foundation stage. It was El Tianlei from the 5th sect. Who among you wishes to spar? After stepping onto the stage, El Tianlei scanned the crowd, his fighting spirit high. From the 3rd sect, Jiang came to seek guidance. Suddenly, a response came from the 3rd sect area. The next moment, a handsome man flew onto the arena. His cultivation was the same as El Tianlei, also at the mid-foundation stage. "So it's Brother Jiang, please." As soon as he finished speaking, El Tianlei did not wait for Jiang to respond and directly chose to attack. Boom! Seeing this, Jiang smiled faintly and then counterattacked. The two instantly clashed, their spiritual powers colliding, creating waves of energy. El Tianlei's fists were fierce, each strike carrying a mountain-like heaviness. Meanwhile, Jiang's movements were unpredictable, his fingertips forming seals, and countless blades of wind poured down like a torrential rain. In the end, El Tianlei accidentally exposed a flaw and was struck in the chest by a blade of wind released by Jiang, spitting blood and falling off the arena. Jiang from the 3rd sect wins. The judging elder announced loudly. After winning against El Tianlei, Jiang smiled proudly and scanned the outer sections. Who else wishes to spar? From the 2nd sect, Zhou Kuang. Following that, a sturdy man stepped onto the arena with a hearty laugh. Boom! His aura surged, and he was also at the mid-foundation stage. Next, Zhou Kuang engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang. At first, Jiang was suppressed by Zhou Kuang's violent spiritual power. However, he gradually adjusted and eventually knocked Zhou Kuang off the arena. After losing, Zhou Kuang was so angry that he gritted his teeth, wishing to fight Jiang again. On the arena, Jiang smiled proudly and cupped his hands towards Zhou Kuang, saying, "Brother Zhou, thank you for your guidance." Zhou Kuang was so furious that he ignored Jiang and, with a flick of his sleeve, returned to the area of the 2nd sect. Then, Jiang glanced around the various sects and asked again, "Who else wishes to spar?" In the 7 sects area, upon hearing this, Lu Ruiyan's eyes flashed with determination. 7 sects, Lu Ruiyan. Following that, a graceful figure leaped onto the arena, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, and her gaze was cold. "Oh, so it's Sister Lu from the 7 sects." Jiang smiled at Lu Ruiyan, having heard of this cold beauty from the 7 sects. However, upon realizing Lu Ruiyan's cultivation level, Jiang couldn't help but sneer. "Sister Lu, why not just admit defeat directly? A half-step foundation cultivator is not my opponent." Seeing Jiang dismiss her so lightly, Lu Ruiyan's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Without saying a word, she drew her sword. Bang! Unfortunately, facing Jiang who was at the mid-foundation stage, Lu Ruiyan was simply no match for him. Before long, she was knocked off the arena by a punch from Jiang in Chapter 33. Ranked first on the leaderboard, body cultivator Shi Tian, shocking appearance. Seeing Lu Ruiyan's defeat, below the stage, Chen Changqing's gaze sharpened slightly. Compared to these foundation establishment disciples, senior sister Lu's strength was indeed a bit lacking. Moreover, this grand competition was not that simple, Chen Changqing whispered. Naturally, he noticed that Liang, Wen Liang, Meng Zhou, and others had yet to make their move. In the sky, the gaze of Master Tianbua swept across the entire scene, faintly observing everything. At this moment, Lu Rian had returned to the area of the 7th courtyard. Sister Lu. The disciples of the 7th courtyard looked at her, all wanting to say some comforting words, but not knowing what to say. Lu Mu smiled and looked at Lu Ruyan, saying, Ruyan, you have done very well. Among the top 20 on the leaderboard. You're the only one at the half-step foundation establishment level. Some foundation establishment disciples from other courtyards haven't even made it into the top 20. Hearing Lu Mu's words, Lu Rian managed to force a smile. After all, her strength was evident. How could her mere half-step foundation establishment compete with Jiang and who was already at the mid-foundation establishment level? At this moment, Chen Changqing also glanced at Lu Ruyan and said lightly, Sister Lu, victory and defeat are common occurrences. There's no need to mind it too much. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan nodded, feeling much better in her heart. Qingyang saw this, and a resolute look flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he did not hesitate, and with a leap, he flew onto the arena. 7th courtyard, Qingyang. Qingyang's cheerful voice sounded, and the long sword at his waist hummed as the spiritual energy fluctuations of the late foundation establishment level instantly swept across the arena. Seeing Qingyang appear, Jiang's expression grew serious. Everyone knew that Qingyang from the 7th courtyard had been among the top 20 in the last external competition. His strength was not to be underestimated. After a brief pause, Jiang returned to his senses and cupped his fists at Qingyang, saying, Senior brother Qingyang, please give me guidance. Before Qingyang could respond, Jiang's hand suddenly condensed a wind blade. When they looked again, he had instantly slashed out dozens of sharp wind blades, heading straight for Qingyang. Child's play. Qingyang remained indifferent, drawing his sword. Clang! In an instant, a brilliant sword light poured down like a galaxy, shattering all the dozens of wind blades that were flying towards him. Bang! 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 What? Jiang was shocked upon seeing this. In the previous matches, he had won quite easily, but facing Qingyang made him feel immense pressure. After all, Qingyang was at the late foundation establishment level. Just as Jiang was lost in thought, Qingyang flashed, disappearing from his original position. Jiang's expression tightened, not daring to think further, and hurriedly formed a defensive stance. However, before he could complete his defense, Qingyang's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Such fast movement! Jiang's face turned pale. Before he could react, a thunderous sound rang out. Boom! Qingyang's sword hilt struck heavily against Jiang's chest. Puff! Jiang was directly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell straight off the arena. 7th courtyards, Qingyang wins. Seeing this scene, the entire audience was shocked, and discussions erupted. This Qingyang is indeed a seasoned powerhouse who has participated in 2 competitions. Yes, Jiang from the 3rd courtyard is only at the mid-foundation establishment level. How could he possibly be Qingyang's opponent? This arena battle still depends on the competition of the late foundation establishment level. In the 7th courtyard area, many disciples cheered excitedly after Qingyang easily defeated Jiang, and senior brother Qingyang is amazing. Yes, he defeated Jiang and in just a few moves. The two are not even on the same level. I think senior brother Qingyang is very likely to win the title in this 2nd round of the grand competition. Go, senior brother Qingyang. The disciples of the 7th courtyard were greatly encouraged. Lu Mu's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Qingyang with some expectation. Chen Changqing observed this with a calm expression. He understood very well that Qingyang could defeat Jiang and so easily because of the significant strength gap between them. At this moment, there were still many disciples who had yet to step onto the arena. Liang, Wen Liang, and Meng Zhou, among others, had strengths comparable to Qingyang. After all, the 4 of them had confronted each other in the Void Realm before. In midair, Master Tianbua's gaze calmly swept across the arena. The quality of this batch of external disciples is acceptable, but no one has caught my eye yet, Master Tianbua sighed inwardly. He personally presided over this competition to scout potential talents to recruit under his peak after they entered the inner sect. Unfortunately, up to this point, he had not found anyone he was interested in. Just then, a strange noise suddenly came from the square. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Hearing the sound, disciples from various courtyards looked toward it. They saw a towering figure slowly walking out from the 1st courtyard area, and the disciples of the first courtyard quickly made way. Even Liang, who had previously fought against Qingyang, subconsciously stepped aside, indicating the extraordinary status of this person in the first courtyard. First courtyard, Shurtian. Upon stepping onto the arena, the burly youth's voice boomed like thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. What? The top scorer Shurtian has actually made a move? He is a body cultivator, an invincible existence at the same level. Qingyang has encountered a tough opponent this time. Seeing Shurtian, Qingyang's expression grew serious and surprised. After staying in the outer sect for so long, he had heard of Shurtian. There are many ways to cultivate in this world. Body cultivators are a strong category. They rely on unparalleled physical strength and can crush their opponents at the same level. Seventh courtyard, will you admit defeat? Or should I help you? Shurtian grinned, revealing his white teeth. Admit defeat? Qingyang coldly laughed. Although he knew Shurtian was powerful, they hadn't fought yet. So how could he speak of defeat? Fight! With a light cry, Qingyang was the first to draw his sword. As the sword came out, the sword energy surged like a rainbow. Facing Qingyang's approaching sword, Shurtian was completely unconcerned. He stood firm like a mountain, his muscles forged like fine iron, his skin glowing with a bronze sheen. As Qingyang's sword energy approached, Shurtian suddenly stomped his foot, causing the entire jade arena to tremble. Boom! The next moment, Shurtian swung his fist and struck out. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Shurtian's fist collided with the edge of Qingyang's sword, producing a sound of metal clashing. What? He is physically withstanding a spiritual sword? Qingyang was astonished, his face filled with disbelief. Before he could recover, Shurtian burst into laughter. What? Is this all you've got? Even scratching me isn't enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Shurtian suddenly stepped forward. In an instant, the arena exploded. When they looked again, he was already swinging his giant fists, causing the air to explode. Seeing this scene, Qingyang hurriedly employed his movement technique to evade. Comparing movement techniques with a body cultivator, Shurtian sneered, his speed suddenly increasing, charging at Qingyang like a wild bull. Bang! Qingyang was unable to dodge in time and was directly struck in the chest by Shurtian's punch, spitting blood as he flew off the arena. 7 courtyards, Qingyang defeated. Chapter 34. Invincible at the same level? Who else? 7th Academy, Chen Changqing. Upon seeing this, the observing disciples from various academies felt an overwhelming sense of fear. What? Brother Qingyang lost just like that? How is that possible? Ishida is too strong, isn't he? Qingyang is at the late stage of foundation establishment. Yet he was utterly crushed by him? The physical cultivator is terrifying. In the area of the first academy, the disciples cheered and rejoiced. Well done. Brother Ishida is amazing. So what if Qingyang is at the late stage of foundation establishment? In Brother Ishida's hands, he is weak and vulnerable. Being invincible at the same level is not just talk. Now, there is no one left to fight in the 7th Academy. Meanwhile, Qingyang returned to the 7th Academy area, supporting his injured body and looking dejected. Elder I. Qingyang glanced at Elder Lu Mu with a sorrowful expression. Elder Lu Mu smiled slightly and patted Qingyang's shoulder. It's okay, physical cultivators are inherently strong, and this young man is ranked first in points. In this external competition, achieving such results, I'm already satisfied. Our 7th Academy has made a name for itself in the Outer Academy. As he spoke, Lu Mu's face was full of satisfaction. After all, in this external competition, 3 people from the 7th Academy made it into the top 20 of the points leaderboard. Among them, Chen Changqing ranked second. Hearing Lu Mu's words, Qingyang sighed deeply and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Just as the disciples of the 7th Academy were feeling down, Chen Changqing took a slow step forward. Junior brother, what are you going to do? Lu Rian instinctively reached out and grabbed the corner of Chen Changqing's robe. Earlier in the Void Realm, she had witnessed Chen Changqing's strength firsthand. He even defeated the Foundation Establishment disciple Cui Hao from the 2nd Academy with a single punch. But that Cui Hao was only at the early stage of Foundation Establishment. Ishida on the arena is at the late stage of Foundation Establishment. And even Qingyang was easily crushed by him. I want to give it a try. What if I defeat him? Chen Changqing looked calmly at the arena, his expression unperturbed. Before Lu Rian could respond, Qingyang shouted, Impossible. Junior brother Chen, you're only at the early stage of Foundation Establishment, while Ishida is a late-stage physical cultivator. His body is comparable to a magic weapon. Chen Changqing smiled faintly and said, It's fine. Moreover, if you don't try, how will you know if you can do it? Upon hearing this, Qingyang was momentarily speechless. The disciples of the 7th Academy looked at Chen Changqing one after another. Junior brother Chen is right. Even if we fail, we should fail in the challenge. If we don't even have the courage to step onto the stage, that is the real failure. Junior brother Chen, go for it. We support you. That's right. So what if he is a physical cultivator? I don't believe he can truly be invincible at the same level. The disciples of the 7th Academy were excited. At this moment, Elder Lu Mu sighed helplessly and looked at Chen Changqing and said, Changqing, go ahead. Chen Changqing nodded, turned, and focused his gaze on Ishida on the arena. At this moment, Ishida stood on the arena like a mountain, looking down at all directions. Is there anyone else? His voice rang out like thunder, reverberating through the square and causing the air to buzz. The crowd below fell silent. Disciples from various academies lowered their heads, none daring to step onto the stage to confront his might. After all, the strength Ishida had just displayed was too terrifying. Even a late-stage foundation establishment like Xingyang was crushed under him. What could they do if they went up? In the end, they would only be humiliated by Ishida, losing face in front of so many people in the outer academy. In the area of the 2nd Academy, when Liang had a grim expression. Earlier, when he saw Xingyang dominate Jiang on stage, he had thought about stepping up to spar with Xingyang. Who would have thought that Ishida from the 1st Academy got there first? This was fine, but Ishida's displayed strength was frightening. Even if I stepped onto the stage, I wouldn't be a match for Ishida. This time, am I going to let someone from the 1st Academy take the first place in the outer academy competition again? When Liang felt unwilling, yet helpless. At the same time, Meng Zhou from the 4th Academy felt similarly. His cultivation level was the same as when Liang and Xingyang, also at the late stage of foundation establishment. Previously in the Void Realm, they had even fought over treasures. Meng Zhou recognized Xingyang's strength very well, but he never expected that Xingyang would lose so decisively against the late-stage physical cultivator Ishida. Physical cultivators are really strong. Meng Zhou sighed inwardly, knowing he wasn't a match for Ishida and choosing not to go on stage. Seeing the disciples from various academies intimidated by Ishida, the disciples from the 1st Academy held their heads high, their faces filled with pride. It's still Brother Ishida. With his appearance, he stunned everyone from the other academies. With Brother Ishida here, it seems like this year we will be first again. Those useless people from the 7th Academy, do they even deserve to compete? An elder from the 1st Academy stroked his beard with satisfaction, a deep meaning flashing in his eyes. Ishida's true strength is far more than it appears. As an elder of the 1st Academy, he naturally knew Ishida's real situation. The ease with which Ishida suppressed Xingyang was just the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. In the high sky, seeing that no one dared to challenge Ishida on stage, the real person Tianhua's eyes flashed with boredom as he prepared to announce the end of the competition. But before he could speak, a voice suddenly came from the west. 7th Academy's Chen Changqing, please give me your guidance. The voice caused everyone present to tremble. Soon, countless gazes turned toward the figure slowly stepping onto the stage. Chen Changqing? Is that Chen Changqing? The guy ranked 2nd on the points leaderboard? From the 7th Academy? It's actually him. So what if he is ranked 2nd? But he is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he be Ishida's opponent? Is he seeking death? The disciples from various academies were shocked. No one expected that Chen Changqing would choose to challenge Ishida at the last moment. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. In the area of the 1st Academy, Liang stared intensely at Chen Changqing, his eyes burning with anger. It's him? This bastard stole my opportunity. Liang roared inwardly. He recalled the events that occurred in the Void Realm. At that time, he, Xingyang, Wen Liang, and Meng Zhou were confronting each other above a valley, not wanting to miss the treasures inside. In the end, they had a fierce battle. No one expected that while they were in the heat of battle, Chen Changqing sneaked into the valley and snatched the opportunity away. This kid dares to challenge Ishida? He must be seeking his own death, Liang said coldly, thinking that Ishida should just kill this little thief. Chapter 35. Ultimate Showdown equals Strength? 2nd Institute Area. When Liang immediately recognized Chen Changqing at a glance. It was this kid. How bold of him to challenge a late-stage foundation establishment body cultivator. When Liang was secretly astonished and somewhat incredulous. After all, faced with the power of Shurtian, he had already given up on competing for the top spot in this grand competition. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Chen Changqing actually appeared. With only early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he probably couldn't even withstand one punch from Shurtian, right? When Liang squinted slightly, not having any faith in Chen Changqing. He felt that the strength disparity between the two was too great. Damn it, it's this bastard. At the same time, Cui Hao was gritting his teeth in anger, looking at Chen Changqing with eyes full of resentment. Earlier, in the Void Realm, he had surrounded Lu Ruyan with a few disciples from the Second Institute, intending to take all the points from her. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment, Chen Changqing would pop up? Seeing that Chen Changqing only had a cultivation of the 9th level of Qi training, Cui Hao was quite dismissive. However, after a bout, he discovered that Chen Changqing's strength far exceeded his expectations. Not only did he defeat Kong Ning, who also had the 9th level of Qi training, but he also broke through the 7-kill sword array he had set up with one punch. In the end, he took all the points from their identity tokens, causing Cui Hao's points to drop out of the top 20 on the leaderboard. The more he thought about it, the angrier Cui Hao became. After all, he had been certain of entering the inner gate. Now, because of Chen Changqing, he had to stay in the outer gate for another year. 4th Institute area. Meng Zhou also recognized Chen Changqing. This kid? Early stage foundation establishment cultivation? Could it be because of the opportunity he obtained in the Void Realm earlier? Meng Zhou muttered to himself, remembering clearly that Chen Changqing was only at the 9th level of Qi training in the Void Realm. Now, he had actually broken through to early stage foundation establishment, which naturally made him think of the opportunity that had been snatched away. After a moment's thought, Meng Zhou regained his composure and sighed helplessly. Even if he got the opportunity, so what? Facing Shi Tian, a late-stage foundation establishment body cultivator, it simply wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Chen Changqing had arrived at the White Jade Arena. Shi Tian squinted at Chen Changqing and waved his hand, saying, "Junior brother, you should go down. I don't want to bully you." Chen Changqing smiled indifferently, cupping his fists and saying, "Please, senior brother." Seeing that Chen Changqing was still determined to challenge him, a fierce glint flashed in Shi Tian's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Since you want to seek your own humiliation, don't blame me." As soon as the words left his mouth, a fierce light flashed in Shi Tian's eyes, and his right fist suddenly surged forward. Boom! As the punch was thrown, the air exploded with a crackling sound. Shi Tian was extremely confident, thinking that this punch would be enough to deal with Chen Changqing. At the same time, the spectators all thought that Chen Changqing would be knocked off the stage by Shi Tian's punch. But at that moment, Chen Changqing let out a cold smile. Facing Shi Tian's punch, he showed no intention of retreating or dodging. Instead, he countered with a punch of his own, directly meeting it head-on. Boom! In just a few breaths, the two fists collided. Bang! The violent shockwave erupted, causing cracks to appear on the ground of the arena under the force of the punches. The protective barrier surrounding the arena trembled violently. The power of their punches canceled each other out, and they both took a few steps back. The disciples watching from various institutes were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? Did I not see it correctly? Chen Changqing actually blocked senior brother Shi Tian's punch? How is that possible? How'd he do it? Am I seeing things? The disciples exclaimed in disbelief, some unable to accept it. What? After stabilizing himself, Shi Tian's pupils constricted sharply, and a tingling sensation spread through his arm. What terrifying power! He was only at early-stage foundation establishment, yet he could unleash such power? Shi Tian was secretly shocked, his gaze towards Chen Changqing filled with incredulity. This was the first time he had encountered a peer in the outer gate who could stand toe-to-toe with him. At the same time, Chen Changqing was also somewhat astonished. Shi Tian's physical strength was indeed extraordinary. Chen Changqing quietly marveled, feeling the power surging through his arms. He knew that he had broken through to the Qi training level with the extreme limits of body refining. Earlier, when he advanced to the foundation establishment realm in the Void Realm, his arms could unleash a force of over 10,000 pounds. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators simply couldn't withstand his punch. But Shi Tian could. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Shi Tian suddenly burst into wild laughter. Haha, good. I didn't expect to encounter a junior brother like you as an opponent. Finally, I can have a good fight. As he spoke, the fighting spirit in Shi Tian's eyes ignited. In the next moment, he gathered his strength and struck at Chen Changqing again. Thunderclap fist. Seeing this, Chen Changqing shouted, his fist enveloped in purple lightning, and he directly engaged with Shi Tian. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the arena was filled with deafening sounds of fists colliding. Each of Chen Changqing's strikes carried the roar of thunder. Meanwhile, Shi Tian moved like a ferocious beast, his fists and feet striking with great force, each move causing the air to explode. Boom! Boom! The arena shook continuously, and the violent spiritual power surged unceasingly. Seeing Chen Changqing and Yawn fighting back and forth, the disciples from various institutes were left stunned. Is this still a battle at the Foundation Establishment stage? A disciple at early stage Foundation Establishment is actually able to match Yawn blow for blow? How is that possible? How'd he do it? Yawn is a late-stage Foundation Establishment body cultivator. The many disciples were amazed. They had originally thought that Chen Changqing wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from Yawn and would be knocked off the stage. Who would have thought that in the confrontation, Chen Changqing would unleash terrifying strength, fighting Yawn to a standstill? It's important to note that Chen Changqing was facing Yawn's late-stage Foundation Establishment strength, while only being at early-stage Foundation Establishment himself. This made it even more astonishing. The disciples from the First Institute looked grim. Damn it, what is Chen Changqing's background? How can he do this at early-stage Foundation Establishment? Senior brother Yawn is the best in our First Institute. He can't even take down a mere Chen Changqing. The disciples from the First Institute were indignant. In their eyes, Yawn had always crushed his opponents. But now, he was fighting so evenly with Chen Changqing. On the other side, the disciples from the Seventh Institute were in an uproar. Wow, junior brother Chen is actually this strong? Being able to match Yawn blow for blow. That's incredible. He is only at early-stage Foundation Establishment. If he had the strength of late-stage Foundation Establishment, wouldn't he be able to easily crush Yawn? The disciples were extremely excited. Although they had initially supported Chen Changqing in challenging Yawn, deep down, they held little hope for his victory. But now, seeing Chen Changqing able to counter Yawn's attacks, hope ignited in the hearts of the Seventh Institute disciples. Chapter 36. Stone Spirit Body, Standing on the Earth. Is that invincible? Lu Ruyan clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Junior brother Chen is too dazzling. Qingyang stared intensely at the arena, feeling shocked and secretly lamenting. Is he really this deep and concealed? Elder Lumu noticed and couldn't help but praise. This kid Changqing always manages to surprise people at critical moments. At this moment, the real person Tianbua, floating in midair, suddenly felt a spark of interest. The limit of body refinement? A hint of surprise flashed in Tianbua's eyes. As a Yuan Ing-level existence, he naturally saw through Chen Changqing's situation. A mere outer sect disciple has actually reached the limit of body refinement. This kid is indeed a genius. To be able to match a late-stage body cultivator with only early-stage foundation-building cultivation is quite rare. Tianbua quietly remarked, feeling that this outer sect competition had become interesting. Just as everyone was in shock, on the arena, Chen Changqing and Yawn continued to clash fiercely. Boom! With a thunderous collision, explosions erupted and shockwaves swept across. In the midst of the exchange, both retreated 10 steps simultaneously. Steadying himself, Yawn took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil of his internal energy. Chen Changqing, you are the first opponent to push me to this extent. Yawn stared directly at Chen Changqing, seeming to take this seriously. Likewise, Chen Changqing replied calmly. If it weren't for the powerful martial arts he practiced, he wouldn't have been able to contend with Yawn at all. At this moment, Chen Changqing deeply realized that even with the system by his side, he should never underestimate the geniuses of this world. Hearing Chen Changqing's words, Yawn's lips curled into a meaningful smile. In that case, let us fight seriously. Yawn shouted loudly. Immediately after, his shirt suddenly burst open, revealing a muscular body as strong as iron. Today, let me show you my true strength. Boom! A strange sound rang out, and Yawn's skin began to change bizarrely, transforming into a grayish-white, rock-like texture in an instant. Stone man body, an elder exclaimed. At this moment, Yawn resembled a resurrected statue, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Boom! As Yawn's body transformed, the arena trembled, and debris flew everywhere. Chen Changqing frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Yawn. Upon closer inspection, he could see that Yawn's skin had completely turned into gray-white rock, surrounded by heavy earth attribute spiritual energy. Just as Chen Changqing was observing Yawn's transformation, Yawn coldly said, Junior brother, I am the stone spirit body, capable of absorbing all earth attribute substances to cultivate and strengthen myself. Standing on the earth, I am invincible. As Yawn spoke, the elders and disciples present were all shocked. Stone spirit body? A special physique? I didn't expect that Yawn not only practiced body cultivation, but also possessed such a physique. They had merely been play fighting before, but now it was time to get serious? Chen Changqing was in danger now. The crowd buzzed with discussions, their faces filled with disbelief. It is known that special physiques are extremely rare in the cultivation world, each possessing extraordinary abilities. The stone spirit body is even hailed as the top-tier physique that cannot be destroyed by the earth, and whose body cannot be extinguished. The real person Tianbua, floating in midair, suddenly had his eyes light up, truly moved. Good, good. I didn't expect this outer set competition to uncover such a gem. This is indeed a great harvest. Tianbua secretly sighed. It is known that special physiques are incredibly difficult to come by. Even within the inner sect, the number of disciples with special physiques is limited. Now, to see one in this outer sect competition is truly eye-opening for Tianbua, stirring his thoughts. In the area of the 7 courtyards, all the disciples felt their hearts tighten upon seeing Shi Tian reveal his special physique. I didn't expect Shi Tian to have trump card. Can Junior Brother still hold on? The crowd anxiously sweated for Chen Changqing. On the arena, Chen Changqing looked at Shi Tian, who resembled a stone man, his expression showing little fluctuation. So what if he has a special physique? Today I will test it. Can you really stand on the earth and be invincible? With a light shout, Chen Changqing chose to attack first. Thunder God Fist. His fists shimmered, and he dashed forward, striking like a torrential downpour toward Shi Tian. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power of his punches could shatter mountains. However, what surprised Chen Changqing was that his fierce attacks on Shi Tian only sparked a few scattered sparks. He couldn't even break through Shi Tian's defenses. The disciples from the first courtyard cheered. Ha! Great! Senior brother Shi Tian is serious. Chen Changqing can't even break through senior brother's defenses. Just admit defeat, kid from the 7th courtyard. Earlier, senior brother Shi Tian was just playing with you. Did you really think you were his opponent? The disciples from the first courtyard were ecstatic. Earlier, they were worried when they saw Chen Changqing and Shi Tian exchanging blows. But now that they saw Shi Tian displaying his special physique, it was clear that Chen Changqing was at a disadvantage, which made them happy. Useless. Shi Tian looked at Chen Changqing with indifference and said proudly, I said, standing on the earth, I am invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Tian suddenly stomped his foot. Crack! With a stomp, the ground beneath him shattered. In just a moment, the arena surrounding Shi Tian collapsed with a roar. Before the crowd could react, they saw countless fragments of stone rapidly converge like living beings. In less than a few breaths, under Shi Tian's control, they transformed into a towering rock giant over 10 zhang high. As the rock giant appeared, it cast a shadow over the entire arena. Chen Changqing stood beneath it, his expression slightly grave. Junior brother, you should admit defeat. I have activated the stone spirit body. You're no match for me. If you forcefully continue to fight, even if you don't die, you will be severely injured. Shi Tian's voice echoed. Hearing this, the elders and disciples watching from the stands all felt a jolt in their hearts. They could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the giant stone man on the arena. In the 7 courtyards area, the disciples all looked pale. The hope that had just ignited was extinguished under Shi Tian's stone spirit body. They had once fantasized that Chen Changqing could defeat Shi Tian and claim the title of champion in this outer set competition. But now it seemed unlikely. Lu Rian's heart raced as she stared intently at Chen Changqing, secretly hoping, maybe Junior Brother can create a miracle. At this moment on the arena, Chen Changqing slowly raised his hand, dusting off his clothes, and stared at Shi Tian and the giant stone man. I must say, Shi Tian, you are truly strong. But unfortunately, the first place in this competition is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changqing's thoughts moved. Clang! A clear sword sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. The shadow sword appeared, and in an instant, the surrounding light dimmed. Looking again, Chen Changqing had bent down, assuming a sword-drawing posture. Chapter 37. The sword technique of heaven slaying reveals its might. Seeing Chen Changqing adopt such a strange posture, everyone present was taken aback. What was going on? What was he doing pressing down on the sword? If you want to draw the sword, then just draw it. Why pose like that? Trying to scare someone? Isn't it all about controlling the sword? Who still draws a sword? Just as the many disciples hesitated, Chen Changqing pressed his right hand on the sword, and an overwhelming sword intent suddenly erupted around him. Boom! In an instant, the entire white jade arena was engulfed by blinding silver light. The terrifying sword aura rampaged like a storm. Under the assault of this sword aura, the ground cracked inch by inch and the protective barrier of the arena trembled violently. Cracks even appeared. The observing disciples were all shaken. Many of them took a few steps back, and those with weaker cultivation even had their clothes torn by the dispersing sword aura, with blood marks appearing on their faces. Just moments ago, they had been questioning why Chen Changqing was posing to draw the sword. Who would have thought that at this moment? Such a terrifying sword aura would erupt. On the arena, Ishida's expression changed to one of seriousness. He also felt the horror of that sword aura. Just the sword aura alone had such power. What kind of sword technique was he about to unleash? Thinking of this, Ishida did not dare to be negligent. His fingertips danced rapidly as he quickly formed seals. Suppress. With Ishida's soft shout, the giant formed from stones that had been condensed earlier suddenly soared into the air and descended towards Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing still maintained the posture of drawing the sword. The sword aura around him became even more violent. The heaven-slaying sword technique emphasized speed, but now was not the time to strike. Rumble. As the gigantic stone figure pressed down, streams of sword aura collided upward. Bang! Following that, the giant stone figure was shattered into pieces under the slicing of the sword aura. Witnessing this, all the spectators were left dumbfounded. What? Just the dispersing sword aura was so terrifying? How could this be possible? How could a disciple in the early Foundation establishment stage possess such a terrifying sword intent? I feel like the horror of this sword aura has already surpassed the realm of Foundation establishment. Disciples from various academies gasped in astonishment. In the first academy, the disciples who had previously been shouting were now left stunned after seeing the giant stone figure crushed by the sword aura. What? How could this be? That was the stone figure created by Brother Ishida using the stone spirit body. Just like that, it was destroyed. Earlier, when they saw Ishida reveal his stone spirit body, many disciples from the first academy felt secure. Seeing Chen Changqing unable to break through Ishida's defense, many mocked and ridiculed him. But now, as Chen Changqing got serious, they realized that not only did Ishida have hidden means, but Chen Changqing did as well. In the area of the 7th Academy, the disciples were also shocked by the scene before them. I didn't see wrong, did I? That terrifying giant stone figure was just crushed by the sword aura? What kind of sword technique was Brother Chen about to unleash? Surely there is no such terrifying sword technique in the Hall of Techniques? Lu Rian's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Chen, is he this strong? She had originally thought Chen Changqing was powerful, but now it seemed she had underestimated his strength. Qingyang, looking surprised, secretly sighed, I didn't expect this kid to hide so deep. Meanwhile, Liang, Wen Liang, and Meng Zhou were all left dumbfounded. Such terrifying sword aura. How did this kid suddenly become so strong? Previously, he was at the Qi refining level, and now he's at Foundation establishment, and he unleashed such a strange sword technique? Amidst their shock, the three of them began to ponder whether Chen Changqing's sudden strength was related to the opportunity he had snatched from them. Just as the outer disciples were in shock, the heavenly wave, true man in midair, suddenly changed his expression. This is the heaven-slaying sword technique? As he spoke, the heavenly wave, true man, appeared extremely shocked, and the pressure of his nascent soul stage leaked uncontrollably. He fixed his gaze on Chen Changqing on the arena, and waves of turmoil surged in his heart. How could the sect's ultimate skill of the Yin Moon Holy Dynasty appear in the hands of a disciple from the outer sect of Shushan? As a nascent soul powerhouse, the heavenly wave, true man, naturally knew the reputation of the heaven-slaying sword technique. After all, it was one of the top 10 skills of the demonic sect, the Yin Moon Holy Dynasty. What puzzled him was why Chen Changqing had it. Could it be that this child was related to the Yin Moon Holy Dynasty? Is he a disciple of the demonic sect? No. If he were truly a spy from the demonic sect in Shushan, he wouldn't dare to publicly use the heaven-slaying sword technique. Just as the heavenly wave true man was in doubt, Chen Changqing suddenly drew his sword. Clang! A crisp sword cry resounded through the heavens and the earth. The next moment, it seemed as if Chen Changqing had thrown out a silver ribbon. Whoosh! Boom! The terrifying sword aura reached its peak at that moment. The vast sword might swept through, crushing everything in its path. When Ishida saw this world-destroying sword strike, all the hair on his body stood on end. Even deep in his heart, a sense of deathly fear arose. As he saw that silver ribbon slicing towards him, Ishida had no time to think about anything else. Spirit stone armor, accompanied by Ishida's furious roar, he hurriedly urged all his spiritual power. In just a moment, his body was covered with a thick layer of gray-white stone armor, with ancient defensive runes flowing on its surface. This was the top defensive method of the stone spirit body. Boom! At this moment, as the sword light that Chen Changqing had drawn transformed into a silver sword rainbow spanning 100 feet, whoosh, the sword light tore through the air, distorting space, as if light itself were annihilated. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the silver ribbon struck Ishida directly. The terrifying explosion was deafening. The white jade arena collapsed, and the blinding sword light made it impossible to look directly at. After a long while, the tumult finally subsided. Once the dust settled, the entire arena fell into silence, with countless gazes fixed. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the white jade arena had been utterly transformed, surrounded by a barrier that dimmed, appearing ready to shatter. Additionally, in the center of the arena, a giant pit with a diameter of 30 feet was revealed. In that pit, Ishida lay on his back on the ground. The stone armor that had originally enveloped him was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. His face was somewhat pale, with a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Chen Changqing stood proudly between heaven and earth, his robe fluttering in the wind. The Changqing longsword was sheathed, having returned to its scabbard at some point. The outcome of the battle with Ishida was already evident. Chapter 38. The competition comes to an end. First place in the 7 courtyards. Seeing this scene, the disciples from various courtyards were all dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally came back to their senses from the shock. What? Chen Changqing won? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Even Yawn, a genius from the first courtyard with a special physique, wasn't his opponent? How is that possible? A foundational stage early disciple defeating a foundational stage late body cultivator? And it's Yawn who possesses the stone spirit body. What kind of divine ability was that sword strike? It felt like he just drew his sword once, right? The disciples from various courtyards gasped in disbelief. Earlier, when they saw Chen Changqing challenge Yawn on stage, no one thought he could win. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Chen Changqing was only at the foundational stage early level, while Yawn was already at the foundational stage late level and was known as invincible among his peers. No one expected the strength that Chen Changqing unleashed afterward to be so terrifying. In the area of the 7 courtyards, a group of disciples stared with their mouths agape, their minds buzzing. Chen, Brother Chen won. He defeated the genius disciple Yawn from the first courtyard. Oh my god, Brother Chen is so impressive. What kind of sword technique did he just use to unleash such terrifying power? This is amazing. Our 7 courtyards are going to be first in the outer sect competition. Amidst the shock, the disciples of the 7 courtyards were extremely excited, all flushing with joy. Even elder Liumu, seeing this scene, was deeply shocked. This kid Changqing really loves to surprise people. Liumu sighed inwardly. After the first round of the outer sect competition ended, he was already satisfied. Among the top 20 on the score chart, 3 disciples from the 7 courtyards made it in. Chen Changqing even ranked second on the list. Such results had never been achieved by the 7 courtyards before. Little did Liumu expect that the surprises Chen Changqing brought him were far from over. Now, he had directly defeated the number 1 disciple of the first courtyard, Yawn. In the arena, it seems my judgment is still quite good. I made the right investment. Liumu was in a great mood and could already envision a future where the 7 courtyards would no longer be looked down upon. In contrast to the joy of the 7 courtyards disciples, the first courtyard was filled with wails. No, how can this be? Brother Yawn actually lost to Chen Changqing from the 7 courtyards? And he is at the foundational stage, early level? How could this happen? Our number 1 disciple couldn't even withstand a single sword draw. The disciples were all in disbelief. Liang saw this and looked extremely grim. He hated Chen Changqing to the core. Earlier in the Void Realm, it was Chen Changqing who took advantage of the chaos between him and Xingyang to sneak into the valley and seize the opportunity. Originally, Liang thought Chen Changqing was just a petty thief, but now it seemed he was gravely mistaken. Was this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along? Such strength was previously unknown. Was he just waiting for this outer set competition to make a stunning debut? Just as the disciples from various courtyards were in shock, Chen Changqing took a step and flew down to the bottom of the giant pit. Brother Yawn, are you okay? Chen Changqing walked up to Yawn and extended his hand. Cough, cough. Yawn coughed lightly twice. Brother Chen, that sword was indeed impressive. I concede. As he spoke, Yawn grasped Chen Changqing's outstretched hand and stood up with his help. As a body cultivator genius, he had his own pride. But he, Yawn, was not someone who couldn't take a loss. In his eyes, strength was always respected. Losing was losing. There was no need to argue. Seeing Shi Tian's openness, Chen Changqing smiled and said, "Brother Shi Tian, you are very strong too." This was not flattery from Chen Changqing. In his view, if he hadn't obtained the sword technique of heaven slaying in the Void Realm, the outcome of this battle would have been hard to predict. At that moment, the voice of Master Tianhua suddenly echoed from the sky. In this battle, the 7 courtyards Chen Changqing is victorious. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge him? Hearing what Master Tianhua said, the scene fell silent. If even a genius like Shi Tian was not a match for Chen Changqing's sword, who would dare to challenge him? After waiting for a moment, Master Tianhua saw that no one else was making a challenge and immediately announced, "Since no one dares to challenge anymore, I announce that in this outer sect disciple competition of our Shushan sect, the 7 courtyards Chen Changqing has won first place." With Master Tianhua's announcement, the area of the 7 courtyards instantly erupted. "We won. Our 7 courtyards are first. This is too surreal. Who would have thought that our 7 courtyards could actually claim the top spot in the outer sect disciple competition? Brother Chun is so mighty." The disciples of the 7 courtyards were incredibly excited. Elder Liumu could hardly contain his excitement, his face turning a bit red. At this time, Chen Changqing and Shi Tian had already left the arena. Shi Tian cupped his fist to Chen Changqing and then returned to the first courtyard area. Chen Changqing was just about to join Elder Liumu and the others when the space in front of him suddenly rippled. Looking closely, the Master Tianhua, who had been hovering in mid-air, had actually appeared in front of him. Seeing Master Tianhua, Chen Changqing quickly bowed. "Greetings, Peak Master." Master Tianhua nodded slightly, his gaze deeply assessing Chen Changqing. "Chen Changqing, where did you learn that sword technique you just used?" Seeing that Master Tianhua was inquiring about the source of his sword technique, Chen Changqing did not hide anything and explained in detail, reporting to the Peak Master. "Earlier when the disciple was hunting the realm beasts in the Void Realm, I encountered the spiritual incarnation of the Qingshu real person who taught me this sword technique." Upon hearing this, Master Tianhua suddenly understood. Earlier, he had been wondering how a disciple from the outer sect like Chen Changqing could possess the ultimate skills of the Yingyue Holy Dynasty. He didn't expect it to be an opportunity gained in the Void Realm. Master Tianhua certainly did not doubt Chen Changqing's words and smiled slightly. "You have good luck. A senior like Qingshu real person, even I would have to respectfully call him Master Uncle. I hope you will work hard after entering the inner sect. Perhaps we will have the chance to meet again." After saying this, Master Tianhua waved his hand, and a jade slip fell into Chen Changqing's hand. "This jade slip contains my insights on the nascent soul. It should be helpful to you." After speaking, Master Tianhua did not wait for Chen Changqing to respond, and his figure suddenly vanished. The voice echoed through the heavens and earth. "This outer sect competition is now concluded. The outer sect disciples who entered the top 20 will gather and head to the inner sect in 2 days." Chen Changqing looked down at the jade slip in his hand. Then, without thinking too much, he headed towards Liumu and the others. Chapter 39. The Long River Never Forgets the Well Digger. A gift of insight from the Yuan. As Chen Changqing approached, the disciples of the 7th Institute clustered around him like stars surrounding the moon. "Senior Brother Chen, that sword you just used was incredibly impressive. Our 7th Institute finally has some face this time. All thanks to Junior Brother Chen." The disciples showered Chen Changqing with compliments. Chen Changqing remained calm and didn't pay much attention. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan walked beside him and said softly, "Thank you so much this time, Junior Brother Chen." Lu Ruoyan's face was filled with gratitude. She knew very well that if it hadn't been for Chen Changqing's help in the Void Realm earlier, she would have gained so many points. In fact, her own points might have been taken away by Cui Hao, a Foundation Establishment disciple from the 2nd Institute. It could be said that her qualification for entering the inner door was entirely thanks to Chen Changqing. "Sister, there is no need for such words. We all come from the 7th Institute. It's only natural to help each other," Chen Changqing replied humbly. Hearing Chen Changqing's modest response, Lu Ruoyan smiled gently. The other disciples of the 7th Institute were surprised to see this scene. After all, Lu Ruoyan was known for her cold demeanor in the 7th Institute. Yet she smiled like a blooming flower when facing Chen Changqing. They all secretly wondered, could it be that Lu Ruoyan has taken a liking to Chen Changqing? "Changqing, you've really brought great honor to our 7th Institute this time." Lu Mu smiled at Chen Changqing, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Elder, this is what a disciple should do," Chen Changqing replied with a smile. After that, the people from the 7th Institute didn't linger and left on their swords under Lu Mu's guidance. With the conclusion of the outer door competition, News of Chen Changqing winning first place quickly spread among the 7 institutes of the outer door. Did you hear? That Chen Changqing from the 7th Institute defeated Yawn, who has a stone spirit body with a single sword. Stone spirit body? Is that a special physique? I didn't know there were people with such a rare physique in the outer door. So what? He still lost to Chen Changqing. Yawn is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, yet he couldn't team match Chen Changqing. The key point is that Chen Changqing is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. I didn't expect such a genius to be hidden within the 7th Institute. In no time, Chen Changqing became famous in the outer door. Additionally, due to Chen Changqing, the status of the 7th Institute among the 7 outer institutes was significantly elevated. Even the disciples of the 7th Institute walked with their backs straighter than before. When encountering disciples from other institutes, they held their heads high and exuded confidence. Times have changed. The 7th Institute is now the champion of this outer door competition. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Chen Changqing arrived at the place where Elder Lu Mu resided. Lu Mu was not surprised by Chen Changqing's arrival. He probably thought that in the future, Chen Changqing's status in Shushan would surpass his own. Elder, I'd like to give you this. Chen Changqing presented a piece of Yuan insight. As Lu Mu was already at the golden core level, this insight would undoubtedly benefit him greatly. Lu Mu looked at the Yuaning insight and momentarily didn't know what to say. He knew it would be good for him, but it was also beneficial for Chen Changqing. Elder, you should keep it. I'm only at the foundation establishment stage now. This insight is still too distant for me. Chen Changqing understood Lu Mu's thoughts and added, by the way, Elder, I wonder if you could make a copy of a portion of the insight. I'd like to give it to junior brother Ranhua. I want to delay then. Making a copy is no problem. Lu Mu replied. He then took the Yuaning insight from Chen Changqing's hands and, in a moment, made a copy. Even this small portion was very useful for cultivators below the Yuan-ing level. But it was naturally impossible to make a full copy since Lu Mu was only at the golden core level. Thank you, Elder. I'll head back now. Chen Changqing took the copied Yuaning insight and left the institute. At this time, in a small building halfway up the mountain of the 7th Institute, Chen Changqing called for Ranhua. Over the past 2 days, Ranhua had naturally heard quite a bit about Chen Changqing's achievements. When he recalled that Chen Changqing had actually won first place in the outer door disciple competition, Ranhua found it hard to believe. He knew that although he entered the sect after Chen Changqing, he had always surpassed Chen Changqing in cultivation. They were both gatekeepers of the Shushan sect. However, Chen Changqing's cultivation had skyrocketed in an unbelievable manner, especially in this competition, where he outshone numerous outer door prodigies and claimed the top spot. Junior brother Ran. This jade slip is a gift for you. Chen Changqing casually tossed the jade slip to Ranhua. What is this? Ranhua hesitated, looking at the jade slip floating in front of him. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it made him feel a surge of excitement. This is the Yuan-ing insight awarded to me by Master Tianbua after I won first place in the outer door disciple competition. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Ranhua was completely stunned. This, senior brother, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Ranhua shook his head repeatedly. He knew very well that the Yuan-ing insight within the jade slip would make even golden core cultivators envious. He never expected Chen Changqing would want to give it to him. Chen Changqing smiled calmly and said, just accept it. This is only a small portion of the Yuaning insight. I've already given the complete version to Elder Lu Mu. But for you, it will be very useful. This Yuaning insight would be considered a treasure by others, but for Chen Changqing, it was indeed of no use. With the system, he didn't need these insights at all. Among the outer door disciples, Ranhua was a fellow gatekeeper, and they had a good relationship. Now, that Chen Changqing was about to enter the inner door, he thought to leave this Yuan-ing insight for Ranhua as a chance for him. As for how far Ranhua could cultivate in the future, that depended on his own fortune. Hearing Chen Changqing's words, Ranhua's eyes turned slightly red and tremblingly. He took the jade slip floating in front of him, deeply bowing, senior brother's great kindness. Ranhua will never forget. Chen Changqing patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't let anyone know about the jade slip. Junior brother Ran should know that a person in possession of a treasure can attract trouble. Ranhua nodded, fully understanding Chen Changqing's meaning. Afterwards, Chen Changqing didn't linger and turned to leave. At the same time, outside the institute, 2 figures were standing and waiting. Lu Ruoyan, dressed in green, and Qingyang stood with their swords in hand. Today was the day to gather for entering the inner door, and, as disciples of the 7th Institute, the 3 naturally would go together. Junior brother Chen, it's time to go, Qingyang said softly. Chen Changqing nodded and didn't delay. With a flick of his hand, the Chongying sword immediately soared into the air. The three then departed without lingering, transforming into three streams of light as they rode their swords away. At the boundary between the outer and inner doors of Shushan, in front of an ancient and grand formation, many outer disciples were already waiting. These disciples were all among the top 20 in the previous outer door competition. Shitian, Liang, Wen Liang, Mengzhou, all were present. As soon as Chen Changqing and the others arrived, everyone's gaze turned to them, filled with awe, jealousy, and some hidden cold glances. Chen Changqing remained composed and didn't pay much attention. Soon after, several other disciples who had qualified for the inner door arrived one after another. When everyone had gathered, an old man descended at the location of the teleportation array. The old man's sleeves moved without wind, and his cultivation was unfathomable. It was the inner sect elder who came to guide Chen Changqing and the others. The old man's surname was Zhao, and he was responsible for leading them into the inner sect. His gaze swept over the crowd, briefly lingering on Chen Changqing. It was not hard to tell that he must have received news in advance, knowing that Chen Changqing was the first-place winner of the outer sect disciple competition. In the next moment, Elder Zhao did not delay. With a wave of his hand, he took out an ancient token and threw it into the grand formation. Boom! As the token sank in, the grand formation was immediately activated, suddenly shining with dazzling light. Countless runes flowed, and a portal slowly appeared. Follow me into the inner sect. After saying this, Elder Zhao was the first to dash towards the portal. Seeing this, Chen Changqing and the others quickly followed him and stepped into the light portal. Chapter 40. Entering the Inner Gate. Essential Techniques. As the light of the teleportation array gradually faded, Chen Changqing and the others finally stepped into the territory of the inner gate of Mount Shu. Upon entering the inner gate, a surge of rich spiritual energy rushed towards them like a tide. Everyone felt their pores open up, and their internal spiritual power began to circulate on its own, astonishingly faster than when they were in the outer gate by several times. Seeing this, many disciples couldn't help but exclaim, "This spiritual energy, it's terrifyingly dense. I feel like 10 years of hard cultivation in the outer gate is not as good as just sitting in meditation for a month in the inner gate. With such a concentration of spiritual energy, even a pig could build a foundation, right? The gap between the outer gate and the inner gate is too vast. No wonder so many outer gate disciples are eager to break into the inner gate." Lu Rian felt the earthly spiritual energy of the inner gate, and her face flushed slightly. How rich the earthly spiritual energy is. If I cultivate here, I should be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage very quickly, right? Filled with expectations, she glanced at Chen Changqing with gratitude in her eyes. After all, the reason she could enter the inner gate this time was entirely thanks to Chen Changqing. If he hadn't defeated Cui, Hao, and others from the second courtyard in the Void Realm and seized their points, with her half-step foundation establishment strength, she would never have made it into the top 20 of the points ranking. Qingyang, after sensing the atmosphere, was also filled with anticipation. His cultivation was already at the late foundation establishment stage. I can hope for core formation. Qingyang secretly felt excited, his eyes filled with determination. Hearing the exclamations from the disciples, Elder Zhao, who was guiding everyone, smiled lightly. He had brought many outer gate disciples into the inner gate every year, so he was not surprised by their reactions. Compared to the astonishment of the other disciples, Chen Changqing appeared much more composed. His gaze swept over, and he saw 7 towering peaks rising from the mist in the distance, like sharp swords piercing the clouds. Each peak seemed to exude a completely different aura, some fiery, some heavy as mountains, some sharp as swords. Those must be the 7 main peaks of the inner gate, Chen Changqing mused. I can imagine that the spiritual energy within those peaks must be even denser. Just as everyone was marveling, Elder Zhao spoke up. "Stop looking around and follow me." Hearing Elder Zhao's call, Chen Changqing and the others quickly withdrew their gazes and followed him to an ancient grand hall. This was the registration area for outer gate disciples entering the inner gate. At this moment, an old man in a gray robe was seated at a desk in the hall. "Elder Zhao, you brought new disciples to the inner gate again," the old man said with a smile, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over Chen Changqing and the others. When his eyes lingered slightly longer on Chen Changqing and Lu Rian, it was clear he noted their relatively low cultivation levels. Chen Changqing was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, and Lu Ruyan was even just half a step into it. Such disciples rarely entered the inner gate with such cultivation levels in the past. Hearing the old man's words, Elder Zhao smiled lightly. Qian Lao, I've brought the people over. The rest is up to you. After saying this, Elder Zhao did not linger and left directly. Old Qian squinted slightly and said, You outer gate disciples. The inner gate is not as relaxed as the outer gate. If you want to obtain more resources here, you need to strive for it yourself. In the inner gate, everything is based on strength. Techniques, elixirs, caves, opportunities. All must be fought for by yourself. As his voice fell, Old Qian waved his sleeve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of jade slips flew into the hands of Chen Changqing and the others. The jade slips detailed the rules and precautions of the inner gate. You need to familiarize yourselves with these. Don't make mistakes and get driven out of the inner gate. Also, here are your identity tokens for entering the inner gate. After saying this, Old Qian waved his hand again, and tokens fell into the hands of Chen Changqing and the others. Next, I will arrange for you to have a cultivation place in the inner gate. Shortly, there will be inner gate disciples to take you there. When I call your name, you can leave with them. Chen Changqing, xianxia. Hearing his name, Chen Changqing stood up. At the same time, a disciple of the inner gate stepped out from behind Old Qian, smiling at Chen Changqing. Junior brother Chen, please follow me. Chen Changqing nodded, glanced at Xingyang and Lu Ruyan, and then followed the inner gate disciple out of the grand hall. Watching Chen Changqing's departing figure, Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. Soon, Chen Changqing followed the inner gate disciple to a misty valley, xianxia. Junior brother Chen, this is xianxia. It will be your cultivation place from now on. There are vacant rooms inside. You can choose freely, the inner gate disciple introduced, leading Chen Changqing into xianxia. At this moment, there are dozens of inner gate disciples inside xianxia. Upon seeing Chen Changqing arrive, everyone turned to look. The newcomers have arrived this year. Has xianxia taken in an outer gate disciple? This kid is only at the early foundation establishment stage and has joined the inner gate. I wonder what makes him special. Which of the 7 outer gate courtyards is he from? I heard that the first place in this outer gate disciple competition seems to be a person with early foundation establishment strength. Could be this kid? To win first place in the outer gate competition with early foundation establishment strength. This person must be extraordinary. It seems I need to find time to visit him. The inner gate disciples in xianxia were discussing, their eyes filled with curiosity as they looked at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing remained calm and did not pay attention to their discussions. Before long, he, accompanied by the inner gate disciple, chose a cultivation site within the valley. After Chen Changqing selected his residence, the inner gate disciple took out a set of brand new inner gate disciple clothing and 3 ancient books. Junior brother Chen, this is the attire for inner gate disciples. Additionally, these 3 books are essential techniques for disciples. Shushan sword technique, Shushan mind technique, and Shushan body technique. The sword, mind, and body must unite to truly inherit the teachings of Shushan. Chen Changqing received the items from the inner gate disciple, slightly bowing. Thank you, senior brother. The inner gate disciple smiled faintly, did not linger, and turned to leave. Once he left, Chen Changqing quickly opened the first page of Shushan sword technique. The sword is the blade of the heart. Wherever the heart directs, the sword must strike. Chapter 41. Senior brother in the same courtyard? The Battle of the Top 100, an eye-opener? After briefly looking at the Shushan sword technique, Chen Changqing flipped through the Shushan heart method. For him, it didn't matter whether he understood these techniques or not. After all, he had an automatic cultivation system that would allow him to cultivate directly through the system. The Shushan heart method is the orthodox method for circulating spiritual energy, emphasizing the cycle of the universe and the continuity of life. It uses the dantian as a furnace, the meridians as guides, with spiritual energy flowing like rivers, circulating endlessly without leaking or stagnating. After a cursory glance, Chen Changqing began to look at the Shushan body technique. It detailed the steps for practicing the Shushan body technique, including techniques like snow treading without a trace, cloud illusion, and shrinking the ground to an inch. Chen Changqing merely skimmed through these techniques. He had no intention of practicing them since he had the automatic cultivation system. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. Hearing it, Chen Changqing quickly gathered his thoughts and got up to head out. Opening the courtyard door, he saw a young man standing outside. The young man's appearance was not particularly handsome, but his face was friendly, and he was smiling broadly at Chen Changqing. Senior brother, may I ask who you are? Chen Changqing inquired. Upon hearing this, the young man cupped his hands in greeting and politely said, Hello, junior brother. My name is Wang Yang, and I live next door. Since you're new to the inner sect, feel free to come to me anytime if you have any questions. Wang Yang had noticed Chen Changqing when the inner sect disciple brought him to Qingxiao Valley. He also realized that Chen Changqing's current cultivation level was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. In his view, entering the inner sect at such a level meant that Chen Changqing was indeed exceptional. Wang Yang naturally wanted to befriend him. Hearing what Wang Yang said, Chen Changqing quickly returned the greeting. Hello, Senior Brother Wang. I am Chen Changqing from the 7th Courtyard. What surprised Chen Changqing was that Wang Yang, after hearing his introduction, showed a look of astonishment. 7th Courtyard? Junior Brother Chen came from the outer sect's 7th Courtyard? Chen Changqing nodded. Although the 7th Courtyard was at the bottom among the 7 outer sect courtyards, he didn't feel embarrassed about it. Moreover, he had represented the 7th Courtyard in the outer sect competition and won first place among the outer sect disciples. From now on, the status of the 7th Courtyard in the outer sect would surely rise significantly. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Yang suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing this, Chen Changqing frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Senior Brother Wang, is it really that funny that I come from the 7th Courtyard? Noticing Chen Changqing's misunderstanding, Wang Yang quickly explained, Junior Brother Chen, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean to laugh at you. To be honest, I also came from the outer sect's 7th Courtyard. Upon hearing this from Wang Yang, Chen Changqing realized he had misunderstood him. He thought Wang Yang was mocking him for coming from the 7th Courtyard. But it turned out that Wang Yang was also from the outer sect's 7th Courtyard. I see. I apologize for misunderstanding you. Senior Brother. Wang Yang didn't mind and smiled. Junior Brother Chen, you're too polite. Since we both came from the outer sect's 7th Courtyard, we can consider ourselves family. Chen Changqing nodded, feeling a bit closer to Wang Yang upon learning they were from the same courtyard. After chatting for a while, Wang Yang eventually took his leave. After Wang Yang left, Chen Changqing returned to his room. Just as he sat down, he heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding. Detected Shushan Sword Technique, Shushan Heart Method, Shushan Body Technique. Would you like to cultivate automatically? Yes. Chen Changqing replied without hesitation. He had been waiting for the system's response when Wang Yang had come to visit him. Soon, Chen Changqing noticed 4 small golden figures appearing before him. One of the small golden figures was practicing the Shushan sword technique. The sword's momentum continuous like rolling clouds. Another was sitting cross-legged, cultivating the Shushan heart method, breathing in and out, cycling endlessly. The third small golden figure began practicing the Shushan body technique, moving lightly and silently. As for the last small golden figure, it was repeatedly practicing the sword technique of heaven slaying. Watching the 4 small golden figures diligently cultivating in their respective roles, Chen Changqing smiled in satisfaction. Having the automatic cultivation system was truly enjoyable. There was no need to work hard to cultivate. Yawning, Chen Changqing lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. At this moment, Chen Changqing was leisurely basking in the sun in the courtyard. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the tranquility. Chen Changqing frowned slightly, got up from his lounge chair, and lazily opened the courtyard door. Upon focusing, he saw Wang Yang standing outside with an excited expression. Seeing Wang Yang's demeanor, Chen Changqing curiously asked, Senior Brother Wang, what brings you here? Wang Yang smiled and replied, Junior Brother Changqing, you've been in the inner sect for 10 days now, cooped up in your room, practicing every day. Don't you find it boring? Hearing Wang Yang's words, Chen Changqing was taken aback. To be honest, it was indeed quite boring. After all, the techniques in the Shushan inner sect didn't require him to cultivate. The system could handle that automatically. Wang Yang thought he was diligently practicing, but in reality, these past 10 days, Chen Changqing had either been sleeping in his room or sunbathing in the courtyard, enjoying a leisurely life. After a brief pause, Chen Changqing asked in confusion, Senior Brother, what do you mean? Wang Yang chuckled lightly and said, Come on, let's go watch the battle of the top 100. As soon as Wang Yang said this, Chen Changqing was taken aback and muttered in disbelief. Battle of the top 100? At that moment, Chen Changqing looked puzzled and didn't quite understand what Wang Yang meant. Seeing this, Wang Yang awkwardly smiled and scratched his head, saying, Look at my memory. I forgot you just joined the inner sect not long ago. Let me explain. In the inner sect, besides daily cultivation, there's also a top 100 ranking. As the name suggests, the disciples who can enter the top 100 are all extraordinary individuals. Moreover, those who can break into the top 100 even have the chance to be taken under the wing of one of the 7 peak masters or be favored by a certain Yuaniing elder to become their personal disciple. Because of this, the competition among the inner sect disciples for the top 100 is particularly fierce and is an honor to be able to enter the top 100. With Wang Yang's explanation, Chen Changqing finally understood. In fact, earlier at the registration office, Elder Qian had also provided information about the top 100 ranking in the jade slips given to Chen Changqing and others. However, he hadn't looked at them at all. While Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Wang Yang grabbed his arm and said with a smile, "Junior brother, stop thinking so much. Today happens to be the top 100 challenge, and I'll take you to see it." Hearing this, Chen Changqing smiled faintly, thinking that since he had nothing to do anyway, it wouldn't hurt to check out this so-called battle of the top 100. All right, then I'll trouble you to lead the way, senior brother. After that, the two of them didn't linger any longer and left together. Chapter 42. Half-step to foundation establishment is just a threshold. An unexpected encounter. Not long after, under the guidance of Wang Yang, Chen Changqing arrived at the arena where the top 100 battles were held. At this time, hundreds of inner disciples had gathered around the arena. Every time someone challenged the top 100 list, it was considered a grand event. Chen Changqing wore a calm expression and did not pay much attention. He was just bored, which is why he followed Wang Yang to take a look at this so-called top 100 battle, while discussions were buzzing around. "Look, that's Wu Shanhe. I heard that he has refined 5,000 strands of true qi within his body. He is not far from foundation establishment. Just his aura alone gives a strong sense of pressure. I wonder if Wu Shanhe can succeed in this challenge. It's hard to say. Every disciple on the top 100 list is a genius." Hearing the discussions around him, Chen Changqing shifted his gaze to the person standing on the arena. This person was a young man, dressed in black, with a stern expression. Around him, vast spiritual power surged, and his aura was powerful. Clearly, he was Wu Shanhe, mentioned by many inner disciples. Chen Changqing observed Wu Shanhe, but felt nothing remarkable. After all, he had entered the qi refining stage with the extreme realm of body refinement. And in the qi refining stage, he practiced the extremely difficult 9 turns qi refining method. This meant that the amount of essence qi within Chen Changqing was far greater than that of other cultivators at the same stage. Typically, a qi refining practitioner at the 9th level would have only 9,000 strands of essence qi, while he had 27,000 at the same level. Breaking through from qi refining to foundation establishment required condensing the essence qi within the body into liquid, then continuously compressing and solidifying the spiritual liquid until it finally formed a dan. In this process, the more true qi condensed, the stronger the power when breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Wu Shanhe could be considered a top-tier expert among foundation establishment practitioners. If I break through to the foundation establishment stage, even if it is just the early stage, I would be able to sweep through practitioners of the same level, right? Chen Changqing muttered to himself. He understood, well, that when a practitioner breaks through to the late foundation establishment stage, they completely transform their true qi into spiritual liquid, a process known as transforming qi into liquid. Then they start to solidify this spiritual liquid, taking steps toward the dan formation stage. Wu Shanhe had already condensed and solidified 5,000 strands of true qi, which could indeed be considered a half-step to foundation establishment. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Wang Yang suddenly looked at him. "Junior brother Chen, the threshold for the top 100 list is condensing and solidifying 5,000 strands of true qi. Every disciple who makes it onto the top 100 list is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses." Chen Changqing nodded, not responding, and just smiled slightly. At that moment, a sound of breaking air came from afar. Upon closer inspection, a man flew down to the top 100 battle arena on a sword. The man had long flowing hair, dressed in green, and his appearance was striking, exuding a refined and elegant demeanor. Yet, there was an indescribable sharpness radiating from him. "It's senior brother Zhou. The main contender has appeared. The person Wu Shanhe is challenging is him." Senior brother Zhou Tianhai is ranked 83rd on the top 100 list. Although Wu Shanhe is not weak, senior brother Zhou is a genuine foundation establishment practitioner. Many inner disciples were discussing among themselves. Chen Changqing noticed that his gaze lingered on Zhou Tianhai for a couple of seconds. No wonder he is an inner disciple. Even the disciples have reached the foundation establishment stage. If this were outside, they would easily qualify as elders or stewards. Just as Chen Changqing was quietly muttering. On the arena, Wu Shanhe bowed slightly to Zhou Tianhai. "Senior brother Zhou, please give me your guidance." Zhou Tianhai smiled lightly and replied, "Please." Boom! The next moment, Wu Shanhe didn't hesitate and took the initiative to strike first. He waved his long sword, and the sword light surged like a waterfall. In less than a breath, a sword beam resembling a silk ribbon shot toward Zhou Tianhai. Boom! Seeing this, Zhou Tianhai was not overly concerned and casually pushed out a palm. Upon closer inspection, the palm force actually condensed into a tangible golden palm print in midair, creating a loud explosion in the air. Bang! In an instant, Wu Shanha's sword force collided with Zhou Tianhai's golden palm print, resulting in a deafening explosion. A terrifying wave of energy swept through. Many disciples watching from around the arena were pushed back by the force. Chen Changqing remained motionless, and upon seeing Zhou Tianhai make his move, he couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Is this the power of a foundation establishment practitioner? Indeed, very strong. At the same time, on the arena, Wu Shanha's sword force was directly crushed under the impact of the golden palm print. The residual power of the palm was still terrifying, heading straight for Wu Shanha. Seeing this, Wu Shanha's expression changed dramatically, and without time to think about anything else, he quickly formed a sword technique with his fingers, unleashing another sword beam just in time to shatter the golden palm print. Just as Chen Changqing was observing the battle, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Changqing, junior brother." Chen Changqing turned to the voice and saw a beautiful figure happily approaching him. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure, delicate and charming. It was none other than Lu Ruyan. Sister Lu. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan, Chen Changqing was slightly surprised. Previously, he was the first disciple assigned at the registration point, and after that, there had been no news of Lu Ruyan and Xingyang. He did not expect to run into her here at the top hunter battle arena. Junior brother, are you here to observe the top hunter battle? Lu Ruyan asked shyly as she approached. Chen Changqing nodded and casually replied, I was bored, so I came to take a look at this intersect top hunter battle. Lu Ruyan smiled gently and then asked, by the way, junior brother Changqing, were you assigned for cultivation in the intersect? Chen Changqing did not hide it and calmly replied, xianxia. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan secretly noted it down. Initially, she thought Chen Changqing would ask her where she was assigned, but unexpectedly, he did not pursue the topic and instead waited for her to speak. Lu Ruyan lightly bit her lip. She had intended to take the initiative to inform him, but then thought about it and wondered if that would seem a bit too forward. After a brief pause, Lu Ruyan changed the subject. How has your cultivation been lately, junior brother? Pretty good, Chen Changqing casually responded. Thus, the two began to chat. What surprised Chen Changqing slightly was that Wang Yang, upon seeing Lu Ruyan, displayed an expression of shock. Additionally, Chen Changqing keenly noticed that many inner disciples around were casting subtle glances in his direction. Just then, a deafening sound explosion erupted from the arena. Looking in that direction, he saw Wu Shanha being knocked off the arena by Zhou Tianhai with a single palm strike. Although Wu Shanha had half-step foundation establishment cultivation, facing a genuine foundation establishment disciple like Zhou Tianhai, he still ended in defeat. The many inner disciples watching the battle sighed and expressed their feelings. The gap in strength was too great. It seemed like senior brother Zhou Tianhai didn't even use his full strength. After all, he was ranked 83rd on the top 100 list. How could it be so easy to challenge him? Chapter 43. Years of secluded cultivation, rapid progress, late-stage foundation establishment. As the intersect disciples watching the battle gradually dispersed, Lu Ruyan glanced at Chen Changqing, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes, and then said, Changqing, I should head back now. When I have time in the future, I'll come to xianxia to find you. Chen Changqing nodded lightly and cupped his hands in salute, saying, Senior sister, take care. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's response, Lu Ruyan felt a bit surprised. She had thought that Chen Changqing would at least ask her about some of her circumstances. But to her surprise, it seemed that Chen Changqing didn't care much. After forcing a smile, Lu Ruyan didn't linger and left on her sword. Chen Changqing didn't think much of it and looked at Wang Yang beside him. Senior brother Wang, the 100-strong challenge has ended. We should return to the valley now. Saying this, Chen Changqing took the lead and walked out. Seeing this, Wang Yang quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Chen Changqing. Along the way, Wang Yang occasionally eyed Chen Changqing, feeling Wang Yang's unusual gaze. Chen Changqing couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, why do you keep looking at me like that? Wang Yang smiled awkwardly and replied, Junior brother Chen, I didn't expect you to know Lu Ruyan. Earlier, when he saw Lu Ruyan taking the initiative to chat with Chen Changqing at the 100-strong challenge arena, he was utterly shocked. Huh? Chen Changqing frowned slightly and said, Senior sister Lu is also from the Outer Sect's 7th courtyard. We knew each other when we were in the Outer Sect. After pausing briefly, Chen Changqing curiously asked, Senior Brother Wang, is it surprising that I know Senior Sister Lu? Earlier at the arena, Chen Changqing had noticed that many Inner Sect disciples cast him strange looks when Lu Ruoyan approached him. At that time, he thought it was due to Lu Ruoyan's outstanding appearance attracting attention. But now it seemed things were not as simple as he thought. Lu Ruoyan is also from the Outer Sect's 7th courtyard? Wang Yang was taken aback upon hearing Chen Changqing's words. Chen Changqing nodded, feeling even more confused. Senior brother, what exactly is going on? Wang Yang took a deep breath and no longer hid the truth, explaining, Junior Brother Chen, you might not know this, but after Lu Ren entered the Inner Sect, she was directly taken in as a disciple by one of the 7 main peaks, Yunqi Peak. The key point is, she's only a half-step foundation establishment. While saying this, Wang Yang wore an envious expression. Although being an Inner Sect disciple was already impressive, if one could cultivate under one of the 7 main peaks, the status would naturally be different. Yunqi Peak? Chen Changqing muttered, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Ruoyan to have such an opportunity. Wang Yang nodded, saying yes. Yunqi Peak is the holy land for female cultivators of the Shushan sect. The disciples there are like fairies descending to the mortal realm, not only exceptionally talented, but also incredibly beautiful. In short, any female disciple admitted to Yunqi Peak is bound to be extraordinarily gifted. After Wang Yang's explanation, Chen Changqing's heart shook. The status of the 7 main peaks was transcendent, even surpassing that of the Inner Sect. Being directly chosen by a main peak indicated that Lu Ruoyan's talent likely exceeded common imagination. Or perhaps, there were other unknown secrets about Lu Ruoyan. It seemed he had underestimated Senior Sister Lu before. Her background was probably not simple. Chen Changqing sighed inwardly. He knew that he was the first in the Outer Sect disciples competition. Even so, he was only assigned to cultivate at xianxia. The reason the 100-strong challenge was so intense and noteworthy was that there was a chance to be selected by the 7 main peaks. This showed that entering one of the 7 main peaks was a coveted dream for many Inner Sect disciples. Yet, Lu Ruoyan had been directly selected by Yunqi Peak. There must be some hidden secret behind this. Perhaps it was Lu Ruoyan's talent, or perhaps it had to do with her identity. After pondering for a moment, Chen Changqing shook his head and did not dwell on it further. Soon, Wang Yang and Chen Changqing returned to xianxia. Senior Brother Wang, I'm heading back to cultivate. After bidding farewell to Wang Yang, Chen Changqing returned to his residence. Though he said he was cultivating, in reality, he was just going to sleep. Time passed quietly. Before he knew it, 3 months had gone by. After such a long time, he could extract the results of his offline cultivation. Chen Changqing focused his mind and directly communicated with the system. System, extract offline cultivation results. Soon, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Offline time, 100 days. Practice Shushan sword technique 1,000 times. Practice Shushan mind technique 1,000 times. Practice Shushan body technique 1,000 times. Xianxia sword technique cultivation progress 5. Do you want to extract offline rewards? Extract. Chen Changqing quickly chose to extract. In the next moment, he saw the 4 little golden figures in front of him radiating golden light, which swiftly entered Chen Changqing's body. Soon, all the essential points regarding the Shushan sword technique and Shushan identity were grasped by Chen Changqing. Boom! Additionally, after extracting the offline cultivation results of the Shushan mind technique, the true qi in Chen Changqing's dantian rapidly transformed into spiritual liquid. In just a short while, 12,000 true qi transformed successfully. His cultivation level also successfully broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Chen Changqing opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance contained within. Mid-foundation establishment. Unfortunately, the Shushan sword technique and Shushan body technique had not yet reached great perfection. The key point was that the cultivation progress of the Xianxia sword technique seemed to be somewhat slow, only reaching 5. Chen Changqing contemplated the results of this offline cultivation. System, continue offline. He focused his mind again and reactivated the system's offline feature. 4 months later, ding, detected that Shushan body technique has achieved offline cultivation perfection. Do you want to extract offline results? Extract. Chen Changqing chose to extract and then demonstrated the Shushan body technique. His figure moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing without a trace. 6 months later, ding, detected that Shushan sword technique has achieved offline cultivation perfection. Do you want to extract offline results? Extract. In an instant, all the essentials of the Shushan sword technique flooded into Chen Changqing's mind. In a brief moment, he completely mastered the Shushan sword technique. Chen Changqing then found a secluded place to demonstrate the Shushan sword technique. With a sword drawn, a green sword light shot into the sky, splitting the cloud sea apart. 8 months later, system extract offline results. Chen Changqing sent out his thought. Ding. Offline time, 153 days. Practiced Shushan mind technique 1,800 times. Zhan Tian sword technique cultivation progress 10. Do you want extract? Extract. As Chen Changqing extracted the offline results, golden light burst forth from the two little golden figures in front of him, rapidly entering his body. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Chen Changqing's body, as all the true qi in his dantian transformed into spiritual liquid. This also meant that his cultivation had broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. Chapter 44. Qingyang's Intent. A trip to the 100 Herbs Valley. Chen Changqing felt the surging power within his body, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Having a system is truly enjoyable. After more than 8 months in the intersect, his cultivation had already broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. Next, he needed to condense and solidify the true qi in his body. Once all the true qi was completely condensed and solidified, he would be able to step into the core formation realm in one go. Chen Changqing was full of expectations. System continue. As Chen Changqing sent out his thoughts, two little golden figures in front of him continued their cultivation. One practiced the Shushan heart method, breathing and circulating endlessly. The other little golden figure continued to practice the heaven-slaying sword technique. After such a long time, the progress of the heaven-slaying sword technique had only reached 10. The more powerful the technique, the longer it takes to fully master it, even with cultivation. Chen Changqing sighed to himself. To be clear, both the Shushan sword technique and the Shushan body technique had already been fully mastered. Yet, the progress of the heaven-slaying sword technique was only at 10. He couldn't help but wonder if he could kill a core formation cultivator with the heaven-slaying sword technique now. Chen Changqing speculated. Before entering the inner sect, he had defeated the late foundation establishment body cultivator Shi Tian with the heaven-slaying sword technique in the outer sect competition. Furthermore, Shi Tian had a special physique, the stone spirit body. Even so, he was still no match for Chen Changqing's heaven-slaying sword technique. At that time, the progress of the heaven-slaying sword technique was only at 3. Now that the progress had increased to 10, its power was naturally incomparable to before. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing calmed his mind and leisurely went out to bask in the sun. With the system in place, he couldn't cultivate here anyway. One day, Chen Changqing pushed open the courtyard door, preparing to go out as usual to find a place to bask in the sun. However, just as he stepped out, he saw a figure approaching not far away. The person was no stranger to Chen Changqing. It was none other than Qingyang. Senior brother Qingyang? Seeing Qingyang's visit, Chen Changqing was slightly surprised. This was the first time he had seen Qingyang since entering the inner sect. Soon, Qingyang came closer and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Junior brother Chen, long time no see." Chen Changqing smiled faintly and asked, "How did you know I was at Qingxiao Valley?" Qingyang did not hide it and replied, "I heard from Elder Qian at the reporting office." Chen Changqing nodded and asked, "Senior brother specifically came to find me. I wonder what for?" Upon hearing Chen Changqing's question, Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, then bit his lip and said, "I just came to see how your cultivation is going." As soon as he finished speaking, Qingyang's expression changed dramatically, filled with disbelief. "What? Late foundation establishment? Junior brother Chen, you have broken through to the late foundation establishment stage?" Just now, Qingyang had not noticed, but upon inquiring, he realized that Chen Changqing's cultivation had indeed advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. This left him feeling incredulous. To be clear, when he first entered the inner sect, Chen Changqing had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Who would have thought that just a few months later, his cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment stage? Chen Changqing smiled faintly and replied, "Just a lucky breakthrough." Hearing this, Qingyang couldn't help but swallow hard, unable to believe Chen Changqing's claim of mere luck. Junior brother Chen's talent for cultivation is truly terrifying. How long has it been? He's already caught up to me. Qingyang secretly mumbled to himself, then looked at Chen Changqing in shock and said, "Your speed of cultivation is indeed frightening. Even those prodigies in the inner sect might not be able to match it." Regarding Qingyang's praise, Chen Changqing did not pay much attention and changed the subject, saying, "Senior brother Qingyang, You suddenly came to visit. It can't just be to check on my cultivation, right? Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Xingyang did not beat around the bush and directly said, I apologize for making you laugh. To be honest, I have touched the threshold of core formation, but I need to use a breaking boundary pill to break through. However, I'm still missing the last herb. This herb grows in the 100 Herbs Valley, located 1,000 miles away from Mount Shu. There are many mysterious spiritual herbs in the 100 Herbs Valley, but it is also fraught with dangers and filled with demonic beasts. After Xingyang explained, Chen Changqing understood and smiled, saying, So, senior brother Xingyang came to find me because you want me to accompany you to the 100 Herbs Valley? That's right. Xingyang nodded. The reason he came to find Chen Changqing for help was that he needed a strong ally, but he was somewhat distrustful of the others in the inner sect. Besides, those people would only act if they were compensated handsomely. After weighing his options, Xingyang thought of Chen Changqing. Seeing that Chen Changqing had broken through to the late Foundation establishment level only confirmed Xingyang's decision. Others might not know, but he was well aware that when Chen Changqing was at the early Foundation establishment stage, he had already defeated Yawn, who was stronger than him. Now that Chen Changqing had broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage, his strength would naturally be even greater. Noticing Chen Changqing's slight hesitation, Xingyang quickly said, Junior brother, please don't worry. I won't let you work for free. As he spoke, Xingyang waved his hand, revealing a small storage bag. Here are 100 spirit stones, as compensation for your assistance this time. Seeing this, Chen Changqing smiled faintly and said, Senior brother, there's no need for that. We are from the same lineage. Why talk about compensation? I've been bored staying in the mountains, so it's good to go out for a walk. Fourth, Chen Changqing. A mere 100 spirit stones were nothing. Furthermore, they had no practical use for him. With the system, he no longer needed spirit stones to assist in cultivation. Seeing that Chen Changqing agreed so readily, Xingyang couldn't help but be overjoyed and said eagerly, Great. Then let's go register to leave the mountain now. Chen Changqing nodded lightly. And then he and Xingyang went to the registration office. The rules of a Shushan sect are strict, and inner sect disciples must register at the office before leaving the mountain and explain their reasons. Soon, Chen Changqing and Xingyang completed their registration and were able to leave the inner sect of Shushan smoothly. After leaving the inner sect, the two flew off on their swords. A day later, Chen Changqing and Xingyang arrived at a mortal city, planning to take a short break before heading to the 100 Herbs Valley. Although both of them had already stopped eating, they still chose to enter a restaurant. After ordering some food and drinks, Chen Changqing and Xingyang prepared to eat and experience the long-lost flavor of a human world. Just then, a young man walked in from outside the restaurant. This young man was dressed in luxurious garments and carried himself with an air of arrogance. As the young man entered, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant suddenly became tense, and many people revealed expressions of fear upon seeing him. Chapter 45. Arrogance and Domineering, Black Wind Stronghold. As the young man in fine clothes entered the tavern, the diners inside all showed signs of fear and unease. Chen Changqing glanced indifferently at the youth and realized that he was not an ordinary person, possessing a cultivation level of the 8th layer of body refinement. Moreover, the several bodyguards following him were all cultivators of the Qi refinement stage. For ordinary mortals, such strength was already considered formidable. However, in the eyes of Chen Changqing and Xingyang, it seemed somewhat lacking. At present, Xingyang's cultivation was nearing the Foundation establishment stage, and Chen Changqing was also at the late Foundation establishment stage. The body refinement and Qi refinement levels were indeed insignificant before them. Make way. This is the young Master Dai Hai, a Black Wind Stronghold. Be careful, don't bring trouble upon yourself. Offending the young Master Dai. Be wary of losing your head. I heard that not long ago, someone accidentally bumped into him, and the next day, their entire family was wiped out. Black Wind Stronghold. That's not something to provoke. The diners in the tavern whispered among themselves, and upon seeing Dai Hai walk in, they all chose to retreat. However, Chen Changqing and Xingyang remained calm and composed, ignoring the murmurs. Brother Chen, let's have a drink. Xingyang raised his cup. Chen Changqing smiled faintly and then drank with Xingyang. At the same time, Dai Hai arrogantly scanned the tavern. Seeing the diners fear him like a tiger, he felt quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the spot where Chen Changqing and Xingyang were sitting, while the other diners tactfully retreated upon his arrival. Chen Changqing and Xingyang appeared to be completely indifferent. They clearly ignored him, the young master of Black Wind Stronghold. Just thinking about it ignited a surge of anger in Dai Hai. Look who's here. Why aren't you two scramming out of here? Dai Hai coldly said. glaring fiercely at Chen Changqing and Yawn. As the young master of Blackwind Stronghold, he was used to being tyrannical in this area. His father, Dai Xiongfeng, was a local overlord and a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. Who would dare to disrespect him? Hearing Dai Hai shout, the diners in the tavern were terrified and scrambled to flee in all directions. Only Chen Changqing and Yang remained completely unfazed by his words. Seeing that the two were still unmoved, Dai Hai's anger intensified. His eyes twitched as he shouted, "Someone, throw them out for me." With Dai Hai's command, the bodyguards behind him rushed out with sneers. "You dogs, don't you see our young master? Not retreating means seeking death." Several bodyguards charged forward with their qi refinement cultivation levels flaring. However, what these bodyguards did not expect was that before they could even reach, Chen Changqing suddenly waved his hand. Bang! In an instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept out from his palm. Boom! 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 The bodyguards hadn't even reacted when they were sent flying by Chen Changqing's slap. Upon closer inspection, they crashed heavily against the wall, each spitting blood. Dai Hai's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. He never expected Chen Changqing to be so powerful, easily sending the Qi refinement bodyguards flying with a single slap. Moreover, what Dai Hai found unacceptable was that someone dared to attack him, the young master of Blackwind Stronghold, in their own territory. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared viciously at Chen Changqing and said, "Kid, you have some nerve. You dare to hit my people? Do you know my father is a Foundation establishment cultivator? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might just spare your life." Before Dai Hai could finish his words, Chen Changqing suddenly turned to look at him, his gaze as cold as lightning. "Shut up." Before the words could even fade, Chen Changqing retaliated with a slap aimed at Dai Hai. Unseen, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth. In less than a moment, it was as if an invisible hand of spiritual energy slapped across Dai Hai's cheek. Slap! A resounding sound echoed. Puff! Dai Hai was struck so hard that his teeth flew out, and he was sent flying backward. After hitting the ground, he felt dizzy, and half of his face instantly swelled up. You dare hit me?" Dai Hai was seething with rage. His eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing remained indifferent, not even glancing at Dai Hai. At that moment, the bodyguards who had been sent flying earlier gathered around Dai Hai in a panic. Young master, we need to go." They were Foundation establishment cultivators. Wise men do not fight when the odds are against them. Hearing this, Dai Hai's heart trembled, and he stood up with the support of the bodyguards. You wait for me." As he reached the door, Dai Hai turned back to glare at Chen Changqing. As the young master of Blackwind Stronghold, he had never been so humiliated before. Chen Changqing stared at Dai Hai indifferently, a flicker of unusual emotion briefly flashing in his eyes. Soon after, Dai Hai left in a huff with his bodyguards. Inside the tavern, the diners who had retreated earlier looked on in astonishment. What? Did I see that right? Someone actually dared to move against the young master of Blackwind Stronghold in this territory? They must be tired of living. That kid looks like a reckless fool. No wonder he is in such big trouble. As the diners whispered, the tavern keeper approached in a panic. "Two esteemed cultivators, you've gotten yourselves into big trouble. Blackwind Stronghold is notorious for being tyrannical, and the stronghold leader, Dai Xiongfeng, is a Foundation establishment expert. You've struck the young master Dai Hai. Blackwind Stronghold will not let this go easily. You should leave quickly." Chen Changqing smiled faintly and looked back at the tavern keeper, saying, "It's fine. Perhaps Blackwind Stronghold has a fearsome reputation here, but we are disciples of Mount Shu. Moreover, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator is not something to be afraid of." Earlier, when he broke through to the late Foundation establishment stage, Chen Changqing had been looking for a Foundation establishment cultivator to practice his skills. He didn't expect that someone would come knocking on his door this time before he set out with Xingyang to the 100 Herbs Valley. Seeing Chen Changqing and Xingyang's indifferent demeanor, the tavern keeper did not press further. After a round of food and drinks, the two settled down in the tavern. Unbeknownst to them, as night fell, a flash of light swept by. When they looked again, Chen Changqing had already landed in the northern part of the tavern. The next moment, he flicked his fingertip and a transparent thread appeared. This was a tracking thread, the most basic tracking technique of Mount Shu. When Dai Hai left during the day, Chen Changqing had secretly planted on him. Chapter 46. On a dark and windy night, a night for killing and arson. Chen Changqing glanced in the direction indicated by the tracking thread, a faint smile playing on his lips, revealing a hint of intrigue. During the day, at the tavern, He had already discerned that Dai Hai and his companions were not good people. They were notorious for their tyranny and oppression of the common folk. Moreover, the fear exhibited by the diners upon seeing Dai Hai further confirmed this. The people in this area were deeply afraid of the Black Wind stronghold. Since they had encountered him, it was only unfortunate for them. They were all walking points for experience. Chen Changqing whispered. Earlier, when he was still in the Outer Sect's 7th courtyard, he had gone on a mission to Qingxi village under the guidance of Elder Lu Mu. There, he encountered a large number of demonic cultivators. After a fierce battle, Chen Changqing discovered that he gained experience points after killing the demonic cultivators. Initially, he didn't know the purpose of the experience points. It was only later that he learned they could be used to enhance his efficiency in gaining experience. After returning to the outer sect of Shushan, he spent 1,000 points to triple his efficiency. Now he had come across the malevolent Black Wind stronghold. How could Chen Changqing miss this opportunity to harvest experience points? After a moment's thought, he regained his focus and swiftly moved in the direction indicated by the tracking thread. With the Shushan movement technique, he blended into the night like a ghost. The night was as dark as ink, and the mountain wind wailed. Following the tracking thread, Chen Changqing quickly arrived at the Black Wind stronghold located on Black Wind Mountain. At this moment, within the stronghold's main hall, the rotund Dai Xianxia was entertaining his subordinates with food and drink. Dai Hai was naturally among them. After returning earlier, he had informed Dai Xianxia about being bullied by Chen Changqing at the tavern. Upon hearing this, Dai Xianxia did not immediately seek justice for his son. Seeing Dai Hai's gloomy expression, he stepped forward slowly. Higher, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll personally go down a mountain and bring back those two who bullied you. At that time, you can deal with them as you wish. Hearing this, Dai Hai curled his lip and said, Dad, by the time you get there tomorrow, those two will probably have already fled. Dai Xianxia chuckled confidently and replied, they're just foundation building cultivators. Don't forget, I'm a core formation cultivator. They won't escape my grasp. Seeing Dai Xianxia's confidence, Dai Hai's expression improved significantly. Then I'll leave it to you, Dad, to capture those two scoundrels. How dare they lay a hand on me? Just wait until I skin them alive. Thinking of Chen Changqing filled Dai Hai's heart with resentment. At this moment, outside Black Wind Mountain, Chen Changqing looked up at the mountain, where lights were bright at the mountainside. The people inside were all experience points. As he spoke, a smile crept onto his lips, his eyes glinting coldly as he headed straight into the mountain. Soon he arrived at the outskirts of the Black Wind stronghold. He did not choose to conceal his presence, boldly walking forward. Who goes there? He had not walked far when a shout rang out. Looking over, he saw several bandits from the Black Wind stronghold surrounding him, their eyes wary as they assessed Chen Changqing. These few had low cultivation, only at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining. Hearing the bandits shout, Chen Changqing smiled coldly and said, the one here to take your lives. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible sword energy suddenly erupted. Before the bandits could react, their throats were pierced by the sword energy, collapsing into pools of blood. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Changqing's mind. Ding! Killed a Black Wind stronghold bandit. Gained 7 experience points. Ding! Killed a Black Wind stronghold bandit. Gained 10 experience points. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Changqing smiled in satisfaction. Earlier, he had some concerns about whether killing the people from the Black Wind stronghold would yield experience points. Now he had no more worries. Following that, Chen Changqing did not delay and continued to charge into the stronghold. Who dares to intrude on my Black Wind stronghold? A bandit at the 9th level of Qi refining had just shouted when he was silenced by Chen Changqing's sword energy. Ding! Killed a Black Wind stronghold bandit. Gained 20 experience points. Chen Changqing's footsteps did not falter, moving like a ghost through the stronghold. With a sword light passed, blood splattered, and bandits fell one after another. Ding! Killed a Black Wind stronghold bandit. Gained 8 experience points. Ding! Killed a Black Wind stronghold bandit. Gained 7 experience points. Ding! Killed a Black Wind stronghold bandit. Gained 10 experience points. As the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold continued to fall, Chen Changqing's experience points rapidly increased. Meanwhile, the commotion of Chen Changqing's massacre spread throughout the stronghold. In the main hall, Dai Xianxia was still toasting with his subordinates. Suddenly, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Looking towards the sound, a bandit stumbled into the hall, panic-stricken, and shouted, Boss, it's bad. There's an outsider attacking the mountain. As the bandit's shout rang out, the previously noisy hall suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, Everyone wore incredulous expressions. Damn, what's going on? Who is so bold as to come to my Black Wind stronghold and act recklessly? Are they tired of living? Everyone was indignant, knowing that their Black Wind stronghold was a powerful force in the surrounding 100 miles, having occupied this land for so many years, burning, killing, and plundering without anyone daring to intervene. They had never encountered anyone brave enough to attack their stronghold before. Upon hearing this, Dai Xiongfeng's brow furrowed slightly, and he slammed the table and stood up. Who dares to cause trouble in my Black Wind stronghold? What shocked Dai Xiongfeng was that as soon as he finished speaking, a commotion of battle erupted outside the hall. Kill! Bang bang! But soon, the shouts faded away. It was not hard to guess that the outsider had made it inside. Seeing the silence outside, everyone exchanged glances, each seeing confusion and dismay in one another's eyes. Boom! Just then, a figure crashed through the main door, landing heavily in the center of the hall. As everyone focused, they realized it was the fourth leader of the Black Wind stronghold. Hiss! Seeing that the fourth leader was lifeless, the entire hall gasped in shock. The atmosphere instantly growing tense. They knew that their fourth leader was a mid-stage Foundation cultivator. How could he be thrown in like a dead dog? Not even a scream had escaped his lips before he was dead. Before anyone could recover from their shock, footsteps approached slowly from outside the hall. Tap, tap. Before long, a young figure appeared in the doorway, bathed in moonlight. Chapter 47, Bloodbath at Black Wind Stronghold. Crazy harvesting of AFK points. The young man was tall and slender, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like cold stars. The moonlight fell, casting a silver glow on him. The night wind lifted his clothes, making a rustling sound, yet it could not dissipate the chilling, killing intent surrounding him. He looked as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Who else could it be but Chen Changqing, who had slaughtered his way up from the foot of the mountain? Upon seeing Chen Changqing, Daihai's pupils involuntarily trembled. Father, it's him. He was the one who hit me in the tavern today. Daihai covered his swollen face, his eyes filled with resentment. He never expected that Chen Changqing would dare to come alone to Black Wind Stronghold. Huh? After hearing what Daihai said, Dai Xiongfeng narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Chen Changqing. At this moment, Daihai let out a harsh laugh and coldly said, Kid, I haven't come looking for you yet, but you've come knocking on my door. Earlier, Daihai had been gloomy, worried that Chen Changqing would slip away. If he couldn't catch Chen Changqing, then the beating he received today would have been for nothing. Meanwhile, Dai Xiongfeng also discovered that Chen Changqing's cultivation was merely at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Just a mere Foundation establishment, and he dares to be so arrogant in my Black Wind stronghold? He even dared to hit my son. You must be looking for death. Dai Xiongfeng's gaze was as cold as a knife, sweeping over Chen Changqing. Earlier, when Daihai returned from outside, all of his teeth had been knocked out. After inquiring, Dai Xiongfeng learned that someone had attacked his son. Although Daihai said the opponent was only at the Foundation establishment level, Dai Xiongfeng felt somewhat uncertain. He did not immediately take people to avenge Daihai, but quietly sent someone out to investigate the opponent's background. Initially, he thought that anyone bold enough to hit his son would be a formidable expert. But now, upon seeing, it was just a junior at the Foundation establishment stage. Hearing the arrogant words of the Dai father and son, Chen Changqing replied indifferently, Tonight, it will be you who dies. As he spoke, Chen Changqing's gaze swept over the group of mountain bandits in the main hall. Ha ha! As soon as he said this, the hall erupted in laughter, followed by mockery. How ridiculous! Where did this Foundation establishment brat come from, daring to speak so shamelessly? Kid, are you out of your mind? Don't you know your own weight? Just a Foundation establishment. Who gave you the courage to come to my Black Wind stronghold? You're the one looking for death. The crowd continued to mock him, completely disregarding Chen Changqing. After all, their big boss was at the core formation level. Killing a Foundation establishment cultivator was as easy as squashing an ant. Although their fourth elder had died at Chen Changqing's hands, he was only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Chen Changqing paid no attention to the ridicule from the Black Wind stronghold members. At this moment, Dai Xiongfeng sneered contemptuously and coldly said, Humph, truly unaware of death. Since that's the case, Air and San, send him to meet King Yen. As soon as Dai Xiongfeng finished speaking, two people stepped out from behind him. One was fat and the other was thin. As soon as they appeared, a strong aura emanated from them, both possessing late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. In Dai Xiongfeng's view, with these two taking action, they could easily kill Chen Changqing. Kid, you've come to my Black Wind stronghold to act recklessly. Today, you will pay with your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the fatter cultivator immediately chose to attack. Boom! His figure flashed, quickly rushing towards Chen Changqing, and as he approached, he swung a palm down. The thinner cultivator saw this, and moved swiftly as well, attacking Chen Changqing from the other side. Boom! In less than a moment, the two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators attacked Chen Changqing from left and right. Under their fierce palm strikes, the air crackled with explosive sounds. Facing the two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators charging at him, Chen Changqing's expression remained indifferent. Thunder God Fist. Just as the two were about to strike, he gathered spiritual energy in both hands and punched out to the left and right. Boom! Boom! As he punched, thunder light erupted from his fists. Bang bang. The violent, thunderous power instantly collided with the palm strikes of the two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. The deafening sound of the explosion echoed. Looking again, one could see that the palm strikes of the two had collapsed under Chen Changqing's Thunder God Fist, instantly disintegrating. The remaining force of his fists pierced straight through the chests of the two, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Threads of thunder power crazily wrapped around the two, sizzling continuously. The two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they turned into charred corpses, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene came too suddenly. The people in the hall were all stunned, each one as if turned to stone. What? This? How is this possible? The second and third elders just died like this? In their days, the members of Black Wind's stronghold finally came to their senses, their pupils shaking and their faces filled with horror. No one expected Chen Changqing to be so formidable. With just 2 punches, he instantly killed 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Huh? Dai Hai saw this and was left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had been so arrogant, thinking that Chen Changqing coming to Black Wind Stronghold was akin to walking into a trap. Who would have thought that, with just a slight move, he had already killed the second and third elders of Black Wind Stronghold? Huh? Seeing this, Dai Xiongfeng's expression suddenly darkened, becoming extremely grim. What kind of existence did Haier provoke outside? It seems he only has late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, yet with this strike, he killed 2 peers? The more he thought, the more anxious Dai Xiongfeng became. Then, he put away his disdain for Chen Changqing and said with a serious expression, "Kid, who exactly are you?" In Dai Xiongfeng's view, for Chen Changqing to easily kill 2 peers with late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation was far from what an ordinary cultivator could do. Chen Changqing slowly raised his gaze, his eyes icy as he stared at Dai Xiongfeng, and said, "The dead don't need to know so much." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changqing's figure suddenly vanished from spot. Bang! When one looked again, a member of Black Wind Stronghold not far away had been punched and exploded. Then, Chen Changqing's figure flashed again. Wherever he passed, sword lights flickered and heads flew high, crashing heavily to the ground. The cultivators of Black Wind Stronghold were all thrown into chaos. If a late-stage Foundation establishment like Chen Changqing could easily kill, let alone those at the body refinement and chi refining levels. Bang bang. Poof. Poof poof. However, before these cultivators could escape, they all perished at Chen Changqing's hands. Meanwhile, in Chen Changqing's mind, the system's prompt sounded continuously. Ding. Kill Black Wind Stronghold Bandit. AFK, points 20. Kill Black Wind Stronghold Bandit. AFK, points 20. Kill Black Wind Stronghold Bandit. AFK, points 9. Chapter 48. A sword cuts the core formation, incinerating the Black Wind Stronghold. Not long after, the great hall of the Black Wind Stronghold was a river of blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. Those who had been arrogant and tyrannical just moments ago were now all cold, lifeless bodies. Dai Haichu stood frozen in place, his head buzzing. He never imagined that Chen Changqing would be so powerful and terrifying, and so bloodthirsty in his killings. Who exactly is he? Dai mattered, in shock, his entire body covered in goosebumps. Earlier, he thought Chen Changqing was seeking death in the Black Wind Stronghold. But now, Dai Hai realized he had vastly underestimated Chen Changqing's strength. Knowing that there were core formation cultivators stationed at the Black Wind Stronghold, yet still daring to come alone. He must be extremely confident in his abilities. After a moment of thought, Dai Hai couldn't help but tremble all over. He actually felt some regret for provoking this god of death, Chen Changqing, back at the tavern. Dai Xiongfeng was also astonished to see Chen Changqing kill everyone in the hall in such a short time. Just then, Chen Changqing turned his gaze to Dai Xiongfeng and his son. "Next, it would be your turn." Hearing Chen Changqing's words, Dai Xiongfeng's brows furrowed, and he coldly spoke. Kid, you don't really think that with your late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, you can truly contend with me, do you? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Xiongfeng's arm shook. In the next moment, a violent aura erupted from his body. The imposing pressure of a core formation cultivator was instantly unleashed. Following that, Dai Xiongfeng casually waved his hand, and a pitch-black great sword appeared in his grasp. The blade was wrapped in raging true qi, making it heart-stopping. Seeing Dai Xiongfeng reveal his strength, Dai Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Dad, quickly kill this brat." Hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Dai Xiongfeng's eyes, and he swung the great sword directly at Chen Changqing. A sword strike against the wind. With a single slash, the sword light resembled a river. When looking again, the terrifying blade light transformed into a massive sword edge, pressing down towards Chen Changqing. In response, Chen Changqing showed no signs of panic. As Dai Xiongfeng's sword force approached, he thought of it, and the Changqing sword suddenly unsheathed. At the moment he grasped the Changqing sword, it transformed into a silver streak. Chen Changqing wasted no time and immediately executed a sword move from the Shushan sword technique. Star River hanging down. Boom! In an instant, the fierce sword momentum poured down like a galaxy, vast and overwhelming. Wherever the sword light reached, it seemed as if countless stars were falling. Each streak of starlight was a strand of deadly sword energy. In less than a moment, Chen Changqing's sword force collided with Dai Xiongfeng's sword force. Bang! The clash of sword and blade caused the entire hall to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Seeing that Chen Changqing had actually blocked his attack with a single sword, a hint of surprise flashed in Dai Xiongfeng's eyes. But in an instant, he returned to normal and sneered. Kid, I admit, you do have some strength. However, you cannot kill me. With this little power of yours, it's still not enough against a core formation cultivator. Is that so? The corners of Chen Changqing's mouth lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. Boom! Immediately after, the Changqing sword in his hand suddenly fell back into its sheath. At the same time, Chen Changqing bent down and assumed a posture as if to draw the sword again. Seeing this scene, both Dai Xiongfeng and Dai Hai were bewildered and at a loss. They didn't know what Chen Changqing was up to. Boom boom. Before the father and son could react, a destructive aura suddenly erupted from Chen Changqing's body. In addition, a vast sword energy was instantly released, the sharpness making the air before them feel as if it were being sliced apart. What is this? Upon seeing this, Dai Xiongfeng's pupils dilated and his hair stood on end. Although he found Chen Changqing's posture strange, a feeling of unease inexplicably surged in his heart at that moment. Events the Ying Swelt technique. Before Dai Xiongfeng could think further, Chen Changqing directly unleashed his killing move. Clang! He swiftly drew the Changqing sword from its sheath. Accompanied by a piercing sword cry, the brilliant sword light instantly tore through the void. Looking again, a sword ray, solidified as if real, rushed towards Dai Xiongfeng with unstoppable momentum. Not good. Upon seeing this, Dai Xiongfeng's mind shook violently. At that moment, he felt a chill all over, the threat of death rapidly closing in. Moreover, the speed of that sword ray was incredibly fast, not allowing Dai Xiongfeng any time for consideration. At the critical moment, Dai Xiongfeng instinctively grabbed Dai Hai. This sudden situation left Dai Hai utterly confused. Dad, what are you doing? Ignoring Dai Hai. Dai Xiongfeng directly used Dai Hai's body to block the sword ray. Whoosh! Bang! In less than a moment, the sword ray had already struck down before Dai Xiongfeng. Dai Hai, who had been grabbed to block the sword ray, instantly exploded under the strike. Dai Hai never imagined until his death that his father would use his body to block a sword. Boom! What Dai Xiongfeng did not expect was that he thought Dai Hai's body could withstand that sword ray. Who would have thought that after the sword energy exploded Dai Hai's body, it continued unabated, striking down towards him? No! Dai Xiongfeng screamed in terror and anger, not even having time to mobilize his true qi before he was cleaved in two by that sword ray. Clang! Detected that the host has killed the Black Wind Stronghold's leader, Dai Xiongfeng. Reward, 200. Chen Changqing put away the Changqing sword and scanned the hall with indifferent eyes. Killing a core formation cultivator only rewards 200. Is the system being a bit stingy? Or is the heaven-slaying sword technique so powerful that with only 10 of the training progress, it can instantly kill a core formation? Chen Changqing sighed to himself. Thinking back to how Dai Xiongfeng had used his own son to block the sword at the brink of death, he couldn't help but shake his head. The cultivation world is so cruel. Saying this, Chen Changqing took a deep breath and then, without further thought, began to loot the Black Wind stronghold. Is this all the wealth of the Black Wind stronghold? Chen Changqing searched inside and out, only finding a few thousand low-grade spirit stones along with some low-tier pills and materials. Well, it's better than having no gains at all. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored everything into his storage bag. Not long after becoming an inner disciple of Shushan, the sect had given him a storage bag. Although the internal space was not large, it was more than enough to hold some miscellaneous items. Time to go back. After that, Chen Changqing stepped out of the stronghold, flicked his finger, and a wisp of spiritual fire shot out. Boom boom. In no time, the raging flames engulfed the entire Black Wind stronghold, and the soaring firelight illuminated half the night sky. Chapter 49. Honest Person. Arriving at Baiyao Valley, Yaosheng Valley, the fire in Haifeng village burned all night long. The towering flames lit up the night sky, attracting the attention of many nearby. Some daring individuals quietly went to investigate and discover the truth. Soon, the news of Haifeng village's destruction spread quickly through the surrounding cities. Have you heard? Haifeng village was destroyed last night. Is that true? Of course it's true. The village was burned to the ground, and all the bandits inside are dead. Ha ha ha. That's great. It's about time those beasts got their comeuppance. Who is so powerful that they could destroy Haifeng village? The village's creditor, Dai Xiongfeng, is a core formation cultivator. The next day, in the inn where Chen Changqing and Xingyang were staying, the diners were excitedly discussing the events. Additionally, cheers from the common people could be heard outside the inn from time to time. It should be known that Haifeng village had been a scourge in the area for many years, killing, burning, and robbing without remorse. The common people had dared not speak out against it. Now that Haifeng village was destroyed overnight, it was naturally a huge blessing for them. Xingyang and Chen Changqing were drinking in the inn. Upon hearing the discussions around them, Xingyang suddenly frowned and instinctively looked over at Chen Changqing. Junior brother, did you do this? Xingyang asked with suspicion. The day before, the young master of Haifeng village had clashed with them, and Chen Changqing had publicly beaten him up. Who would have thought that this morning they would hear about the destruction of Haifeng village? It was easy for Xingyang to suspect Chen Changqing. After hearing Xingyang's question, Chen Changqing smiled lightly and replied, Senior brother, how could it be me? I'm just an honest person. Seeing Chen Changqing's denial, Xingyang smiled slightly, but inwardly he began to doubt. To him, the timing of Haifeng village's destruction was just too coincidental. Just yesterday, Chen Changqing had a conflict with the young master of Haifeng village, and today, the village was destroyed with the entire place burned to ashes. Moreover, although Chen Changqing had only reached the late foundation establishment stage, Xingyang was well aware of his true strength. When Chen Changqing had just entered the foundation establishment stage, he was able to defeat the late foundation establishment body cultivator, Shitian, who possessed a special physique, the stone spirit body. Now that Chen Changqing's cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage, his strength was even more unfathomable. Killing a core formation cultivator was not impossible. Although he suspected that Chen Changqing was involved in the destruction of Haifeng village, since Chen Changqing did not admit to it, Xingyang did not press further. Moreover, given that Haifeng village had committed numerous atrocities, its destruction could be considered a good thing. After a moment of thought, Xingyang came back to his senses and smiled at Chen Changqing, saying, Junior brother, we've rested enough. Let's go. With that, Xingyang got up first and walked toward the exit of the inn. Chen Changqing maintained his usual demeanor and followed closely behind. Time passed quietly. Before they knew it, 3 days had gone by. At this moment, Chen Changqing was following Xingyang to the foot of a towering mountain. As they gazed up, the mountain loomed high into the clouds, shrouded in mist. Faintly, they could see flashes of spiritual light, indicating that it was a place rich in spiritual energy. Junior brother, beyond this mountain is where Baiyao Valley is located, Xingyang said, looking at the massive peak ahead. Chen Changqing nodded, but did not pay much attention. At this moment, Xingyang added, Baiyao Valley is under the jurisdiction of Yaosheng Valley. To enter Baiyao Valley, we need to obtain permission from Yaosheng Valley and register first. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing was slightly surprised. Yaosheng Valley? I thought Baiyao Valley was unclaimed land. Xingyang smiled wryly and said, How could it be unclaimed land? Baiyao Valley is filled with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Such a blessed land is usually controlled by major powers. Yaosheng Valley, like our Shushan sect, is one of the 10 sacred places. Yaoxing Valley specializes in alchemy, and there are many alchemists within. Such a power naturally attracts many strong cultivators to serve them. After all, alchemy is essential for cultivators. After Qingyang's explanation, Chen Changqing nodded in understanding. He also knew that many cultivators, when breaking through, could significantly increase their success rate with the help of breakthrough pills. Let's go to the registration office. Qingyang called to Chen Changqing and took the lead in dashing forward. Not long after, the two arrived at the entrance of Baiyao Valley. Looking ahead, they saw a long line of people waiting to enter. So many people? Chen Changqing was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected there to be so many cultivators wanting to enter Baiyao Valley. Qingyang smiled and explained, Baiyao Valley is already well known. With Yaoxing Valley opening it to the public, it naturally attracts many people. After all, anything obtained inside can be taken out. Chen Changqing nodded and didn't think much of it. He joined Qingyang in the line. After waiting for a while, it was finally their turn to register. Chen Changqing was a bit surprised. It seemed that Baiyao Valley's reputation was indeed significant. Disciples of Shushan entering the valley to seek medicine. As he spoke, Qingyang quickly signaled to Chen Changqing and took out his identity token as an inner disciple of Shushan. The staff member at Yaoxing Valley checked their identity tokens and began to register them. 2 disciples of Shushan. Each person requires 6,000 spirit stones, and you may stay in the valley for 3 days. Upon hearing the staff member's words, Chen Changqing's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. 6,000 spirit stones per person? He was secretly shocked. He thought that this price was rather high. After all, since Yaoxing Valley dared to open Baiyao Valley to the public, they must have already scoured the valley beforehand. If there were truly valuable items in Baiyao Valley, they should have already fallen into Yaoxing Valley's hands. Other sect members entering could only pick up the scraps. Even so, charging 6,000 spirit stones per person was somewhat outrageous. What a violent way to make money. Chen Changqing sighed inwardly, realizing that Yaoxing Valley was quite shrewd in business, making a hefty profit. While Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Qingyang appeared unfazed. Clearly, he had done his homework before coming to Baiyao Valley and was aware of Yaoxing Valley's rules. Then with a thought, Qingyang directly took out the spirit stones and handed them over. Seeing this, Chen Changqing whispered, "Earlier, senior brother Qingyang came to find me, saying he was willing to offer 100 spirit stones as a reward for this trip. Now, to enter Baiyao Valley, each person needs to pay 6,000 spirit stones. I guess he must have used all the spirit stones he has for this entrance fee." Chapter 50. Taoism. As Chen Changqing was lost in thought, the disciples of the Medicine God Valley had already counted the spirit stones given by Qingyang and expressionlessly took out 2 talismans. These were the 2 talismans needed to enter the 100 Herbs Valley. One talisman was activated upon entry, and the other upon exit. Remember, you have only 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of whether you find the spiritual herbs in the 100 Herbs Valley, you must come out. If you do not exit, the Mountain Protection Formation will automatically launch an attack. At that time, your lives will have nothing to do with us at the Medicine God Valley. Qingyang nodded and took the talismans from the disciple of the Medicine God Valley, giving one to Chen Changqing. The talisman felt cool to the touch, with intricate array patterns engraved on it, faintly pulsating with spiritual power. It seemed designed for identity recognition to avoid being mistakenly harmed by the Mountain Protection Formation. "Junior brother, let's hurry." Qingyang smiled at Chen Changqing and said. Chen Changqing lightly responded. Without delay, they activated the talismans together and entered the 100 Herbs Valley. After passing through the Mountain Protection Formation, the scenery before them changed dramatically. In the 100 Herbs Valley, ancient trees towered high, spiritual mist swirled, and the distant mountains rose and fell. What rich spiritual energy! Chen Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. Taking a deep breath made him feel more relaxed all over. The concentration of spiritual energy in the 100 Herbs Valley was comparable to that of the inner sect of the Shushan sect. "Junior brother, I must apologize for one thing." Qingyang suddenly looked at Chen Changqing with a troubled expression. Chen Changqing raised his eyebrows, looking back at Qingyang with confusion. "What is it?" Qingyang sighed and said, "For inviting you to the 100 Herbs Valley this time, I only brought 100 spirit stones as a reward. I won't hide it from you. I am indeed short on funds." Hearing this, Chen Changqing waved his hand dismissively and said, "Senior brother, you're being too modest. Even if you didn't offer a reward, we both came from the outer sect's 7th courtyard, and I would still help you. It's just." At this point, Chen Changqing frowned and continued. "Since the Medicine God Valley dares to open the 100 Herbs Valley to the outside, The good things inside have likely been mostly obtained by the Medicine God Valley. Will what you seek be hard to find? Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Qingyang smiled calmly. The next moment, he waved his hand and revealed a yellowed map. Junior brother, I have a detailed map. It records the location of the 3-color flower I need. Moreover, that place is extremely concealed. So even if the people from a Medicine God Valley have searched the 100 Herbs Valley beforehand, they might not necessarily find it. I obtained this map at some cost from an elder of the inner sect of Shushan. Chen Changqing nodded, secretly thinking that Qingyang had indeed made sufficient preparations for this trip to the 100 Herbs Valley. Junior brother, follow me. Let us head straight to the location of the 3-colored flower. After a brief silence, Qingyang said. Then, without delay, the two followed the map's guidance and flew off on their swords. Unknowingly, 2 days passed. Senior brother Qingyang, are you sure the map is correct? Chen Changqing raised an eyebrow, looking at Qingyang with a puzzled expression. Earlier, they had arrived at the target area according to the map, but after searching for a long time, they had not found what Qingyang needed at all. Qingyang was taken aback, his face filled with bitterness and helplessness. Unsure of what to say, he wondered if the elder who gave him the map had been deceiving him. But after thinking it over, he felt that this possibility was low. Could it be that someone else had gotten there first? Quickly, Qingyang's mind came up with this idea. After all, many people from other sects entered the 100 Herbs Valley every day to search for spiritual herbs. It was possible that what he needed had already been obtained by someone else. Thinking of this, Qingyang took a deep breath and said somewhat dejectedly, Junior brother Chen, I need to trouble you to search a bit more with me. After all, since we're here, we might as well look around. Once the time is up, regardless of whether we find it or not, we'll leave the 100 Herbs Valley immediately. Chen Changqing nodded lightly, not urging Qingyang. He just felt that continuing the search like this had a low chance of success. Then, the two prepared to continue their exploration of the surroundings. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! A violent fluctuation of spiritual power erupted not far ahead. The sound clearly indicated that someone was in battle. Hearing this, Chen Changqing and Qingyang exchanged glances, quickly concealing their own auras as they rushed toward the source of the battle. Before long, they arrived at a valley. Looking around, they saw 2 young cultivators engaged in a fierce fight. One was wearing a blue Taoist robe, forming hand seals, with lightning flickering around him, exuding an extraordinary aura. The other wore a black robe, with demonic energy surging all over him, especially his eyes, which were blood-red and terrifying, clearly indicating he was from the demonic sect. Moreover, both young men were not weak. They were both cultivators at the core formation stage. Furthermore, they had condensed over 10,000 strands of true qi. After entering the core formation stage, cultivators would continue to refine true qi. Typically, a late-stage core formation cultivator would have around 30,000 strands of true qi, with only exceptional talents able to continue condensing true qi with a maximum of 90,000 strands. Seeing the situation before him, Qingyang was shocked and said, both of them are very strong. They are mid-stage core formation cultivators with over 10,000 strands of true qi. Even among the inner sect of Shushan, they would rank in the top few dozen. In contrast to Qingyang's excitement, Chen Changqing's expression remained relatively calm. He wondered himself how many strands of true qi he would be able to condense once he reached the core formation stage. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, the battle between the 2 young men inside the valley grew even more intense. Boom! Heavenly thunder technique break. The young man in the Taoist robe shouted angrily. Immediately, a burst of lightning erupted from his palm, transforming into a dazzling thunder dragon that charged straight toward the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator sneered coldly, and the demonic energy surrounding him suddenly surged. When they looked again, the terrifying demonic energy had transformed into a ferocious demonic shadow that clashed head-on with the thunder dragon. Boom! Bang! Deafening explosions echoed, and the shockwaves sent trees within 100 feet flying. Soon after, the demonic cultivator launched an even fiercer attack, swiftly suppressing the young man in the Taoist robe. Take this, my demonic palm. Boom! The demonic cultivator seized an opening in the Taoist-robed young man's defense and struck out with a powerful palm. Puff! The Taoist disciple was caught off guard and was directly blasted back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 51. Condensing Yuan grass as he staggered back. The Taoist disciple suddenly caught sight of Chen Changqing and Qingyang. The two were dressed in the attire of inner disciples from the Shushan sect. Upon seeing them, a glimmer of joy flashed in the Taoist disciple's eyes. "Two friends from Shushan, please help me quickly." At the same time, The young man from the demonic sect also shifted his gaze to Chen Changqing and Yawn. People for Shushan? The demonic youth muttered in surprise. However, upon realizing that Chen Changqing and Yawn were merely at the foundation establishment stage, the seriousness on his face was quickly replaced by disdain. In his view, two mere late-stage foundation establishment disciples from Shushan could not change anything. Senior brother, should we leave? Chen Changqing asked lightly from a short distance away. He had no intention of intervening. On the contrary, Yawn, filled with fighting spirit, replied, Junior brother Chen, we are all part of the righteous path. How can we just stand by and watch? If the two were fighting among righteous cultivators, it would be fine if we did not intervene. But since one of them is a practitioner of the demonic path, we have no reason not to act. Chen Changqing paid little attention to Yawn's words. A few days ago, he had eliminated the Black Wind stronghold and killed the stronghold's leader, Dai Xiongfeng. Although Dai Xiongfeng was also a core formation expert, he had only condensed 1,000 strands of true qi. In contrast, the demonic youth before him had condensed over 10,000 strands of true qi. The two were not comparable. As Chen Changqing lost himself in thought, Yawn had already leaped into the air. Boom! As he soared, a powerful aura erupted from Yawn's body. Chen Changqing sensed this and was slightly taken aback, secretly marveling. I didn't expect senior brother Yawn to have already condensed 3,000 strands of true qi. Such talent is indeed remarkable. It was important to note that Yawn was still at the late stage of foundation establishment, and yet he had condensed 3,000 strands of true qi before breaking into the core formation stage, which was quite impressive even among the inner disciples of Shushan. Seeing Yawn make a move, the Taoist disciples' eyes lit up with joy. Although Yawn was only at the foundation establishment stage, his intervention could alleviate some of the pressure on him. Shushan's sword technique, blue rainbow, piercing the sun. Boom! At this moment, Yawn did not hesitate and immediately unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, the long sword in his hand burst forth with dazzling blue light. The sword's momentum surged like a rainbow, directly targeting the demonic youth. The demonic youth scoffed, his face filled with contempt, and nonchalantly said, seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic cultivator coldly snorted and waved his sleeve. Boom! In an instant, the demonic energy swirling around him suddenly transformed into a black barrier, countering Yawn's sword momentum. Bang! In less than a moment, a terrifying collision echoed. Yawn's sword momentum was forcefully crushed by the wave of the demonic youth's hand. A mere foundation establishment ant dares to strike at me? Even if I am injured, you are not my match. The next moment, a fierce glint flashed in the demonic youth's eyes. He then clenched his fingers, and a vast amount of demonic energy condensed in his palm. After a brief moment, a giant claw made of demonic energy rushed toward Yawn with great force. Boom! Upon seeing this, Yawn was undaunted and quickly summoned his sword to meet the attack. Bang! In the clash, Yawn's sword momentum was directly shattered beneath the demonic claw, and the terrifying demonic might send him flying back. Yawn couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. You enjoy meddling in others' business, so let me send you on your way. The demonic youth's eyes flashed with a ruthless killing intent upon seeing this. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, he dashed straight toward Yawn. What? Yawn's pupils constricted as he quickly shouted, Junior brother, aren't you going to make a move? Witnessing this, Chen Changqing sighed helplessly. He then swiftly darted out to confront the demonic youth. Oomph! Another ant has come? The demonic youth spoke coldly, not taking Chen Changqing seriously at all. Thunder God Fist. In just a few breaths, Chen Changqing had rushed in and threw a heavy punch. Boom! As he struck, a vast force surged forth, like thunder and lightning. The terrifying punch was akin to an explosive thunderclap. When it landed, the air rippled visibly. Faced with Chen Changqing's sudden punch, the demonic youth's pupils trembled. In a hurry, he had no time to think further and directly raised his arms to block. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The demonic youth was actually sent staggering back from Chen Changqing's punch, his arms feeling numb. After stabilizing himself, the demonic youth's mind was in turmoil. His face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This is foundation establishment cultivation? The demonic youth exclaimed in shock. Chen Changqing's punch had clearly surpassed the foundation establishment realm. Originally, he had not regarded Chen Changqing highly, thinking that a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was just an ant he could easily crush. He never expected that Chen Changqing's punch would possess such terrifying power. As he contemplated this, the demonic youth's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, "This kid must be hiding something. To be able to push me back with just one punch, his strength far exceeds that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Given that I'm already injured, if I continue to engage, I might not gain any advantage." After weighing his options, a flash of determination appeared in the demonic youth's eyes, and he resolved to retreat. "Very well, I will remember you." After saying this, the demonic youth snorted coldly. The next moment, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and quickly fled. Seeing him retreat, Chen Changqing did not pursue. After all, he had not intended to intervene in the first place. If it weren't for Qingyang, he would have been disinclined to get involved. On the other side, the Taoist disciple let out a long sigh of relief when he saw the demonic youth retreat. Qingyang also secretly relaxed, feeling that Chen Changqing's strength was truly unfathomable. Soon, the Taoist disciple approached Chen Changqing and Qingyang, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, two friends from Shushan, for your assistance." Qingyang slightly calmed himself, waved his hand, and asked, "Why were you being pursued by that demonic disciple?" The Taoist disciple did not hide anything and replied directly, "It was for this item." Saying this, he flipped his palm, revealing a peculiar three-colored flower. The petals were blue, red, and purple, with faint spiritual light swirling in the center, exuding a refreshing fragrance. "This is condensing yuan grass?" Upon seeing the three-colored flower in the Taoist disciple's hand, Qingyang's mind jolted, and he immediately recognized it. Chapter 52. This flower is given to fellow Taoist Qingyang. When Chen Changqing saw the disciple of the Taoist sect take out the three-colored flower, his eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, "It seems that this spirit herb must be an extraordinary treasure. I just wonder if it is the one marked on his map." Earlier, after entering the 100 Herbs Valley, Qingyang took out a map. On that map, the location of the three-colored flower was marked by an elder from Mount Shu. However, the two of them had searched for over 2 days without finding the three-colored flower at all. Chen Changqing even suspected that the map Qingyang had obtained at a high price might have been a trick by that elder from Mount Shu. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Qingyang's gaze gradually became fiery. It should be known that this three-colored flower, also called the Ningxian grass, is not only of great use for foundation-building cultivators to break through to the golden core stage, but even golden core cultivators can use it to stabilize their cultivation and even attempt to reach higher realms. What Qingyang did not expect was that after searching for so long with Chen Changqing, the three-colored flower was actually obtained by this disciple of the Taoist sect. Perhaps the one marked on the elder's map is indeed this one. Qingyang sighed secretly. Although he really wanted the three-colored flower, since it had already been obtained by someone else, there was nothing he could do. As a person of the righteous path, he could not possibly act like that disciple from the demonic sect and snatch it just because he wanted it, right? At that moment, the disciple of the Taoist sect put away the three-colored flower and cupped his fist towards Chen Changqing and Qingyang, saying, "Fellow Taoists, I am Qingyang from the Tao sect." Hearing this, Qingyang came back to his senses and quickly returned the greeting. "I am Qingyang from Mount Shu. This is my junior brother, Chen Changqing." Upon hearing Qingyang's introduction, Qingyang glanced at Chen Changqing, and a flash of surprise quickly crossed his eyes. Earlier, he had been severely injured by that disciple of the demonic sect and had to call for help from Chen Changqing and Qingyang in a critical moment. Qingyang chose to intervene, but he was clearly no match for that golden core disciple of the demonic sect. Fortunately, Chen Changqing acted just in time and used only one punch to intimidate and force the opponent back. Although this person appeared to be only at the late stage of foundation building, his true strength far exceeded his level. It was likely that he was a talented figure among the core disciples of Mount Shu, making him worth befriending. After a moment of thought, Qingyang asked, "May I ask what brings you two fellow Taoists to the 100 Herbs Valley?" Qingyang was taken aback by Qingyang's question, and his face showed a hint of embarrassment. After all, the item he was seeking was currently in Qingyang's hands. Chen Changqing glanced at Qingyang. Seeing that he seemed to find it hard to speak, he directly said, "Senior brother Qingyang, to be honest, my senior brother Qingyang and I came to the 100 Herbs Valley specifically for that three-colored flower you have. Unfortunately, after searching for almost 3 days, we have not found it." Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Qingyang immediately understood. The next moment, he smiled heartily and waved his hand, retrieving the three-colored flower from his storage bag. "In that case, I shall gift this flower to fellow Taoist Qingyang." As he spoke, the three-colored flower slowly floated down in front of Qingyang. "What? Yang was taken aback and quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No. This item was sought after with great effort by fellow Taoist. How can I accept it? Yang smiled lightly and said, Fellow Taoist Yang, if it weren't for you and fellow Taoist Changqing's help, I might have already perished at the hands of that golden core disciple from the demonic sect. A mere spirit herb is nothing to worry about. Yang was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. He really wanted the 3-colored flower, but it felt inappropriate to directly take it from Yang. Besides, he had nothing of value to exchange. In order to enter the 100 Herbs Valley this time, he had nearly emptied his savings. He had even invited Chen Changqing to come along by offering a reward of only 100 spirit stones. Seeing Yang hesitating, Chen Changqing waved his hand and directly took the 3-colored flower into his possession. Since senior brother Yang is so generous, I will thank you on behalf of senior brother Yang. As he spoke, Chen Changqing handed the 3-colored flower to Yang. Senior brother Yang, this item is of great use to you, so don't refuse it, just take it. Yang was slightly taken aback, took a deep breath, and then stored the 3-colored flower in his storage bag. He then looked at Yang with a grateful expression. Fellow Taoist, thank you. Yang smiled slightly in response. Fellow Taoist Yang, you are too polite. It's just a spirit herb. As he said this, he glanced at Chen Changqing, thinking that Chen Changqing's character was straightforward and refreshing. Although the 3-colored flower was indeed a rare spirit herb, in Chen Yang's view, it was worth it to build a good relationship with Chen Changqing through such a spirit herb. After that, the three of them did not linger in this valley and hurried towards the entrance of the 100 Herbs Valley. After activating the talisman given by the disciples of the Medicine God Valley, the three of them passed through the Great Formation and arrived outside the entrance of the 100 Herbs Valley. Fellow Taoists, I have to return to the Tao sect. See you again. Chen Yang smiled at Chen Changqing and Yang. See you again. Chen Changqing and Yang cupped their fists in return. Afterward, Yang did not delay and flew off on his magical tool like a streak of light. Once Yang left, Yang sighed and turned to Chen Changqing with a grateful look. Thank you so much this time, junior brother Changqing. Chen Changqing smiled lightly. It's just a small effort. Senior brother doesn't need to be so polite. Yang silently remembered this favor from Chen Changqing, knowing full well that if it weren't for Chen Changqing's company, he might not have been able to achieve his wish. His strength was not a match for that golden core disciple of the demonic sect. In their earlier encounter, it was Chen Changqing who had intervened and saved him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to help Chen Yang and would have died at the hands of that golden core disciple. Moreover, Chen Yang was willing to gift the 3-colored flower to him, largely because of Chen Changqing wanting to build a good relationship. Just as Chen Yang was lost in thought, Chen Changqing spoke up. Senior brother, don't dwell on it too much. Now that the spirit herb is in hand, we should return to Mount Shu. Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded and then set off on the way back with Chen Changqing. After flying on their swords for a while, the two had already exited the territory of the Medicine God Valley. Suddenly, Chen Changqing sensed 2 cold auras locking onto them from the shadows, one of which felt familiar. Not good. Senior brother Yang, quickly dodge. Chen Changqing shouted urgently, already moving to one side to evade. Boom! At the same time, 2 sharp attacks shot through the air, directly targeting the backs of Chen Changqing and Yang. Chapter 53, The Appearance of the Dual Demons. Senior brother, please step back and let me handle them. Under Chen Changqing's reminder, Yang felt a chill run down his back. In the next moment, he didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly retreated. Just as he dodged, he saw 2 beams of black light shooting straight from their previous position. Boom! Bang! When he looked again, those 2 attacks had already struck the ground, creating a deafening explosion. The ground was smashed into 2 large pits, and dust flew everywhere. Gulp! Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. He thought to himself that it was a good thing Chen Changqing had warned him in time. Otherwise, if he had been hit by such an attack, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Then, Yang and Chen Changqing landed on the ground. Before Chen Changqing could speak, Yang shouted angrily, "Who? Sneaking up from behind? What kind of hero is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang focused his mind, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly. Chen Changqing also became vigilant. Those 2 attacks were not weak. If he hadn't been alert beforehand, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He, along with Yang's shout, a cold laugh came from a distance. Boom! Then, 2 groups of black, demonic energy quickly approached. Seeing this, Yang's expression became even more serious. People from the demon sect? In the next moment, he saw those 2 groups of demonic energy retract and reveal two figures. These two individuals wore identical black clothing, with a red belt around their waists, exuding a cold and formidable aura, both clearly cultivators at the core formation stage. It's him. Xingyang's face changed dramatically upon seeing one of them. He recognized at a glance that this person was none other than the demon disciple who had fought with Chen Yong in the 100 Herbs Valley. Reflecting on this, Xingyang's expression became extremely grave. He never expected that this core formation disciple from the demon sect would be waiting for him in Chen Changqing outside the 100 Herbs Valley. Moreover, he had called for a helper. Junior brother Changqing, this situation is not looking good, Xingyang said in a deep voice, glancing at Chen Changqing beside him. However, to his surprise, Chen Changqing appeared calm and indifferent, seemingly not taking the two core formation demon disciples seriously at all. At this moment, the demon cultivator who had been scared off by Chen Changqing's punch sneered coldly. Two Foundation establishment ants dare to disrupt my plans in the 100 Herbs Valley. Today, I will send you to meet the ancestors. Previously, in the 100 Herbs Valley, he had severely injured Chen Yong and was about to take the treasures from Chen Yong's body. Who would have thought that at a critical moment, Chen Changqing and Chen Yong would appear? Chen Yong was somewhat acceptable. He was only slightly stronger than an ordinary late Foundation establishment disciple. But when Chen Changqing made his move, just a single punch of the Thunder God fist left him feeling shocked. That terrifying punch power had already far exceeded the Foundation establishment realm. Coupled with his own injuries, he chose to retreat. However, before leaving, he secretly planted a tracking mark on Xingyang. When Chen Changqing and Xingyang came out of the 100 Herbs Valley, he called on another core formation disciple from the demon sect to pursue them, intent on avenging a grudge. Before Chen Changqing and Xingyang could respond, the other demon cultivator suddenly frowned and said disdainfully, Duanhuan, aren't they just two Foundation establishment waste? Do I still need to team up with you? Originally, he thought his junior brother had encountered some strong opponent, but upon catching up, he discovered they were just two Foundation establishment cultivators. Brother Meepo, these two are not ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, especially that one, although he seems to be at the late Foundation establishment stage. The power he has displayed far exceeds his cultivation level. As he said this, Duanhuan glanced at Chen Changqing. Hearing this, Meepo looked at Chen Changqing with a mocking expression, not finding anything remarkable about him. In his view, no matter how strong Chen Changqing was, he was still at the Foundation establishment level. Compared to them, who were at the core formation stage, it was like comparing clouds to mud. Don't worry, brother. As long as we kill these two, I promise you won't miss a single piece of spirit stones when we return to the sect. Upon hearing this, Meepo felt pleased. He secretly thought that killing two Foundation establishment cultivators like Chen Changqing and Xingyang would be an easy task. Duanhuan had promised him a large sum of spirit stones after the deed was done. This deal seemed like a sure win. All right, since you say so, then today I will help you take the lives of these two ants. As he spoke, Meepo shifted his gaze directly towards Chen Changqing and Xingyang, his eyes cold and fierce. Seeing this scene, Xingyang immediately became anxious. Junior brother, what should we do? In Xingyang's view, if the opponent had only one core formation cultivator, perhaps he and Chen Changqing could try to fight back together. But now, there were two core formation cultivators. Although he knew Chen Changqing's strength was not weak, comparable to core formation cultivators, facing two core formation demon cultivators, he feared they would be powerless. Seeing Xingyang's worried expression, Chen Changqing smiled lightly and said, Senior brother, step back. Xingyang's heart trembled at Chen Changqing's words, his face full of disbelief. Junior brother? What do you mean by that? Xingyang asked in shock, not expecting Chen Changqing to ask him to step back at this moment. To Xingyang's astonishment, Chen Changqing remained calm and said, no other meaning. Just step back and watch how I deal with them. Upon hearing this, Xingyang was stunned. He couldn't believe that Chen Changqing would say such a thing. After all, the opponents were two core formation demon cultivators. Did Chen Changqing really intend to confront them alone? Has junior brother Changqing lost his mind? Facing two core formation cultivators, Xingyang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Although previously in the 100 Herbs Valley, Chen Changqing had intimidated Duanhuan with a single punch, forcing him to leave. That did not mean he could confront two core formation powerhouses. Before Xingyang could regain his composure, Duanhuan and Meepo had also heard what Chen Changqing said. Ha 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 ha. Duanhuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, mocking, just a Foundation establishment ant. Who gave you the courage to speak so boldly? At the same time, Meepo coldly laughed, staring at Chen Changqing, and said disdainfully, what an arrogant little brat. You think you can contend with us two core formation cultivators with your Foundation establishment cultivation? Truly, a delusional dream. Meepo looked utterly dismissive. In his view, Chen Changqing's words were nothing but a huge joke. After all, he and Duanhuan were both at the core formation level, while Chen Changqing was merely at the late foundation establishment stage. How dare he speak so arrogantly? Seeing Duanhuan and Meepo's constant mockery, Chen Changqing coldly said, "Laugh while you can. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore." Before his words fell, Chen Changqing slightly bent his body, placing one hand on the sheath of the Chongying sword, assuming a stance to draw his sword. Chapter 54. A fool who doesn't use his ultimate move. After seeing Chen Changqing assume a sword-drawing posture, both Duanhuan and Meepo were taken aback, followed by their mocking laughter. "Ha, junior brother, what's he trying to do? Does he still need to use his hand to draw the sword?" Meepo scoffed disdainfully, finding Chen Changqing's behavior quite ridiculous. After all, whether from the righteous path or the demonic sect, attacks were made using magical tools with just a thought. Yet, Chen Changqing was oddly assuming a sword-drawing stance. Duanhuan chuckled coldly and said, "Meepo, I suppose he thinks this looks more impressive. Please, senior brother, take action and slay this kid." While saying this, Duanhuan was secretly puzzled. Earlier, in the Baoyao Valley, he had clashed with Chen Changqing. A single strike of Chen Changqing's thunder fist had sent him reeling, revealing the peculiarity about Chen Changqing. That was why he chose to retreat temporarily. Now, seeing Chen Changqing take such a sword-drawing stance again made Duanhuan suspicious. What trick is this kid playing? Meanwhile, Qingyang's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw Chen Changqing's initial move. What is junior brother Changqing doing? He could just attack with the sword. Why is he striking a sword-drawing pose? In his hesitation, Qingyang suddenly remembered something. Earlier, during the Outer Sect competition, Chen Changqing had gained an opportunity in the Void Realm. Could it be related to that opportunity? Suddenly, this thought sprang up in Qingyang's mind. Boom! Before Qingyang could react, a vast sword intent erupted from Chen Changqing. In less than a moment, terrifying sword intent enveloped the area, changing the clouds and winds. The air around seemed to freeze under the onslaught of the sword intent. Even the ground trembled slightly under that sword pressure. Rumbling. Soon, the sword intent emanating from Chen Changqing became even more ferocious. Just the sword intent alone was enough to send chills down people's spines. What? Both Duanhuan and Meepo were shocked. "Meepo, this kid is strange," Duanhuan exclaimed. Meepo squinted and also sensed something was off. So what if he's strange? Isn't he just a foundation-building ant? Watch how I eliminate him. Saying this, Meepo est démonique aura surgit dramatically. When he looked again, he was already wrapped in a vast demonic aura, pressing down towards Chen Changqing. Xianxia soit technique. Seeing this, Chen Changqing's expression turned cold, and he suddenly drew his sword from its sheath. Clang! A piercing sword cry resonated through the void. In the next moment, a brilliant sword light tore through the sky. Where the sword aura passed, a pitch-black crack was sliced through the void. In less than a moment, the overwhelming sword radiance struck down right in front of Meepo, who was charging at Chen Changqing. Boom! Bang! The deafening explosion echoed through heaven and earth. The demonic aura that enveloped Meepo was instantly sliced apart and shattered into nothingness by Chen Changqing's sword. The terrifying sword power continued unabated, slicing through Meepo's demonic body. Before Meepo could react, his body was cleaved in half by Chen Changqing's sword aura, blood splattering, and he fell on the spot. What? Qingyang was dumbfounded, his pupils filled with disbelief. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? A core formation demon cultivator was just killed by junior brother Changqing with a single sword strike. He only drew the sword once, and yet had such power? Qingyang muttered, his breath quick and disordered. The scene just now was too incredible. What? Meanwhile, Duanhuan was stunned by the scene before him. He had originally thought that with Meepo's assistance, killing Chen Changqing and Qingyang would be an easy task. Who would have thought that in just one encounter? Meepo hadn't even had the chance to unleash his full demonic skills before being slain by Chen Changqing's sword. In shock, Duanhuan suddenly thought of something. His pupils trembled and goosebumps rose all over him as he exclaimed in terror. What he just displayed? Could it be the sky-slaying sword technique? Earlier, Duanhuan had thought Chen Changqing's sword-drawing pose was quite laughable and hadn't given it much thought. Now, seeing Chen Changqing kill Meepo with a single sword strike, it made Duanhuan remember the demonic sect's supreme skill, the sky-slaying sword technique. No, it can't be. This sky-slaying sword technique was a supreme skill of the Yin-Yu Holy Dynasty. How could it appear in the hands of a righteous sect disciple? With this thought, Duanhuan quickly looked at Chen Changqing and couldn't help but question, "Kid, how do you know my demonic sect sky-slaying sword technique?" While asking this, Duanhuan's heart was churning with immense waves. This sky-slaying sword technique was a signature skill of one of the 10 major demonic sects, the Yin Holy Dynasty. Even among the demonic sect's disciples, not everyone could cultivate it. But now, such a supreme skill had appeared in the hands of a Shushan disciple, which truly baffled Duanhuan. Facing Duanhuan's question, Chen Changqing did not explain anything. To him, there was no need to talk much with someone about to die. Seeing Chen Changqing remain silent, Duanhuan snorted coldly, his thoughts racing. It seemed that what this kid had just displayed was indeed my demonic sect's supreme skill, the sky-slaying sword technique. If I can kill him and seize this sword technique. Thinking of this, Duanhuan's spirit surged. If he could obtain such a demonic sect's supreme skill, his status in the demonic sect would surely soar. Kid, that sword just now must have exhausted all your true energy, right? As a demonic sect disciple, Duanhuan naturally knew that using a technique like the sky-slaying sword technique required immense energy. Chen Changqing had something strange about him, but with his late foundation-building cultivation, it was obviously unlikely he could use the sky-slaying sword technique multiple times. After all, given the power of the sky-slaying sword technique, ordinary foundation-building cultivators wouldn't even have the qualifications to use it, let alone repeatedly. In addition, Duanhuan felt fortunate. Thankfully, he had found Mipo earlier to take on Chen Changqing's sky-slaying sword technique. Otherwise, he would have truly met with disaster this time. Xingyang felt his heart tighten upon hearing Duanhuan's words. He thought that if Chen Changqing couldn't display that terrifying sword technique again, then today, the two of them might just fall here. Noisy. Chen Changqing, hearing this, was too lazy to waste more words with Duanhuan. The next moment, he once again assumed a sword-drawing posture. Seeing this, Duanhuan's heart jolted, but he quickly calmed down, thinking that Chen Changqing was just trying to scare him. Clang! Unbeknownst to him, Chen Changqing was far from an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. With one hand pressing down, he directly drew his sword. A clear sword cry resonated. Upon looking, a vast sword radiance shot up into the sky, resembling a waterfall of stars. Bang! Before Duanhuan could react, he was already swept through by that brilliant sword radiance. The sword aura brushed past, and his corpse was severed. Chapter 55. The villains always die from talking too much. In an instant, Duanhuan was slain by Chen Changqing. At this moment, Chen Changqing had sheathed his sword and sighed inwardly. The villains always die from talking too much. If Duanhuan and Mipo had attacked him with all their strength from the beginning, it might have been a bit tricky, but the two insisted on babbling, giving him the opportunity to draw his sword. I am not like those foolish protagonists in some novels who wait until they're gravely injured before unleashing their powerful skills. Thinking this, Chen Changqing shook his head and then turned his gaze toward Xingyang, who was not far away. At this moment, Xingyang was completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Senior junior brother, Yuhi stuttered, unable to speak clearly due to his shock. It should be known that Duanhuan and Mipo were both solid core formation cultivators. Yet here, Chen Changqing had drawn his sword just once and instantly killed the two core formation demonic cultivators. This situation was too unbelievable. Xingyang even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. Seeing Xingyang's shocked expression, Chen Changqing said calmly, "Senior brother Xingyang, what's wrong?" Xingyang swallowed hard, finally regaining his composure, and asked, "Junior brother Changqing, what kind of divine ability did you just use? Those were two core formation demonic cultivators. You just drew your sword once and killed them?" Reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, Xingyang felt his scalp tingle. He knew that Chen Changqing's strength could not be judged by cultivation level alone. But this was simply too outrageous. Two core formation demonic cultivators had been slain by a single sword strike. This made Xingyang recall the earlier external sect, Disciples' competition in the Void Realm. At that time, he and Liang had been at odds due to a certain opportunity. But in the end, they were intercepted by Chen Changqing. Xingyang knew that Chen Changqing must have obtained a great opportunity, but he did not know what that opportunity specifically was. Seeing Xingyang's shocked expression, Chen Changqing feigned regret and said, "Senior brother Xingyang, it's just a type of sword technique divine ability. Unfortunately, this divine ability can only be used twice a year at most. Luckily, they only sent 2 people. If there had been one more, it would have been troublesome." After hearing Chen Changqing's explanation, Xingyang's heart was somewhat balanced. After all, if Chen Changqing's divine ability were completely unrestricted and could be used infinitely, that would be 2 against the heavens. Of course, what Chen Changqing said was not a lie to Qingyang. With his current cultivation, the true qi in his body could indeed only support the use of the sword technique of heavens severing twice. Qingyang nodded, initially intending to ask more about that divine ability, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After a moment of silence, Qingyang changed the subject and said, "Junior brother Changqing, this time we really owe it to you. If it weren't for you accompanying me, I probably wouldn't have made it back to Shushan alive." In Qingyang's view, he was very fortunate to have found Chen Changqing to accompany him this time. If it weren't for Chen Changqing, he might have fallen to Duanhuan back in Baiyao Valley. "Senior brother Qingyang, why are you being so polite again? Let's go. It's time to return to Shushan Sect." Chen Changqing smiled calmly and said. Qingyang nodded and didn't linger, so he flew off with Chen Changqing on their swords. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. At this moment, outside the gate of Shushan, 2 streaks of light descended. It was Chen Changqing and Qingyang returning from Baiyao Valley. Phew! After landing, Qingyang let out a long breath and couldn't help but exclaim, "Finally back." Remembering the trip to Baiyao Valley in search of spiritual herbs, Qingyang felt a surge of emotions. Moreover, he had been on edge during the return journey. After all, 2 core formation demonic disciples had died at Chen Changqing's hands. This incident might provoke the demonic sect's wrath, sending stronger cultivators to hunt them down. Fortunately, they encountered no unexpected events along the way. Now, back in Shushan, Qingyang finally felt at ease. Chen Changqing smiled lightly, not paying much attention, and was about to enter the mountain gate with Qingyang. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly called out, "Senior brother Chen." "Senior brother Qingyang." Hearing the voice, Chen Changqing and Qingyang paused and looked in the direction of the sound in unison. They saw a disciple dressed in purple clothing, with an excited expression, rushing towards them. "Ranhua." Chen Changqing was slightly surprised, a smile appearing on his face. Just earlier, he was wondering if he would run into Ranhua at the gate. After all, they were both outer sect gatekeeping disciples before. Unexpectedly, although he encountered Ranhua, it seemed she was no longer guarding the gate and appeared to be returning from outside. At this moment, Ranhua quickly approached them and bowed respectfully to Chen Changqing and Qingyang. Qingyang smiled lightly, not thinking much of it, as he had some impression of Ranhua. Chen Changqing looked at Ranhua with a smile and couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister Ran, long time no see. Where have you been?" Upon hearing Chen Changqing's question, Ranhua did not hide anything and replied, "Senior brother Chen, I went home to visit my family. I just returned to the mountain gate today and didn't expect to run into the 2 of you here." Ranhua was very grateful to Chen Changqing. Earlier, during the external sect disciples competition, Chen Changqing had taken first place. As a reward, Master Tianbua had granted him an insight from a nascent soul cultivator. Before entering the inner sect, Chen Changqing had gifted that nascent soul insight to Ranhua. He had a cultivation system that allowed him to train without needing the nascent soul insights. However, for Ranhua, this opportunity had helped her rapidly advance, and she had successfully established her foundation. In the outer sect's 7th courtyard, she had truly stood out. She was no longer the obscure, gatekeeping disciple. After listening to what Ranhua said, Chen Changqing nodded lightly. The Shushan sect was not one that practiced an emotionless path. Every disciple had the opportunity to return home once a year to visit family. "Senior brother Chen, did you and senior brother Qingyang also go home?" Just then, Ranhua curiously asked. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "No, senior brother Qingyang and I went out to handle some matters." Ranhua understood, not asking further, thinking that Chen Changqing and Qingyang had greatly changed now. Both were inner sect disciples, and they might be out on some mission. Next, the 3 did not linger outside the mountain gate and entered together. Along the way, Chen Changqing and Ranhua chatted and laughed continuously. "Junior sister Ran, senior brother Qingyang, and I are heading back to the inner sect now, so we'll take our leave." Ranhua nodded lightly and responded, "Senior brother Chen, I have successfully established my foundation. I will definitely work hard in the next external sect disciples competition and strive to enter the inner sect." Chen Changqing smiled and nodded, gently patting Ranhua's shoulder, saying, "Very good. I will wait for you in the inner sect." After saying this, Chen Changqing and Qingyang did not linger and turned to leave. Chapter 56, The Watch at Yunkafeng. Qingyang's core formation. Soon, Chen Changqing and Qingyang arrived at the inner gate registration office. After registering their return information, they passed through the mountain protection array and entered the inner gate. "Changqing, I won't say too much in gratitude. If you need my help in the future, just speak up," Qingyang said sincerely at their parting. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and replied, "Okay, if I need help from you, Senior brother, I'll let you know. Qingyang nodded, not lingering, and hurriedly left. Although the journey to Baiyao Valley had some twists and turns, he successfully obtained the 3-color flower. Now that he had returned to the inner gate of Shushan, Qingyang naturally thought about successfully forming the core as soon as possible. After Qingyang left, Chen Changqing leisurely headed towards xianxia. Walking along the stone path and passing through the misty valley, it didn't take long for him to return to his cultivation place in xianxia. What surprised Chen Changqing a bit was that just after he returned, Wang Yang came to find him. Wang Yang looked at Chen Changqing with curiosity, his expression strange. Seeing this, Chen Changqing furrowed his brows slightly and asked, Senior brother Wang, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Yang smiled and then spoke, Chen Shidi, be honest. I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you sneak off to Yunqifeng? As he said this, Wang Yang made a funny face at Chen Changqing, looking quite mischievous. Chen Changqing couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit speechless. Earlier, Wang Yang had taken him to watch the Inner Sect's top hunter competition. There, he encountered Lu Ruyan. Later, under Wang Yang's guidance, Chen Changqing learned that after Lu Ruyu joined the Inner Sect, she was placed in Yunqifeng. And in Yunqifeng, all the disciples were female disciples of Shushan, each beautiful as a fairy. Because Lu Ruyan showed great enthusiasm towards Chen Changqing, it made Wang Yang subconsciously think there was something between them. Hearing what Wang Yang said, Chen Changqing chuckled, didn't respond, and turned to enter the house. Wang Yang was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said to the house, other disciples of the Inner Sect entering the 7 main peaks privately is a serious crime. If discovered, they will be expelled from Shushan Sect. Chen Shidi, don't take risks for love. Seeing that there was no response from Chen Changqing, Wang Yang sighed helplessly and didn't think much of it, turning to leave. Meanwhile, at Yunqifeng, halfway up the mountain, in a delicate pavilion, a woman in a plain white dress stood leaning against the window. The woman was beautiful, her figure graceful, looking as if untouched by the mundane world. It was none other than Lu Ruyan. Miss, the person you asked me to keep an eye on has returned to the inner gate and gone back to xianxia. Just as Lu Ruyan was lost in thought, a voice of report came from behind her. The speaker was an elderly maid, extremely respectful towards Lu Ruyan, clearly her servant. If Chen Changqing were here, he would be greatly shocked. This old woman looked quite aged, but her aura was deep and restrained, revealing that she was a golden core expert. Yet at this moment, when facing Lu Ruyan, the old woman appeared very humble. Hearing what the old woman said, a smile blossomed on Lu Ruyan's face, revealing a look of relief as she slightly raised the corners of her mouth, saying, as long as he yes back, that's good. The old woman frowned slightly upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment, and asked softly, Miss, do you value this young man so much that you intend to choose him? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not answer the old woman, instead turning her gaze to the sea of clouds outside the window. Although she didn't verbally respond, deep in her heart, she already had her answer. On the other side, Chen Changqing returned to his room, and just as he lay down on the bed, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The host can consume to enhance efficiency. Current, 1,350 points. Would you like to use it? Use. Chen Changqing didn't hesitate. Ding. Consumed 1,000. Efficiency increased to 2 times. Current speed, 2 times. Current remaining, 350 points. Earlier, on the way to Baiyao Valley with Qingyang, there had been a conflict with the young Master Dai Hai of Haifeng's Hai. That night, Chen Changqing tracked down Haifeng's Hai's lair. Single-handedly, he wiped out the entire Haifeng's Hai. After a series of slaughters, he gained a lot of, especially after killing Dai Xiongfeng. The leader of Haifeng's Hai, who was a core formation cultivator, he gained a substantial amount of. In addition, slaying the 2 demonic sect core formation cultivators, Duan Huan and Mipo, also earned him a significant amount of. Previously, after consuming 1,000 points, the efficiency was 3 times. Now it was only 2 times. Is it because my cultivation level has increased? Chen Changqing pondered silently, and after thinking for a while, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, being able to double the cultivation speed was still quite efficient. Time passed, and unknowingly, it had been a month since Chen Changqing returned to the inner gate. One day, a clear and bright laughter suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Changqing Shidi, is it convenient for us to meet? At that moment, Chen Changqing was sleeping soundly in his room. Hearing the shout from outside, he was taken aback. Senior brother Qingyang? Before long, Chen Changqing pushed the door open and stepped out. Upon focusing, he saw Qingyang standing outside the courtyard, looking very excited. Chen Changqing approached and said casually, "Senior brother Qingyang, what brings you here today?" While speaking, Chen Changqing also noticed that Qingyang's aura seemed different from before. His aura was now round and harmonious like a dan, indicating that he had entered the core formation realm. Qingyang smiled and said, "Changqing shitty I have broken through to the core formation realm." As he spoke, Qingyang's tone was filled with excitement. "Congratulations, senior brother," Chen Changqing said with a smile, cupping his fists in respect. Seeing this, Qingyang hurriedly returned the gesture and said, "You are too polite, shitty. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't just be talking about forming a core. I might have lost my life out there. Moreover, Taoist Qingyang was willing to give me that 3-color flower because of you, Changqing shitty. Without that 3-color flower, I don't know how long it would take for me to form my core." As he spoke, Qingyang's face was full of gratitude. Chen Changqing maintained a calm expression and said lightly, "Senior brother Qingyang, why are you being so polite again?" "Huh." Qingyang laughed heartily, and with a casual wave of his hand, a delicate small box appeared in his grasp. "Shitty, this box contains a purple heart dan, which is very beneficial for foundation building cultivators." After saying this, Qingyang didn't wait for Chen Changqing to respond and stuffed the small box containing the purple heart dan into Chen Changqing's hands. Chapter 57. Lying flat to cultivate. One step to forming the dan. Chen Changqing lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat helpless. He didn't expect Qingyang to be so polite. "Qingyang's senior brother, why don't we just forget it?" Upon hearing this, Qingyang quickly shook his head and said, "No. I invited junior brother Changqing to accompany me earlier, and I only gave him 100 spirit stones. I truly feel ashamed about this. Please, junior brother, accept this purple heart pill. It will ease my mind." Seeing Qingyang so insistent, Chen Changqing nodded and said, "In that case, thank you, Qingyang's senior brother." After saying this, Chen Changqing put the purple heart pill into his storage bag. In fact, for him, pills weren't of much use. With the automatic cultivation system by his side, he didn't need them at all. After Qingyang left, Chen Changqing yawned and went back inside to continue sleeping. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, another month had gone by. During this time, Chen Changqing lived a very comfortable life. Every day he woke up naturally and lay on the grass in the valley watching the sunrise and sunset. Occasionally, he would pick some spirit fruits. As for cultivation, he couldn't be bothered to move. Cultivation? Not even a dog cultivates. For Chen Changqing, with the automatic cultivation system helping him, he could become stronger just by lying here. So why bother with the hard work of cultivation? One day, Chen Changqing was lying on the grass basking in the sun when suddenly he heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Double-speed automatic cultivation has ended as a one-time effect. Automatic cultivation time, 61 days. Operated Shushan Heart Method 10,000 times. Practiced Heavenly Sword Technique 10,000 times. Do you want to extract the automatic cultivation results? Hearing the system prompt, Chen Changqing's eyes lit up, and he quickly sat up halfway from the grass. Extract. Without thinking much, he directly chose to extract the automatic cultivation success. Boom! In an instant, a vast golden light burst forth from the small golden figure floating in front of him, quickly merging into Chen Changqing's body. As the golden light entered his body, it transformed into surging spiritual power. In no time, Chen Changqing felt the spiritual power within him surge like a river. Before long, his cultivation broke through the late foundation establishment stage and advanced to the core formation stage. But that wasn't the end. The essence energy throughout his body crazily condensed. Eventually, it transformed into 8,000 strands of true qi, swirling in his dantian like a galaxy. Awesome! Chen Changqing slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. If those cultivators who had struggled for decades knew about this, they would probably be so angry they'd spit blood. After all, in just over 2 months, he had simply slept and sunbathed, and his cultivation had already broken through to the core formation realm. Just as Chen Changqing was enjoying this moment, he heard the system's prompt again in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host progress in the Heavenly Sword Technique has reached 20. Gain special reward, Sword Intent. Do you want to extract it? What? Sword Intent? Chen Changqing was shocked. He didn't expect that after reaching 20 progress in the Heavenly Sword Technique, the system would grant him a special reward. Moreover, it was Sword Intent. One must know that Sword Intent is something that sword cultivators dream of. With Sword Intent, even a most ordinary sword moves can increase in power several times. Of course, cultivating one's own Sword Intent is not an easy task. Extract. In a shock, Chen Changqing directly chose to extract. Clang! In an instant, a sharp sword intent erupted from Chen Changqing's body, instantly flattening the surrounding grass and trees with invisible sword energy. It was sharp and proud, as if it could even cut through the air. Feeling his own sword intent, Chen Changqing's mind trembled. This sword intent was not just powerful. Just this sword intent alone was terrifying. If he were to encounter those two core formation disciples from the demonic sect again, even without using the heavenly sword technique, he could still defeat them instantly. Chen Changqing sighed inwardly. He could naturally feel the terrifying nature of the sword intent. In fact, with his current strength, even facing a core formation cultivator with 20,000 strands of true qi, he would have the confidence to fight. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing focused his mind and called up his attribute panel. Name, Chen Changqing. Age, 18. Identity, inner disciple of Shushan. Cultivation, early core formation. Cultivation methods, Shushan Heart Method, Shushan Sword Technique, Shushan Body Technique, Thunder God Fist. Divine abilities, Heavenly Sword Technique, Progress 20, Sword Intent. Treasures, Shadow Sword. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Changqing smiled in satisfaction. Recalling when he was in the outer sect, he had nothing truly a three-no attribute. After examining his attributes, Chen Changqing was suddenly startled and thought of something. I wonder if this sword intent can be cultivated with the automatic system? To Chen Changqing's surprise, just as this thought arose in his mind, the system prompt immediately sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that the host has sword intent available for automatic cultivation. Do you want to activate it? Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Changqing was stunned and thought to himself, wow, it really can? This automatic cultivation system is too amazing. It can even cultivate sword intent automatically? In shock, Chen Changqing quickly composed himself and responded, activate. Ding! Automatic cultivation of sword intent has been activated. With the system's prompt, a small golden figure appeared before Chen Changqing. It sat cross-legged, seemingly in a state of comprehension. In addition, there were two other small golden figures, one continuously practicing the heavenly sword technique, while the other was running the Shushan Heart Method. Seeing this, Chen Changqing smiled in satisfaction and sighed to himself. This automatic cultivation system is truly extraordinary. It can even cultivate sword intent automatically. What else can it cultivate? With that, Chen Changqing let out a long sigh and stood up to head back to his residence. Upon returning to his residence, Yawn happened to be coming out. When he saw Chen Changqing returning from outside, he casually greeted him. Junior brother Chen, out sunbathing again? Just as the words left his mouth, Yawn froze, as if he had discovered something. He quickly scrutinized Chen Changqing, and after a slight perception, Yawn's eyes widened. What? Junior brother, you broke through? Yawn asked in astonishment, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Chen Changqing. Just a moment ago, he hadn't paid much attention, but upon closer inspection, the core formation aura on Chen Changqing was impossible to conceal. Just a lucky breakthrough. Chen Changqing replied calmly. Lucky? Yawn was stunned, his mind completely blank. Chapter 58, I want to challenge the top 100 list. Yawn started at Chen Changqing, his eyes full of disbelief. While others didn't pay much attention to Chen Changqing, he was very familiar with the situation. When Chen Changqing first arrived at Qingxiao Valley, he was the first to approach him for friendship. Later, he found out that both he and Chen Changqing were disciples of the outer sect's 7th courtyard, which naturally brought them closer. Moreover, Yawn knew that Chen Changqing had entered the inner sect as the champion of the outer sect disciples competition. Because of this, Yawn paid special attention to Chen Changqing. After observing him for a while, Yawn was shocked to find that it seemed like Chen Changqing had never practiced at all. Every day, he either slept in his room, sunbathed outside, or lay on the grass watching the clouds drift by. Initially, Yawn thought Chen Changqing was just slacking off in his cultivation. He even thought about reminding Chen Changqing not to indulge too much in pleasure. But now, Chen Changqing had actually broken through to the core formation stage. This left Yawn feeling somewhat incredulous. How could a person who was too lazy to even meditate achieve a breakthrough? Yawn secretly muttered, unable to understand. Additionally, he was astonished by the fact that when Chen Changqing entered the inner sect, he was only at the early foundation establishment stage. How long had it been? And he had directly reached core formation. It was hard to believe that even with diligent practice, one could achieve such a breakthrough in such a short time. Could it be that Chen Changqing was exceptionally talented and didn't need to cultivate at all? But that couldn't be right. Regardless of talent, one still needed to practice. Was it possible that junior brother Chen was just pretending to be lazy in front of others while secretly working hard? Just as Wang Yang was lost in thought, Chen Changqing looked at him and said, "Brother Wang, are you all right?" Hearing this, Wang Yang quickly snapped out of his daze and smiled, saying, "Junior brother Chen, I'm fine. I'm just a bit surprised that you managed to achieve core formation in such a short time." At this point, Wang Yang paused slightly before changing the subject. "By the way, junior brother Chen, how much true qi did you condense for this core formation?" Chen Changqing smiled lightly and replied, "Not much. Just about 8,000 strands." Upon hearing Chen Changqing's answer, Wang Yang was taken aback, secretly amazed. 8,000 strands? He just achieved core formation. That already exceeds the minimum threshold for the Intersect's top 100 list. Of course, Wang Yang didn't know that Chen Changqing wasn't telling him the whole truth. In this breakthrough to core formation, he had actually condensed a total of 15,000 strands of true qi. According to the strength classification of the core formation stage, 15,000 strands already qualified as mid-core formation level. Although Wang Yang treated him well, Chen Changqing wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal everything. Some things had to be kept under wraps. At that moment, Wang Yang collected his thoughts and looked at Chen Changqing with excitement, saying, "Junior brother Chen, your strength has reached a level where you can challenge the top 100 list. How about giving a try?" As he said this, Wang Yang winked at Chen Changqing. In response, Chen Changqing slightly squinted, pretending to ponder. Earlier, Wang Yang had mentioned the Intersect's top 100 list to him, and had even taken him to watch a top 100 arena battle once. In the Intersect of Shushan, being on the top 100 list was a symbol of strength and status. If one performed exceptionally well, there was a chance to be recruited by one of the 7 main peaks. Although Chen Changqing had the system, allowing him to cultivate steadily, he would refuse extra resources if they were available. Not to mention, regarding the treasures within magical artifacts, he currently only possessed the Shadow Sword, which was a top-grade magical artifact gifted by Elder Liu when he was outside. If he could obtain better magical artifacts, such as spiritual treasures, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Besides, although Qingxiao Valley had abundant spiritual energy, Wang Yang mentioned that the concentration of spiritual energy in the 7 main peaks was even greater. Even if he was cultivating passively, the efficiency would be much higher. After a moment of consideration, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Changqing's eyes as he smiled at Wang Yang and said, "Brother Wang is right. As cultivators, we should strive to advance and boldly challenge the top 100 list." Seeing Chen Changqing agree, Wang Yang was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Junior brother Chen, I forgot to tell you. Today there is someone challenging on the top 100 arena. Let's go take a look first, and then you can think about which rank you want to challenge." Chen Changqing nodded and, without delay, left with Wang Yang. Before long, the two arrived at the location of the top 100 battle arena. At this moment, the area around the arena was bustling with noise, with many Intersect disciples gathered. On the arena, 2 were engaged in combat, one of whom Chen Changqing recognized well. It was Zhou Tianhai, ranked 83rd on the top 100 list. The first time Wang Yang brought him to watch the top 100 arena battle, someone had challenged Zhou Tianhai. Boom! Whoosh! Zhou Tianhai made a hand gesture, and a flying sword shot out, its sword energy incredibly fierce, directly knocking the disciple who challenged him off the arena. Seeing Zhou Tianhai win, many Intersect disciples were excited. Brother Zhou has won again. In the past few months, 5 people have chosen to challenge Brother Zhou, and without exception, they all lost to him. Being on the top 100 list and ranking 83rd, his strength is not to be underestimated. That's great. This time I bet 100 spirit stones on Brother Zhou, and I made a fortune. Hearing the discussions around him, Chen Changqing was slightly surprised and quickly looked at Wang Yang. "Brother Wang, can you place bets on the arena battle?" Wang Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course. Based on strength comparison, the odds vary." Chen Changqing nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, on the arena, Zhou Tianhai stood with his hands behind his back, proudly surveying the crowd, and said indifferently, "Is there any other junior brother who wants to come up and spar?" As Zhou Tianhai spoke, the area below the arena fell silent. Everyone knew Zhou Tianhai's strength. Self-aware of not being his opponent, they hesitated to challenge him and risk embarrassment. "Junior brother Chen, if you want to challenge the top 100 list later, don't choose Brother Zhou. Although he is ranked 83rd, his strength is terrifying." Before Wang Yang could finish his sentence, Chen Changqing suddenly interrupted, "Brother Wang, here, 1,000 spirit stones. Help me place a bet." As he spoke, Chen Changqing waved his hand, and a bag of spirit stones appeared in it. Huh? Wang Yang looked shocked, his expression full of confusion. He clearly didn't understand what Chen Changqing meant. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and explained, "Bet on me to win." After saying this, Chen Changqing turned his gaze directly to Zhou Tianhai on the arena and declared, "I want to challenge Brother Zhou." Chapter 59. The first challenger of the outer court competition? Insane odds. Chen Changqing's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it exploded like a thunderclap on the stage of the top 100 battle. Whoosh. In the next moment, countless gazes turned towards Chen Changqing, following the sound. Who is this person? I haven't seen him before. A new face? Daring to challenge senior brother Zhou Tianhai? Didn't he see senior brother Zhou's strength? Still daring to challenge? Many inner disciples were discussing among themselves, all with expressions of astonishment. Wang Yang stood frozen in place, holding the bag of spirit stones that Chen Changqing had just given him. What's going on? Junior brother Chen is actually challenging senior brother Zhou at this moment, and he gave me 1,000 spirit stones, asking me to bet on his win? Wang Yang was utterly bewildered, feeling somewhat at a loss. Earlier, after seeing Chen Changqing break through to the core formation stage and refine 8,000 strands of true qi within him, he had encouraged Chen Changqing to challenge the inner court's top 100 rankings. However, he meant for the challenge to happen later, after Chen Changqing had a chance to observe and prepare. Who would have thought that Chen Changqing would choose to do so now? Just as Wang Yang was lost in thought, Chen Changqing took a step and leaped onto the stage. Zhou Tianhai squinted slightly, looking directly at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing wore a calm expression and cupped his hands toward Zhou Tianhai. "I am Chen Changqing from Qingxiao Valley, here to challenge senior brother Zhou. I hope for your guidance." Chen Changqing? Zhou Tianhai frowned, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. At that moment, an inner disciple below the stage suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but exclaim, "I remember now. This Chen Changqing is the disciple who joined the inner court from the outer court last time. Moreover, he was the first in the outer court competition." As this was said, a wave of discussion erupted around the stage. "So, it's him. I've heard of his great name. I didn't expect him to be assigned to Qingxiao Valley. So what if he was first in the outer court competition? Can he compare to senior brother Zhou? He seems to have won the outer court competition with early stage foundation establishment cultivation. So what? In front of senior brother Zhou Tianhai, he is not worth mentioning. No wonder he is so arrogant." Many inner disciples chattered on, their expressions not looking good for Chen Changqing. After all, Zhou Tianhai was a seasoned powerhouse on the inner court's top 100 list. Although Chen Changqing entered the inner court as the first from the outer court, it didn't necessarily mean he was that formidable. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhou Tianhai, upon hearing the discussions below, couldn't help but focus his gaze on Chen Changqing again. "So it's him. I thought this name sounded somewhat familiar. First in the outer court competition? That is quite interesting." As he thought, Zhou Tianhai composed himself and smiled at Chen Changqing. "Junior brother Chen, you've just entered the inner court not long ago. Are you really planning to challenge me? If you go down now, it's still not too late." Hearing Zhou Tianhai's words, Chen Changqing shook his head calmly and said, "Senior brother Zhou, since I've stepped onto the stage, how can I just go down like that? Of course, if senior brother Zhou has the ability to knock me off the stage, that would be another matter." Upon hearing Chen Changqing's response, Zhou Tianhai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, good, you do have a bit of pride." Just as the two were conversing, disciples below the stage quickly began taking bets. "Brothers, hurry up and place your bets. Senior brother Zhou wins, 10-1. If Chen Changqing wins, 1-10. The moment these odds were announced, it ignited the entire scene. Instantly, many inner disciples rushed forward in excitement. "Ha! No need to think about it. I bet on senior brother Zhou. No matter how strong the newcomer is, can he surpass the veterans on the top 100 list? I bet on senior brother Zhou. Bet 500 spirit stones on senior brother Zhou for me. I bet 600 spirit stones on senior brother Zhou." Many inner disciples chose to bet on Zhou Tianhai. After all, Zhou Tianhai had long occupied a spot on the top 100 list, and his strength had been proven. His power was evident to all. As for Chen Changqing, although he entered the inner court as the first in the outer court competition, this honor meant little in the inner court. He was merely an unknown figure. Naturally, although the majority chose to bet on Zhou Tianhai, a few inner disciples planned to take a gamble. Bet 100 spirit stones on Chen Changqing for me. I bet 50 spirit stones on Chen Changqing winning. These disciples were all holding on to a hope for an upset. The odds for Chen Changqing were too high, 1-20. Of course, Those betting on Chen Changqing didn't dare to wager too many spirit stones. Upsets were indeed possible, but in their view, the likelihood of Chen Changqing losing was undoubtedly greater. Betting such a small amount of spirit stones was merely a precaution against an upset. Seeing the heated betting among the inner disciples, Wang Yang hurriedly moved closer. He first placed the 1,000 spirit stones that Chen Changqing had just given him as a bet. I bet on Chen Changqing winning 1,000 spirit stones. With Wang Yang's bet, he instantly attracted the attention of those around him. What? What's going on? Someone actually bet 1,000 spirit stones on Chen Changqing? Isn't that Wang Yang? Does he really have such high hopes for Chen Changqing? Even if they are both from Qingxiao Valley, there's no need to be like this, right? Brother Wang, are you sure about this? 1,000 spirit stones is not a small amount. Wang Yang paid no heed to what others said. After all, that 1,000 spirit stones was a bet Chen Changqing had asked him to place. At this moment, he felt conflicted about whether to bet on Zhou Tianhai or Chen Changqing. Junior brother Chen dared to bet 1,000 spirit stones on himself, which showed that he was extremely confident. Perhaps he really could pull off an upset. Thinking this, Wang Yang's eyes flashed with determination. He waved his hand, and a small storage bag appeared in his hand. Add another 500 spirit stones for me. Still betting on Chen Changqing winning. Seeing the scene, the inner disciples surrounding them were all dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were still advising Wang Yang to be more cautious. Who would have thought that not only did Wang Yang not reduce his bet, but he also increased it by another 500 spirit stones on Chen Changqing winning? How optimistic is he about Chen Changqing? Forget it, I wouldn't dare to bet like that. A disciple who just joined the inner court from the outer court. Even if he was first in the outer court competition, how strong could he really be? Wang Yang paid no attention to the discussions around him, turning his gaze directly to Chen Changqing on the stage, secretly sighing. Junior brother Chen, I choose to believe in you. Chapter 60. One punch defeats the strong. Who can compete? As the inner disciples were frantically placing bets on the stage, Zhou Tianhai smiled calmly, not choosing to strike immediately. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Chen Changqing was just a disciple who had recently entered the inner sect from the outer sect. How strong could he be? In contrast, Chen Changqing appeared calm and composed. He had been present when Zhou Tianhai fought with others earlier, and he could see that Zhou Tianhai indeed had some strength, but it was just a bit over 10,000 strands of true qi. Previously, during Chen Changqing's trip to the 100 Herbs Valley with Qingyang, he had decisively killed 3 golden core cultivators. The weakest, Dai Xiongfeng from the Black Wind Village, had only condensed 1,000 strands of true qi after reaching the golden core stage. The other 2 demonic cultivators, Duanhuan and Mipo, had condensed over 10,000 strands of true qi, yet they were still killed by Chen Changqing with a single sword strike. Of course, this time against Zhou Tianhai. It was not a life-and-death battle, so Chen Changqing naturally wouldn't hold back. Meanwhile, around the stage, many inner disciples had finished placing their bets and were watching the two confronting each other with rapt attention. Why weren't they moving yet? With Zhou Tianhai's strength, defeating Chen Changqing should be a piece of cake, right? This was a sure win. They would definitely make a lot of spirit stones. They really didn't understand what senior brother Wang Yang was thinking. He had placed so many spirit stones, all betting on Chen Changqing to win. Was he hoping for a miracle? Yes. The odds for Chen Changqing were too high. Wasn't this just giving away free money? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Still not optimistic about Chen Changqing. Wang Yang, hearing the surrounding chatter, couldn't help but feel anxious. If Chen Changqing lost, he would suffer a huge loss. Junior brother Chen, you must do your best. Wang Yang silently cheered for Chen Changqing, his hands clenching into fists involuntarily. At that moment, on the stage, Zhou Tianhai leisurely raised his hand, smiling gentlemanly at Chen Changqing, saying, Junior brother, please. Seeing Zhou Tianhai's confident demeanor, Chen Changqing smiled faintly and cupped his fists, saying, since senior brother has spoken, I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changqing's gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. Boom! Immediately, a powerful and unmatched aura erupted from his body, a terrifying momentum instantly radiating, enveloping the stage and its surroundings. The invisible waves rolled. Many disciples watching from below had not yet reacted when they were knocked over by the shockwave. Zhou Tianhai's expression darkened as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Changqing, a look of seriousness appearing on his face. Thunder God Fist. Just as he was lost in thought, Chen Changqing had already made his move. He flashed and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, Chen Changqing was right in front of Zhou Tianhai. Boom! A punch was thrown, carrying the might of wind and thunder. The air twisted into visible ripples wherever the punch passed. In this punch, Chen Changqing held nothing back, instantly channeling over 10,000 strands of true qi. Zhou Tianhai's pupils trembled at this sight, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that Chen Changqing could unleash such a powerful punch in an instant. With no time to think further, Zhou Tianhai focused his mind and summoned his protective true qi to withstand Chen Changqing's terrifying punch. Bang! The next moment, the sound of the punch echoed, causing the eardrums of the watching disciples around the stage to ache. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the protective true qi swirling around Zhou Tianhai was shredded like thin paper under Chen Changqing's punch. Following that, the terrifying punch slammed directly into Zhou Tianhai's chest. Zhou Tianhai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying down from the stage like a kite with its string cut. The sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. The entire arena fell silent. After a long moment, the crowd finally came back to their senses, gasping in astonishment. What? How is this possible? Did I see that right? Zhou Tianhai lost. Chen Changqing only threw one punch and defeated Zhou Tianhai, who was ranked 83rd on the strong list. One move? This is absurdly strong. No, this can't be. The inner disciples watching were filled with disbelief. Earlier, they thought this battle was secure, with Zhou Tianhai's strength making it a sure win against Chen Changqing. Who would have thought that Chen Changqing would only need one punch to send Zhou Tianhai crashing down? The gap was too great, catching everyone off guard. At the same time, Zhou Tianhai, who had fallen off the stage, was also in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. He stared blankly at Chen Changqing, his head buzzing. I actually lost. I was knocked off the stage with one punch. How could this be? Zhou Tianhai was stunned, never dreaming that he would lose to Chen Changqing, and so decisively. How could he be this strong, with such strength? Why did he only come to challenge the inner sect strong list now? Wasn't it said that he was only at the early stage of foundation building when he entered the inner sect? I lost. For a moment, Zhou Tianhai's mind was in chaos, his thoughts racing. He had considered that Chen Changqing might have some ability. After all, Chen Changqing had entered the inner sect as the champion of the outer sect disciples competition. But he never thought he would lose to Chen Changqing, and so completely. Wang Yang stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. What? Junior brother Chen won? He defeated Zhou Tianhai with just one punch? Wang Yang muttered in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. Although he had bet on Chen Changqing to win, he had been anxious the entire time. Who knew that Chen Changqing was this terrifyingly strong? The inner sect strong list's 83rd ranked Zhou Tianhai was actually no match for his punch. Huff! Amidst the shock, Wang Yang took a deep breath, then became ecstatic. Just now, besides betting 1,000 spirit stones for himself, he had also bet 500 spirit stones. With the 20-to-1 odds, he had made a huge profit. Moreover, the other inner disciples who had bet on Chen Changqing's victory were also overjoyed. I bet 100 spirit stones on Chen Changqing to win. I didn't expect such a dark horse to emerge. I'm rolling in it. He defeated senior brother Zhou Tianhai with just one punch. Chen Changqing clearly has the strength to challenge even higher rankings. Excited, the disciples who had bet on Chen Changqing quickly flocked to the betting booth. After all, Chen Changqing's victory over Zhou Tianhai had earned them a significant profit. Even those who had only bet a few spirit stones would see a considerable return at 20 times the odds. Chapter 61. From now on, Chen Changqing will shine on the top 100 list while many inner sect disciples were busy exchanging spirit stones. Chen Changqing smiled faintly, lightly tapping his foot, and flew down from the top 100 battle platform. At this moment, Zhou Tianhai was still in a daze, his wooden expression clearly indicating that he had not yet come to terms with the fact that he had been defeated by a single punch from Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing glanced at Zhou Tianhai and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Brother Zhou, I appreciate your guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianhai finally snapped back to reality, quickly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and returned the gesture, saying, "Brother Chen, you won." Though he spoke these words, Zhou Tianhai's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. He still found it hard to accept that he had actually lost to Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing didn't pay much attention to it. After giving Zhou Tianhai a smile, he stepped towards Wang Yang. The surrounding inner sect disciples saw this and quickly made way for Chen Changqing. In the inner sect of Shushan, it was a place where strength spoke for itself. The stronger one's power, the more respect one naturally garnered from others. At this point, Wang Yang had already exchanged for his spirit stones after winning. Seeing Chen Changqing approach, his excited face turned red, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and said, "Brother Wang, let us go back." After saying this, Chen Changqing didn't wait for Wang Yang's response and left directly. Seeing this, Wang Yang took a deep breath and hurriedly followed after Chen Changqing. Many intersect disciples watched Chen Changqing's receding figure and couldn't help but exclaim, "Now, Chen Changqing's name is sure to echo throughout the entire intersect. Indeed, who would have thought he was so strong? Truly a genius. He just entered the intersect from the outer sect not long ago and has already made it onto the top 100 list. My 800 spirit stones are gone just like that. To defeat Zhou Tianhai with a single punch is really terrifying. Why do I feel like he didn't even use his full strength in that punch? It was just a friendly spar, so naturally he would hold back." The intersect disciples were filled with admiration and emotion. Meanwhile, those disciples who had previously lost their bets were all lamenting. In their view, they not only lost a large amount of spirit stones, but also missed out on a chance to make a fortune. Soon, news of this battle spread throughout the intersect. "Have you heard? A guy named Chen Changqing defeated Zhou Tianhai, who was ranked 83rd on the top 100 list, with a single move. Is that true? Isn't Chen Changqing the one who just entered the intersect from the outer sect? That's him. Is he really that strong?" In Changlu Valley of the intersect, Qingyang was in the middle of his cultivation. At this moment, the news of Chen Changqing's victory over Zhou Tianhai reached Changlu Valley. Many intersect disciples who were cultivating there began to whisper about Chen Changqing. "What? Brother Changqing defeated Zhou Tianhai, who was ranked 83rd on the top 100 list." Qingyang was shocked. He had just recently broken through to the core formation stage. For this, he had specially gone to Qingxiao Valley, partly to inform Chen Changqing of his breakthrough, and partly to give him a pill as a reward for accompanying him to look for herbs earlier. What shocked Qingyang even more was that it hadn't been long since then when Chen Changqing had also broken through to the core formation stage and successfully defeated Zhou Tianhai, who was on the top 100 list. Phew! After the shock, Qingyang let out a sigh. Brother Changqing is truly extraordinary. I knew he wouldn't remain silent in the intersect. Recalling the experiences he had while searching for herbs with Chen Changqing earlier, Qingyang's agitated mind calmed down considerably. The Black Wind village was destroyed overnight. Although Chen Changqing had not admitted it, Qingyang could guess that it must have been his doing. What shocked him the most was that the two core formation cultivators from the demon sect were both killed by Chen Changqing with a single sword strike. At that time, Chen Changqing was only at the late foundation establishment stage. Now that he had broken through to core formation, his strength had naturally improved further. Meanwhile, in another cultivation area of the intersect, a young man was sitting cross-legged on a large stone. Not far away, several disciples were discussing. Chen Changqing actually defeated Brother Zhou. Isn't he the one who just entered the intersect not long ago? That's right, it's him. Is this person really that strong? I heard that Chen Changqing seems to have defeated Brother Zhou with just one move. How is that possible? Brother Zhou must have been careless. Hearing these discussions, the young man on the stone suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. The young man was none other than Yawn. Chen Changqing? He actually defeated an intersect disciple on the top 100 list. And, with just one move, Yawn was astonished. But soon he calmed down. As a person with a special physique, the stone spirit body, Yawn had received a lot of attention after entering the intersect. He had been diligently cultivating here, aiming for the day when he could battle Chen Changqing again. After all, during the earlier competition among outer sect disciples, Chen Changqing had defeated him to claim the top spot. Chen Changqing, just wait. The one who can defeat you can only be me. With this thought, Shurtian's gaze became resolute. On Yunqi Peak, in a pavilion halfway up the mountain. "Miss, we just received news. The person you are concerned about defeated Zhou Tianhai, ranked 83rd on the top 100 list, with a single punch in the battle." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan, who was leaning against the window, immediately showed a smile in her cold eyes. "Brother Changqing is so amazing? He is already on the top 100 list?" Lu Ruyan gasped in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. Although she knew Chen Changqing's cultivation speed was fast, she didn't expect it to be this fast. This was much quicker than she had anticipated. "It seems I need to find a time to visit him in Qingxiao Valley," Lu Ruyan secretly muttered to herself, feeling a sense of longing for Chen Changqing after not seeing him for a while. At this moment, Chen Changqing and Wang Yang had returned to Qingxiao Valley. Brother Chun, here are your 20,000 spirit stones. Wang Yang handed over the spirit stones to Chen Changqing. Before challenging Zhou Tianhai, Chen Changqing had given Wang Yang 1,000 spirit stones to help him place a bet on his victory. Chen Changqing accepted the spirit stones into his storage bag without hesitation. Brother, thank you so much this time. Wang Yang looked at Chen Changqing with gratitude. He had also placed a bet on Chen Changqing's victory, and although he only bet 500 spirit stones, he made a significant profit. As an inner sect disciple, he only received a few dozen spirit stones a month. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and replied, "It's Brother Wang who has the insight and courage. No need to thank me." Chapter 62. Open the sweep rankings. The arrival of the 10th sequence. Before facing Zhou Tianhai, many inner disciples were pessimistic about Chen Changqing. Many placed heavy bets, believing that Chen Changqing was no match for Zhou Tianhai. What surprised Chen Changqing a bit was that Wang Yang chose to believe in him and even placed a bet of 500 spirit stones on him. The potential for a 20-fold return only showed that Wang Yang indeed had great courage. After all, Zhou Tianhai was an established powerhouse in the top 100 rankings, holding a position there for a long time. In contrast, Chen Changqing was just a newcomer. Although both he and Wang Yang came from the Outer Gates 7th Academy, Wang Yang's willingness to wager so many spirit stones on his victory showed his trust. Hearing what Chen Changqing said, Wang Yang smiled awkwardly. He didn't know what he was thinking at that moment. He just felt that since Chen Changqing dared to bet 1,000 spirit stones on his own victory, he was caught up in the heat of the moment and followed suit. If it were just based on their friendship, he wouldn't have dared to wager so many spirit stones. After a brief silence, Chen Changqing turned his gaze directly to Wang Yang and asked, "Senior brother, do you want to earn more spirit stones?" Wang Yang's heart trembled at Chen Changqing's question, and he naturally understood the implication behind it. "Junior brother Changqing, you aren't thinking of continuing to challenge the top 100 rankings, are you?" Chen Changqing smiled calmly and nodded. "That's right." At this, a look of concern appeared on Wang Yang's face, and he quickly advised, "Junior brother, you're only at the initial stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The strength gap among the top 100 rankings is vast. Zhou Tianhai is only ranked 83rd. Do you know that everyone in the top 10 in the 100 rankings is a genius with over 30,000 strands of true qi? These prodigies all have the potential to break through to the Golden Core realm." Chen Changqing didn't pay much attention to Wang Yang's words and smiled lightly. "Senior brother Wang, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Although the disciples in the top 10 of the 100 rankings were indeed very strong, he would foolishly challenge them right away. After all, he had only condensed 15,000 strands of true qi, which was still a significant gap compared to 30,000 strands. Of course, if he used the heavenly slashing sword technique, he might still have the power to fight. However, arena challenges were different from life and death battles. They were all about stopping at the right moment. After Chen Changqing finished speaking, Wang Yang was momentarily stunned. His lips slightly parted as if he still had something to say, but for some reason, he swallowed the words back. Chen Changqing didn't mind. He had made himself very clear to Wang Yang. If he wanted to earn more spirit stones, he should continue betting on his victory. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Chen Changqing defeated Zhou Tianhai. On this day, the top 100 arena battles reopened. Chen Changqing challenged Duan Wuyo, who ranked 70 on the 100 rankings. He won with a single strike. After this battle, Chen Changqing's fame in the inner sect soared, and discussions about him could be heard everywhere. Wang Yang also made a hefty profit from betting on Chen Changqing's victory. A month later, Chen Changqing appeared in the arena again. This time, he challenged Su Muyu, who ranked 60th on the inner sect's 100 rankings. Although the opponent was a female cultivator, Chen Changqing showed no mercy and maintained absolute dominance, defeating her with another strike. 2 months later, Chen Changqing challenged Taishan, who ranked 50th on the 100 rankings. This person was known for his indestructible body and was a practitioner of physical cultivation. However, he was directly knocked off the stage by Chen Changqing with a single punch. With Chen Changqing defeating Taishan, his ranking in the 100 rankings rose to 50th. Over these 2 months, Chen Changqing's reputation in the inner sect had skyrocketed. Especially after defeating Taishan, he shocked the entire inner sect. Was Chen Changqing even human? In just over 2 months, he had climbed into the top 50 of the 100 rankings. This was simply outrageous. The key was that he won every challenge with overwhelming strength. Even Taishan, who was originally ranked 50th, was defeated with just 1 punch. Within the inner sect, many disciples were discussing Chen Changqing. Thinking of him made them feel incredulous. Indeed, Chen Changqing's recent record was too dazzling. Moreover, His stunning performance had even attracted the attention of many disciples from the 7 main peaks. After all, it was rare to see someone reach the top 50 of the 100 rankings in such a short time. At this moment, on a cloud platform in the inner sect, 3 figures were seated together. These 3 individuals all exuded extraordinary auras, and a slight perception gave one a sense of profound depth. "Have you heard of Chen Changqing?" one of the men asked first, breaking the silence. "Of course I've heard. This kid has been making waves in the inner sect lately. Even Tai Shan was defeated by him with 1 punch," another man replied. "What do you think of Chen Changqing? Is he worth bringing under our 10th sequence?" The first man asked again. At this time, the third man, who had not spoken up until now, took over the conversation, saying, "Currently, the boss is pushing towards the nascent soul realm. If we can recruit a decent subordinate, it would be beneficial for the boss's future pursuit of the position of the Holy Sun." The other 2 men had no comments on what he said. After a brief pause, the first speaker nodded and said, "All right, I'll send by how to inform Chen Changqing. If he obediently agrees to join us, that's fine. If he refuses..." As he spoke, the man's expression turned cold, and a light snort escaped his lips. On this day in Xianxia Valley, Wang Yang was practicing alongside the inner disciples who were cultivating there. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from outside the valley. "Huh?" After sensing it, Wang Yang and the others quickly turned to look. What they saw was a young man in a golden-patterned white robe slowly walking toward the valley. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone in Xianxia Valley was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. "Is he Bai Hao? What is going on? Why is Bai Hao here in Xianxia Valley? He is one of the top 10 in the 100 rankings. I heard he is from the 10th sequence camp." Just as everyone was astonished, Bai Hao's expression darkened as he coldly asked, "Who is Chen Changqing?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly rushed to Chen Changqing's residence without delay. When he saw Chen Changqing, he found him leisurely basking in the sun in the yard. "Junior brother Chen, something big has happened. Bai Hao is here to find you," Wang Yang exclaimed, looking anxious. "Huh?" Chen Changqing was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, "Bai Hao? Who is that?" Wang Yang pursed his lips and explained, "Junior brother, Bai Hao is ranked 10th on the 100 rankings. Moreover, he is from the 10th sequence camp." Chapter 63, The Holy Son of the Master Teacher. "Give me time to surpass minute by minute." After hearing what Wang Yang said, Chen Changqing was slightly surprised. Wang Yang had previously told him that the top 10 on the inner sect 100-strong list were all geniuses who had condensed over 30,000 strands of true qi. Their strength is, of course, beyond doubt. What puzzled Chen Changqing was, what did the 10 sequences mean? Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Wang Yang and asked, "Brother Wang, what do you mean by the 10 sequences?" Wang Yang scratched his head, looking a bit awkward, and smiled. "I actually forgot to tell you about the 10 sequences earlier. To put it simply, these 10 sequences are small groups formed among the disciples of Mount Shu. However, the leaders of these small groups are not to be underestimated. Each of them has the potential to break through to the nascent soul stage. Their existence is also classified as the Holy Sun sequence in Mount Shu. The leader of the 10 sequences is the Holy Sun of the 10th sequence, and Bai Hao belongs to that camp." With Wang Yang's explanation, Chen Changqing immediately understood. The Holy Sons of the 10 sequences all have the potential to break through to the nascent soul stage. No wonder Bai Hao, ranked 10th on the 100-strong list, would come to be his follower. Chen Changqing secretly sighed. Above the core formation stage is the golden core stage. Only by breaking through the golden core can one be promoted to the purple mansion stage. And above the purple mansion stage is the nascent soul. Currently, I'm only at the early stage of core formation, and there's still a long way to go before reaching the nascent soul stage. The future holds a long road ahead. Thinking of this, Chen Changqing turned his gaze to Wang Yang beside him and asked, "Brother, do you know why Bai Hao is looking for me?" Wang Yang was taken aback and shook his head. "I'm not sure. As soon as this person arrived at Xianxia Valley, he specifically asked to see you. I thought he seemed unfriendly, so I came to find you right away." Chen Changqing frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. He wondered if it was because he had been aggressively climbing the 100-strong list in recent months, provoking dissatisfaction from those he had defeated, and thus Bai Hao, ranked 10th, was brought in for revenge. After some consideration, Chen Changqing came back to his senses and said, "Brother, let's go take a look." "Okay." With that, Chen Changqing and Wang Yang did not delay and set off together. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Xianxia Valley. At that moment, many inner disciples were gathered, whispering to each other. What is going on? Why would Bai Hao, ranked 10th on the 100-strong list, come looking for Chen Changqing? Who knows? Could it be because junior brother Chen has been showing off too much lately, and he is here to cause trouble? Maybe. In just over 2 months, Chen Changqing had climbed to the 50th spot on the Inner Sect's 100-strong list. A remarkable achievement. Unbothered by the surrounding discussions, Chen Changqing turned his gaze directly to Bai Hao. Bai Hao was acting arrogantly. When he saw Chen Changqing looking at him, he coldly asked, "You are Chen Changqing?" Seeing Bai Hao's imposing demeanor, Chen Changqing felt a surge of dislike and disdainfully replied, "What do you want?" As he said this, Chen Changqing appeared indifferent. Why should he tolerate Bai Hao's high and mighty attitude? To him, although Bai Hao was ranked 10th on the 100-strong list, so what? Even the so-called holy son of the sequence was nothing in his eyes. Bai Hao's expression darkened at Chen Changqing's impolite response. He didn't expect this junior disciple who had just joined the Inner Sect to dare to disrespect him. Boom! In the next moment, Bai Hao snorted coldly, his arms slightly vibrating, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. Clearly, he intended to give Chen Changqing a show of strength. In less than a moment, the overwhelming pressure enveloped the surrounding area for 100 feet. The disciples who had come to watch hadn't even had time to react before being crushed by Bai Hao's overwhelming aura. Their faces all changed dramatically. Those with slightly weaker cultivation even felt as if they were about to suffocate. Faced with Bai Hao's pressure, Chen Changqing's expression darkened, and the energy within him exploded. Boom! In an instant, an aura equal to Bai Hao's erupted, colliding with Bai Hao's pressure. Just the clash of energies caused the air to distort, creating ripples. Bai Hao frowned upon seeing that Chen Changqing managed to withstand his pressure. He had intended to pressure Chen Changqing to show him who was stronger. Who knew that Chen Changqing could withstand it? After thinking for a moment, Bai Hao relaxed his brow and withdrew his aura. Very well, you can withstand it. No wonder you've reached the 50th spot on the 100-strong list. Chen Changqing cast a cold glance at Bai Hao and said flatly, "If you have something to say, hurry up. I don't have time to waste chatting with you." Upon hearing this, Bai Hao's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. But in an instant, he regained his composure and responded, "Chen Changqing, I came here to tell you that the holy son of our 10th sequence has taken a liking to you and wants to invite you to join our 10th sequence. Are you willing?" As soon as Bai Hao finished speaking, the surrounding disciples were all shocked, expressing envy. What? Bai Hao isn't here to cause trouble for Chen Changqing? He is actually inviting him to join the 10th sequence? Didn't T. Changqing just recently reach the core formation stage? How could he receive such an invitation? The disciples were envious. It should be known that to enter the Holy Sun sequence camp, one must at least be at the golden core stage in Mount Shu. Moreover, once you join, the resources would be on another level altogether. Yawn was also shocked. He had thought Bai Hao was coming to take revenge on Chen Changqing. Now it seemed he had overthought it. Joining the Holy Sun sequence camp would bring numerous benefits. Chen Changqing's luck was incredible to be valued by the Holy Sun of the 10th sequence. Yawn secretly sighed, feeling extremely envious of Chen Changqing. Just when everyone thought Chen Changqing would agree without hesitation, he coldly glanced at Bai Hao and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested." As soon as these words were spoken, the many disciples present were stunned, looking at Chen Changqing with disbelief. What? I didn't miss here, did I? Junior brother Chen actually rejected him? What's going on? He didn't even think about it before refusing. Joining the Holy Sun sequence camp brings so many benefits. Could he really not see that? Everyone was astonished, caught off guard by Chen Changqing's response. Chapter 64. The deadline in March, dare to fight? Bai Hao was taken aback after hearing Chen Changqing's response, his brows furrowing suddenly. The Holy Sun of the sequence had extended an invitation, and he actually refused? Could this kid be out of his mind? Bai Hao was confused. He originally thought that after expressing his intentions, Chen Changqing would surely choose to accept. After all, joining the camp of the Holy Sons of the 10 sequences would bring benefits far beyond what an ordinary Inner Sect disciple could compare to. But Chen Changqing had decisively refused. Huh? Yawn exclaimed, his head buzzing. His face was filled with surprise, clearly not expecting Chen Changqing to refuse. Junior brother Chen, joining the camp of the Holy Sons of the sequence is something many Inner Sect disciples dream of. Why? Why did you refuse? Yawn looked straight at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing's expression was calm, and he replied nonchalantly, "Not interested." Yawn was stunned, his face full of confusion. Not knowing what else to say, not far away, Bai Hao had come to his senses and was glaring at Chen Changqing with a dark expression, saying, "Chen Changqing, you're quite bold. This is the first time I've heard of someone refusing the invitation of a holy son. Don't you want to stay in the inner sect? To Bai Hao's threat, Chen Changqing scoffed, giving a cold smile. What? Do you want to force me to join? I'm not someone who falls for that kind of thing. If you want me to join the Holy Sons of the 10 Sequences, you need to see if you have the ability. At this point, Chen Changqing paused slightly and added, how about this? 3 months from now, let us have a match on the 100-strong arena. If you can defeat me, I will join you. If you lose, don't come to disturb my quiet cultivation in the future. After finishing his words, Chen Changqing didn't he wait for Bai Hao to respond and turned to leave, leaving Bai Hao and the others in disarray. Good, very good. 3 months from now, huh? I will let you see what true strength is. Bai Hao snorted coldly, waving his long sleeves and leaving in a huff. After all, he was ranked 10th on the 100-strong list. No one had ever dared to challenge him so openly. At the same time, Yawn and the others were shocked by what Chen Changqing had just said. What? Did I hear that wrong? Junior brother Chen just challenged Bai Hao. Is he crazy? Bai Hao is ranked 10th on the 100-strong list. He is only at the early stage of core formation now. How much strength can he improve in just 3 months? Yawn stood there, his mind blank. He never expected that Chen Changqing would challenge Bai Hao. What was Junior brother Chen thinking? Could it be that he really thought he could defeat Bai Hao? Soon, the news of Chen Changqing's refusal to join the 10th sequence and his challenge to Bai Hao spread throughout the intersect, causing a huge uproar. Have you heard? That guy Chen Changqing actually refused to join the Holy Sun sequence. He even challenged Bai Hao, who is ranked 10th on the 100-strong list. Has he lost his mind? How could he turn down such a good opportunity? If he could join the Holy Sun sequence, the benefits would be immense. Was this kid really that arrogant? Bai Hao was ranked 10th on the 100-strong list. How could he be challenged? He had just joined the inner sect not long ago, which could only be described as a newborn calf, not fearing a tiger. For a while, everyone in the inner sect was discussing Chen Changqing. After all, over the past few months, Chen Changqing had been making waves in the inner sect, constantly challenging those on the 100-strong list, and now he had even risen to the 50th rank. Additionally, other Holy Sons of the sequence were delighted to hear such news. After all, when the 10th sequence Holy Sun extended an invitation, it was expected that no inner sect disciple would refuse. But Chen Changqing took a different path and chose to refuse, undoubtedly slapping the 10th sequence Holy Sun in the face. Meanwhile, at the 10th sequence Holy Sun's location, he said, Bai Hao, that Chen Changqing has refused the invitation. He even challenged me to a match on the 100-strong arena in 3 months. If I can defeat him, he will join. Bai Hao bowed slightly to the few people in front of him, his posture showing great respect. Although he was ranked 10th on the 100-strong list, the people before him were not ordinary individuals, especially the 10th sequence Holy Sun, whose strength was unfathomable. Upon hearing Bai Hao's report, the 10th sequence Holy Sun frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. He had failed to break through to the nascent soul realm yesterday and had heard about Chen Changqing's situation upon leaving seclusion. But now, he did not expect that there would still be someone among the inner sect disciples who dared to disrespect him. The other few individuals were also filled with rage. Good for you, Chen Changqing. You're truly arrogant. A newly joined disciple who doesn't know his place? The Holy Sun values him. It's his good fortune, and yet he refuses? The few were furious. At this moment, the 10th sequence Holy Sun spoke. Bai Hao, you know what to do in 3 months. Hearing this, Bai Hao nodded and said, Rest assured, Holy Sun, I will definitely teach that kid a lesson then. When he said this, Bai Hao appeared quite confident, believing that with his strength, defeating Chen Changqing would be an easy task. On the other side, Yawn also heard the news. What? This junior brother actually refused to join the Holy Sun sequence immediately? And he, challenged Bai Hao, who is ranked 10th on the 100-strong list. Yang's face was filled with disbelief. He had just recently reached the core formation stage, but the amount of true qi he had refined in his body had not yet reached the threshold to challenge the 100-strong list. Meanwhile, Chen Changqing had already ranked 50th on the list and was now issuing a challenge to Bai Hao. After a moment of thought, Yawn took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim, Junior brother Changqing's cultivation speed is truly astonishing. At the same time, Yawn also learned of the news. He actually wants to challenge Bai Hao, who is ranked 10th on the 100-strong list. Chen Changqing, you truly surprised me. Yawn became somewhat excited, thinking to himself, you better not lose to Bai Hao. The only one who could defeat you is me. As he spoke, Yawn's eyes were filled with determination. After losing to Chen Changqing in the outer sect competition, he had regarded Chen Changqing as his only rival. Naturally, his greatest desire was to defeat him head-on. in Qingxiao Valley. Chen Changqing had returned to his residence. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Wang Yang rushed over anxiously. Junior brother Chen Yu, you were too reckless this time, right? Bai Hao is ranked 10th on the 100-strong list. Why would you think of challenging him in 3 months? And also, why did you refuse such a good opportunity to join the Holy Sun sequence? Wang Yang looked perplexed and couldn't he understand why Chen Changqing would do such a thing. Chapter 65, Sword Intent Progress 40. Chen Changqing had a calm expression and answered casually, Senior Brother Wang, Bai Hao is merely ranked 10th on the Intersect's top 100 list. Isn't it normal to challenge him? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's heart trembled, and he found himself at a loss for words due to Chen Changqing's statement. What does it mean to say he is merely ranked 10th on the Intersect's top 100 list? He had previously told Chen Changqing how powerful the top 10 were. But looking at Chen Changqing's demeanor, it seemed he didn't take it to heart. Before Wang Yang could regain his senses, Chen Changqing smiled faintly and walked straight into the inner room. Sigh. Wang Yang saw this and helplessly sighed, knowing in his heart that Chen Changqing had already made up his mind. No matter what he said, it would be difficult to change his thoughts. Could junior brother Changqing really defeat Bai Hao? Suddenly, such a thought arose in Wang Yang's mind. Upon thinking of this, he quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not easy to defeat Bai Hao. After saying this, Wang Yang shook his head and turned to leave. At the same time, Chen Changqing had returned to the inner room and focused his thoughts to communicate with the system. System, extract the rewards. Soon, a notification from the system rang in his mind. Ding. Time, 62 days. Operated Shushan Heart Method 5,000 times. Practiced Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique 5,000 times. Sword Intent Cultivation Progress 40. Do you want to extract the results? Extract. Chen Changqing didn't think much and directly chose to extract. In an instant, streams of golden energy surged from the 3 small golden figures before him and directly entered Chen Changqing's body. Boom! Accompanied by the extraction of the Shushan Heart Method's results. A surge of spiritual energy began to flood within Chen Changqing's body. His aura began to rise sharply, and true qi rapidly condensed. Before long, the amount of true qi in Chen Changqing's body increased from the previous 15,000 strands to 40,000 strands. His cultivation level also rose from the early stage of the Golden Core to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. After sensing his current strength, Chen Changqing sighed and remarked, the later stages of cultivation are getting slower, even with the system for cultivation. It still took so long to advance to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Chen Changqing felt that his breakthrough time was a bit slow. In his view, he had been for several months, only to advance from the early to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. In the past, he could have directly advanced a significant level in such a short time. Of course, if others knew of his thoughts, they would probably be infuriated. After all, advancing from the early to the mid-stage of the Golden Core is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. For Chen Changqing to achieve it in just a few months is already considered extraordinarily talented. I have condensed 40,000 strands of true qi in my body, yet I'm only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. I wonder how many strands of true qi are needed to break through to the late stage of the Golden Core. Chen Changqing muttered to himself. Generally, Golden Core cultivators can condense 10,000 strands of true qi in their bodies to be considered in the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Exceeding 20,000 strands allows one to enter the late stage of the Golden Core. Yet here, Chen Changqing had already condensed 40,000 strands of true qi and was still only in the mid-stage, indicating that he needed to cultivate each stage to its utmost. When refining the body, I pushed the limits of body refinement. In the qi refining stage, I practiced the 9 transformations qi refining method. After entering the foundation establishment stage, I was different from ordinary cultivators. Now that I've reached the Golden Core stage, it seems there is still a significant difference from regular Golden Core cultivators. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing collected his thoughts and quietly murmured, I wonder how many strands of true qi Bai Hao has condensed in his body. Saying this, he didn't pay much attention. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, and he had condensed 40,000 strands of true qi, there were still 3 months until his duel with Bai Hao. Chen Changqing was confident that after 3 more months of cultivation, defeating Bai Hao should not be a problem. Next, Chen Changqing discovered that the sword intent reward he had previously obtained appeared in the form of progress. 40 progress? Could it be that sword intent can also be upgraded? Chen Changqing thought to himself, feeling somewhat excited to see what changes would occur when the sword intent reached 100. In addition, the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique had now reached 25 progress. The Heaven-Slaying Sword technique was very powerful, but the progress seemed to slow down significantly as he advanced. After that, he didn't think too much and continued to let the system cultivate the Shushan Heart method, the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique, and the Sword Intent. Meanwhile, Chen Changqing himself fell onto the bed. My cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core. It seems I should go to the Inner Sect's treasure pavilion to find a cultivation method for the late stage. When he first entered the Inner Sect, he had been given the Shushan Heart method, Shushan Sword technique, and Shushan Body technique. The Shushan Sword technique and Shushan Body technique had already reached perfection through cultivation. However, the Shushan Heart method could only be maintained at the Golden Core level at most. After some thought, Chen Changqing decided to take some time to visit the Inner Sect's treasure pavilion to carefully select a cultivation method. Yawn. Chen Changqing yawned and didn't think much more, falling asleep on the bed. In a daze, Chen Changqing was awakened by a shouting voice. Junior brother Chen. Chen Changqing got up and went to the courtyard, only to see Wang Yang standing outside the courtyard gate. What is senior brother Wang planning to persuade me about again? Chen Changqing felt helpless inside. Earlier, Wang Yang had been extremely incredulous about his reckless challenge to Bai Hao, who was ranked 10th on the top 100 list, and his refusal to join the sequence of the Holy Sun. As he approached, Chen Changqing curiously looked at Wang Yang and asked, Senior brother, what is the matter? Wang Yang pursed his lips and didn't hide anything, directly saying, Junior brother, someone is looking for you. Oh, Chen Changqing was surprised and asked, Who? Wang Yang smiled mysteriously and teased Chen Changqing, replying, You'll know when you meet them. Then, Chen Changqing didn't delay and left with Wang Yang. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Qingxiao Valley. At this moment, a graceful figure stood not far away. The woman was stunning, wearing a light blue long robe that fluttered in the wind, exuding an indescribable ethereal quality. Her beautiful eyes gazed down calmly, and on her back hung an elegantly styled ancient sword, adding a touch of heroic spirit. Just a glance made one feel an uncontrollable surge of amazement in their heart, evoking a sense of natural beauty, pure and unadorned. Lu Rian? Chen Changqing showed a puzzled expression upon seeing the woman. What did she come to find him for? Chapter 66. The Investment of Yuyan Emperor. But one must still be polite. Chen Changqing and Wang Yang walked up to Lu Rian. Senior sister Rian, what brings you here? Chen Changqing asked with a smile. After all, both of them had entered the Inner Sect from the Outer Sect's 7th courtyard. Besides that, Lu Ruyan was also quite beautiful. Hearing Chen Changqing's question, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes narrowed with worry as she said, Changqing, why are you thinking about challenging Bai Hao? Do you know that he is already at the late stage of core formation and has condensed 50,000 strands of true qi? As she spoke, Lu Ruyan frowned. In her view, while Chen Changqing was indeed powerful, defeating Bai Hao in such a short time seemed somewhat impossible. After all, how long had it been since Chen Changqing joined the Inner Sect? Seeing Lu Ruyan's worried expression, Chen Changqing smiled slightly and said, What? Are you afraid I can't beat Bai Hao? Don't worry. So far, I haven't lost in the top 100 challenges. Even if I face Bai Hao, it will be the same. Chen Changqing was full of confidence. By now, he had already broken through to the mid-stage of core formation and had condensed 40,000 strands of true qi within. After 3 more months of diligent cultivation, his strength would surely improve again. By then, defeating Bai Hao wouldn't be a difficult task. Hearing Chen Changqing's response, Lu Ruyan was momentarily speechless. Earlier, she had heard about Chen Changqing's crazy challenges in the Inner Sect's top 100 rankings, where he had progressed all the way to rank 50. Lu Ruyan found it unbelievable. However, she never expected that shortly thereafter, Chen Changqing would challenge Bai Hao, who was ranked 10th in the top 100. This made Lu Ruyan uneasy, prompting her to come to Qingxiao Valley. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at Chen Changqing and waved her jade hand, causing a white pill to appear in her palm. The pill was adorned with intricate patterns, and a faint layer of misty medicinal aura surrounded its surface. Just the aroma wafting from the pill was refreshing. This pill is for you. It will be very helpful for your current cultivation. After saying this, Lu Ruyan offered the pill to Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing was slightly taken aback as he looked at the pill in Lu Ruyan's palm. Before he could say anything, Wang Yang, who was beside him, suddenly changed his expression and exclaimed, I can't be mistaken, can I? This is a golden condensation pill? Wang Yang looked at the pill in Lu Ruyan's hand with disbelief, his eyes filled with excitement. Seeing Wang Yang's reaction, Chen Changqing asked in confusion, Brother Wang, is this pill really that amazing? Hearing this, Wang Yang shot Chen Changqing an incredulous look and explained, Junior Brother Chen, sometimes I feel like you don't understand anything. This pill given to you by junior sister Lu is not an ordinary item. It's a golden condensation pill. This is a real treasure. This pill can increase the success rate of core formation cultivators advancing to golden pill by 50%. If a core formation cultivator takes it, breaking through a small realm is not a problem. While saying this, Wang Yang was very certain in his heart. Lu Ruyan's relationship with Chen Changqing must be quite profound. Earlier, when Chen Changqing challenged Zhou Tianhai, who was ranked 83rd in the top 100, Lu Ruyan was also present and even took the initiative to talk to Chen Changqing. At that time, Wang Yang noticed that Lu Ruyan seemed to have feelings for Chen Changqing. Now that Lu Ruyan learned that Chen Changqing was going to challenge Bai Hao, who was ranked 10th in the top 100, she took the initiative to come to Qingxiao Valley and even gifted him a golden condensation pill. Such a gesture was not simple. After hearing Wang Yang's explanation, Chen Changqing was also shocked. He didn't expect this small golden condensation pill to have such effects. Such a treasure was not something an ordinary inner sect disciple could offer. Even if senior sister Lu had joined one of the 7 main peaks, Yunqi Peak, it would be unlikely for her to obtain such a pill, right? After a moment of thought, Chen Changqing came to a judgment. He had underestimated Lu Ruyan as a senior sister. Previously, when he was in the outer sect, he didn't think much of her. In fact, during the outer sect competition in the Void Realm, he had saved Lu Ruyan and helped her gain quite a few points. Because of this, Lu Ruyan had qualified for entry into the inner sect with her half-step foundation establishment cultivation. However, what Chen Changqing did not expect was that after entering the inner sect, Lu Ruyan was directly selected by Yunqi Peak and now presented him with a treasure like the golden condensation pill. All signs indicated that Lu Ruyan's background was likely not as simple as it appeared. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changqing came back to his senses and declined. Senior sister Ruyan, this treasure is too precious. I can't accept it. Seeing that Chen Changqing actually refused, Lu Ruyan was slightly taken aback, her red lips pursed. And she quickly said, Junior Brother Changqing, why are you being so polite with me? Aren't we a family from the 7th courtyard? This golden condensation pill is exactly what you need right now. Just take it. At this point, Lu Ruyan paused for a moment and added, how about this? If you feel uneasy taking it, then consider this pill an investment in you from me. I will need your help in the future, so please don't refuse. After saying this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing appeared to be deep in thought. After a moment, he finally replied, if that's the case, then fine. With that, Chen Changqing took the pill from Lu Ruyan's hand. Although he had a cultivation system that allowed him to practice automatically, who would refuse a treasure? Seeing that Chen Changqing agreed, Lu Ruyan smiled with delight and said, then you should cultivate hard. I have high hopes for you. After saying this, Lu Ruyan did not linger and turned to leave. Once Lu Ruyan had gone, Wang Yang looked at Chen Changqing with envy and said, Junior brother, you really are enviable. To have such a beautiful girl care for you like this is truly enviable. Chen Changqing smiled faintly and didn't pay much attention to it. Just as he was about to leave with Wang Yang, a sudden sound of breaking air reached their ears. Hearing the sound, the two looked over in unison. When they focused, they saw a streak of sword light descending. The person riding the sword had white hair and a beard, wearing a blue long robe that fluttered in the wind. Soon, the person landed in front of Chen Changqing and Wang Yang. Upon seeing the person's appearance, Chen Changqing was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, Elder Lu Mu, what brings you to Qingxiao Valley? The person was none other than Elder Lu Mu from the Outer Sect's 7th Courtyard. Chapter 67. Lu Mu promoted to Intersect Elder at the moment when Chen Changqing was surprised. Wang Yang also wore a look of astonishment. Elder Lu Mu. He couldn't help but exclaim, Naturally, Wang Yangku Liu Mu. After all, he had also come from the Outer Sect's 7th Courtyard and was promoted to an Intersect disciple. Lu Mu smiled and gestured to Wang Yang, then turned his gaze to Chen Changqing, cheerfully saying, Changqing, long time no see. Chen Changqing stood there, still with a face of disbelief. Seeing this, Lu Mu raised an eyebrow and asked, what's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing came back to his senses and noticed Lu Mu's attire, which was indeed that of an inner sect elder. Elder Lu Mu, congratulations. Lu Mu smiled and replied, I have to thank you, young man. Chen Changqing frowned slightly, puzzled, and muttered, me? Lu Mu nodded and explained, that's right. You led our Outer Sect's 7th courtyard to win first place in the previous Outer Sect Disciple competition. You really brought great honor to the 7th courtyard. Plus, your insights on the nascent soul helped me tremendously in my cultivation, considering my contributions over the years. The sect promoted me to Inner Sect Elder. At this point, Lu Mu paused slightly and added coincidentally, the sect has assigned me to oversee the cultivation area in the Inner Sect, which includes Xianxia Valley. Lu Mu felt quite emotional. Although being an Outer Sect Elder was good, Lu Mu wanted to move up. Despite his white beard and hair, he was still quite young, only 100 years old. His current cultivation had already reached the Purple Mansion realm, and one must know that Purple Mansion cultivators can live for up to 300 years. After Lu Mu's explanation, Chen Changqing and Wang Yang nodded in understanding. Just then, Lu Mu was suddenly surprised. He had been too focused on talking to Chen Changqing to notice that Chen Changqing's cultivation had actually broken through to the core formation stage. This kid is really a genius. He has now been promoted to the core formation level. Lu Mu silently marveled. He was very clear about Chen Changqing's background. After all, he was the one who brought Chen Changqing into the outer sect of Mount Shu. At that time, Chen Changqing was just an ordinary person. Although he joined the outer sect, he ended up as a gatekeeper disciple. Initially, Lu Mu didn't pay much attention to him, but later, Lu Mu noticed that Chen Changqing suddenly exploded in power, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Eventually, he led the 7th courtyard, which had always been at the bottom, to win first place in the outer sect disciple competition. While Lu Mu was lost in thought, Chen Changqing smiled at Lu Mu and said, "Elder Lu Mu, you have to take good care of us from now on." Before Lu Mu could respond, Wang Yang nodded repeatedly and interjected, "Yes, Elder Lu Mu. Both Changqing and I are from the outer sect's 7th courtyard, so please look after us." Upon hearing this, Lu Mu smiled and was just about to say something when a voice suddenly called out from a distance, "Brother Chen." Hearing someone call him, Chen Changqing quickly looked over. Upon focusing, he saw a figure descending on a sword into Xianxia Valley. Ranhua. Seeing the visitor, Chen Changqing was shocked, and even Lu Mu beside him was taken aback. Just as Chen Changqing hesitated, Ranhua quickly approached. His expression was very anxious, looking as if something significant had happened. "Junior brother Ranyu, why did you come to find me?" As Ranhua got closer, Chen Changqing asked first. Ranhua did not hide anything and hurriedly said, "Brother Chen, something happened in my home." "Huh?" Chen Changqing frowned slightly and pressed on, "What happened?" He was very concerned about Ranhua. When they were in the outer sect, Chen Changqing had a good relationship with Ranhua. One was responsible for opening the door, and the other for closing it. Moreover, before entering the inner sect, he had quietly given Ranhua the reward he received for winning first place in the outer sect disciple competition, which was the insight into the nascent soul. Ranhua, benefiting from this opportunity, had raised his cultivation to the foundation establishment level. Hearing Chen Changqing's question, Ranhua quickly responded, "Brother Chen, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Not long ago, I received a message from my family saying that there was a crisis at home and that I needed to return quickly." Ranhua's expression was very grave. He knew well that something significant must have happened to his family for them to send him a message. However, after receiving the letter, he did not rashly decide to go back. Instead, he thought of a way to enter the inner sect to find Chen Changqing, wanting to invite him to go back with him. After all, he had only just reached the foundation establishment level. If he encountered any strong enemies upon returning, he would likely not be able to handle it. In the entire Mount Shu, Chen Changqing was the one he was closest to. Ranhua regarded Chen Changqing as his only support in Mount Shu. For this reason, he came to find Chen Changqing in the inner sect. After hearing what Ranhua said, Chen Changqing nodded in understanding. At this moment, Ranhua added, "Brother Chen, I want you to accompany me back. I wonder if you would be willing?" As he spoke, Ranhua looked at Chen Changqing with a pleading expression and added, "Please rest assured, brother. I won't let you make this trip for nothing. If you agree, I'm willing to offer 3,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing what Ranhua said, Chen Changqing frowned slightly and looked at Ranhua, saying, "Junior brother Ran, what are you talking about? Do we need to discuss these things between us?" Ranhua was taken aback, slightly embarrassed. He realized that mentioning a reward in spirit stones would definitely make Chen Changqing feel distant. Fortunately, Chen Changqing did not mind. During his time in Mount Shu, Ranhua was one of his few friends. Now that Ranhua's family was in trouble, he naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Just then, Wang Yang looked at Chen Changqing and said, "Junior brother Chen, why don't I go with you guys?" Hearing Wang Yang's words, Ranhua instinctively glanced at him, his eyes filled with gratitude. Chen Changqing nodded and then introduced Ranhua, "Junior brother Ran, This is senior brother Wang Yang, who also advanced from the outer sect 7th courtyard to become an inner sect disciple. As Chen Changqing made the introduction, Wang Yang and Ran Hua nodded to each other. Senior brother Wang, thank you for your willingness to help, Ran Hua said. Wang Yang waved his hand, signaling that Ran Hua need not be so formal. Chen Changqing also looked at Wang Yang and smiled, saying, Senior brother, then it will be a labor for you this time. Wang Yang smiled back and said, Junior brother Chen, there is no need to be so polite between us. Besides, I've gained a lot from you, especially in spirit stones. Chen Changqing nodded and didn't bother to be polite with Wang Yang. Additionally, from what Ran Hua had just said, it was clear that he was not sure what had happened at home. Wang Yang was a core formation cultivator, and having one more person would provide more strength, which might help them in some way. Chapter 68. The Bonds of Closing and Opening Doors. Soon after, Chen Changqing turned his gaze towards Elder Lu Mu. At present, Lu Mu was the inner gate elder in charge of their area. Since he was to accompany Wang Yang back home, he naturally needed Lu Mu's consent. Lu Mu understood Chen Changqing's intentions and smiled, saying, Changqing, you and Wang Yang should go to the registration office later. After registering, you can leave Shushan with Ran Hua. Furthermore, at this point, Lu Mu waved his hand, and a talisman shimmering with golden light flew down to Chen Changqing's feet. This talisman is a gift for you. It contains a portion of my golden core power, which may come in handy at a critical moment. Chen Changqing nodded and stored the talisman, saying, Thank you, Elder. Lu Mu smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, No need to be polite with me. Hurry up and go. Then, Chen Changqing did not delay and went to the registration office with Wang Yang. After registering, the three of them left the inner gate. Junior brother Ran, I'll take you flying on my sword. Once outside the inner gate, Chen Changqing focused his thoughts and summoned the top-grade magic tool, the Changqing sword. Ran Hua nodded and leaped onto the Changqing sword. He was only at the foundation establishment stage and did not have the strength to sustain long-term sword flight. Seeing this, Wang Yang also did not hesitate and quickly summoned his own flying sword. Next, the three of them flew away on their swords. Along the way, Ran Hua guided Chen Changqing in the direction while Wang Yang followed closely behind. Brother Chen has been in the inner gate for less than a year, and his cultivation has already reached this level. It's truly astonishing, Ran Hua secretly sighed, reflecting on the time when he joined the outer gate of Shushan and was assigned to be a gatekeeper with Chen Changqing. He remembered that Chen Changqing was only at the Qi nourishing level back then. Although he joined the outer gate later, his cultivation quickly surpassed Chen Changqing, reaching the body refinement level. He did not know when it started, but Chen Changqing's cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. Now, he had even been promoted to the Golden Core realm. Just thinking about it made Ran Hua feel it was unbelievable. Brother Chen's talent in cultivation is truly monstrous. Having his help this time will surely assist my Ran family in overcoming this calamity. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. At this moment, Chen Changqing and the others arrived at a small town called Qingshan. This was where Ran Hua's family was located. Earlier on the road, Chen Changqing and Wang Yang learned from Ran Hua that the Ran family was one of the 3 major families in Qingshan town. The other 2 families were the Li family and the Tang family. Originally, the 3 major families were under the command of a Zifu realm cultivator. However, later, that Zifu realm cultivator fell, and the ancestors of the 3 families took root in Qingshan town. Ran Hua's father, named Ran Jinbang, was the head of the Ran family in this generation and a late-stage golden core cultivator. Such a presence was already considered extremely powerful in a small town. Of course, compared to the top 10 sacred gates like Shushan Sect, it seems somewhat insignificant. After all, golden core disciples were everywhere in the inner gate of Shushan. Brother Chen, I'll take you to my house, Ran Hua said anxiously. Chen Changqing and Wang Yang nodded and closely followed Ran Hua's pace. Before long, the 3 had walked onto the street. What surprised Chen Changqing and the others was that along the way, people occasionally cast strange glances at them. Did I see that wrong? That person seems to be the young clan leader of the Ran family. Is that young Master Ran Hua? Why is he back at this time? I heard that young Master Ran Hua has joined Shushan Sect. Are the 2 people beside him disciples of Shushan? What does it matter if he returns? I'm afraid it won't change anything in the end. If things go wrong, he might even lose his life here. Upon hearing the discussions around them, Ran Hua's brows furrowed, and his expression turned extremely ugly. What on earth happened to my Ran family? Ran Hua hurriedly asked an old man by the roadside. Unfortunately, upon hearing this, the old man dared not say much and hurriedly retreated with a panicked expression. Next, Ranhua asked several passersby in succession. Like the old man, they dared not say anything and all chose to avoid him. Seeing this, Ranhua's expression grew even uglier, and he quickly looked at Chen Changqing. Brother Chen, why are they all unwilling to say more? Chen Changqing slightly narrowed his eyes and replied, Junior brother, these people are clearly fearful. Since they are unwilling to speak, let's hurry to the Ran family. Everything will be clear once we return to the Ran family. Ranhua nodded and did not pay attention to the discussions of the people by the roadside, quickly heading towards the Ran family. Chen Changqing and Wang Yang closely followed Ranhua. Before long, under Ranhua's guidance, they arrived outside a residence to the east of Qingshan town. This was where the Ran family was located. However, just as they reached outside the Ran residence, Chen Changqing and the others were stunned. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the entrance of the Ran residence was severely damaged, and the plaque inscribed with the words Ran residence was broken in the middle, with half of it lying on the ground and the other half hanging from a beam. What happened? Ranhua was dumbfounded upon seeing this, and the unease in his heart grew even stronger. After being stunned for a moment, Ranhua did not hesitate and rushed into the Ran residence. Chen Changqing exchanged a glance with Wang Yang and followed closely behind Ranhua. As soon as they stepped into the Ran residence, a strong smell of blood assaulted their senses. Looking around, it was like a scene from a hellish nightmare. The guards and servants within the residence all lay in pools of blood, their bodies strewn about. The originally magnificent residence was now reduced to ruins, with crumbling walls and broken beams. In addition, there were charred trees, and several bodies hung from the beams, their identities unrecognizable due to being burned black. No. Ranhua was stunned upon seeing the scene before him, mumbling repeatedly, his head shaking involuntarily. Chen Changqing observed this and frowned slightly, whispering, given this situation, the Ran family might have been exterminated. Who could be so ruthless to do such a thing to the Ran family? Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Ranhua, filled with grief and rage, could not help but shout angrily, no. Who is it? Ranhua's eyes widened with fury, flames of anger burning in his chest. He never expected that such a calamity would befall his family. He had thought about what troublesome issues his family might encounter, but he never imagined that the situation would be this severe. Just as Ranhua was shouting in rage, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air came from not far away. Looking over, a figure had already landed in front of Chen Changqing and the others. Chapter 69. To eradicate the roots upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Changqing and Wang Yang immediately became vigilant. However, when Ranhua saw the person, she couldn't help but exclaim, Ranmu! The newcomer was a young man, seemingly about the same age as Ranhua. Young clan leader, you finally returned. Ranmu also looked shocked. Before Chen Changqing and Wang Yang could react, Ranhua had already hurriedly rushed towards Ranmu. Getting closer, Ranhua urgently asked, Ranmu, what on earth is happening? Why is the Ran family in this state? Hearing Ranhua's question, Ranmu quickly replied, Young clan leader, a few days ago, the Li family suddenly attacked our Ran family for reasons unknown. The attack was so sudden that our Ran family was not prepared. Even though our clan members fought desperately, we ultimately couldn't resist. The clan leader and all the elders were captured by the Li family. I managed to escape and have been hiding in the shadows, waiting for your return. Ranhua's face turned extremely pale upon hearing this. She never expected that the Li family would target the Ran family. Why? Ranhua's brows furrowed in confusion. She couldn't understand why the Li family would suddenly strike at the Ran family. After all, the three major families in Qingshan town had always been harmonious, without any conflicts among them. At this moment, Chen Changqing and Wang Yang approached. Coming back to her senses, Ranhua introduced, Ranmu, these two are my senior brothers from Shushan. Hearing this, Ranmu nodded and quickly bowed to Chen Changqing and Wang Yang, saying greetings. Senior brothers from Shushan. Chen Changqing and Wang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a loud laugh suddenly echoed, followed by the arrival of more than 10 figures breaking through the air. The leader was a thin old man with white hair and a sinister gaze, emanating a powerful aura. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the core formation. The 10 or so people behind him were also not weak, with several at the foundation establishment level and the rest at the chi refining level. Ranhua, you little brat, finally showed up, the old man exclaimed. I've been waiting for you here for several days. After appearing, the old man's gaze firmly locked onto Ranhua. Seeing the old man, Ranhua's expression changed drastically. and she couldn't help but exclaim, Liu. This old man was none other than the eldest elder of the Li family, Liu. Liu sneered and said, What, surprised to see me? Ranhua's face grew dark, and her eyes filled with hatred. Liu, you are truly ruthless. Why do you want to deal such a fatal blow to my Ran family? Liu looked at Ranhua with disdain and said, Kid, you are not worthy to question me. He continued, Just right, this escaped fish, Ranmu, is here too. To eradicate the roots. He was here to eliminate both Ranhua and Ranmu, these two escaped fish. Hearing Liu's words, Ranmu's expression darkened, and he shouted, Old dog, even if I die, I will not submit to you. Liu's gaze turned fierce, and he coldly said, Want to die? That's easy. I can fulfill that wish anytime. But if you dare to provoke me like this, I will make you taste the feeling of wishing you were dead. Ranmu's face turned red with anger, and he couldn't help but rush forward, but Ranhua blocked him with her hand. Your strength is still too weak. Rushing him like this is just asking for death. Ranhua said coldly. But, young clan leader, Ranmu wanted to say something, but before he could finish, Ranhua interrupted, Leave the next matter to me. With that, Ranhua turned her gaze directly towards Liu. Hearing what Ranhua said, Liu laughed mockingly. Ha. Ranhua, you want to handle this? Don't you know your own weight and dare to boast here? As he said this, Liu's peripheral vision glanced at Chen Changqing and Wang Yang standing behind Ranhua. With his late-stage core formation cultivation, he could naturally sense that both Chen Changqing and Wang Yang were core formation cultivators. After sizing them up, Liu squinted and said, Kid, I suggest you surrender and come with me obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude by taking advantage of my strength against you. Ranhua's face darkened as she angrily shouted, Liu, your Li family really has a lot of guts to dare act this way against my Ran family. Don't you fear Shushan? Upon hearing Ranhua's words, Liu suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha! As he laughed, his expression turned cold, and he contemptuously said, I say, Ran family brat, you really like to flatter yourself. Just because you entered Shushan, don't think others don't know. You're just an outer sect gatekeeper disciple. To put it bluntly, you're just a watchdog. A disciple like you is dispensable to the Shushan sect. After hearing Liu's words, Ranhua's face turned extremely ugly. She didn't expect that Liu knew her background so clearly. He even knew that she was just a gatekeeper disciple at Shushan. It seemed that the Li family had made various preparations before attacking her Ran family. While Ranhua was in a daze, Liu's gaze fell once again on Chen Changqing and Wang Yang. You two, this is a private matter between the three major families of Qingshan Town. It's better for outsiders like you not to interfere, lest you get hurt by mistake. Although Liu did not take Chen Changqing and Wang Yang seriously, he still gave them this warning. It was clear that he recognized Chen Changqing and Wang Yang as disciples of Shushan. Moreover, both had core formation cultivation. Such individuals should be mingling in the inner sect of Shushan. The Shushan sect, being one of the top 10 holy gates, was not something their few families could provoke. After saying this, Liu did not wait for Chen Changqing and Wang Yang to respond and casually waved his hand, commanding, Attack. Capture these two young ones from the Ran family. With Liu's order, the 10 or so subordinates behind him surged forward, attacking Ranhua and Ranmu. Seeing this, Ranmu immediately became anxious, his breathing growing rapid and heavy. He was just at the qi refining level and was no match for these people at all. Ranhua quickly turned to look at Chen Changqing, senior brother. Chen Changqing remained calm and responded, Don't worry, junior brother, I'll handle everything. With that, Chen Changqing turned his gaze towards the group charging at them. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Chen Changqing's body. As this aura emerged, the attacking group felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 70. Activate Kill Mode. Before the dozen or so people could react, a clear sword cry suddenly resounded. Clang! In the next moment, a long sword shimmering with cold light had already fallen into Chen Changqing's hand. As he grasped the sword, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Chen Changqing's mouth, sketching an intriguing arc boom. Following that, the long sword in his hand suddenly swept horizontally, unleashing a powerful strike of the Shushan sword technique. With a single slash, the terrifying sword energy condensed, resembling a long rainbow shooting out. Whoosh! The vast sword energy surged forth, sweeping like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. The dozen or so people who were attacking Ranhua and Ranmu had yet to comprehend what was happening when they were already pierced through by the sword energy slashed out by Chen Changqing. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of deafening explosions echoed. Upon looking closely, The bodies of those dozens of people were directly torn apart under the sword energy unleashed by Chen Changqing. Corpses and heads separated, raising a sky full of blood mist. What? Upon witnessing this scene, both Ran Hua and Ran Mu were completely stunned. Wang Yang, too, wore a shocked expression. He knew Chen Changqing was extraordinary, but he never expected Chen Changqing to be so ruthless. Not far away, the Li family's elder, Li Yu, also wore a face of astonishment. Earlier, he had already warned Chen Changqing and Wang Yang. Who would have thought that Chen Changqing seemed to have completely disregarded his words, unfazed by the shock of the others? Chen Changqing heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has killed one Foundation Establishment cultivator, gaining 12 hanging points. Ding! Detected that the host has killed one Qi refining cultivator, gaining 6. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Changqing smiled in satisfaction. To him, these people were all sources of. In the next moment, Chen Changqing came back to his senses and turned to look at Li Yu. Upon seeing Chen Changqing looking at him, Li Yu's face turned extremely gloomy. He originally thought that Chen Changqing and Wang Yang would not make a move. After all, Ran Hua was merely an outer disciple at Shushan, while he was a late-stage core formation cultivator. Even though Chen Changqing and Wang Yang were also at the core formation stage, it wouldn't make sense for them to fight him to the death over someone like Ran Hua. However, what Li Yu did not expect was that he seemed to have miscalculated. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. What is this person's relationship with Ran Hua? Is he not afraid that I will make him stay here forever? Lost in thought, Li Yu's brows furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Chen Changqing and said, "This young brother, I've already made myself very clear. The matters of Qingshan Town are private affairs among our 3 great families. As a disciple of Shushan, you should not interfere." In response to Li Yu's words, Chen Changqing appeared indifferent, sneering as he said, "Old man, less talk. Today, I will kill you." As soon as his words fell, Chen Changqing swiftly pointed the sword in his hand, the Changqing sword, directly at Li Yu. Hearing this, Li Yu's expression turned extremely cold. He had already tried to reason with Chen Changqing, and it seemed that Chen Changqing was determined to help Ran Hua. Gritting his teeth, Li Yu's anger suddenly flared up. "You ignorant fool! Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish today. Kid, take my spear." With that, the aura around Li Yu became violent, and with a wave of his hand, a long spear appeared in his grasp. Boom! Whoosh! In the next moment, he thrust the spear forward. The spear shot out like a dragon. Additionally, the thunder patterns engraved on the spear suddenly shimmered. Looking at Li Yu's attacking spear, Chen Changqing maintained his usual demeanor, holding the Changqing sword with a swift counterattack. Returning wind, dancing willow. As the sword struck, it instantly unleashed a curved slash, directly meeting Li Yu's spear power. Bang! In less than a moment, the 2 attacks collided, producing a deafening sound. Li Yu's spear power was instantly shattered under the sword strike, and he was forced back by the residual sword force. This, after steadying himself, Li Yu was taken aback. He never expected Chen Changqing to be this strong. He was only at the mid-stage of core formation. How could he possess such formidable power? He even felt a sense of not being able to compete. Internally lamenting, Li Yu's expression turned grave as he looked at Chen Changqing. Not far away, Wang Yang, witnessing this, was also shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of junior brother Chen, the Shushan sword technique in his hands is being executed flawlessly. Ran Hua and Ran Mu were equally astonished, especially Ran Hua, who couldn't calm the shock in his heart for a long time. After all, he was well aware that Chen Changqing had risen from the Qi refining stage to his current level of strength in a relatively short amount of time. What kind of monster is senior brother Chen? Ran Hua secretly speculated, unable to comprehend how Chen Changqing had cultivated. Just as the few of them were in extreme shock, Li Yu's eyes twitched a few times, and he coldly shouted, "Kid, you have enraged me." Boom! As soon as his words fell, Li Yu did not wait for Chen Changqing to respond. His internal true Qi surged violently, instantly erupting with an even more terrifying aura. In an instant, countless arcs of lightning flickered on the long spear held by Li Yu. Li Yu roared angrily, leaping into the air, the long spear in his hand stabbing fiercely. He directly unleashed his ultimate skill, the 9 transformations of thunder. Boom boom! With a thrust of the spear, countless spear shadows surged forth. Each spear shadow seemed to transform into lightning snakes darting about. Upon closer inspection, the power of this spear actually constructed a massive thunder prison array, directly pressing down toward Chen Changqing. Huh. Chen Changqing observed this with a calm expression, appearing as if he did not take Li Yu's spear seriously at all. Boom! Immediately after, with a thought, Chen Changqing directly unleashed his sword intent. In an instant, an immense and boundless sword intent erupted from his body. As the sword intent surged forth, it roared with sharpness, as if it wanted to pierce the heavens. At this moment, Chen Changqing stood with his sword held horizontally, his white clothes billowing without wind, his proud posture resembling a sword immortal descending to the mortal realm. In the next moment, the Changqing sword in Chen Changqing's hand erupted with blinding sword light. With the terrifying sword intent empowering him, he casually slashed down. Boom, boom. In an instant, the sword energy spread like a tide, with streaks of sword energy hanging in the sky, directly attacking Li Yu's lightning snake spear shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang. Amidst the incessant explosions, countless spear shadows were instantly shattered, and the air seemed to twist and deform under the force of the blasts. Chapter 71. Junior Brother, let's go. Senior Brother will take you to kill. Immediately, Chen Changqing's sword energy slashed out, its residual force unabated, and it surged straight towards Li Yu. Before Li Yu could react, the long spear in his hand shattered under the terrifying sword energy. Bang! Following that, the sword energy directly struck Li Yu's body. Poof! Li Yu, caught off guard, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Huh? Not far away. Wang Yang and the others were dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. What? Li Yu is a late-stage core formation cultivator, and he was suppressed by Junior Brother Chen with just one sword? Junior Brother's Shushan sword technique has actually reached such a level. Wang Yang was astonished, his face filled with disbelief. Ran Hua and Ran Mu were even more dumbfounded. No one expected that Chen Changqing would be so powerful. Li Yu, the elder of the Li family and a late-stage core formation cultivator, seems so vulnerable against Chen Changqing. Just as the few people were in shock, Li Yu, who had heavily crashed to the ground, was also filled with astonishment. How is this possible? This kid is only at the mid-stage of core formation. How could he unleash such terrifying power? Li Yu had a look of disbelief, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he slapped the ground with his hand and got up. After glancing at Chen Changqing, Li Yu chose to flee without hesitation. Seeing Li Yu trying to escape, Chen Changqing's lips curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Then, his gaze shifted to Ran Hua. Junior Brother, keep up with me. Senior Brother will take you to kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changqing did not delay. His figure unfolded, and he dashed straight towards Li Yu. He had intentionally allowed Li Yu to escape. If he wanted to kill Li Yu, he wouldn't have just used the Shushan sword technique during their earlier confrontation. With his current strength, coupled with the sword technique of heaven slaying, killing someone like Li Yu, a late-stage core formation cultivator, would be a piece of cake. Intentionally letting Li Yu go was the only way to find Ran Hua's father and the kidnapped members of the Ran family. Of course, Chen Changqing could also take this opportunity to kill freely and crazily accumulate experience points. Once Chen Changqing dashed away, Ran Hua and the others were left dumbfounded in place. I must have misheard. Did Senior Brother say he would take me to kill? Ran Hua's face was filled with shock, his head buzzing. The nearby Ran Mu was also shocked, secretly muttering. Why do I feel like this Senior Brother, the young clan leader, is extremely bloodthirsty? Just as the two were astonished, Wang Yang came to his senses and said, You too, don't think too much about it. Junior Brother, Chen has gone far. I will take you there. Saying this, Wang Yang waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force wrapped around Ran Hua and Ran Mu. When they looked again, the three of them had transformed into flowing lights, chasing after Chen Changqing. Not long after, Li Yu had escaped back to the Li residence. As soon as he landed in the courtyard, three figures rushed out from inside. All three had considerable strength, all at the core formation level. Elder, seeing Li Yu in such a sorry state, blood still hanging at the corner of his mouth, the three were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him. After helping Li Yu, the second elder of the Li family, Li Yuancheng, quickly asked, What happened? How did you get such serious injuries? Li Yuancheng had a look of disbelief. It should be known that in Qingshan town, Li Yu's strength was already considered top-notch. Apart from the top experts of several major families, no one could rival him. Now that the members of the Ran family had all been controlled by the Li family, who could have inflicted such serious injuries on Li Yu? Upon hearing Li Yuancheng's question, Li Guanyu and Li Liang also looked at Li Yu, their eyes filled with confusion. Li Yu took a heavy breath for a moment and then said, First, help me sit down in the hall. Upon hearing this, Li Yuancheng and the others did not delay and hurriedly helped Li Yu into the hall. After sitting down in the hall, Li Yu calmed down slightly and then looked at Li Yuansheng and the others with a serious expression, saying, "The young clan leader of the Ran family, Ran Hua, has returned to Qingshan town. Moreover, he has brought 2 helpers who should be disciples of Shushan. I was injured by one of them." Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Li Yuansheng and the others' faces changed drastically. "What? This? How is this possible? Isn't Ran Hua just an outer door disciple at Shushan? How could he bring back such powerful Shushan experts?" Li Yuansheng and the others were in disbelief. They had already investigated Ran Hua thoroughly. They knew that although he had joined Shushan, he was merely an outer door disciple. Such a person could not possibly be valued by Shushan. A holy place like Shushan would not take action for just a gatekeeper disciple. But according to Li Yu's words, Ran Hua had actually brought back 2 helpers, one of whom had the strength to injure Li Yu. This left the 3 of them puzzled. Li Yu frowned deeply, feeling puzzled himself. Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? Is Ran Hua actually highly valued at Shushan? At this thought, Li Yu's expression grew even uglier. This time, the Li family and the Tang family had teamed up to deal with the Ran family, and everything was in careful planning. But if a holy place like Shushan intervened, that would be a different story. Meanwhile, outside the Li residence, several figures descended from the sky. The leader was naturally Chen Changqing. Upon seeing Chen Changqing arrive at the Li residence, Ran Hua's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked at Chen Changqing. "Senior brother Changqing, this is the Li residence, and there are many core formation cultivators inside. Shouldn't we?" Before Ran Hua could finish his sentence, Chen Changqing turned his gaze and said indifferently, "No problem." Saying this, he casually glanced at Wang Yang and added, "Brother Wang, keep an eye on junior brother Ran and the others." Wang Yang was taken aback and had no time to respond before he saw Chen Changqing draw his sword and walk towards the main gate of the Li residence. At this moment, the guards of the Li family stationed at the gate also noticed Chen Changqing. "Who goes there?" The leading guard coldly shouted. Chen Changqing did not respond and simply waved his hand. The sword in his hand, the shadow sword, instantly unleashed a sharp sword light. Whoosh! With one sword strike, all the Li family guards stationed at the gate were killed instantly. Not far away, Wang Yang and the others were completely stunned upon witnessing this scene. No one expected that Chen Changqing would be so decisive in killing. Senior brother Chen is too. Ran Hua was astonished, unsure of what to say. After all, this was supposed to be a matter for his Ran family, and inviting Chen Changqing and Wang Yang to accompany him was merely to provide support. Who would have thought that Chen Changqing would show more enthusiasm in him, the young clan leader of the Ran family? Of course, the 3 of them did not know that Chen Changqing's eagerness was because these people were all walking experience points, and he couldn't let others take them away. Chapter 72 is this. Really a disciple of Shushan? Just as Wang Yang and the others were in shock, Chen Changqing had already drawn his sword and walked towards the Li residence. Seeing this, Wang Yang quickly glanced at Ran Hua and Ran Mu. "Let's go follow him." After saying that, the 3 hurried to catch up with Chen Changqing. As soon as they entered the gate of the Li residence, they encountered a group of Li family guards. "Stop! You are." Before the guard could finish his words, Chen Changqing had already struck with his sword. Whoosh! A flash of sword light swept across, and the sword energy surged. By the time they looked again, the entire group of guards had been slain, lying in a pool of blood. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Changqing's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has killed 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator, adding 15 points. Ding! Detected that the host has killed 1 Qi Refining cultivator, adding 8 points. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Changqing smiled with satisfaction. Wang Yang and the others, who followed closely behind him, were all dumbfounded, especially Wang Yang, who was even more shocked inside. When they were in the inner sect of Shushan, he always thought Chen Changqing was a kind and approachable person. But now coming to Qingshan town, he realized how fierce Chen Changqing could be in battle. Has junior brother Chen always been this brave, killing without blinking? Wang Yang secretly lamented. If he weren't a fellow disciple of Chen Changqing, he might even suspect that Chen Changqing was a disciple of the demon sect. Gulp. Ran Hua couldn't help but swallow hard. He had never seen such a ruthless side of Chen Changqing. Is this really a disciple of Shushan? Ranmu whispered, feeling goosebumps all over. Just as the 3 were in a daze, Chen Changqing continued to walk out with his sword raised. During this time, they encountered many more members of the Li family. Without saying a word, Chen Changqing raised his sword and killed. It was a bloody path. Inside the Li residence, corpses lay everywhere. At this moment, in the conference hall of the Li residence, Li was still discussing with Li Yuansheng and the others. Elder, Ran Hua has returned, and he brought a powerful Shushan cultivator as support. This matter is serious. We must report it to the clan leader as soon as possible. Li Yuancheng said with a grave expression. Li nodded and said, we need to inform the clan leader. Our Li family is considered a top family in Qingshan town, but in front of a holy place like Shushan, it is nothing. If Ranhua has an extraordinary status in Shushan, it could be a problem. After Li Yu said this, the expressions of Li Yuancheng and the others also changed. The Li family's plan to deal with the Ran and Tang families had been in the works for a long time. Everything was going according to plan. They even anticipated that Ranhua would return, which is why Li Yu was waiting outside the Ran family earlier. No one expected that Ranhua would come back with someone. Moreover, that person was not weak. Even Li Yu, a late-stage core formation cultivator, was not their match. This forced them to reassess Ranhua's status in Shushan. Just then, an urgent sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the conference hall. Hearing this, Li Yu and the others looked towards the sound in unison. They saw a panicked Li family disciple rush into the hall. Elder, it's bad. A young man has come from outside and is killing his way here. We can't hold him off, the Li family disciple said in terror. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's brow furrowed, and he stood up angrily, saying in a deep voice, it must be that person who injured me earlier. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Yuancheng and the others' expressions changed dramatically. After a moment of silence, Li Yuancheng coldly snorted, with the four of us core formation cultivators joining forces. Can we not handle him? After Li Yuancheng said this, Elder Li Yu also nodded and led the way out of the hall. As soon as they exited the hall, they ran into a dozen Li family guards who had retreated to the courtyard. These guards were all trembling with fear, their faces filled with terror and unease. Boom! Just then, a sword energy swept over. The dozen Li family guards hadn't even reacted to what was happening when their bodies exploded under the attack of the sword energy. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Seeing this scene, Li Yu and the others were greatly shaken. They then saw Chen Changqing, dressed in white like snow, slowly stepping in, his sword held horizontally, exuding a powerful aura, looking as if he were celestial sword master. Wang Yang followed closely behind Ranhua and Ranmu. Upon seeing the four core formation cultivators, Chen Changqing paused, and his gaze became fiery. Although he had killed many members of the Li family earlier, those people's strength was not very strong, the highest being only foundation establishment level. The reward for the system's idle points were linked to the cultivation level of the slain. Killing a core formation cultivator could yield over 100 idle points. Gritting his teeth, upon seeing Chen Changqing, Li Yu said with a fierce expression, Kid, you're seeking death. How dare you kill my Li family? Chen Changqing looked indifferent and said casually, What? You're allowed to kill people from my Li family, but not allowed to be killed? Li Yu was taken aback, unable to retort to Chen Changqing's words. At this moment, Li Yuancheng's expression darkened, and he coldly said, My Li family has no enmity with you. You killing your way into my Li family is too much. Do you think my Li family has no one? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Li Yuancheng's body. Seeing this, Chen Changqing still looked unconcerned, lightly chuckling, enough with the nonsense. Today, I have come to take your lives. After saying that, a chilling sword intent burst forth from Chen Changqing's body. His entire aura suddenly became sharp. Li Yu, seeing this, felt his eyes twitch in anger and couldn't help but shout, Everyone, form the four symbols sword formation. Let's kill this kid together. As soon as his voice fell, Li Yu waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his grasp. Li Yiwangsheng, Li Liang, and Li Guanyu also didn't hesitate and summoned their swords. In less than a moment, the four of them had taken positions in the four cardinal directions. Li Yu was in the east, holding a long sword with a cold blue light, while gusts of wind swirled around the sword body. Li Guanyu was in the south, with a sword in hand, flames flickering. Li Liang was in the west, with a sword edge shining with golden light, surrounded by thunder. Li Yuancheng was in the north, holding a long sword, with water aura swirling, icy cold. Oh, the four symbols, sword formation? Chen Changqing observed, his expression unchanged. He appeared completely unconcerned, seemingly not taking the sword formation formed by Li Yu and the others seriously. Not far away, Wang Yang's expression suddenly darkened. He was about to step forward to fight alongside Chen Changqing. But just then, Chen Changqing suddenly turned to look at him. Brother Wang, just watch from behind. Do not intervene. Chapter 73. Junior brother, don't move. Senior brother can handle this alone. Upon hearing what Chen Changqing said, Wang Yang and the other two were immediately stunned. What? Why does junior brother Chen's words sound so strange? Wang Yang furrowed his brows, his face filled with confusion. The 4 foundation-building cultivators from the Li family had already set up a sword formation, exuding a formidable aura. He had originally planned to fight alongside Chen Changqing, thinking that he too had foundation-building strength and could lend a hand. Who would have thought that at this moment? Chen Changqing would solemnly advise them to just watch and absolutely not intervene. This left Wang Yang baffled. What does senior brother Chen mean? I and Ranmu are still inexperienced and can't help much, but senior brother Wang here is a foundation-building cultivator. He should be able to assist him. Ranhua, equally puzzled, was caught off guard by Chen Changqing's words. Is he worried that someone will attack me and the young clan leader, so he doesn't want any help? Ranmu speculated quietly. He thought that Chen Changqing's intention to keep Wang Yang from intervening was to have him stay close for protection. The more they thought about it, the more confused Wang Yang and the others became, especially Wang Yang, who found it utterly incomprehensible. It felt as if Chen Changqing was very afraid of them taking action. Before Wang Yang and the others could react, Chen Changqing suddenly flashed and landed in the center of the courtyard. At this moment, Liu Yuansheng and the other 4 had locked onto Chen Changqing from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. The long swords in their hands surged with overwhelming true energy, cold and sharp. Seeing this, Chen Changqing remained calm, his expression indifferent. Boom! In the next moment, a vast sword intent burst forth from Chen Changqing's body. In an instant, the piercing and proud sword intent soared into the sky. Just sensing it sent chills down people's spines. Additionally, Chen Changqing no longer concealed his true energy. It erupted completely. Boom boom. The pressure from the 40,000 strands of true energy instantly overwhelmed the surrounding area. What? Wang Yang was stunned, looking at Chen Changqing with disbelief in his eyes. 40,000 strands of true energy? He stammered, his head buzzing. Others might not know, but Wang Yang was aware that Chen Changqing had just broken through to the foundation-building realm not long ago. He had even specifically asked Chen Changqing how many strands of true energy he had condensed after breaking through. At that time, Chen Changqing had told him it was 8,000 strands. But how long has it been? Chen Changqing had actually erupted with 40,000 strands of true energy. Gulp. After a moment of thought, Wang Yang couldn't help but swallow his saliva, unconsciously exclaiming, Junior brother Changqing is indeed a monster. Is breaking through as easy for him as eating and drinking? How long has it been? And he has broken through again. Moreover, he has condensed his true energy to the level of 40,000 strands. Wang Yang was filled with astonishment, his eyes wide. Beside him, Ranhua and Ranmu shivered as they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Changqing. What? What a terrifying presence. Senior brother Chen has become so powerful? Ranhua secretly praised, realizing the growing gap between him and Chen Changqing. At the same time, when Liu and the others saw Chen Changqing unleash the momentum of 40,000 strands of true energy, their expressions darkened. At this moment, Liu snorted coldly, a fierce look on his face. Everyone, don't panic. Even if he is a foundation-building cultivator who has condensed 40,000 strands of true energy, so what? The 4-symbol sword formation we set up can suppress even a half-step golden core cultivator. After Liu said this, Li Yuansheng and the others nodded, their expressions looking much better. Kill. Subsequently, Liu shouted angrily. In the next moment, the ground beneath the feet of the 4 members of the Li family erupted with flickering patterns. Streams of true energy circulated, and the power of the 4 symbols manifested. The illusory figures of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise emerged directly in the sword formation, sealing off the surroundings and trapping Chen Changqing firmly within the formation. Kid, today you can't fly away. Daring to interfere in the matters of the Li family is seeking death. Liu glared fiercely at Chen Changqing. Then, with a shake of his hand, the sword formation suddenly contracted. Boom! Whoosh! Immediately, countless sword energies surged like a net from heaven and earth, rushing towards him. Chen Changqing stood within the formation, his expression calm. His demeanor seemed to indicate that he did not regard the 4S sword formation at all. The Changqing sword in his hand emitted a faint low hum. A sword formation? Unfortunately, you are still far from enough. Before his voice fell, Chen Changqing's figure suddenly vanished. He evaded the incoming sword energies. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Li Yuansheng. What? Li Yuansheng was shocked to see the ghostly figure of Chen Changqing appear right in front of him, his mind shaken. Before he could react, Chen Changqing's long sword swiftly swept past. Clang! A brilliant sword light flashed out. Li Yuancheng's protective true energy was torn apart like thin paper under this sword light. In the next moment, his body was pierced through by the sword's edge. Blood splattering everywhere. Yuancheng, second elder, Li Liang and the others exclaimed in shock, their pupils trembling as they yelled. Boom! Immediately after, Li Liang shook his long sword. The sword's momentum suddenly shifting. Roar! Then, a white tiger illusory figure, enveloped in overwhelming sword power, roared and pounced directly at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing remained indifferent, his figure vanishing like a ghost. While dodging Li Liang's sword power, he countered with a sword strike. Whoosh! One sword struck out, its momentum like a collapsing mountain. Li Liang's sword edge had not yet reached Chen Changqing when it was split in half by Chen Changqing's counter-sword strike. Bang! Both man and sword were split apart, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it! Li Guanyu's eyes nearly bulged out. You little brat! You die for me! In a fit of rage, Li Guanyu lifted his sword, and beneath the sword's edge arose an illusory figure of the vermilion bird, flames bursting forth. The fierce sword energy surged towards Chen Changqing. Upon seeing this, Chen Changqing's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. When he looked again, he had vanished from his original position. Whoosh! In the next moment, Chen Changqing appeared in front of Li Guanyu, the Chongying sword in his hand suddenly striking like a storm. Boom! In an instant, the sword energy twisted like a tornado, instantly shredding the vermilion bird illusion. Before Li Guanyu's sword edge could descend, his throat had already been pierced by Chen Changqing's sword. Chen Changqing sheathed his sword, and Li Guanyu collapsed into a pool of blood. In just a few breaths, 3 foundation-building cultivators had all fallen. With the deaths of Li Yuancheng, Li Liang, and Li Guanyu at Chen Changqing's hands, the 4-symbol sword formation was naturally broken. Li Yu stood frozen in place, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes filled with horror as he looked at Chen Changqing. You're a monster, Li Yu stammered, completely dumbfounded by the scenes he had just witnessed. Chapter 74. Ancestral Land not far away. Wang Yang and the others were stunned after witnessing this scene. What? With each sword strike, a core formation cultivator was slain? And the movement technique he just showcased was actually the fully mastered Shushan movement technique. Has Chen Changqing's strength reached such a terrifying level? Wang Yang mutters in shock. It was clear that under the terrifying sword intent, the originally ordinary sword technique exploded with several times the power. Moreover, Chen Changqing's Shushan sword technique had already reached great mastery. Earlier, Wang Yang was still puzzled and did not understand why Chen Changqing told them not to intervene. Now, Wang Yang fagwili understood. The reason Chen Changqing did not want them to act was that he had absolute confidence. In just a few breaths, 3 of the 4 core formation cultivators from the Li family had fallen under Chen Changqing's sword. Ranhua and Ranmu couldn't help but swallow hard, especially Ranhua, who was completely dumbfounded. Chen Xiao's strength is just too outrageous, isn't it? Just as the few were in shock, Chen Changqing turned his gaze directly towards Li Yu. Under Chen Changqing's stare, Li Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Earlier, he thought that with the 4-symbol sword formation, he could surely kill Chen Changqing. Who would have thought that the formation would be easily broken by Chen Changqing? The 3 core formation cultivators, Li Yuancheng and others, were also slain by Chen Changqing. Just thinking about it made Li Yu's heart tremble, and his hand holding the sword began to shake uncontrollably. At that moment, Chen Changqing's figure suddenly vanished from his spot. Whoosh! Upon focusing again, he found that Chen Changqing had charged right up to him. Li Yu was shocked, his pupils filled with fear. Before he could react, Chen Changqing's shadow sword was already resting against his neck. Gulp! Li Yu froze, not daring to move, his wrinkled forehead squeezed out beads of sweat, his mind in a state of extreme panic. Please, don't kill me. Hearing Li Yu's pleas for mercy, Chen Changqing smiled lightly and asked, Speak. Were the Ran family's members being held? Upon hearing this, Li Yu, in a panic, said, As long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell you. Chen Changqing nodded good. Seeing Chen Changqing agree so readily, Li Yu was somewhat incredulous and hurriedly said, You must swear. Chen Changqing did not hesitate and directly said, I swear, I will not kill you directly. After hearing Chen Changqing's oath, Li Yu looked confused, wondering why it sounded so strange. What does it mean not to kill him directly? Before Li Yu could think too much, Chen Changqing spoke again. All right, I have sworn. Can you speak now? My patience is limited. Hearing this, Liu paused for a moment before replying. The Ran family's people are being held in the ancestral land of the three families. It is personally guarded by our family head. After hearing Liu's response, Chen Changqing nodded in satisfaction, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave. Phew! Seeing this, Liu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. However, before Liu could fully calm down, Chen Changqing lightly waved his hand, and then the shadow sword in his hand flew out like a silver streak. Ah! Puffed! Before Liu could react, a sword light pierced straight through his heart. No! Liu shouted in unwilling anger, glaring at Chen Changqing's back. You despicable brat! Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Hearing this, Chen Changqing paused for a moment, still with his back to Liu, and said, I did say that. However, I said I wouldn't kill you directly. I never said I couldn't kill you indirectly. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's response, Liu's pupils constricted. You. He stared blankly at Chen Changqing, his life force rapidly dissipating. Soon after, he collapsed to the ground with a heart full of unwillingness. Not far away, Wang Yang and the others were dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. I can't help but feel that Chen Shidi's actions are somewhat similar to those of demonic cultivators. Wang Yang sighed softly. He thought that if he didn't know, he would definitely mistake Chen Changqing for a demonic cultivator. Not only did he kill without blinking, but he was also so cunning. Chen Xixiang. Seeing Chen Changqing walking towards them, Ranhua shouted excitedly, feeling even more admiration and respect for Chen Changqing deep down. He thought to himself that it was fortunate to have brought Chen Changqing along this time. As Chen Changqing approached, he lightly nodded and then asked, Ran Shidi, do you know where the ancestral land of the three families mentioned by Liu is? Hearing this, Ranhua nodded repeatedly and replied, I know. The ancestral land of the three families is located in a hidden valley 30 miles outside of Qingshan town. That place is shrouded in mist all year round, making it very concealed. Chen Changqing nodded and said lightly, let's go. Take us there. Following that, Chen Changqing did not delay and directly took off with Ranhua on his sword. Wang Yang quickly brought along Ran Mu and followed Chen Changqing. Before long, under Ranhua's guidance, the four of them arrived at the valley where the ancestral lands of the Li, Tang, and Ran families were located. Just as Ranhua had said, the entrance to the ancestral lands was indeed shrouded in mist all year round, with no sunlight penetrating and the wind unable to disperse it. Chen Xixiang, the valley shrouded in mist, is the ancestral land of the three families. This is also the treasure land formed after that purple mansion cultivator fell. Earlier, Chen Changqing had already known about this. The ancestors of the Ran, Li, and Tang families were all under the command of that purple mansion cultivator. After the fall of the purple mansion true person, the ancestors of the three families chose to settle in Qingshan town. I wondered why I chose to settle in Qingshan town. It turns out that the place where that purple mansion cultivator fell is not far from Qingshan town. In this way, the reason the Li family targeted the Ran and Tang families might be related to this ancestral land of the three families. Chen Changqing thought to himself. Earlier, he was somewhat puzzled as to why the three families had originally coexisted harmoniously in Qingshan town, but the Li family suddenly attacked the other two families. Now, having learned that the place where the purple mansion true person fell is not far from Qingshan town, it made Chen Changqing suspect that this matter is likely closely related to the ancestral land of the three families. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing came back to his senses and, without dragging his feet, followed Ranhua and the others into the mist. Upon entering the mist, Chen Changqing was surprised to find that the mist actually had a hallucinatory effect. Weak individuals who entered would easily be confused and lose their direction. Chen Changqing released a slight amount of his aura, and the swirling mist was directly dispersed. Before long, the four of them had passed through the mist and arrived at a valley behind it. Chapter 75. The Three Seals Gather. Only then can the ancestral land be unlocked. Crossing through the mist, a valley appeared before Chen Changqing and the others. Brother Chen, deep in the valley is where the ancestral land of the three clans is located, Ranhua reminded. Chen Changqing nodded and was about to step forward when a cold shout suddenly came from not far away. Who is it? Immediately after, dozens of sounds of breaking air followed. They saw a group of people dressed in the attire of the Li family landing and blocking Chen Changqing and the others' path. The intruders were not particularly strong. The most formidable among them had just begun to establish their foundation, while the rest were all at the qi refining level. Chen Changqing remained indifferent upon seeing this. At this moment, the leading guard from the Li family recognized Ranhua. It's Ranhua, the young clan leader of the Ran family. As soon as he spoke, the group of over 10 people drew their weapons, their internal energy surging. Everyone knew that Ranhua appearing here with the group was certainly not for a friendly visit. Noisy, Chen Changqing said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Hearing this, the leading guard from the Li family glared and shouted, "You're seeking death. Kill them." With that command, dozens of people lunged forward to attack. Chen Changqing's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of wasting words with these people and swiftly drew the shadow blade. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed. Sword light flashed like lightning, and blood spattered. The Li family's disciples had no time to react before they were cut down, their bodies severed. Wang Yang and the others were shaken. Brother Changqing is too bloodthirsty. Wang Yang whispered in amazement. This outing had truly shown them Chen Changqing's decisiveness in killing. At the same time, as dozens of Li family members were slain, Chen Changqing's mind also rang with a system notification. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a Foundation establishment cultivator, earning 15 points. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a Qi refining cultivator, earning 9 points. Hearing the system notifications, a smile flickered across Chen Changqing's lips as he silently lamented. Killing Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators indeed yields fewer points. Previously, in the Li family mansion, he had killed 4 core formation cultivators, including Li Yu, each granting him hundreds of points. After a moment of thought, Chen Changqing regained his focus, glanced at Ranhua and the others, and took the lead in walking deeper into the valley. Along the way, they encountered more resistance from the Li family. Chen Changqing said nothing and raised his sword to kill. With the strength of these Li family members, none could stop him. Thus, Chen Changqing led Wang Yang and the others, stepping over a ground littered with blood and corpses, to the location of the ancestral land of the 3 clans. Inside the ancestral land, it was eerie and strange. Before their eyes lay a spacious area. At this moment, many people were kneeling on the ground. These were all members of the Ran and Li families, bound by chains. Each one appeared weak and dispirited. Many bore numerous wounds, clearly having suffered under the Li family's torture. Father, Ranhua's gaze fixed on a middle-aged man. The man looked pale and was covered in injuries. He was none other than Ranhua's father, Ran Jinbong, the current clan leader of the Ran family. Seeing his father severely injured and kneeling on the ground, Ranhua's eyes instantly turned red, and he couldn't help but want to rush out, but Chen Changqing held him back. Junior brother Ran, don't act impulsively. It's not the right time yet, Chen Changqing said gravely, noticing an old man standing with his hands behind his back in front of the open area. The old man was thin, wearing a blue robe, and exuded a terrifying aura. He was actually a core formation cultivator. Wang Yang also sensed the old man's aura, and his face immediately showed concern and seriousness. Although Chen Changqing had easily killed 4 core formation cultivators at the Li mansion, including the late core formation elder Li Yu, this old man was in the core formation realm. After Chen Changqing's words, Ran Hua gritted his teeth, his hands involuntarily clenching tightly. He understood that there was no need to rush at this moment. He could only suppress his hatred. Thus, the 4 of them hid in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Meanwhile, the old man in the ancestral land was staring intently at a stone door before him. Many ancient runes were engraved on the door, with purple light swirling, appearing exceptionally mysterious. As he watched, the old man's eyelids twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but roar, "Damn it. That old bastard died without leaving behind his inheritance. Today, I'll see what treasures are hidden in this Guishu land." The old man was none other than Li Ran, the ancestor of the Li family and the current clan leader. After his outburst, Li Ran turned around and surveyed the kneeling Ran Jinbong and the others. "Hand over the seal. If not, die." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure emanated from Li Ran, instantly enveloping Ran Jinbong and the others. Under his core formation pressure, members of the Ran and Tang families displayed expressions of agony. Sigh. At that moment, a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground couldn't help but sigh, then looked at Li Ran, Li family ancestor. "I can hand over the Tang family seal, but you must guarantee not to harm my Tang family members." Li Ran coldly smiled in response. "Rest assured, clan leader Tang. I only want the seal in your hand, not the lives of your Tang family members." The middle-aged man nodded, feeling quite helpless. He was Tang Yi, the clan leader of the Tang family. He never expected that Li Ran would break through to the core formation realm before him and Ran Jinbong. Moreover, as soon as he broke through, the Li family hastily attacked the Ran and Tang families. The goal, of course, was the ancestral land seals in the hands of the two families. Only by gathering the seals of the three clans could they unlock the door to the ancestral land. Despite his reluctance, Tang Yi had no choice. The current Li Ran was already a core formation cultivator, far beyond their ability to oppose. After a moment of thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Tang Ye's eyes. The next moment, he struggled to raise his hand, and from his palm, a blood-red seal emerged, which he then threw toward Li Ran. Li Ran casually reached out and caught the seal thrown by Tang Yi. You know how to recognize the situation. After saying this coldly, Li Ran wasted no time, waving his hand to embed the blood-red seal into the stone door not far away. At this moment, two seals had already lit up in the central position of the stone door, leaving only the last one dim and colorless. After inserting the Tang family seal into the stone door, Li Ran withdrew his gaze and looked at Ran Jinbong. Clan leader Ran, it's your turn. Hearing Li Ran's words, Ran Jinbong stood tall and said with firm resolve, Li Ran, I will never hand over the Ran family seal. Even if I die, I won't give it up. At this moment, Ran Jinbong appeared fearless in the face of death. Chapter 76. Are the clansmen not life? Seeing Ran Jinbong so resolute, Li Ran's eyes turned fierce, and he said in a deep voice, Ran family head, you truly are stubborn. Your life and the lives of your clansmen are in my hands, yet you still talk tough? Ran Jinbong had blood at the corner of his mouth. Coldly snorting, I said, even if I die, I won't hand it over. Hearing this, Li Ran sneered coldly and said, Die? Good. Then watch your clansmen die, one by one, before your eyes. With that, Li Ran casually waved his hand, and a blade of true energy sliced through the air. In the next moment, a member of the Ran family kneeling beside Ran Jinbong had his head severed, blood splattering all over Ran Jinbong's face. Ran Jinbong, I'll ask you one more time, will you hand over the Ran family seal or not? Ran Jinbong remained unperturbed, without a moment's hesitation. He said firmly, I won't hand it over. Seeing this, the killing intent in Li Ran's eyes surged, and he suddenly waved his hand again, sending out several blades of true energy. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, several more members of the Ran family had their heads severed, collapsing into pools of blood. Will you hand it over? Li Ran asked again. I won't hand it over. Ran Jinbong declared resolutely. Puff, puff, puff. Li Ran did not delay, and with a flick of his hand, he killed several more members of the Ran family. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen members of the Ran family had died at Li Ran's hands. Hiding in the shadows, Ran Hua and Ran Mu couldn't help but have their eyes turn red, their hearts nearly breaking. But both knew deep down that with their strength, revealing themselves now would be futile. The key was still Chen Changqing. After all, this Li Ran was a golden core expert. Seeing this, Chen Changqing narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking, this Li family's ancestor, Li Ran, is truly ruthless. To open the Purple Mansion Master's realm, he is resorting to such unscrupulous means. I wonder if I can contend with a golden core powerhouse? Chen Changqing was somewhat uncertain. If the opponent were only at the core formation stage, he wouldn't be hiding in the shadows waiting for a chance. But since Li Ran was at the golden core level, it made him hesitate. Wang Yang, staying beside Chen Changqing, felt extremely anxious deep down. Several times, he wanted to advise Chen Changqing to retreat. After all, the opponent was a golden core powerhouse. No matter how strong Chen Changqing was, he was only at the core formation stage. The gap in cultivation was a significant realm. If things went wrong, they could all lose their lives here. Seeing that Chen Changqing remained unmoving, Wang Yang and the others could only wait quietly. At the same time, Li Ran saw that Ran Jinbong remained unmoved and couldn't help but become furious. If it weren't for the fact that the Ran family's seal and Ran Jinbong had become one, he would have sent Ran Jinbong to the underworld long ago. Huff. After a moment's pause, Li Ran took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart. Good, very good. I didn't expect you, Ran Jinbong, to be so tough. Watching your clansmen die before your eyes and remaining unmoved, you truly have a heart of stone. Today, I will see if you really have a heart of iron. With that, Li Ran gave a cold smile. The next moment, his bony hand waved lightly. Immediately, a strand of true energy spiraled out like a chain, wrapping around a woman kneeling on the ground. Looking again, the woman was lifted into the air by the true energy chain. Ran Jinbong, I will ask you one last time. Will you hand over the Ran family's seal? Li Ran asked with an icy gaze and a fierce expression. The woman being lifted into the air had a pale face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet she did not struggle, stubbornly biting her lip and remaining silent. Her fearless demeanor bore some resemblance to Ran Jinbong. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Ranhua's face changed drastically upon seeing this. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but want to rush out. Chen Changqing noticed this and immediately understood. The woman controlled by Li Ran was very likely Ranhua's mother. Seeing that Ranhua was about to lose control, Chen Changqing placed a hand on Ranhua's shoulder and said softly, "Junior brother Ran, don't worry. I will handle everything." After hearing Chen Changqing's words, Ranhua was momentarily taken aback, and he gradually calmed down. Seeing that Ranhua had restrained himself, Chen Changqing shifted his gaze towards Li Ran, a determined look flashing in his eyes. He thought that if Ran Jinbong still refused to submit and hand over the Ran family seal, then he would have no choice but to act. He couldn't just stand by and watch Ranhua's mother be killed. At this moment, Ran Jinbong saw Li Ran extending his killing hand towards his wife. The resolute expression on his face changed, showing clear signs of distress. Li Ran noticed this and narrowed his eyes slightly, giving a cold smile. "Ran Jinbong, if you don't answer me, then I will take it as you unwilling to hand over the seal. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ran raised his hand, ready to strike the woman. At this moment, Ran Jinbong could no longer remain calm and shouted, "Wait, I will hand it over." Ran Jinbong stared straight at the woman entangled in true energy, ultimately unable to harden his heart. "Ha!" Li Ran laughed when he saw Ran Jinbong yield. "Ran family head, why did you have to go through all this? If you had agreed to my terms at the beginning, so many of your clansmen wouldn't have died." As he spoke, Li Ran deliberately glanced at the corpses of the Ran family members. Ran Jinbong was stunned, feeling a deep sense of guilt. He had originally thought he would rather die than submit. But when Li Ran threatened his wife, he softened, unable to be that heartless and ungrateful. After a brief pause, Ran Jinbong took a deep breath and looked directly at Li Ran. "Li Ran, I can give you the Ran family seal, but you must agree to one condition. You must swear by the heavenly Tao that once you obtain the Ran family seal, you will spare my Ran family. If you break this oath, you will face divine retribution." He knew that this oath of the heavenly Tao was no joke. Once made, if one dared to break it, they would suffer heavenly backlash. The lighter penalty would be the complete loss of cultivation, and the heavier would result in the destruction of the soul. Hearing Ran Jinbong's request, Li Ran narrowed his eyes and coldly smiled. "Good, I can agree to that." With that, Li Ran directly made the oath of the heavenly Tao. "I, Li Ran, swear that after obtaining the Ran family seal, I will not strike against the Ran family. Otherwise, I will die and cease to exist." As his words fell, it seemed that a law descended from the heavens. Immediately, an invisible force wrapped around Li Ran's soul, and the oath was established. If Li Ran broke it, his soul would be destroyed by this invisible force. Seeing Li Ran make the oath of the heavenly Tao, Ran Jinbong smiled bitterly with unwillingness, tears of blood mingling in his eyes. Boom! In the next moment, the bloodline power within him surged. Looking again from the open palm of Ran Jinbong, a blood-red seal gradually emerged. Chapter 77. The three seals gather, the ancestral land opens. Soon after, Ran Jinbong, feeling helpless, threw the Ran family seal to Li Ran. Ha ha ha! After obtaining the Ran family seal, Li Ran was overjoyed. "Great! With the seals of the three clans gathered, we can now open this great door." Saying this, Li Ran did not think much and directly threw the Ran family seal towards the stone door not far away. As the seal was thrown into the stone door, the three clan seals immediately merged into one, emitting dazzling brilliance. Following this, ancient runes slowly emerged on the surface of the stone door. The runes flickered and continuously intertwined. Unbeknownst to them, a force caused the seal to loosen. Boom! Then, they saw that the once immovable stone door slowly opened. From the gap that had been created, an ancient aura that had been sealed for a long time began to emanate. Vaguely, they could see radiant light flowing behind the stone door. Seeing this, Li Ran was incredibly excited, his breathing becoming rapid. The treasure left by that old thing is finally mine. Li Ran marveled inwardly. Over the years, he had been eyeing the ancestral land of the three clans. Not long ago, he had broken through to the Golden Core level. The first thing he did was to target the Ran and Tang families. His aim was to seize the family seals from the two clans and work together to open the door to the ancestral land. Watching the ancestral land door slowly open, Ran Jinbong and Tang Yi, the two clan leaders, couldn't help but darken their expressions, filled with unwillingness, yet powerless to stop it. Boom! Just then, a razor-sharp sword energy suddenly slashed towards them. The sword shot out like a rainbow, directly aiming at Li Ran's back. As a golden core cultivator, Li Ran immediately sensed it. Who? He shouted calmly amidst the chaos. Boom! Following that, a unique aura belonging to a golden core cultivator suddenly erupted from his body. When they looked again, they saw a tidal wave of spiritual power surge forth from Li Ran's body, directly meeting the incoming sword energy. Bang! In less than a moment, a deafening sonic boom erupted. That sword energy was actually torn apart under the impact of Li Ran's aura. Subsequently, Li Ran's gaze turned cold, his eyes like blades, locking onto a direction. Which rat dares to sneak attack from behind? Li Ran roared. Then, Chen Changqing appeared without hesitation, accompanied by Wang Yang, Ran Hua, and Ran Mu, Huaya. Upon seeing Ran Hua, Ran Jinbong and his wife exclaimed in unison. They never expected their son to return at this moment. Amid their joy, a sense of worry immediately overshadowed their faces. After all, they had already handed over the Ran family seal, and Li Ran had vowed not to target the Ran family again. But with Ran Hua appearing at this moment, it might bring unforeseen changes. If they angered Li Ran, that would be unimaginable. Ran Hua glanced at his parents, initially wanting to rush forward, but he held back. Li Ran was still here. He had to resolve this major trouble first. Of course, with his foundation establishment strength, he was definitely not a match for Li Ran, the Golden Core powerhouse. Everything depended on Chen Changqing. At this moment, Chen Changqing's gaze was fixed on Li Ran. The previous sword strike was executed by him. He had originally thought of taking advantage of Li Ran's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack, hoping it would yield unexpected results. Little did he expect that a golden core cultivator was extraordinary, and merely relying on his own aura was enough to crush his sword strike. Wang Yang stood beside Chen Changqing, feeling very anxious deep down. The opponent was a golden core powerhouse, Ran Hua. At this moment, Li Ran naturally recognized Ran Hua. After a moment's thought, his gaze shifted to Chen Changqing and Wang Yang. As a golden core cultivator, he could easily tell that Chen Changqing and Wang Yang were both at the core formation stage. It seemed these two were the helpers Ran Hua had brought back from Mount Shu. With this thought, Li Ran sneered disdainfully, his face full of contempt. Ran Hua, I thought you would call some powerful experts. Just two core formation ants. Do you really think you can rely on them to turn the tables? Upon hearing this, Ran Hua's expression changed drastically, glaring fiercely at Li Ran. Old dog, don't be arrogant. Today is your death day. As soon as Ran Hua said this, Ran Jinbong and the others were all shocked, their faces filled with panic. No one expected Ran Hua would dare to scold Li Ran like that. What or what? What is wrong with him? Why would he provoke Li Ran like this? Although there were disciples from Mount Shu present, they were only at the core formation level. How could they be a match for Li Ran? Ran Jinbong was flustered, his lips moving but unable to say a word. What is this kid thinking? How can he scold a golden core cultivator like that? Wang Yang glanced at Ran Hua, his face full of astonishment, and his anxiety intensified. After all, if Ran Hua provoked Li Ran, and he got angry, that would be troublesome. Although Chen Changqing was very strong, he was still only at the core formation level. Facing a golden core existence, Wang Yang truly felt uncertain. Just as Wang Yang was in a daze, Chen Changqing suddenly looked at him, smiling calmly. Brother Wang, I'll leave this to you. Hearing Chen Changqing's words, Wang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Junior brother, you can't be thinking of fighting him, right? He is a golden core cultivator. There is a whole realm of difference. What do you plan to use to fight him? Chen Changqing smiled slightly, but did not answer Wang Yang. He naturally understood the strength of a golden core cultivator. But today, he wanted to test for himself how strong his current true abilities were. After hearing Chen Changqing's words, Li Ran glanced at him. Kid, were you the one who sneak attacked me from behind? Chen Changqing did not deny it, nodding and saying, That's right, it was me. After saying this, he looked at Wang Yang beside him and continued, Brother Wang, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and save them. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang hesitated for a moment, then steeled his resolve and quickly went to rescue Ran Jinbong and the others. The people stationed around them saw Wang Yang, a core formation cultivator, and all attacked. However, facing Wang Yang, they were no match and were quickly slain by him. Subsequently, Ran Jinbong, his wife, and the members of the Ran family were rescued by Wang Yang. After seeing this, Li Ran's expression darkened, and he coldly said, Kid, do you really think you can save them? I was originally going to spare their lives, but because of your appearance, they will die. Hearing Li Ran's words, Chen Changqing laughed coldly and said, Is it just a golden core realm? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Whether or not I can save them, we'll just have to see. Chapter 78. Golden Core Techniques, Mountain Shift Seal. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Li Ran couldn't help but laugh in anger. Haha, how arrogant. You, a mere Golden Core cultivator, dare to provoke the Golden Core? It's simply seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ran didn't wait for any response from Chen Changqing and unleashed a palm strike with his true energy aimed at Chen Changqing. Boom! The vast true energy coalesced, and a giant palm surged towards Chen Changqing like a tsunami. Seeing this, Chen Changqing swiftly drew his Changqing sword and slashed down. A terrifying sword aura swept out, directly striking Li Ran's true energy palm. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed. That giant true energy palm was shattered by Chen Changqing's sword strike. Oh! Li Ran was slightly surprised upon seeing this, and sneered. You do have some skill. However, that's all there is to it. Your abilities are still not enough to save them. Chen Changqing paid no heed to Li Ran's words. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of majestic sword energy erupted from within him. At the same time, 40,000 strands of true energy completely exploded forth. Li Ran's expression grew slightly serious upon sensing the sword intent radiating from Chen Changqing. This is sword intent? It seems this kid is not simple. To comprehend sword intent at the Golden Core realm is no small feat. One must understand that sword intent is the manifestation of the highest realm of the sword path, typically only accessible after reaching the Golden Core level. Yet, Chen Changqing, merely at the Golden Core realm, has already comprehended such sword intent. Moreover, the 40,000 strands of true energy released by Chen Changqing also caused Li Ran's heart to tremble. Just as Li Ran was lost in thought, Chen Changqing stepped forward, raising his Changqing sword high. Boom! In the next moment, Chen Changqing immediately struck down with his sword. Whoosh! The terrifying sword energy spread out, and the overwhelming sword might transformed into a radiant stream of light, cascading down like the Milky Way, aimed directly at Li Ran. The sword's power was as fast as thunder, the force akin to the heavens collapsing. Wherever it passed, the ground was plowed into a massive trench, and the surrounding rocks crumbled and fell. However, when Li Ran saw Chen Changqing's descending sword, his expression remained largely unchanged. He was a Golden Core cultivator and faced Chen Changqing's sword without any panic. Ignorant child, today let me show you what it means to be a Golden Core. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ran swiftly formed seals with both hands, and his true energy began to whirl wildly. Following this, a towering mountain phantom was instantly conjured from the surging true energy. This was the magical technique that Golden Core cultivators could use, the Mountain Shift Seal. Li Ran shouted lightly and waved his hand to suppress it. Rumbling, in an instant the void trembled. Then, a 100-foot-tall, true energy mountain descended with immense force. The terrifying mountain pressed down, and the entire world seemed to be restrained by this power. Before long, Chen Changqing unleashed a sword strike, imbued with fierce sword intent, and slashed at the true energy mountain. Bang! The sword light collided with the mountain, and a violent storm of true energy swept in all directions. In an instant, the ground cracked, and debris flew everywhere. What Chen Changqing did not expect was that the sword he struck out with only caused the mountain phantom to tremble slightly. The next moment, the sword's power shattered on the spot. Before Chen Changqing could react, an unmatched, rebounding force erupted from the true energy mountain. Caught off guard, Chen Changqing was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. After stabilizing himself, Chen Changqing's expression turned grave. At that moment, his insides felt as if they were turning over, as if his organs were about to shift. Is this the power of a Golden Core cultivator? Indeed, the gap between the Golden Core and the Golden Core is not a small one. Chen Changqing sighed quietly. Just as Chen Changqing was contemplating, Li Ran's figure flickered, and he leaped into the air. A violent true energy surged around him. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying pressure was released, overwhelming this space. Everyone present felt as if they couldn't breathe under his oppressive force. Members of the Tang family, including Tang Yi, were filled with fear and unease. Who gave this kid from Mount Shu the courage to challenge a Golden Core expert? Are we going to be killed by him? The members of the Tang family were terrified. In their view, Li Ran had already obtained the seals of the Ran and Tang families, and would likely not trouble them further. However, with Chen Changqing's intervention, the situation had changed. It's possible that Li Ran, in his anger, would kill them. At the same time, Ranjanbong and the others grew worried. Could Chen Changqing defeat this golden core? If he couldn't, what should they do? Just as everyone was in shock, Chen Changqing had calmed down, holding the Chongying sword horizontally, and raised his gaze towards Li Ran, who stood tall in the air. At this moment, Li Ran was also staring at Chen Changqing. Below him, the massive true energy mountain remained suspended, not continuing to descend. Kid, considering you are a disciple of Mount Shu, if you leave now, I can spare your life. In the silence, Li Ran said coldly. It wasn't that he was being merciful, but he feared the Mount Shu behind Chen Changqing. From their brief encounter earlier, Li Ran could see that at such a young age, Chen Changqing had comprehended sword intent and could withstand his mountain shift seal with his golden core cultivation. In Li Ran's eyes, Chen Changqing must be a core disciple of the inner sect in Mount Shu, or perhaps a disciple of some powerful figure. He didn't want to create enmity with a sacred place like Mount Shu unless absolutely necessary. However, what Li Ran did not expect was that upon hearing his words, Chen Changqing snorted coldly. Humph, what a golden core. Today, I will definitely slay you. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming battle intent erupted from Chen Changqing. Li Ran's expression suddenly darkened upon hearing this. Before he could say anything, he saw Chen Changqing sheathing his sword, then took a stance as if to draw it again. Seeing this, Li Ran squinted, unsure of Chen Changqing's intentions. Boom! At that moment, Chen Changqing no longer held back. His true energy surged wildly, and the sword intent around him reached its peak. Events the Ying Swelth technique. In that critical moment, he couldn't help but shout, then drew his sword. Whoosh! In an instant, a dazzling and blinding sword light shot out. Boom! Following that, a destructive sword force soared into the sky. As the sword was drawn, it resembled a long rainbow crossing the heavens, causing the world to lose its color and all things to fall silent. This? Not good. Watching Chen Changqing unleash such a sword, Li Ran's pupils trembled, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged from deep within him, causing his soul to shudder. Without time to think of anything else, Li Ran hurriedly urged his golden core. Chapter 79, Old Man, I'll blast you to smithereens. Suddenly, from within Li Ran's body, a vast surge of true qi erupted, forming a true qi shield around his body. The shield was thick and radiant, gleaming like gold, as if it were solid. This was also a hallmark of a golden core cultivator, who could manipulate their true qi to create a defensive barrier, while solidifying the true qi shield. Li Ran also pressed down with a hand seal. Boom! The true qi mountain, which had been suspended in the air, surged forward, forcing down the sword strike directed at Chen Changqing. However, with just one clash, the true qi mountain was torn apart. Bang! Under the violent force, the residual power of the sword strike fell directly onto Li Ran's true qi shield. Crack! A sound of breaking echoed. Looking closely, cracks rapidly spread across Li Ran's true qi shield, until finally it shattered with a loud bang. At the moment the shield broke, a terrifying sword force slammed into Li Ran's body. Poof! Li Ran, caught off guard, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. With a muffled groan, he was violently knocked back, flying several dozen meters before barely stabilizing himself. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. They stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. No one expected that a Foundation establishment cultivator could actually injure a golden core expert. In their days, everyone gasped in awe. What? Did I see that right? Li Ran was severely injured by that kid with one sword strike. He's a golden core expert. How could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator do that? What kind of supernatural ability did he just display? Everyone was astonished. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a Foundation establishment cultivator could knock down a golden core expert. Wang Yang, seeing the situation, couldn't help but widen his eyes and mutter in shock. What kind of monster is my junior brother? Li Ran is a golden core strongman. Earlier, he had felt extremely anxious, but now he couldn't believe that Chen Changqing had made Li Ran spit blood and shattered his protective golden shield with a single sword strike. Ranhua was equally shocked. Brother Chen is terrifyingly powerful. He couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with astonishment. At the same time, his admiration for Chen Changqing deepened even more. On the other side, when Chen Changqing saw that Li Ran was still alive, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He actually didn't die? He muttered quietly. It's worth noting that before this, his heaven-slaying sword technique had never missed. This was the first time he had failed. After a moment's thought, Chen Changqing calmed down. He knew very well that Li Ran was, after all, a golden core expert, and it was impossible to compare him with a foundation establishment cultivator. The foundation of a golden core expert is indeed extraordinary. Chen Changqing sighed inwardly. At this moment, Li Ran, who had stabilized himself in midair, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. When he looked at Chen Changqing again, the killing intent in his eyes surged. Earlier, he had told Chen Changqing that if he was willing to back down, he could spare his life. Who would have thought that Chen Changqing not only didn't appreciate it, but even used a strange sword technique to severely injure him? The more he thought about it, the more the flames of rage burned in Li Ran's heart. Kid, I have to admit, that sword just now was indeed very strong. Even an old man like me, a golden core expert, could be hurt by it. It's just a pity that a golden core is still a golden core. How could you, a mere foundation establishment, hope to resist? Saying this, Li Ran felt a mix of emotions in his heart. He thought to himself that Chen Changqing truly deserved to be a disciple of the Holy Land of Shushan. Today, he almost capsized in a ditch and was killed by Chen Changqing. Moreover, Li Ran was filled with longing for that sword technique Chen Changqing had just displayed. In his view, only a holy place like Shushan could possess such powerful supernatural powers, allowing a foundation establishment cultivator to have the strength to fight against a golden core cultivator. After a moment, Li Ran returned to his senses, his gaze turning cold as he continued. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, that sword technique you just used can probably only be used once with your strength, right? So next, as he spoke, Li Ran paused slightly, his expression becoming extremely sinister as he coldly said, "It will be your death date." At this moment, Li Ran was completely enraged, no longer caring about Shushan or anything else. In his eyes, the worst that could happen would be to kill Chen Changqing and then leave, seeking refuge with another power. This world was not just the domain of Shushan. Was he afraid he wouldn't find a place to stay? Seeing the murderous intent in Li Ran's eyes, Chen Changqing suddenly smiled and said, "You are right. That sword technique I just used indeed cannot be used multiple times in a short period. However, do you think I have no other trump cards?" As soon as these words were spoken, Li Ran's face changed dramatically. Deep down, an unprecedented sense of crisis arose, and the hair on his body stood on end. The truth was, Chen Changqing was quite mysterious, and he couldn't gauge whether Chen Changqing was trying to scare him or if he really had another trump card. Just as Li Ran was lost in thought, Chen Changqing didn't say much more. He lightly waved his hand, and a dazzling golden talisman appeared in his palm. As soon as the talisman manifested, it exuded a terrifying aura, with countless mysterious runes swirling around it. Earlier, when he left Shushan, Elder Lu Mu had given Chen Changqing this talisman, which contained the full power of a late golden core strike. It was meant to be a life-saving measure for Chen Changqing. Now that Li Ran had not been killed under Chen Changqing's heaven-slaying sword technique, he had no choice but to use this talisman. Upon seeing Chen Changqing take out the talisman, Li Ran's face instantly turned extremely ugly. With his keen eyesight, he immediately recognized that the talisman in Chen Changqing's hand was extraordinary, and the terrifying power within it made his heart tremble. A golden core talisman? After a moment of silence, Li Ran exclaimed in shock. Just now, he was still wondering if Chen Changqing was trying to scare him. Now it seemed that what he said was not false. He indeed had a trump card. "Old man, I'll blast you to smithereens." Just as Li Ran was lost in thought, a determined look flashed in Chen Changqing's eyes. He steeled his heart and directly activated the talisman. Boom! As Chen Changqing activated the talisman, a brilliant golden light erupted from it. Soon after, an overwhelming energy surged forth from the seemingly burning talisman like a roaring tsunami, heading straight for Li Ran. Chapter 80. Killing the Golden Core Cultivator. 5,000. Seeing this, Li Ran's pupils shook, and without having time to think about anything else, he quickly circulated his true energy, intending to resist with all his might. Unfortunately, if he had been in peak condition, he might have been able to hold out for a while. But earlier, under Chen Changqing's heaven-slashing sword technique, he had already sustained serious injuries. How could he withstand a full-force attack from a late golden core cultivator? In less than a moment, Li Ran was engulfed in that terrifying torrent of energy. The true energy attack he had unleashed was merely a glance before it was crushed into nothingness. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the air. In the void, Li Ran's unwilling scream echoed. "Ah, I'm not willing." The man had already been obliterated under that vast energy. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Changqing's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a golden core cultivator, gaining 5,000. What? There are actually 5,000? Chen Changqing was shocked. He had not expected that killing a golden core cultivator would reward him with so many. Previously, when he killed Li Yu and 3 other Foundation establishment cultivators at the Li residence, he had only gained a little over 1,000. The higher the cultivation level of the killed cultivator, the more rewards one receives. Chen Changqing sighed quietly, feeling very satisfied. With ease, he could start training at double speed. At this moment, the members of the Ran and Tang families present were all dumbfounded upon seeing Li Ran killed by Chen Changqing. They stared blankly at the void, their expressions filled with indescribable shock. What? Li Ran is dead? A golden core powerhouse has fallen just like that? This person actually killed a golden core cultivator while being a Foundation establishment cultivator? How is that possible? That talisman earlier was just too terrifying. Everyone murmured in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, they had thought that Chen Changqing would be no match for Li Ran, a golden core cultivator. But now, Chen Changqing had directly killed Li Ran. The disparity was simply unbelievable. Gulp. Wang Yang couldn't help but swallow hard, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed, "Junior brother is simply a monster. A Foundation establishment cultivator killing a golden core cultivator. That's just 2 against the heavens. If this news spreads back to Mount Shu, it will definitely cause a huge uproar." Wang Yang's heart was stirred. Although Chen Changqing had used the talisman gifted by Lu Mu to kill Li Ran, it was still an incredible feat after all. If Chen Changqing hadn't previously injured Li Ran with a sword, even using the talisman later might not have guaranteed a kill. I didn't see wrong, did I? Senior brother Chen actually killed a golden core powerhouse? Beside them, Ranhua looked on with a face full of confusion and disbelief. The members of the Ran family, including Ran Jinbong, were equally shocked, unable to speak. Just as everyone was in shock, Chen Changqing had already flown down. Upon seeing Chen Changqing return, Ran Jinbong quickly regained his composure and bowed to Chen Changqing with Ranhua and the other clan members, saying, "Thank you, young hero, for your assistance. The entire Ran family is immensely grateful." Chen Changqing smiled faintly and said, "No need to be polite, Ran family head. I was also helping Ran Shitty." As he spoke, Chen Changqing casually glanced at Ranhua. Upon hearing this, Ran Jinbong naturally understood that Chen Changqing and Ranhua must have a good relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't help the Ran family like this. Boom! At that moment, the stone door within the ancestral land had completely opened. Seeing this, the gazes of everyone present converged. Behind the stone door lay a deep passage from which an ancient and old aura emanated. Just the aura alone made everyone feel a sense of heart palpitations. Vaguely, they could see a treasure light shining from deep within the passage. The members of the Tang family, upon seeing this, all had fiery eyes. Ran family head, quickly release me. I want to enter the ancestral land to investigate with you. Tang Yi, the head of the Tang family, stared intently at Ran Jinbong, looking impatient. Previously, Wang Yang and Ranhua had only released the shackles on Ran Jinbong and the others, neglecting the members of the Tang family. Hearing what Tang Yi said, Ran Jinbong furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "Tang family head, at this point, do you think you still have the qualification to enter?" Upon hearing Ran Jinbong's words, Tang Yi was taken aback. He clearly understood that he and the members of the Tang family were now struggling to protect themselves. Where would they find the strength to covet the treasures within the ancestral land? After thinking for a moment, Tang Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. Ran Jinbong didn't pay much attention to this and turned his gaze to Chen Changqing. "Young hero Chen, this ancestral land can only be entered by the descendants of our 3 families. If outsiders enter, they might trigger the formation inside. If you wish to enter, I hope you will be careful." Hearing what Ran Jinbong said, Chen Changqing smiled indifferently and didn't mind. If it were someone else, Chen Changqing wouldn't care so much. After all, Li Ran, the golden core powerhouse, had been killed by him. Naturally, he intended to lay claim to the treasures. But since this was the ancestral land of Ranhua's family, out of consideration for Ranhua, he didn't want to fuss too much. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Ran family head, please feel free." Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Ran Jinbong's face immediately revealed a look of joy. Then, without hesitation, he walked straight into the passage behind the stone door. Senior brother Chen, Ranhua saw this and was about to explain something, worried that what Ran Jinbong had just said would create misunderstandings with Chen Changqing. Before Ranhua could speak, Chen Changqing smiled slightly and interrupted, "Ran Shitty, if there are any treasures inside that stone door, they're also left behind by your Ran family's ancestors. I certainly won't covet anything. After hearing this, Ranhua's face showed a hint of apology, feeling somewhat guilty. If it weren't for Chen Changqing's intervention, their Ran family would have been destroyed. Next, Chen Changqing and the others didn't linger in the ancestral land of the three families and instead returned to Qingshan Town. The strong members of the Li family had been killed by Chen Changqing. The remaining clan members were no longer a concern and were all eliminated under Ran Hua's leadership. Additionally, the Tang family chose to submit to the Ran family. The head of the family, Tang Yi, even swore an oath to the heavens, pledging loyalty to the Ran family. Thus, the Ran family rose to become the largest family in Qingshan Town, dominating this area. Time passed, and unknowingly, 3 days had gone by. At this moment, in the Ran family's residence, Chen Changqing was chatting idly with Wang Yang in the courtyard. Junior brother Changqing, this trip to Qingshan Town has truly opened my eyes. Wang Yang smiled at Chen Changqing. Before Chen Changqing could respond, Ranhua hurriedly walked toward the two of them. Chapter 81. Gift to the Ancestors, the Changhong Sword, a low-grade spiritual treasure. After a brief moment, Ranhua bowed to the two and said, Senior brother Chen, my father asked me to find you, saying there is an important matter to discuss. Oh. Chen Changqing raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wang Yang. Senior brother Wang, I'll be back shortly. Wang Yang nodded, not paying much attention. Following that, Chen Changqing was led by Ranhua to a large hall. At this moment, Ran Jianbong was waiting inside the hall. Seeing Chen Changqing arrive, he quickly got up and approached with a beaming smile. Young friend Changqing has arrived. Chen Changqing nodded and got straight to the point. Master Ran, may I ask what you need me for? Ran Jianbong didn't beat around the bush and said directly, 3 days ago, after entering the ancestral land, I obtained the inheritance of our ancestor. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and congratulated. Congratulations, Master Ran. He could feel that Ran Jianbong's aura was indeed much more substantial than before, clearly indicating that he had made significant gains in the ancestral land. Ran Jianbong smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed, causing the temperature in the entire hall to rise sharply. When he looked closer, the crimson light revealed a long sword. The sword was 3 feet 5 inches long, with a blood-red blade, and shimmering light danced along the edge, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. Chen Changqing recognized at a glance that the long sword suddenly produced by Ran Jianbong was no ordinary item. Young friend Changqing, this sword was used by our ancestor, the Changhong Jinren, and is called the Changhong Sword, classified as a low-grade spiritual treasure. Hearing about the origins of the Changhong Sword, Chen Changqing was taken aback. A low-grade spiritual treasure. He knew that magical artifacts were graded, ranging from low to high. Magical artifacts, treasures, spiritual treasures, and immortal artifacts. He remembered that Lu Mu Jinren, as a late-stage golden core cultivator, used only a treasure-level item. Meanwhile, the Chongying sword he used was a high-grade magical artifact gifted by Lu Mu. However, the Changhong sword was actually at the level of a low-grade spiritual treasure. Such a spiritual treasure, in a second or third-rate sect, would be considered a town-protecting treasure. While Chen Changqing was still in shock, Ran Jianbong smiled lightly and continued. This Changhong sword is a gift for you, young friend Changqing. What? Chen Changqing was greatly surprised. He didn't expect Ran Jianbong to be so generous as to gift him a low-grade spiritual treasure. Master Ran, this Changhong sword is too precious. I think it's best to forget it. Before Ran Jianbong could speak, Ranhua quickly interjected. Senior brother, don't refuse. Just accept it. If it weren't for your help, our Ran family would no longer exist. Such a great kindness. How can a mere spiritual treasure compare? Hearing this, Ran Jianbong nodded in agreement. Hua is right. Compared to the kindness you have shown our Ran family, this low-grade spiritual treasure, the Changhong sword, is truly insignificant. Please accept it. With that, Ran Jianbong directly handed the Changhong sword to Chen Changqing. Seeing this, Chen Changqing squinted slightly, showing a contemplative expression. He understood that Ran Jianbong's willingness to gift him such a low-grade spiritual treasure must have other intentions behind it. Just as Chen Changqing had guessed, although the Ran family had dominated Qingshan Town, without a strong backing, they ultimately could not sustain it for long. Ran Jianbong was well aware of this, which is why he had chosen to send his son, Ranhua, to one of the top 10 sacred places, Mount Shu. However, Ranhua's talent was lacking. Up to now, he had only just established his foundation, and that was with Chen Changqing as help in imparting his insights into the nascent soul. Previously, in the ancestral land of the three families, Ran Jianbong had personally witnessed Chen Changqing slaying the Li family's golden core ancestor, Li Ran. Coupled with what Ran Hua told him about Chen Changqing's experiences in Mount Shu, it made Ran Jinbong see an opportunity. With Chen Changqing's talent and strength, he would undoubtedly become a dragon among men in the future. If the Ran family could befriend him, it would be like finding a solid backing. Moreover, if this item were to be known by outsiders, the consequences would be dire. Senior brother Chun, don't think too much about it. Now that you have reached the Golden Core realm, it's time to change your magical artifact. Ran Hua continued to persuade. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing came back to his senses, a flash of determination in his eyes. In that case, I shall not be polite. Saying this, Chen Changqing did not hesitate and directly took the Changhong sword from Ran Jinbong's hand. Seeing Chen Changqing accept the gift, both Ran Jinbong and Ran Hua were overjoyed. They both understood that since Chen Changqing chose to accept this generous gift, it meant he had established a connection with the Ran family. In this survival of the fittest cultivation world, being able to ally with a talented disciple from Mount Shu was an incredible opportunity for the Ran family. Amid their joy, Ran Jinbong suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "By the way, young friend, there's this item as well." As he spoke, Ran Jinbong waved his hand lightly, and a book radiating a crimson glow appeared in his hand. This is a technique passed down from my ancestors called the fire seal. It can condense a fire seal to suppress enemies. I also gift this to you. Hearing this, Chen Changqing's eyes lit up. He knew that this technique was different from ordinary cultivation methods. It was a profound technique that only Golden Core cultivators could master. Previously, he had personally experienced the might of the mountain moving seal used by the Leaf family ancestor, which was indeed astonishing and had even sent him flying. Seeing that Chen Changqing was moved, Ran Jinbong continued, "Unfortunately, I only have this one technique. I do not possess other inherited techniques from the two families. The Li family ancestor, Li Ran, has already been slain by you, and as for the Tang family, they are unlikely to easily hand over their inherited techniques." Chen Changqing nodded slightly and was not polite, happily accepting it. Such a technique was exactly what he needed at the moment. After receiving the Fire Seal Technique book, Chen Changqing waved his hand, and the Changying sword appeared in his hand. "Junior brother, this sword is a gift for you. Now that I have the Changhong sword, this Changying sword, although only a high-grade magical artifact, is just right for your cultivation." Ran Hua received the Changying sword and bowed deeply to Chen Changqing. "Thank you, senior brother." After that, Chen Changqing did not linger and bid farewell to the father and son, returning to his own room. Once back, he immediately took out the Fire Seal Technique book and began to read it. Soon, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Fire Seal Technique detected. Would you like to train automatically? Yes. With Chen Changqing's command, the familiar golden little figure appeared in his sea of consciousness and began to practice the cultivation method of the Fire Seal. Seeing this, Chen Changqing nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a thought, he took out the Changhong sword from his storage bag. After taking out the Changhong sword, he examined it carefully. Chapter 82. The Legacy of the Long Rainbow True Man, Late Stage of Foundation Establishment. All three seals complete. Before him was a lower-grade spirit treasure sword, entirely crimson, with a sword body as translucent as jade, appearing to contain flowing flames within. Chen Changqing flicked the sword's edge with his finger, instantly producing a clear sword cry. It was indeed a spirit treasure, having already nurtured a trace of spirituality. Without further delay, Chen Changqing bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the long rainbow sword, beginning to recognize it as his master. To Chen Changqing's astonishment, as soon as his blood touched the long rainbow sword, a sizzling sound erupted from the sword body, as if the blood was instantly evaporated. Boom! Following that, a blinding red light burst forth from within the sword. In an instant, the entire room was illuminated as if it were a sea of blood. What the hell? Could it be that old boy wants to harm me? Chen Changqing had such a thought, but then he reconsidered and felt it was wrong. The Ran family had no reason to harm him. Moreover, the long rainbow sword and the Ran family's legacy technique, the Fire Seal, were both voluntarily gifted by Ran Jinbong. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, a terrifying pulling force suddenly emanated from the long rainbow sword, pulling him into a strange space. In this space, sword chi was rampant. Boom! Whoosh! Each strand of sword chi seemed to possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. Was this another self-contained space? Such means could only be achieved by a purple mansion true man at the very least. As Chen Changqing murmured to himself at the center of this space, the sword chi condensed, eventually manifesting a figure. Junior, since you can enter here, you must be my descendant. The figure spoke to itself. Hearing this, Chen Changqing's gaze fixed on that figure. Upon closer inspection, he saw that although the figure appeared somewhat illusory, its features were clear. Its facial features were three-dimensional, with a resolute appearance, as if chiseled from stone. A pair of sword-like eyebrows slanted into the temples, and clear eyes devoid of any impurities. The most peculiar thing was that within those eyes, flames seemed to flicker, which was quite strange. Although it was only a projection of spiritual consciousness, the aura exuded from it was terrifying. Just a slight perception made Chen Changqing's heart race. Long Rainbow True Man? While observing, Chen Changqing immediately guessed the identity of this figure. The second Purple Mansion True Man, Chen Changqing sighed inwardly. Along this path, he had already faced the spiritual consciousness of a Purple Mansion True Man for the second time. The first time was during the Outer Sect Disciples competition at Mount Shu. At that time, he and a group of Outer Sect disciples entered the Void Realm to hunt realm beasts. In a certain valley, he saw Qingyang, Liang, and others confronting each other over treasures. Taking advantage of the clash, Chen Changqing quietly slipped into the valley and intercepted them. Who would have thought that at the moment of seizing the treasure, he was unexpectedly teleported to a cave-dwelling space. There, he encountered Qingshu True Man. The sky-slaying sword technique was obtained by Qingshu True Man after slaying a demonic cultivator of the Yin Sacred Dynasty, which was later taught to Chen Changqing. After a moment of thought, Chen Changqing quickly snapped back to reality, murmuring to himself, "I wonder what inheritance I can gain this time." Saying this, he hurriedly looked towards a Long Rainbow True Man not far away. "Senior," to Chen Changqing's surprise, before he could finish speaking, a more overwhelming aura suddenly surged from the Long Rainbow True Man boom. When he looked again, the figure abruptly shattered and transformed into strands of sword chi that charged directly at Chen Changqing. What? Chen Changqing was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. In less than a moment, the sword chi transformed by the Long Rainbow True Man penetrated directly into Chen Changqing's body. As the sword chi entered, Chen Changqing felt a tremendous force surging through his meridians. His entire skeletal structure emitted a series of cracking sounds. Initially, Chen Changqing thought he was finished and would be pierced through the vital organs by those sword chi. But to his surprise, after entering his body, the sword chi did not harm his meridians or organs. Instead, it transformed into pure, true chi. Boom! Chen Changqing's breath began to surge, and his cultivation rapidly improved. In no time at all, his realm directly ascended from the mid-stage of foundation establishment to the late stage. Even more astonishing was that the amount of true chi within him surged from 40,000 strands to 70,000 strands. It is known that the true chi amount of an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator is only about 30,000 strands. Is this the legacy of the Long Rainbow True Man? Chen Changqing was utterly shocked. The next moment, his figure abruptly vanished from this space, returning directly to his own room. Before him, the Long Rainbow sword radiated a crimson glow, hovering in midair. Additionally, 3 books of techniques were also suspended in the air. Chen Changqing was slightly surprised and quickly picked up the 3 technique books to examine them. Upon seeing them, Chen Changqing couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The Long Rainbow sword technique, the legacy techniques, Water Seal and Mountain Seal. I really hit the jackpot this time, Chen Changqing exclaimed with excitement. He initially thought that reaching the late stage of foundation establishment and condensing 70,000 strands of true chi was already quite good. Unexpectedly, there were additional surprises. The Long Rainbow sword technique was the renowned skill of the Long Rainbow True Man. When used in conjunction with the Long Rainbow sword, its power would be even greater. Moreover, he had also obtained the Water Seal and Mountain Seal, together with the Fire Seal technique given by Ran Jinbong earlier. He now had a complete set of 3 seals. The Mountain Seal should be the legacy technique of the Leaf family, while the Water Seal belongs to the Tang family. I wonder if these 3 major legacy techniques can be combined into one. Chen Changqing pondered silently. Earlier, during the battle with the Leaf family's ancestor in the ancestral land of the 3 clans, he had personally experienced the might of the Mountain Seal. After a moment of thought, Chen Changqing returned to his senses. The gains from this trip down the mountain were truly significant. Chen Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. Now, his strength had increased considerably compared to before. Not only had his cultivation reached the late stage of foundation establishment, but he also possessed the lower-grade Spirit Treasure Long Rainbow Sword. Coupled with various techniques, he was no longer the same as before. In Chen Changqing's view, with his current strength, even when facing ordinary golden core cultivators, he was confident to fight without using the sky-slaying sword technique. And he might even have the opportunity to slay them. I wonder if this technique imprint can be cultivated automatically? Suddenly, such a thought arose in Chen Changqing's mind. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate and quickly grasped the 3 technique books, then began to flip through them. As Chen Changqing was browsing, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Long Rainbow Sword Technique discovered. Would you like to cultivate automatically? Technique imprints discovered. Mountain Seal, Water Seal. Would you like to cultivate automatically? Hearing the system prompt, Chen Changqing's heart surged with joy. It really can. System, start automatic cultivation. As Chen Changqing sent out his thought, 3 small golden figures appeared in his sea of consciousness, each beginning to practice the Long Rainbow Sword Technique, Water Seal, and Mountain Seal. In addition to these 3 small golden figures, there were also 4 other small golden figures practicing. One was practicing the Shu Mountain Heart method, another was practicing the Sky-Slaying Sword technique, one was practicing the Fire Seal, and another was practicing Sword Intent. In total, there were 7 small golden figures. Chapter 83. My junior brother is truly a genius. Looking at the 7 little golden figures diligently practicing their respective skills, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Changqing's face. It's so enjoyable to have this automatic cultivation system. I just wonder if there's a limit to the number of these little golden figures. Chen Changqing pondered quietly. After a moment of thought, he snapped back to reality, yawned, and then fell asleep again. The next morning, Chen Changqing was still dreaming when he was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Knock, knock. Junior brother Chen, are you up? Came Wang Yang's voice from outside the room. Before long, Chen Changqing got up and opened the door, seeing Wang Yang and Ran Hua standing outside. Brother Wang, it's so early. Chen Changqing greeted with a smile. Wang Yang nodded lightly and replied, Junior brother, the issues with the Ran family have been resolved. We should set off back to Shushan. This trip down the mountain was primarily to help Ran Hua resolve the Ran family's crisis. Now that the Li family has been destroyed and the Tang family has submitted to the Ran family, the Ran family is now dominant in Qingshan town. Before Chen Changqing could respond, Wang Yang suddenly looked shocked, staring at him in disbelief. Junior brother, you broke through again? Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Ran Hua began to carefully sense Chen Changqing's aura and found that it was indeed stronger than before, clearly indicating that he had just broken through and hadn't stabilized his aura yet. Chen Changqing smiled nonchalantly and replied, I had a bit of an opportunity yesterday and made a small breakthrough. While Chen Changqing said this casually, it sent shockwaves through Wang Yang. Before they set out for Qingshan town, Chen Changqing had just broken through not long ago. How could he have broken through again in such a short time? My junior brother is truly a genius. How is he cultivating? His improvement speed is so fast, even the top talents within the 7 main peaks can't match this pace. Right? Wang Yang marveled inwardly, finding Chen Changqing increasingly enigmatic. At the same time, upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Ran Hua's heart trembled slightly, and he murmured, could it be because of the Changhong sword? Yesterday, when Ran Jinbang gifted the low-grade spiritual treasure to Chen Changqing, Ran Hua was also present. In his view, the opportunity Chen Changqing mentioned must undoubtedly refer to the Changhong sword. Although shocked, Ran Hua did not feel jealous. Instead, he genuinely felt happy for Chen Changqing. After all, for the Ran family, since they chose Chen Changqing as their backing, the stronger he becomes, the more beneficial it is for the Ran family. Just as the two were still in shock, Chen Changqing smiled lightly and said, Brother Wang, you and junior brother Ran should head back to Shushan first. Hearing this, both Wang Yang and Ran Hua were taken aback. Huh? Junior brother, aren't you coming back with us? Wang Yang asked in surprise. Chen Changqing nodded and lightly replied, I'm not going back to Shushan for the time being. I want to experience the world outside and travel a bit. After arriving in this world, Chen Changqing had spent most of his time cultivating in Shushan, and the farthest he had gone was to Baiyao Valley last time. Now that his cultivation had advanced significantly, it was indeed a good time for some experience. After a moment of thought, Chen Changqing added, by the way, brother, when you return, remember to tell Elder Lu Mu for me. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang nodded and said, all right, then take care of yourself, junior brother, and don't forget about your duel with Bai Hao. After this reminder, Wang Yang didn't linger and immediately summoned his flying sword. Ran Hua glanced at Chen Changqing and said, Brother Chen, be careful. Then, Wang Yang and Ran Hua left on their swords without delay. Once the two had departed, Chen Changqing directly sought out Ranjinbong. Young friend, you're not going back to Shushan with them? Ranjinbong looked surprised. Earlier, Ranhua had come to see him to say goodbye, eager to return to Shushan to continue his cultivation. Ranjinbong thought that Chen Changqing and the others had already left. Chen Changqing smiled slightly and said, Head of the Ran family, Brother Wang and Junior Brother Ran have already set off back to Shushan. I plan to travel for a while before returning. Hearing this, Ranjinbong finally understood and nodded, asking, Did you come to find me for something else? Without delay, Chen Changqing informed Ranjinbong about receiving the inheritance of Changhong. After listening to Chen Changqing, Ranjinbong was naturally astounded. He hadn't expected that there would be an inheritance from Changhong within the Changhong sword. He was surprised that his ancestor had left such an opportunity in the sword. Since this opportunity has come to you, it indicates that you and the ancestor have a connection, Ranjinbong murmured, a smile appearing on his face. Although he was shocked that Chen Changqing received the inheritance from Changhong, he did not feel any jealousy. This sentiment was the same as Ranhua's. After all, Ranjinbong understood that since the fate of the Ran family was tied to Chen Changqing, the stronger he became, the more secure the Ran family would be. Seeing that Ranjinbong was genuinely happy for him, Chen Changqing nodded slightly, thinking that Ranjinbong indeed had some breadth of character, which was admirable. After a moment of thought, Chen Changqing didn't hesitate and waved his hand, causing 3 books of cultivation methods to fly out and hover in front of Ranjinbong. Huh? Ranjinbong looked dumbfounded, confused. What is this, young friend? Chen Changqing smiled slightly and explained, Head of the Ran family, these 3 books are the Changhong sword technique, as well as the mountain seal and water seal. I'm giving them to you now, so they can return to their rightful owner. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Ranjinbong trembled all over, his hands slightly shaking. Earlier, when he heard about Chen Changqing's inheritance from Changhong, he had thought about asking if Chen Changqing could share the inheritance with him. However, after considering it, he felt that would be too abrupt and could easily offend Chen Changqing, making him feel displeased. Thus, Ranjinbong abandoned that thought. What he did not expect was that Chen Changqing would voluntarily present the inheritance to him. This, young friend, you are so righteous. On behalf of my whole family, I thank you. After saying this, Ranjinbong wanted to bow in gratitude to Chen Changqing. Seeing this, Chen Changqing quickly supported Ranjinbong, smiling and saying, Head of the Ran family, you overstated. This is indeed your ancestors' inheritance. I am the one who has benefited from it. Hearing Chen Changqing's humble words, Ranjinbong's eyes turned slightly red, and deep down, he felt a surge of respect for Chen Changqing. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and then put away the 3 books of cultivation methods. Observing this, Chen Changqing smiled lightly and said, Head of the Ran family, the inheritance of Changhong has been given to you. I will take my leave now. Ranjinbong nodded, slightly bowing to Chen Changqing with a grateful expression. I bid you farewell, young friend. Afterward, Chen Changqing did not linger, and with a thought he summoned the Changhong sword, taking off on his sword. Chapter 84. Lu Mu. I must become an angel investor. After leaving Qingshan town, Chen Changqing flew through the air on his sword. Below him, mountains and rivers undulated, rushing swiftly past his eyes. Where to go next? Chen Changqing murmured to himself. Although he had decided not to return to Shushan for the time being and wanted to travel outside for a while, he wasn't sure where to go. Just as Chen Changqing was pondering, a strange fluctuation emanated from his storage bag. In the next moment, with a thought, Chen Changqing directly extracted an item from the bag. He then saw a token appearing in his palm. The token was entirely pitch black, engraved with many intricate patterns. It seemed like a symbol yet not, like a formation yet not. Is this item? Chen Changqing was slightly surprised and puzzled. This token was obtained when he went to Qingxi village. At that time, he was still cultivating in the outer sect's 7th courtyard of Shushan, under Elder Lu Mu's guidance. He went to Qingxi village with disciples like Lu Ruyan to carry out a task. During this time, Chen Changqing killed a large number of demonic sect disciples. Finally, he broke the restriction in a blood pool and entered the Purple Mansion's secret realm. In that secret realm, he obtained this token. After returning to Shushan, Chen Changqing had thought of various methods to investigate the secret of the token. However, no matter what methods he tried, the token showed no signs of response. Strange. Why is this token reacting at this moment? Chen Changqing hesitated, lowering his gaze to the black token in his palm. He could sense that the token was slightly warm, and some dense patterns were faintly circulating on its dark surface. In addition, the token was vibrating and pointing in a specific direction. Interesting. Is this guiding me? Chen Changqing muttered to himself, clearly feeling the guidance coming from the token. This item is a treasure from the Purple Mansion. It must be extraordinary. Well, since I don't have a clear destination for now, I might as well follow its guidance and see where it leads. After thinking it over, a flash of determination crossed Chen Changqing's eyes as he decided to follow the token's direction. He adjusted the direction of his Longhong sword and quickly flew towards the indicated path. Time passed, and several days went by in the blink of an eye. At this time, Wang Yang and Ranhua had returned to Shushan. Ranhua naturally returned to the Outer Sect's 7th courtyard, intending to cultivate diligently and strive for a good result in the next Outer Sect Disciples competition to enter the Inner Sect. Wang Yang, on the other hand, returned to the Inner Sect's Qingxiao Valley. Upon returning, Wang Yang immediately went to see Lu Mu. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu Mu. Wang Yang bowed to Lu Mu. Lu Mu glanced at Wang Yang and noticed he was the only one back. He asked in surprise, Wang Yang, why are you the only one back? Where's Changqing? Hearing Lu Mu's question, Wang Yang quickly replied, reporting to Elder, Junior Brother Chen said he wanted to travel outside for a while before returning to Shushan. So he let me return first. He asked me to inform you. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu frowned slightly, his expression becoming serious as he said, this kid really. Doesn't he know he has a duel with Bai Hao in just over 2 months? Earlier, Bai Hao, who ranked 10th on the Inner Sect's top 100 list, had actively invited Chen Changqing, hoping that he would join the 10th-ranked Saints faction. However, Chen Changqing had rejected him. Moreover, Chen Changqing had also challenged Bai Hao, setting a 3-month deadline for a battle on the top 100 platform. Lu Mu had originally planned to give Chen Changqing some guidance after he returned. But who would have thought that Chen Changqing chose not to return to Shushan right away and instead went off traveling? What worried Lu Mu even more was that he had recently heard that the 10th-ranked saint had exited his seclusion. After learning that Chen Changqing had rejected his invitation, this saint was quite displeased. If Bai Hao were to lose to Chen Changqing, wouldn't that be a disgrace for the 10th saint? Seeing Lu Mu's serious expression, Wang Yang quickly said, Elder, earlier in Qingshan Town, Junior Brother Chen's cultivation has already broken through to the mid-stage of the core formation. The amount of true qi in him has reached about 40,000 strands. Moreover, he even killed a gold core expert. After that, it seems his cultivation has further improved, but I can't discern the exact extent. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Mu couldn't help but be greatly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. What? He killed a gold core while in core formation? And has he broken through again? Lu Mu exclaimed. Wang Yang nodded and softly replied, that's right. Junior Brother Changqing's cultivation talent is such that even those prodigies from the 7 main peaks might not compare. Give him some time, and he will undoubtedly become a new star in Shushan. Regarding Wang Yang's statement, Lu Mu did not express any opinion and said lightly, all right, I understand. You may leave now. Wang Yang bowed to Lu Mu and then withdrew. After Wang Yang left, Lu Mu's worries did not diminish significantly. He knew Chen Changqing had exceptional cultivation talent and progressed rapidly. He was just afraid that before Chen Changqing could truly grow, he might face some unforeseen circumstances. After all, he had high hopes for Chen Changqing. He even viewed Chen Changqing as a future support for himself in Shushan. Unlike others, Lu Mu had no backing in Shushan. He also didn't want to rely on the powerful figures in Shushan. To him, it was better to invest in a future strong person than to depend on others. Lu Mu had witnessed the talent Chen Changqing displayed. Sigh. As he thought about it, Lu Mu let out a long sigh, lamenting, I just hope this kid can return safely. Meanwhile, on Yunqi Peak, in a small building on the mountainside, Lu Rian held a long sword in her jade hand. The sword gleamed coldly, its blade radiating a blue light, with the aura of the Tao flowing through it. It was clear that it was extraordinary. Miss, Wang Yang has returned to the Inner Sect, but Chen Changqing did not come back with him. An old woman approached and reported. Oh, hearing what the old woman said, Lu Rian was slightly surprised. He hasn't come back. His battle with Bai Hao is imminent. Why hasn't he returned by now? Lu Rian voiced her doubts, unable to comprehend the situation. The old woman, hearing this, pressed her lips together and said, Miss, please rest assured, I will continue to send people to inquire. As soon as I have news of him, I will inform you immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian took a deep breath, nodded, and then lowered her gaze to the sword in her hand. It seems I can only wait for him to return before giving him this Qingming sword. Chapter 85, A Big Black Dog. Time slipped away quietly. Before he knew it, a month had passed. At this moment, Chen Changqing followed the guidance of the black token and arrived at the outskirts of a large mountain. Huh, Chen Changqing focused his gaze on the mountain. The dark greenish-black peaks appeared particularly eerie. The towering mountain resembled a giant beast in slumber, exuding a chilling aura. What surprised Chen Changqing even more was that the token in his palm began to pulse more strongly as he approached the mountain. It seems that the place the token is pointing to must be this mountain. But why do I feel something is off about this place? Chen Changqing muttered to himself, frowning deeply. He vaguely sensed that there was great danger hidden within the mountain. Of course, even though he felt threatened, Chen Changqing was also well aware that in such unusual places, opportunities and dangers coexist. Roar. Trying to escape? Today, let's see where you can run. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, a sudden commotion came from another direction, and he could vaguely hear voices. Oh, hearing this noise, Chen Changqing quickly snapped back to reality, then restrained his breath and swiftly moved towards the source of the sound. After passing through a dense thicket, Chen Changqing arrived at the scene. However, upon seeing what was in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. This, in front of him, in a clearing, 4 large wolf-shaped demon beasts were surrounding a small, completely black dog. The 4 wolf-shaped demon beasts were covered in grayish-white fur, their fangs bared, and their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty ferocity. The little black dog, surrounded and battered, was now baring its teeth and letting out a low growl. Demonic race? Chen Changqing was secretly astonished. He had thought he was encountering human cultivators. Who would have thought it was actually a demon race? What shocked Chen Changqing even more was that the small black dog surrounded by the 4 wolf-shaped demon beasts looked exactly like his pet dog, Wankai, from his previous life. In an instant, memories of Wankai flooded back like a tide. Chen Changqing remembered very clearly that Wankai always liked to lie by his feet, affectionately rubbing against him. Every time he returned home, Wankai would be the first to jump at him. Lost in thought, Chen Changqing couldn't help but sigh softly. I wonder how Wankai is doing without me now? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changqing let out a long sigh and regained his focus. After arriving in this world, he naturally gained some understanding of it. He also knew that in this world, demons, ghosts, and monsters all exist. Moreover, the demon race also has levels of cultivation. The lowest level is the demon apprentice, just starting to cultivate, equivalent to human chi refining cultivators. Once they possess basic spiritual power and begin learning demon techniques, they become equivalent to foundation establishment cultivators. Next is the demon warrior, whose spiritual power increases, allowing them to change forms and initially master some demon techniques, equivalent to golden core level. The demon general has greatly enhanced strength, can control more complex demon techniques and magical treasures, and has leadership abilities comparable to a purple mansion expert. The demon king leads a faction of demons, possessing immense demon power and deterrence, able to use advanced demon techniques, equivalent to nascent soul level. Above this, there are the demon emperor and demon sovereign. The demon emperor is a top existence in the demon world, almost invincible, mastering supreme demon techniques and supernatural powers. The demon sovereign, on the other hand, is a legendary being, transcending the constraints of the demon world, able to contend with the heavens and earth and control the laws of a realm. Just as Chen Changqing was pondering, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Roar. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw the leading wolf-shaped demon beast let out a deafening roar and then lunged at the small black dog. Boom! Its sharp fangs glinted coldly in the sunlight as it charged forward, swinging its massive claws directly at the small black dog. At the same time, the other 3 wolf-shaped demon beasts were not slow to act, each attacking the small black dog from 3 different directions. Roar! In an instant, the air was filled with piercing howls. Grr! Seeing the 4 wolf-shaped demon beasts rushing towards it, the small black dog let out a sound. Its strength was only at the demon apprentice level. The 4 wolf-shaped demon beasts surrounding it were all at the same level. Facing the onslaught of the 4 wolf-shaped demon beasts, a cold glint flashed in the small black dog's eyes. Although its size was small, its movements were exceptionally agile. It quickly executed a roll to the side, evading the attack of 1 wolf-shaped demon beast. Immediately afterward, the small black dog kicked off the ground with its hind legs, leaping into the air just in time to avoid the successive lunges of the wolf-shaped demon beasts. Seeing their attacks dodged, the 4 wolf-shaped demon beasts were instantly enraged. Seeking death, the leading wolf-shaped demon beast roared, its murderous intent increasing. In the next moment, its forepaws slammed down onto the ground. Boom! Whoosh! Then, from beneath the earth, spikes of dirt shot up into the sky. The small black dog, leaping in midair, was startled. Although it was nimble enough to dodge most of the spikes, it was still hit by a few, leaving several wounds on its body. Letting out a muffled whine, the small black dog crashed to the ground. Seeing this, the four wolf-shaped demon beasts revealed cunning smiles, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they stared at the small black dog. Am I really going to die here today? The small black dog muttered softly, a glimmer of despair flashing in its eyes. You shall die. Before the small black dog could think further, the leading wolf-shaped demon beast roared, its massive body leaping into the air, its sharp claws ruthlessly descending towards the small black dog. Huh? The small black dog's eyes widened, its mind blank. Just at this critical moment, a crimson sword light streaked across the sky like a meteor. Whoosh! In less than a moment, the sword light descended. When they looked again, the wolf-shaped demon beast that had lunged at the small black dog was already severed in two. The sudden turn of events left the small black dog in a state of shock, and the other three wolf-shaped demon beasts were equally dumbfounded. Before the remaining three wolf-shaped demon beasts could react, the crimson sword light suddenly turned and rushed straight towards them. Whoosh! 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 In just a few breaths, the three wolf-shaped demon beasts were sliced in half without having a chance to let out a scream. What? The small black dog stared wide-eyed, its face filled with disbelief. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. The newcomer was handsome and elegant, dressed in snow-white robes that fluttered in the wind, standing atop a crimson long sword, resembling a celestial swordmaster. Who else could it be but Chen Changqing? Seeing the sudden appearance of a human cultivator, the small black dog immediately became alert. A human? It muttered softly, its fur bristling, instinctively taking a few steps back. It should be known that human cultivators are traditionally hostile towards the demon race and do not coexist peacefully. Chapter 86. Sun-Eating Star Lord, Howling Celestial Dog. At this moment, Chen Changqing stepped forward towards the little black dog. Woof! Seeing Chen Changqing coming closer, the little black dog let out a low growl, baring its teeth at him, revealing a fierce demeanor. Oh! Chen Changqing paused. You little dog, I saved you. And, instead of thanking me, you want to bite me? As he said this, Chen Changqing raised an eyebrow at the little black dog. Earlier, he had saved it because it resembled his pet Wonkai from his previous life. Otherwise, Chen Changqing wouldn't want to get involved with the demon clan. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, the little black dog rolled its eyes in disdain and barked. You little dog. Your whole family are little dogs. I'm a celestial demon clan, not a dog demon. Saying this, the little black dog retracted its sharp teeth. Chen Changqing was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A celestial demon, huh? This little fellow is not a dog demon, but from the celestial demon clan. Many people might not know about the celestial demons, but Chen Changqing had seen them mentioned in the texts of Mount Shu. The celestial demon clan has a mysterious origin and is considered one of the top bloodlines among demons. Moreover, he remembered that in Chinese mythology, the famous howling celestial dog under Erlang Shen also seemed to belong to the celestial demon clan. He wondered if this little black dog was truly related to that legendary divine dog. Lost in thought, Chen Changqing suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, you say you're from the celestial demon clan. Yet how come you were being chased by a few little demons? While speaking, Chen Changqing glanced at the four wolf demons he had just slain. You. The little black dog was so angry that it trembled all over. Too lazy to explain to Chen Changqing. Although it was from the celestial demon clan, its current cultivation was still weak, and it had not yet awakened its celestial demon heritage. Otherwise, a few wolf demons would be no match for it. Seeing the little black dog not responding, Chen Changqing's smile faded, and he waved his hand lightly. Immediately, a pill flew straight to the little black dog's feet. This sudden scene frightened the little black dog, causing it to quickly retreat a few steps. Earlier, Chen Changqing had easily killed those four wolf demons, which showed his extraordinary strength. Coupled with the fact that he was human, the little black dog was extremely wary of his every move. Noticing the little black dog was frightened, Chen Changqing sighed helplessly and remarked, sometimes, the prejudices in one's heart are like a mountain. No matter how hard you try, you can't move it. Chen Changqing knew that humans and demons have never gotten along. In the minds of both humans and demons, they regarded each other as mortal enemies. And such thoughts run deep. This is a healing pill for you, not poison. After a pause, Chen Changqing said lightly. Upon hearing this, the little black dog was slightly taken aback, and then looked at the pill floating not far away. It sniffed it slightly and could sense the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from the pill. Although it recognized it was a healing pill, The little black dog remained extremely cautious and did not dare approach. What does this human want? He not only helped me kill those 4 wolf demons, but also gave me a healing pill? The little black dog pondered silently. Seeing its hesitation, Chen Changqing smiled slightly and joked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid I'm poisoning you? With your meager cultivation, if I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead already." After Chen Changqing said this, the little black dog furrowed its brow and fell into deep thought. After a moment, it felt Chen Changqing's words were not without reason. After all, Chen Changqing's strength far surpassed its own. If he truly wanted to kill it, it would only take a single sword strike. After some contemplation, the little black dog slowly approached the pill. Upon getting closer, it looked up at Chen Changqing and then swallowed the pill whole. Boom! As the pill entered its belly, a surge of pure medicinal power immediately spread out, starting to circulate within the little black dog's body. Soon, its injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Before long, it was completely healed. Seeing its wounds healed, the little black dog felt a surge of joy in its heart. Chen Changqing, noticing this, smiled indifferently and did not pay much attention to the little black dog, turning to walk towards a distant mountain. The little black dog was momentarily stunned upon seeing this. Then, it leaped and landed in front of a wolf demon's corpse. Following that, the little black dog began to consume it voraciously. Before long, the wolf demon's corpse was completely devoured by the little black dog. This was the little black dog's innate ability as a celestial demon. It could enhance its cultivation by consuming corpses. After finishing one wolf demon's corpse, the little black dog turned its gaze to Chen Changqing's back. Seeing that Chen Changqing did not turn around, it hurriedly consumed the remaining 3 wolf demon corpses. After devouring all 4 wolf demon corpses, its cultivation increased significantly. Then, it looked towards Chen Changqing again, who had walked a considerable distance away. This human seems to have no malice towards me. His cultivation is also quite powerful. Perhaps following him would be safer. The little black dog thought to itself. Its current situation was not good, as it was facing pursuit. After some thought, a glint of determination flashed in the little black dog's eyes, and without further delay, it followed after Chen Changqing. At this moment, Chen Changqing, walking ahead, naturally noticed the little black dog following him. This little fellow seems to know how to take advantage of the situation. Chen Changqing mused to himself. He figured that the little black dog was following him primarily for safety. Chen Changqing did not mind this and continued walking ahead. Thus, one person walked in front, and one dog followed behind. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. At this time, Chen Changqing had arrived deep within a mountain. During this period, the little black dog had been following him closely but maintained a certain distance. Just as Chen Changqing was about to move forward, the little black dog, which had been following closely, suddenly called out, "Human, the mountain ahead is a forbidden area. You cannot proceed any further." Earlier, the little black dog had felt a bit puzzled. The direction Chen Changqing was heading was indeed where the forbidden area was located. It was rumored that within the forbidden area, there were countless dangers, and recklessly entering would likely lead to certain death. From the little black dog's perspective, Chen Changqing had saved its life. Although humans and demons had different paths, it was not ungrateful, so it spoke out to warn him. A forbidden area? Upon hearing what the little black dog said, Chen Changqing paused. After all, he had come here following the guidance of a certain token. He could clearly sense that the token's fluctuations were now more intense, indicating that the place it pointed to should be inside. Chapter 87. The Great Power's Treasury, Secret Realm Beyond the Nascent Soul. After a moment of thought, Chen Changqing steeled his heart and continued to step out. He had followed the guidance of the token to arrive here. There was no reason to turn back at this moment. Moreover, this token was a treasure of the Purple Mansion. Since it led him here, there might be great opportunities inside. Seeing Chen Changqing continue to walk into the mountains, the little black dog frowned. This human really was unaware of his own situation. He had already told him that ahead was a forbidden area, yet he still stubbornly walked in. He truly wasn't afraid of death, was he? The little black dog muttered angrily. Initially thinking of ignoring Chen Changqing, it reconsidered and quickly dashed out. Before long, the little black dog caught up to Chen Changqing and blocked his path. Upon seeing this, Chen Changqing was slightly surprised. Before he could say anything, the little black dog spoke angrily. "Human, are you really seeking death? I've told you, ahead is a forbidden area." Hearing this, Chen Changqing smiled lightly and said, "Little fellow, I appreciate your kindness, but I must go in. There's something I need to find inside. Please let me pass." The little black dog, upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, did not move aside and stared at him with cold eyes. What could be more important than your life? Chen Changqing remained calm. He knew that since the ahead was a forbidden area, it must be dangerous. However, he did not feel that he would be in mortal danger upon entering. After a brief pause, he prepared to continue walking. Just then, his expression suddenly tightened as he sensed a series of auras rapidly approaching his location. Among them were a few particularly powerful auras that even made him feel a bit uneasy. Jindan Qi. Once he thought of this, Chen Changqing quickly waved his hand at the little black dog, using his true energy to directly lift the little black dog. When he looked again, Chen Changqing had hidden himself and the little black dog, retracting all his aura. Seeing this, the little black dog understood that someone was approaching. Sure enough, not long after, 3 waves of demon clans came marching in. The 3 leading great demons all exuded powerful auras, each possessing the strength of a human Jindan. On the far left was a completely snow-white great tiger, with a golden pattern shining on its forehead, leaving burning paw prints on the ground with each step. In the middle was a gigantic centipede, its 100 legs like knives, its shell gleaming with a metallic luster, and its head oddly possessing a human face. On the far right was a gray-furred rat. Though small, its crimson eyes sparkled with cunning, and behind it followed a group of rat demons. So many demon clans? Chen Changqing was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected to encounter such a large number of demons at this moment. At this time, the little black dog whispered, I didn't expect it to be these 3 great demon kings. Of course, the demon kings mentioned by the little black dog did not refer to the cultivation level of those 3 great demons, but rather the leaders of the demon clans occupying various territories in these mountains, with strengths equivalent to human Jindan stage. After all, the Demon King realm could unleash advanced demon techniques, comparable to human Yuanian cultivators. Hearing what the little black dog said, Chen Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming a bit serious. His current strength was only at the late Jindan stage, although he had previously slain the Jindan ancestrally ran of the Li family. At that time, Chen Changqing had used a talisman given to him by Elder Lu, which contained the full power of a late Jindan attack. Why would these demon kings appear here? Could it be that they're also after what I sensed? Suddenly, a thought emerged in Chen Changqing's mind. Upon realizing this, his expression turned somewhat grim. While Chen Changqing was lost in thought, the 3 demon kings led their respective followers and charged into the forbidden area. After the demon clans entered the forbidden area, Chen Changqing slowly stood up. Human, what do you want to do? The little black dog looked up at Chen Changqing and asked. Chen Changqing did not respond, lightly waving his hand. And a surge of true energy immediately enveloped the little black dog, lifting it into the air. Then, Chen Changqing hugged the little black dog and, without hesitation, dashed into the forbidden area. The little black dog, being held by Chen Changqing, had a face full of confusion. It hadn't expected Chen Changqing to be so bold. The 3 waves of demon clans that had entered the forbidden area were all led by demon warriors who had already mastered some demon techniques, equivalent to human Jindan strongmen. If Chen Changqing followed them in and was discovered, wouldn't he be doomed? Human, if you want to seek death, don't drag me along. The little black dog exclaimed in surprise. Chen Changqing smiled lightly, looking down at the little black dog in his arms and said, Don't worry, you want to die? The little black dog was taken aback, rolling its eyes in disdain at Chen Changqing. It couldn't understand where Chen Changqing's confidence came from, but at that moment, it was powerless to resist, wrapped in Chen Changqing's true energy. Thus, Chen Changqing took the little black dog and pursued onward. Before long, the man and dog stopped, hiding in the shadows. Looking out, they saw the 3 waves of demon clans now stationed in front of a massive stone wall. The stone wall was as smooth as a mirror, entirely black, with strange patterns covering its surface, emitting a faint blue light under the sunlight. Little Black, do you know what this place is? Chen Changqing asked in a low voice. The little black dog rolled its eyes at Chen Changqing and replied, I've heard some elder demons say that deep within this forbidden area lies a treasury left by a great power, which opens once every 1,000 years. Perhaps this is it. At this point, the little black dog paused slightly before adding, However, it is said that no one has ever truly entered this treasury. Each time it opens, powerful spiritual energy leaks out. Once, a demon general absorbed the leaked energy during an opening and directly advanced to the Demon King. Hearing what the little black dog said, Chen Changqing was taken aback. Just by absorbing the leaked spiritual energy, one could advance from a demon general to a demon king? What kind of shocking treasures could be inside this treasury? Chen Changqing found it hard to imagine. In addition, the token that Chen Changqing had tucked into his bosom was now pulsating even more strongly. Chen Changqing understood that the place indicated by the token was undoubtedly this treasury. The stone wall looked extraordinary and was likely a treasure. Chen Changqing's eyes gleamed with anticipation. At the same time, the three demon warriors occupied different positions around the stone wall, forming a triangular standoff. Especially the three leading demon warriors, who remained vigilant against the other two. Chapter 88. The stone wall opens, spiritual energy revives in the midst of confrontation. The rat demon king with gray fur squinted his crimson eyes. Gentlemen, may I have this chance from the opening of the stone wall? If you are willing, I promise great rewards in the future. As he spoke, the rat demon king glanced at the other two demon kings of the demon warrior level, his slender tail flicking back and forth. Additionally, he exuded a powerful aura. His cultivation had reached the semi-step demon general level, just a step away from breaking through to the demon general realm. If he could obtain this opportunity from the stone wall, perhaps he could make a breakthrough. Oomph. Your request is a bit excessive, isn't it? This heavenly chance belongs to those with fate, not to be shared. The white tiger demon king's eyes widened in anger, his snow-white fur bristling and the golden pattern on his forehead shining with a dazzling light. Before the rat demon king could respond, the human-faced centipede demon king interjected. That's right. This opportunity from the stone wall cannot be monopolized by anyone. As he spoke, his knife-like 100 legs moved across the ground, leaving deep scratches. The rat demon king wanted to use this opportunity to break through, but so did the tiger demon king. Both were at the late stage of demon warriors. If they could obtain this opportunity, they too might have a chance to break through to the demon general level. Moreover, they all knew that if the rat demon king were to monopolize this opportunity and break through to the demon general level, they would be left with no way out. Talk of great rewards was merely an excuse. Hearing the tiger and centipede demon kings, the rat demon king's face darkened and killing intent suddenly emerged in his crimson eyes. What's this? Are you two determined to compete with me for this opportunity from the stone wall? The rat demon king said coldly. In response, the tiger and centipede demon kings remained unfazed, their cold eyes fixed on the rat demon king. When an opportunity arises, one must seize it without hesitation. After a moment of silence, the human-faced centipede demon king replied, Indeed. Upon hearing this, the rat demon king's expression grew even darker, his aura surging violently, seeking death. At that moment, the rat demon king was furious. Simultaneously, the mouse demons behind him took a stance, forming an attack formation, their sharp fangs glinting coldly. Seeing the rat demon king's aggressive demeanor, the tiger demon king and the human-faced centipede demon king exchanged glances, silently agreeing to ally against the rat demon king. After all, the rat demon king was stronger than them, and only by joining forces could they hope to subdue him. Then they could share the opportunity from the stone wall. Meanwhile, Chen Changqing, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel delighted upon witnessing this. Initially, he thought the three demon factions were united, but now it was clear they were not on the same side. The rat demon king wanted to monopolize this opportunity, while the other two demon kings were obviously unwilling. This standoff would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, which would provide him with a chance to take advantage. Let them fight. Both sides will be injured, and then I can step in to reap the rewards. Not only will I gain a place to level up, but I might also seize this opportunity. Chen Changqing mused privately. He was more than happy to see both sides clash, as it would allow him to plot his own strategy for the opportunity from the stone wall. At this moment, the little black dog beside him noticed the intriguing smile on Chen Changqing's face and muttered quietly, This human isn't thinking about fighting for the opportunity here, is he? Just then, the tiger demon king's expression darkened as he roared at the rat demon king. Humph, do you really think we fear you? With that, a terrifying aura erupted from the tiger demon king, and a fierce battle intent flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the human-faced centipede demon king also exuded his aura, staring intently at the rat demon king. The rat demon king noticed this and narrowed his eyes. You think that by teaming up, you could be my match? This opportunity from the stone wall is mine for the taking. Saying this, the rat demon king shot a cold glance and waved his hand, shouting, Kill for me. With the rat demon king's order, the multitude of mouse demons surged forward, rushing into battle. Kill. In response, the white tiger demon king and the centipede demon king were not to be outdone. With furious roars, their legions surged forth like a tide. In less than a moment, the two sides clashed violently. Boom! At the same time, the Rat Demon King charged toward the White Tiger Demon King and the Centipede Demon King. In an instant, the area around the stone wall transformed into a bloody battlefield. Boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Upon closer inspection, one could see tiger demons being torn to shreds under the assault of 3 mouse demons, while the centipede demon's 100 legs twisted and crushed the mouse demons' bodies. In the air, the Rat Demon King was already engaged in combat with the White Tiger Demon King and the human-faced Centipede Demon King. Boom! The Rat Demon King's form swelled, transforming into a giant rat 3 meters tall, spewing out dark green toxic mist. In the face of the incoming mist, the White Tiger Demon King ignited golden flames around him, charging recklessly through the toxic cloud. The Centipede Demon King's 100 legs became sharp blades, slicing through large swathes of toxic mist and continuously attacking the Rat Demon King from the side. Bang! The deafening sound of explosions echoed, and terrifying shockwaves spread out, breaking all the trees within 100 feet. Chen Changqing, hiding in the shadows, was filled with excitement. It's on. Let them fight fiercely. Ideally, they both get injured. He whispered, clearly pleased with the unfolding situation. Only by having both sides clash could he find an opportunity to strategize for the stone wall's chance. Meanwhile, the little black dog felt a tremor in its heart upon seeing the scene. My strength is still too weak, just at the Demon Apprentice level, and I haven't even unlocked the inheritance of the Celestial Demon Clan. In such a battle, there's no possibility of getting involved. The little black dog sighed inwardly. Currently, its cultivation was only at the Demon Apprentice realm, just beginning to practice equivalent to a human chi-refining cultivator. At the same time, outside the stone wall's forbidden area, the 3 factions of demon beasts were still fiercely battling. Boom! Bang bang! The sound of violent explosions continued. In the heat of battle, demon beasts fell one after another, corpses littering the ground, blood flowing like rivers. In the air, the Rat Demon King, White Tiger Demon King, and human-faced Centipede Demon King were locked in a fierce struggle. Indeed, the Rat Demon King's strength surpassed that of the other 2 Demon Kings. But fighting against 2 opponents was somewhat strenuous. The White Tiger Demon King and the human-faced Centipede Demon King, seeing this, fought even harder. As long as they could kill the Rat Demon King, the opportunity here would be theirs. Chapter 89, Talent Divine Ability, Spear of Spirit. The Demon King self-destructs? In the shadows, Chen Changqing held his breath and focused intently as he observed the battle among the demon race. He noticed that the slaughter among the demons was very different from that of the human cultivators. Human cultivators engaged in combat with a plethora of techniques and divine abilities, while the fighting style of the demons was simple and brutal, relying more on their own formidable physical strength. Sharp claws, hard shells, and terrifying brute force. Each collision carried the raw feeling of slaughter. Although human cultivators had many techniques and divine abilities, they could not compare to the demons in terms of physical prowess. Chen Changqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nearby, the little black dog looked at the corpses of the demon beasts scattered all over the ground. Its eyes lit up with excitement as it swallowed hard. It belonged to the Celestial Demon Clan and had inherited their devouring talent. As long as it devoured corpses, it could continuously enhance its cultivation. Previously, when Chen Changqing rescued it by killing 4 wolf demons, the little black dog had gained some strength after consuming those wolf demons. If this human could succeed in the end, perhaps I could have a good meal too. The little black dog muttered quietly, glancing up at Chen Changqing. It wasn't foolish and naturally realized that Chen Changqing was planning to watch the fight from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Meanwhile, high in the air, the 3 demon kings were engaged in even fiercer combat. Roar! The White Tiger Demon King charged forward, its massive golden claws suddenly swinging toward the Rat Demon King. Boom! As the claw descended, it seemed as though space itself would be torn apart, sending ripples through the air. Oof! The Rat Demon King, seeing this, let out a cold snort and directly extended its claws to resist. The 2 claw forces instantly clashed together. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded, and from the impact, the White Tiger Demon King was sent flying. Seeing this, a fierce glint flashed in the Rat Demon King's eyes. It understood clearly that to break the deadlock against the combined attack of the White Tiger Demon King and the Centipede Demon King, it could only kill one of them first. At this moment, the Centipede Demon King had not yet launched its attack, and the White Tiger Demon King had been sent flying by its own force, which was the perfect opportunity. With this thought in mind, The Rat Demon King steeled its resolve. Boom! Then, the Rat Demon King revealed a third eye in the center of its forehead. With the opening of this eye, a powerful mental force was instantly released. In less than a moment, this mental force congealed into a spear that seemed almost tangible. The Centipede Demon King, which was charging toward the Rat Demon King, furrowed its brow, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. Attempting to compete with this king for opportunity. Then die. Suddenly, the Rat Demon King's gaze shifted directly toward the Centipede Demon King. Mental spear, go! In the next moment, the Rat Demon King shouted angrily. Immediately, a streak of light streaked across the sky like a rainbow, piercing directly toward the Centipede Demon King. This is a talent divine ability? The Centipede Demon King was taken aback, its face filled with disbelief. Before it could react, the mental spear summoned by the Rat Demon King pierced through its head. Demon cultivators, upon reaching the level of Demon General, would awaken the inheritance of their respective racial talent divine abilities. Although the Rat Demon King was only half a step into the Demon General realm, it could still barely activate it. After being pierced through the head by the Rat Demon King's talent divine ability, the Centipede Demon King let out a mournful wail. Its 100 legs twitched wildly, and its human face twisted in agony. Finally, its expression froze, its body became stiff, and death energy enveloped it, causing it to uncontrollably fall to the ground. On the other side, the White Tiger Demon King, who had been knocked back by the Rat Demon King, trembled in shock upon seeing this. How is this possible? It hasn't even broken through to the Demon General level. How could it use a talent divine ability? The White Tiger Demon King was astonished, staring incredulously at the Rat Demon King. Just then, the Rat Demon King turned its gaze directly toward the White Tiger Demon King. Next, it's your turn. Without waiting for the White Tiger Demon King to respond, the Rat Demon King unleashed a torrent of mental power from the third eye on its forehead again. In a brief moment, another blinding mental spear took shape. Although the previous attack had consumed most of its mental energy, it had no other choice at this moment. It could only kill the White Tiger Demon King to have a chance of survival. Once the stone wall's opportunity opened, all its efforts would have been worth it. Seeing the Rat Demon King preparing to use its talent divine ability again, the White Tiger Demon King's pupils constricted, filled with dread. Just now, it had witnessed the power of that mental spear firsthand. With just one strike, it had killed the human-faced Centipede Demon King. Moreover, the White Tiger Demon King could sense that it had already been locked onto by the Rat Demon King's mental spear. There was no chance to escape. Roar! After thinking for a moment, the White Tiger Demon King roared angrily, glaring fiercely at the Rat Demon King and saying, "You want to kill me? Old thing, I won't let you off easily either." As it spoke, a glimmer of determination flashed in the White Tiger Demon King's eyes, and its entire body erupted in blazing golden patterns. Whoosh! In the next moment, the White Tiger Demon King transformed into a streak of golden light and charged directly at the Rat Demon King. The Rat Demon King's expression darkened upon seeing this. It quickly reacted, its face filled with shock. Not good, it's going to self-destruct. In the midst of its shock, the Rat Demon King had no time to think further and hurriedly directed the mental spear toward the White Tiger Demon King. In just a few breaths, the Rat Demon King's mental spear pierced through the White Tiger Demon King's body. However, the speed of the charging White Tiger Demon King showed no signs of slowing down. Boom! In less than a moment, its body had rushed to the Rat Demon King's side. "Old thing, let us die together." The White Tiger Demon King shouted furiously, its eyes filled with madness. It knew very well that under the Rat Demon King's talent divine ability, it was unlikely to escape death today. But since it was going to die, it would not let the Rat Demon King have it easy. At this moment, the Rat Demon King's heart jolted. Bang! Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted from the White Tiger Demon King's body, as if its entire being had transformed into a blinding golden sun. Following that, a deafening explosion resounded through the air. The violent force rippled out, causing the space around to collapse and twist under the power of the self-destruction. Terrifying shockwaves descended from the sky, sweeping madly in all directions. Wherever they passed, mountains shattered, trees turned to dust, and those demon minions engaged in battle were turned to powder before they could even scream. At the same time, Chen Changqing, who was hiding in the shadows, also changed his expression drastically upon witnessing this. He never expected that the White Tiger Demon King would ultimately choose self-destruction. With no time to think further, Chen Changqing quickly circulated his true energy, and a protective barrier of true energy instantly enveloped himself and the little black dog. Chapter 90. Killing the Demon General, 10. 000 AFK points boom. The energy from the White Tiger Demon King's self-detonation was still surging. This area of heaven and earth seemed to be experiencing a catastrophic disaster due to its self-explosion. After a long while, the turbulence finally subsided and the dust settled. At this moment, the area where the stone wall was located looked completely devastated, as if it had suffered a calamity. Chen Changqing removed the protective energy shield. He and the little black dog were not in the core area of the explosion. Although the shockwave was strong, it was still blocked by Chen Changqing's energy shield. Gulp. The little black dog glanced at the scene before him and couldn't help but swallow hard. The ground was cracked, mountains collapsed, and trees turned to ashes. It looked like an apocalyptic landscape. The demon clans that had been fighting earlier were all dead under the terrifying energy of the White Tiger Demon King's self-detonation. So terrifying. Is this the horror of a demon's self-detonation? The little black dog was shocked. He then looked at Chen Changqing beside him, thinking that if it weren't for Chen Changqing's protection, with his own strength, he would definitely have no chance of surviving such a self-detonation. It's this human who insisted on bringing me to this forbidden area. He is justified in protecting me. Chen Changqing didn't pay much attention to the little black dog. After removing the energy shield, his gaze began to sweep rapidly. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a spot. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the rat Demon King, who had been in midair earlier, was now lying on the ground, covered in blood and gasping for breath. Seeing that the rat Demon King was still alive, surprised Chen Changqing slightly, and he quietly exclaimed, "This guy's physique is really strong. It actually survived the self-detonation of the White Tiger Demon King at such close range." At that moment, the rat Demon King struggled to prop himself up from the ground, his eyes flashing with a mad gleam. Great eye. I survived. Seeing the White Tiger Demon King choose to self-detonate had frightened him greatly. Fortunately, although he had suffered heavy injuries, he had survived the self-detonation. Then, the rat Demon King's gaze shifted directly towards the smooth, mirror-like stone wall. Everything is worth it for the opportunity at the stone wall. The rat Demon King felt emotional. For the opportunity here, he had paid a considerable price. He had forced himself to use his innate divine ability, the spear of the mind, which had drained his mental energy. Furthermore, he had suffered heavy injuries from the self-detonation of the White Tiger Demon King. Fortunately, everything was developing as he had expected. Just as the rat Demon King was feeling pleased with himself, a voice suddenly came out. What a grand performance. Hearing this, the rat Demon King was instantly shaken, and his scarlet eyes narrowed. Who? He couldn't help but shout, quickly looking in the direction of the voice. As he looked, he saw Chen Changqing stepping out from the shadows. Seeing Chen Changqing choose to reveal himself, the little black dog was slightly taken aback, but quickly followed in his footsteps. A human? The rat Demon King's expression changed drastically upon seeing Chen Changqing. With his strength, he could naturally sense that this human, Chen Changqing, was not weak. At that moment, the rat Demon King noticed the little black dog following Chen Changqing. It couldn't help but snort coldly, looking at the little black dog with a frosty expression and saying, "Did you, an ant, bring this human to my demon clan's forbidden area? You must know that the two races, human and demon, have always been irreconcilable enemies, especially after some human cultivators enslaved demon clans as their servants. The hatred between the two races reached an irreconcilable level." Upon hearing the rat Demon King's words, the little black dog immediately felt displeased and shot a glare at the rat Demon King. "You are the ant. Your entire family are ants." He was a member of the Celestial Demon Clan, and in terms of status, he was far superior to the rat demon. The rat Demon King paid no mind to what the little black dog said and coldly replied, "As a demon, you are willing to be a dog for humans. You have brought shame to our demon clan." Upon hearing this, the little black dog was slightly stunned. He naturally realized that the rat Demon King was treating him as Chen Changqing's servant. After a brief pause, the little black dog frowned and coldly huffed. You should worry about your own predicament first." After the little black dog's remark, the rat Demon King's expression turned serious, and his gaze shifted to Chen Changqing. Earlier, he had used the spear of the mind twice, exhausting his mental energy. He had also suffered heavy injuries from the self-detonation of the White Tiger Demon King. It could be said that he was currently in his weakest state, but it was precisely at this moment that this human cultivator, Chen Changqing, had appeared. After thinking for a moment, the Rat Demon King spoke. Human, you don't think that because I'm injured, you can challenge me, do you? A mere core formation cultivator is nothing in my eyes. Even with injuries, killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant. As he spoke, the Rat Demon King's body swelled, transforming into a towering rat form. At the level of a demon warrior, they could already change their form. Chen Changqing remained calm upon seeing this. He knew very well that the Rat Demon King was merely putting on a brave face. Is that so? Then I'll give it a try. Let us see how you can easily step on me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changqing's mind moved, and the low-grade spiritual treasure, the long rainbow sword, suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, Chen Changqing had taken flight with the sword, slashing down towards the Rat Demon King. Boom! The blazing sword light surged, carrying a tremendous momentum. In less than a moment, Chen Changqing had slashed right in front of the Rat Demon King. Huh? The Rat Demon King's pupils shook at the sight. Without time to think of anything else, he hurriedly retreated to dodge. However, he was still a beat too slow, and one of his feet was directly struck by the blazing sword light. In an instant, the Rat Demon King let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the valley. One of his feet was completely severed, the wound charred black, as it had been burned by the sword energy. A spiritual treasure? The Rat Demon King gritted his teeth against the pain, his face filled with terror. How could this be? How could a mere human core formation cultivator possess a spiritual treasure? The Rat Demon King trembled, his expression filled with fear. Just as Chen Changqing had predicted, he was already at the end of his rope, merely putting on a facade of strength to scare Chen Changqing away. Just as the Rat Demon King was stunned, Chen Changqing did not hesitate and swung his sword again. Die for me. Long rainbow pierces the sun. As the sword struck, a vast sword energy enveloped the heavens and earth, the terrifying sword light resembling a great sun in the sky. In less than a moment, the brilliant sword light illuminated this forbidden area as bright as day. Under the terrifying sword intent, Chen Changqing's sword strike increased in power several times. Boom! The sword energy swept past, and a long rainbow accurately pierced into the Rat Demon King's chest. No! The Rat Demon King looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, blood gushing forth as the blazing sword energy stirred. Soon after, his life force rapidly waned, and he fell into a pool of blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Just as the Rat Demon King fell, a prompt sound also echoed in Chen Changqing's mind. Ding! Killed a half-step demon general. Reward, 10,000 AFK points. Chapter 91. Celestial Artifact Skyward Ring. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Changqing's heart shook. 10,000 points? That's a huge windfall. The points gained from killing Golden Core experts are indeed substantial. After a moment's thought, Chen Changqing couldn't help but smile. You see, when he killed cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, he only gained a few points. Killing Foundation Establishment cultivators would probably yield only a few dozen points. However, taking down a Golden Core cultivator could earn him hundreds of points. Now, having just slain this half-step demon general, the Rat Demon King, he directly obtained 10,000 points. This Rat Demon King was no ordinary Golden Core expert. It was just one step away from the Demon General realm. Chen Changqing murmured to himself. For him, these points were incredibly useful. They could significantly increase the efficiency of his cultivation while grinding. Earlier, in Qingshan Town, he had opened the Killing Calamity and accumulated quite a few points. With this latest haul, he now had tens of thousands of points. However, Chen Changqing wasn't in a hurry to use them. He planned to wait until he formed his Golden Core before making any decisions. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, the little black dog beside him was in shock. The half-step demon general Rat Demon King was killed just like that? The little black dog marveled inwardly, finding it hard to believe. Although the Rat Demon King had already consumed a lot of energy before fighting Chen Changqing, it was still a half-step demon general. What was this human's background? His cultivation was only at the Golden Core level, yet his explosive power far exceeded his realm. With this thought, the little black dog glanced at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing, having come back to his senses, didn't pay any attention to the little black dog's strange gaze. Boom! At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The smooth, mirror-like stone wall ahead suddenly opened. Immediately, waves of rich, spiritual energy surged out from within. Seeing this, both Chen Changqing and the little black dog were startled. Just then, the token that Chen Changqing had tucked in his bosom unexpectedly flew towards the stone wall uncontrollably. Damn! Seeing this, Chen Changqing's expression changed, and he shot forward like lightning, chasing after the flying token. Quick as a flash, He grabbed the token before it could enter the stone wall. However, just as Chen Changqing caught the token, a brilliant golden light erupted from within the stone wall, shining down on him. Before Chen Changqing could react, an incredibly powerful suction force suddenly enveloped him. Following that, Chen Changqing was directly pulled into the stone wall by the terrifying force. The little black dog watched in shock, its eyes filled with disbelief. It didn't think twice and immediately launched itself toward the stone wall. Unfortunately, as soon as it made contact, an invisible recoil force sent the little black dog flying. Ouch! After a brief moment, the little black dog crashed heavily to the ground, taking quite a fall. How could this be? Why could that human enter while I couldn't? The little black dog was bewildered. It knew that since the stone wall's opportunity appeared, no one had ever been able to enter. The greatest opportunity was to absorb the spiritual energy that seeped out from the stone wall. Yet now, Chen Changqing had somehow been sucked into the stone wall, leaving the little black dog utterly confused. Could it be that this human possessed great fortune? The opportunity within the stone wall must be extraordinary. The little black dog sighed. In the midst of shock, it focused its mind and turned its gaze to the corpse of the rat demon king. This rat demon king was a half-step demon general. If I devour its body, my cultivation should greatly improve. With that thought, the little black dog wasted no time and rushed towards the rat demon king's corpse, beginning to feast. Meanwhile, Chen Changqing was pulled into the stone wall. The space inside was not large. It resembled a cave. The cave was simply furnished. In the center, two objects were floating, an ancient ring and a token. Seeing this, Chen Changqing frowned slightly. Before he could think further, the black token he was holding suddenly trembled and flew out of his grasp. What? Chen Changqing exclaimed in surprise, and then saw his black token soaring to the center of the cave. In the next moment, it fused with the floating token. What is going on? The two tokens actually merged into one? Chen Changqing stared in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the newly merged token had mysterious patterns flowing across its surface, looking extraordinarily special. After a brief pause, Chen Changqing approached. With a wave of his hand, he took the newly merged token into his possession. After examining it, Chen Changqing found nothing particularly unusual about it. At this point, his gaze shifted to the ring still hovering in midair. Anything that could appear in this place was surely not an ordinary item. Saying this, Chen Changqing casually reached out and took the ring in his hand. As soon as he grasped it, a warm sensation spread throughout his body. This should be an unclaimed item, right? Chen Changqing murmured softly, not thinking too much, and directly bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ring. Boom! As soon as the blood fell, it was absorbed by the ring. Immediately, the ring erupted with dazzling light and automatically slipped onto Chen Changqing's finger. At the same time, information about the ring flooded into his mind like a tide. The ring was called the Skyward Ring. It was a celestial artifact level item. It contained an enormous storage space that would expand as its owner's cultivation increased. Eventually, it could even evolve into a small world. In addition, the Skyward Ring also came with a protective shield that could be activated once a year to completely block an external attack. Using the shield required spiritual energy, and once depleted, the Skyward Ring would automatically absorb spiritual energy to replenish itself. After understanding the information about this ring, Chen Changqing couldn't help but be astounded. What? Did I hear that right? This ring is actually of celestial artifact level? Chen Changqing exclaimed, his mind shaken, and it took him a long time to calm down. You see, the most powerful magical tool he owned was the Changhong sword, which was only a low-grade spiritual treasure. Yet this Skyward Ring was a celestial artifact. Treasures of this level could even be a sect's treasure in the Shushan Holy Land. It could also activate a protective shield once a year, completely blocking external damage. He just didn't know what level of external damage it could withstand. But since it was a celestial artifact, the damage it could block would not be ordinary. Chen Changqing thought to himself, taking a deep breath. With a thought, he began to explore the interior of the Skyward Ring. To his surprise, he discovered that there were actually 3 cultivation manuals stored within the ring's internal space. Chapter 92. The Ascendant Celestial Emperor. What? There's still gains? Chen Changqing's heart shook. His face filled with disbelief. He initially thought that obtaining the Ascendant Ring, a celestial artifact, was already a great fortune. Who would have thought that within the internal space of the Ascendant Ring, there were 3 manuals of cultivation techniques? Additionally, Chen Changqing was shocked to find that all 3 manuals emanated an ancient and powerful aura. Could they be the techniques left behind by the previous owner of the Ascendant Ring? Suddenly, a thought emerged in Chen Changqing's mind. As soon as he thought of this, he didn't hesitate and directly extracted the 3 manuals from the Ascendant Ring. Then, he took one of the manuals to examine. This manual was titled Primordial 9 Transformations of Body Refinement. For a cultivator to ascend to the supreme path, they must forge an indestructible golden body, achieving sanctification through 9 transformations, capable of plucking stars and extinguishing the heavens and earth. The opening lines contained just these few sentences. But even this was enough to leave Chen Changqing stunned. Primordial 9 Transformations of Body Refinement? What kind of technique is this? Chen Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, he continued to look through it. After reviewing, he gained a rough understanding of the primordial 9 transformations of body refinement. For a cultivator to step into a higher realm, in addition to cultivating their own magical power, they also need a powerful physical body. The primordial 9 transformations of body refinement can help cultivators forge an invincible body. The entire technique is divided into 9 transformations, each one representing a day and a world. When the 9 transformations are perfected, one can attain the supreme path. After briefly skimming through the primordial 9 transformations of body refinement, Chen Changqing's mind was in turmoil. This body refinement technique is actually a top-tier method that leads directly to the sanctification of the physical body. Chen Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. After taking a deep breath, he finally calmed his agitated mind and turned to the second manual. The first 2 manuals were so remarkable. The third manual must not be inferior either. Saying this, Chen Changqing did not delay and directly opened the third manual to examine it. Supreme Golden Pill Cultivation Method? Upon seeing the name of the technique, Chen Changqing couldn't help but frown. Another cultivation method? Furthermore, it seemed specifically aimed at the golden pill realm. While musing, Chen Changqing continued to look through it. After a thorough examination, he was completely shaken. What? There is such a cultivation method? Chen Changqing's face was filled with disbelief. The Supreme Golden Pill Cultivation Method is the cultivation technique of the Ascendant Celestial Emperor. For ordinary cultivators, forming a single golden pill is already extremely difficult. Those with exceptional talent might form 2. Yet this technique requires the condensation of 9 golden pills. Moreover, after entering the golden pill realm, to obtain subsequent techniques, one must find other tokens to unlock them. The Ascendant Celestial Emperor? That must be the previous owner of the Ascendant Ring, right? A Celestial Emperor? What kind of existence is that? Capable of creating such a terrifying cultivation method to condense 9 golden pills within one's body. The resource consumption required is 9 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Chen Changqing was utterly shocked. On one hand, he was astonished by the identity of the Ascendant Celestial Emperor. On the other hand, the Supreme Golden Pill Cultivation Method was indeed daunting. Although it was extremely challenging to cultivate, if one were to follow this path, they would completely crush others of the same rank, truly becoming invincible at the same level. However, the subsequent cultivation methods would need to be sought after one by one. As he contemplated, Chen Changqing began to hesitate. After all, there was already a complete cultivation method laid out before him. The Supreme Longevity Technique could allow him to cultivate all the way to the realm of immortals. But if he chose the Supreme Golden Pill Cultivation Method, he could only ensure that he had a method for the Golden Pill realm, and would need to continue searching for the rest. After hesitating for a moment, a glint of determination suddenly flashed in Chen Changqing's eyes. Damn it, what is there to hesitate about? I'm a transmigrator. Since I am to walk the path of cultivation, I must cultivate the strongest method and walk the most invincible path. If I cannot find the subsequent cultivation methods, I can always practice other techniques. Soon, Chen Changqing's mind was made up. System. Activate the primordial 9 transformations of body refinement and Supreme Golden Pill Cultivation Method. As his thoughts echoed, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Primordial 9 transformations of body refinement cultivation activated successfully. Supreme Golden Pill Cultivation Method cultivation activated successfully. Following this, 2 small golden figures appeared in Chen Changqing's sea of consciousness. One began practicing the primordial 9 transformations of body refinement. The other, naturally, began cultivating the Supreme Golden Pill Cultivation Method. As the Supreme Golden Pill Cultivation Method was activated, the little golden figure that was originally practicing the Shushan Heart Method automatically dissipated. It seemed that only one cultivation method could be activated at a time. Chen Changqing murmured to himself. Then, without further thought, he sent another command. System, consume points to enhance cultivation efficiency. Soon, the system responded. Ding. Consume points. 30,000 points. Cultivation efficiency increased tenfold. Hearing the system's announcement, Chen Changqing nodded in satisfaction. Originally, he had planned to wait until he broke through to the golden pill stage before using the points to enhance his cultivation efficiency. But now, having obtained a better method, he couldn't wait any longer. This is exhilarating. Chen Changqing felt refreshed. He thought that this trip to the forbidden area yielded extraordinary results. He had obtained the celestial artifact, Ascendant Ring, and 3 incredibly powerful cultivation manuals from its space. After calming his mind, Chen Changqing didn't linger in this space any longer and swiftly emerged from the stone wall. Just as he leaped out of the stone wall, a huge black shadow suddenly lunged towards him like lightning. Chen Changqing, seeing it, couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? You are." Chapter 93. A month later. Forming a contract, what appeared was a majestic black giant beast charging towards Chen Changqing. This black giant beast was taller than Chen Changqing. Its entire body covered in glossy black fur that reflected the sunlight, with a silver pattern faintly visible on its forehead. In addition, the black giant beast exuded a powerful aura, comparable to that of a human cultivator at the core formation stage. As Chen Changqing was momentarily stunned, the black giant beast had already lunged in front of him. Chen Changqing instinctively took 2 steps back. Seeing this, the black giant beast was taken aback. Its eyes filled with confusion. Human, you don't recognize me anymore? After a brief hesitation, the black giant beast asked. Chen Changqing furrowed his brows and looked at the black giant beast again. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to see some resemblance to the little black dog he had encountered earlier. What the? You can't be the little black dog that followed me before, right? Hearing Chen Changqing's words, the black giant beast's expression darkened, and it huffed angrily. You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. How many times do I have to tell you? I am of the Celestial Demon Clan, not a dog demon. With the black giant beast's words, Chen Changqing immediately understood. The creature before him was indeed the little black dog he had met earlier. Strange. Have you taken hormones? How did you grow so big? And your cultivation level is comparable to the core formation stage. Chen Changqing remembered clearly that before he was sucked into the stone wall, the little black dog was quite small and only had the cultivation of a demon apprentice. How long has it been? The little black dog had grown into such a massive creature, and its cultivation had reached a level rivaling that of a human at core formation. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, the big black dog rolled its eyes at him disdainfully and said, "You're the one who took hormones. Don't you know you've been inside the stone wall for almost a month? I thought you had died in there." Startled by the big black dog's statement, Chen Changqing exclaimed, "What? I've been in there for a month? I thought it was only a short while." Chen Changqing's face was filled with disbelief. He hadn't done much after being sucked into the stone wall. He found the sky-treading ring and a token. The token fused with the one he had obtained earlier. Inside the sky-treading ring's storage space, he acquired 3 incredible cultivation techniques. He only took a look at those techniques and then started training passively. Other than that, he hadn't done anything else. So how could almost a month have passed? Seeing Chen Changqing's astonished expression, the big black dog squinted slightly and muttered, "You can't be that slow, right? I was starting to think if you didn't come out soon, I wouldn't wait for you anymore." Hearing this, Chen Changqing snapped back to reality and understood. The flow of time in the stone wall space was different from the outside world. Although it seemed like he had only spent a short time inside, almost a month had passed outside. After thinking for a moment, Chen Changqing looked at the big black dog and smiled. "You become like this because you devoured the Mouse Demon King, right?" When he first met the little black dog, it had mentioned that it was not a dog demon, but from the Celestial Demon Clan. Moreover, it had the Celestial Demon Clan's devouring talent, which allowed it to enhance its cultivation by consuming the corpses of other beasts. The Mouse Demon King had decent cultivation, being at the half-step demon general level, equivalent to a human at the peak of the core formation stage. Naturally, the little black dog wouldn't miss such a feast while he was inside the stone wall. After devouring the Mouse Demon King's corpse, it had gained a significant increase in both size and cultivation. Truly worthy of the Celestial Demon Clan, such devouring talent is indeed terrifying. In just a month, there was such an improvement, Chen Changqing thought to himself. It should be noted that a month ago, the little black dog was merely at the demon apprentice level, comparable to the Qi refinement stage of human cultivators. After consuming the Mouse Demon King's corpse, Its cultivation had skyrocketed to this level. The time required for human cultivators to progress from chi refinement to core formation is not short. Even with the passive training system, it wouldn't be this fast. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, the big black dog didn't hide anything and nodded, saying, "You're smart." Chen Changqing smiled slightly and didn't take it too seriously. He thought that the little black dog's encounter with him was a stroke of luck. After a moment of pause, he said, "Since so much time has passed, I need to head back. Well then, let us meet again if fate allows." Saying this, Chen Changqing reached out and gently patted the big black dog's head, intending to leave. After all, he had an appointment to duel with by Hao, who was ranked 10th on the 100-strong list, including all the time spent. Almost 2 months had passed, and only a month remained until their duel. What Chen Changqing did not expect was that just as he turned around, the big black dog suddenly bit onto his pant leg. Chen Changqing paused and looked back. At that moment, he met the big black dog's gaze. "What? You want to follow me?" After a brief eye contact, Chen Changqing asked. Upon hearing this, the big black dog was slightly taken aback, then nodded, saying, "That's right." After following Chen Changqing for some time, it had gained quite a bit of fortune. It felt that being with Chen Changqing would allow it to go further and higher. Seeing the big black dog nod, Chen Changqing showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment of consideration, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a contract scroll glowing with golden light appeared in his palm. "If you truly want to follow me, then let us form a spirit pet contract." This spirit pet contract was something Chen Changqing obtained in the sacred land of Shushan. As the saying goes, one must always be cautious of others. Chen Changqing wouldn't easily allow an unknown demon to follow him. Taking out this spirit pet contract was also to ensure everything was secure. The big black dog hesitated upon seeing the spirit pet contract. It understood that if the contract was signed, its life and death would be completely in Chen Changqing's hands. "I still have a deep-seated grudge to settle. It will be difficult to do it alone. Since that is the case, then, I'll take the risk." After contemplating for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in the big black dog's eyes, and it looked back at Chen Changqing, saying, "All right, I agree to form a spirit pet contract with you." Then, under Chen Changqing's guidance, the big black dog completed the signing of the contract. As the spirit pet contract was finalized, a strand of Chen Changqing's divine consciousness appeared deep within the big black dog's soul. This strand of divine consciousness was something the big black dog could not control. However, if Chen Changqing wished, he could easily crush its consciousness and soul with that strand. Chapter 94. Sweeping the Demon Mansion, Harvesting Abundantly. Seeing that the big black dog had formed a contract with him, Chen Changqing felt relieved and smiled. "From now on, you will follow me. But isn't your size a bit too conspicuous?" After devouring the corpse of the mouse demon king, the little black dog had grown significantly in size, standing taller than Chen Changqing and exuding an imposing presence. Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, the big black dog instantly understood and shook its body. When he looked again, its massive form was shrinking at a visible rate. In no time, it transformed back into the small form it had when it first met Chen Changqing. The only difference was that a silver inscription on its forehead had become more pronounced. Seeing this, Chen Changqing nodded in satisfaction and said, "By the way, let's give you a name. How about Wankai?" Chen Changqing thought of the little black dog he had raised in his previous life, which was also named Wankai. Moreover, the reason he had saved the little black dog earlier was that it bore some resemblance to Wankai. Wankai. The little black dog frowned upon hearing the name Chen Changqing had chosen for it. It was evident that it did not want such a name. "Master, can't you choose another name? Wankai is too plain." Chen Changqing chuckled and said, "It's Wankai." Hearing this, the little black dog let out a helpless sigh and reluctantly accepted the name. Then, Chen Changqing grinned and changed the topic. "Wankai, you should know where the lairs of the 3 demon kings are, right?" Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Wansai's eyes lit up, clearly understanding the implication. The white tiger demon king, the human-faced centipede demon king, and the mouse demon king were all dead now. Chen Changqing wanted to raid their lairs. "I know. I'll lead the way for you, master." With that, Wankai bared its white canine teeth and dashed out first. Chen Changqing, seeing this, didn't hesitate and followed closely on his sword. Before long, under Wansai's guidance, Chen Changqing arrived at Tiger Howl Cliff. This was the lair of the white tiger demon king. Inside the lair, there were restrictions left by the white tiger demon king, which Chen Changqing broke with a single sword strike. To his surprise, the lair contained a mountain of spirit stones, all glittering. Wankai, seeing this, excitedly said, "Master, there must be tens of thousands of spirit stones here." Chen Changqing smiled faintly, waved his hand lightly, and collected the tens of thousands of spirit stones into his Tatian ring. Then, the man and dog continued to scour the White Tiger Demon King's lair. Eventually, they found a cold jade treasure box deep within the lair. Inside the box were 3 blood-red, thousand-year blood ginsengs neatly arranged. Chen Changqing, of course, did not hold back and took them directly. After thoroughly searching the White Tiger Demon King's lair, Wang Kai led Chen Changqing to the lair of the human-faced Centipede Demon King. The lair of the Centipede Demon King was in a 100-leg cave. It was dark and damp inside, with poisonous insects and plants everywhere. Here, Chen Changqing collected quite a few precious poisonous herbs. In addition, he found some spirit stones and magical artifacts. After emptying the treasures in the Centipede Demon King's lair, Wang Kai took Chen Changqing to the lair of the Mouse Demon King. This Mouse Demon King was cunning. It had built its lair in a giant ancient tree. Mice are always good at hiding, Chen Changqing thought to himself, then entered with Wang Kai. After breaking the restrictions in the tree hollow, Chen Changqing and Wang Kai began to search. They found a good number of spirit stones. What shocked Chen Changqing the most was that they found 3 talismans in the Mouse Demon King's lair. Each of these talismans emanated a golden purple glow, and the power of the talismans was overwhelming. These 3 talismans appear to be crafted by a powerful Taoist. Their power was likely even greater than the talisman Elder Lu Mu had given him. Chen Changqing muttered to himself. When he had left Shushan earlier, Lu Mu had given him a talisman he had refined, containing the full power of Lu Mu's late-stage golden core cultivation. It was thanks to that talisman that Chen Changqing had killed the golden core powerhouse, Li Ran, the ancestor of the Li family in Qingshan Town. The power of these 3 talismans seemed to surpass the one Lu Mu had given him. They must have been crafted by a nascent soul real person. Chen Changqing was astonished at such a collection in the Mouse Demon King's lair. Unfortunately, he was not a human cultivator and could not activate these 3 talismans. Otherwise, carrying these 3 talismans would be equivalent to having 3 life-saving charms. Chen Changqing sighed and then, without further thought, directly stored the 3 talismans into his Tatian ring. Wang Kai, we should go. He then glanced at Wang Kai, who nodded in response. Chen Changqing didn't delay, soaring into the sky on his sword with Wang Kai. Soon, the man and dog flew out of the mountains. Time passed quietly. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had gone by. At this moment, Chen Changqing arrived at a small town with Wang Kai, planning to rest for a day before continuing their journey. However, upon entering the town, Chen Changqing noticed that the sky above seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black mist. He looked at an inn by the street and led Wang Kai inside. Let's stay at this ULI inn. Upon seeing guests arrive, the innkeeper quickly approached with a smile. Welcome, sir. Are you here for a meal or to stay? Chen Changqing smiled faintly and said, First, get me some food and drink, then prepare a room for me. Sure, sir. The innkeeper then led Chen Changqing to a vacant table. Chen Changqing casually ordered a few dishes. Wang Kai jumped onto the chair, looking at Chen Changqing with a puzzled expression. After all, at Chen Changqing's level of cultivation, he had long since stopped eating. Chen Changqing didn't explain anything. Occasionally tasting the delicacies of the mortal world was a unique experience. Just as the innkeeper was about to go prepare the dishes, a figure hurriedly approached and sat down right in front of Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing frowned slightly and looked at the newcomer. Upon closer inspection, he saw that this person was a monk dressed in robes, with a string of shiny prayer beads around his neck. Ba, may I share a table with you, benefactor? The monk clasped his hands together and smiled at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing hesitated upon hearing this. There were plenty of empty tables in the inn's hall. Why did the monk choose to sit with him? After a moment's thought, Chen Changqing replied lightly, Please go ahead. Seeing that Chen Changqing agreed, the monk wasted no time and turned to the innkeeper. Young man, bring me 3 pounds of soy sauce beef, a roast chicken, and 2 jugs of old wine. Hearing the monk's order, the innkeeper was left speechless, and Chen Changqing wore a look of surprise as well. Noticing their expressions, the monk smiled casually and said, Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Chen Changqing chuckled lightly and secretly mused. This monk is quite interesting. Chapter 95 in the Lower Shushan. Li Feiyu. The innkeeper was taken aback when he heard the monk asking for wine and meat. Seeing this, the monk raised his eyebrows slightly and urged, Innkeeper, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and prepare the food and drink. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper came to his senses and nodded repeatedly, saying, All right, I'll prepare it for the master right away. While saying this, the innkeeper couldn't help but think, so, he's a wine and meat monk. Chen Changqing didn't pay much attention to this. He was more curious as to why, despite the many empty seats in the inn's hall, the monk chose to share a table with him. There must be something more to this. Before long, the food and wine ordered by Chen Changqing and the monk were served at the table. Chen Changqing began to eat. The monk noticed this, smiled faintly, and then also began to eat heartily. Burp. After a hearty meal, the monk couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp, and his shiny, rosy cheeks looked just like a Mithriya Buddha. Then, the monk turned his gaze directly towards Chen Changqing and spoke first, benefactor. I believe you are also attracted here by the demonic aura in this town, right? Huh? Hearing the monk's words, Chen Changqing slightly squinted. He thought that after satisfying his hunger, the monk would finally reveal his true intentions. When he first arrived in this small town, he had noticed the eerie dark aura enveloping the area. However, Chen Changqing didn't pay much attention to it. The monk's meaning is to exorcise demons? Upon hearing Chen Changqing's question, the monk nodded, having noticed Chen Changqing's expression. It was clear that Chen Changqing was aware of the demonic aura in the town. After a slight pause, the monk spoke. I can see that you possess righteous energy between your brows. You must be a person of the righteous path. I am Rujia from Tianyin Temple. May I ask which treasure mountain you cultivate on? Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing's eyes lit up. Tianyin Temple? He had certainly heard of it. It was an affiliated sect of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which was considered a top presence among first-rate powers. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, like Shushan, was one of the 10 holy places of the righteous sections. He didn't expect this wine and meat monk to come from Tianyin Temple. Chen Changqing secretly sighed. Thinking that the monk had introduced himself, he couldn't be rude. He quickly replied, So, it is Master Rujia. I am from Shushan. Li Feiyu. When traveling in the world, one should not easily reveal their true name. Using a pseudonym is always wise. Shushan? Upon hearing what Chen Changqing said, Rujia was visibly excited and quickly slapped his thigh, saying, So, it's a fellow cultivator from Shushan. No wonder I felt a special connection when I saw Benefactor Li. It's because we are kindred spirits. Hearing Rujia's words, Wang Kai, who was lying on the bench, couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, Chen Changqing smiled slightly and asked, Master Rujia, what exactly has happened in this small town? I just happened to pass by today. Rujia, upon hearing this, did not hide anything and directly replied, Benefactor Li, a few days ago, I passed through here and discovered that there was an eerie, dark aura enveloping the place, which I suspect is due to some evil spirits causing trouble. So, I stopped here to investigate. To my surprise, I really discovered a strange place. At this point, Rujia paused slightly before adding, Originally, I planned to wait for the elders of the temple to arrive before investigating further. Now that I have encountered Benefactor Li, I believe that with the strength of the two of us, we should be able to take action to resolve this. Rujia was not speaking falsely. He had indeed transmitted the strange happenings of this place back to Tianyin Temple. However, encountering Chen Changqing at the inn led him to have other thoughts. It was apparent that Chen Changqing was not weak and had achieved the late stage of the Golden Core realm. He was at the same cultivation level as Rujia. From the demonic aura emanating from the town, it seemed that the demons causing trouble here were at most at the Golden Core level. If the two of them teamed up, there was a chance to eliminate them. If they could really achieve this, it would bring Rujia considerable merit, greatly benefiting his cultivation. Hearing what Rujia said, Chen Changqing secretly laughed. He thought that this wine and meat monk was indeed good at making plans. Not only did he not need to wait for reinforcements, but he could also pick up a helper for free. He knew very well that the Buddhist practice places great importance on merit. Rujia inviting him to exorcise demons was indeed driven by the desire for merit. After all, if they waited for the elders of Tianyin Temple to arrive, there would be no place for him then. Of course, although he saw through Rujia's calculations, Chen Changqing didn't mind and said lightly, What Master Rujia said is very true. Exorcising demons and safeguarding the righteous path is indeed the duty of us disciples of Shushan. Hearing Chen Changqing's response, Rujia was overjoyed. He originally thought that Chen Changqing would be hesitant and then propose some conditions. Who would have thought that Chen Changqing would agree so readily? Ha! After a brief silence, Rujia let out a hearty laugh. Good. If there were more righteous people like Benefactor Li in the world, why would we worry about peace in the world? Innkeeper, bring the wine. Saying this, Rujia quickly called out to the innkeeper. Before long, 2 jars of good wine were served on the table. Benefactor Li, I toast to you. Rujia raised the wine jar, looking sincerely at Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing, with a calm expression, raised a wine jar and drank deeply with Ru Jie. Although he knew that Ru Jie invited him to exorcise demons for ulterior motives, Chen Changqing didn't mind. He was also very curious to see what kind of demons were lurking in this place. Since Ru Jie had invited him to join forces, they must not be weak. After all, Chen Changqing had noticed from the beginning that the other party's cultivation was not weak, being at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. If the demons were at the Golden Core level, killing them would yield a significant amount of experience points. Chen Changqing thought to himself, killing a Golden Core existence could earn him several hundred experience points. However, if it were a demon at the Golden Core level, killing it would yield at least 1,000 experience points. Previously, when he killed the Rat Demon King, it had the strength of a half-step demon general, equivalent to a human cultivator who had 1 foot in the Purple Mansion realm, and he received a full 30,000 experience points as a reward. Later, Chen Changqing unexpectedly obtained the Sky-Ascending Ring in that stone wall cave, and from the ring, he acquired 3 heaven-defying techniques. Originally, he had planned to wait until he broke through to the Golden Core realm before using the experience points. However, after obtaining the 3 heaven-defying techniques, he used 30,000 experience points to accelerate his progress. After that, Chen Changqing enjoyed a feast with Ru Jie, and then took Wang Kai back to his room to rest. Master, that monk clearly has ulterior motives. Why did you agree to join him? As soon as they returned to the room, Wang Kai spoke in human language. It had been holding back its frustration. Chapter 96. A prophecy comes true. The black dog's blood breaks the barrier. Just now at the dining table, Wang Kai noticed that Ru Jie, the monk, was eager to invite Chen Changqing to exorcise demons together. In its view, this wine-drinking monk must have ulterior motives. If it weren't for the concern of exposing its demon identity, it would have confronted Ru Jie right then and there. Hearing what Wang Kai said, Chen Changqing smiled faintly and replied, Wang Kai, I know that monk has his own plans. He is a practitioner of Buddhism and values merit greatly. This demon slaying must be of great benefit to his own cultivation. Wang Kai nodded and curiously asked, This monk is good, but what about you, master? Are you just helping for nothing? As it spoke, Wang Kai looked up at Chen Changqing. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing smiled meaningfully and responded, Who told you I can't gain benefits from this? Wang Kai was taken aback and then curiously asked, What benefits can you gain, master? Chen Changqing smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Wang Kai was perceptive enough not to ask further. It understood very well that its master was mysterious and unpredictable. Next, Chen Changqing and Wang Kai rested in the guest room. Unknowingly, the night grew deep. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door startled Chen Changqing and Wang Kai awake. Immediately afterward, Ru Jie's voice came from outside the door. Li Shizhu, we can set off now. Hearing this, Chen Changqing got up and opened the door. Upon seeing, Ru Jie had changed into a golden, shining robe, with a string of luminous prayer beads hanging around his neck. Seeing Ru Jie in this attire, Chen Changqing was slightly surprised. Before he could say anything, Ru Jie turned his gaze to the little black dog beside Chen Changqing. Li Shizhu, you shouldn't bring this little dog along, he said. Chen Changqing came to his senses and smiled lightly. It's fine. His name is Wang Kai, and bringing him along might be useful. As he spoke, Chen Changqing waved his hand lightly, and an invisible stream of true qi enveloped Wang Kai. When they looked again, Wang Kai was already in Chen Changqing's arms. Chen Changqing gently stroked Wang Kai's head. Seeing this, Ru Jie frowned slightly, feeling dubious inside. This Li Shizhu has quite a personality and likes to keep pets. But isn't bringing such a little dog along going to hinder his cultivation? While Ru Jie was lost in thought, Chen Changqing smiled and said, Master Ru Jie, let's set off. Hearing this, Ru Jie nodded. Since Chen Changqing insisted on bringing Wang Kai, he didn't say much more. Soon, the 3 of them left the inn and flew away. Unlike Chen Changqing's sword flight, Ru Jie used the Buddhist technique of step-by-step lotus, which, although his figure was somewhat plump, appeared remarkably agile under this technique. Before long, Chen Changqing and Wang Kai, under Ru Jie's guidance, left the small town. Li Shizhu, just a bit further ahead, and we'll arrive. Ru Jie turned back to remind Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing nodded, not thinking much of it. Soon, the 3 of them passed through a forest. Ru Jie landed on the ground, and Chen Changqing followed closely with Wang Kai. At this moment, Ru Jie's gaze was fixed straight ahead. Upon closer inspection, under the faint moonlight, there was a thick mist ahead. The mist looked extremely eerie and dense, and the moonlight could hardly penetrate it. Seeing this, Chen Changqing quickly released his spiritual sense to investigate, but strangely, his spiritual sense could not penetrate at all. My spiritual sense can't investigate? Hearing Chen Changqing's doubts, Ru Jie nodded slightly and said, Li Shizhu, this place I have visited several times before. The mist ahead cannot be penetrated by spiritual sense, as if there is an invisible barrier isolating it. After saying this, Ru Jie paused and then asked, I wonder if Li Shizhu has any way to break it? Chen Changqing frowned and released his spiritual sense again. Unfortunately, when his spiritual sense entered, it was like a cow sinking into the sea. It's no use. It feels like there's a barrier in the mist. Try to investigate with spiritual sense is simply impossible. Upon hearing this, Ru Jie's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but sigh, alas. It seems we will return empty-handed tonight. As he spoke, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Ru Jie's eyes. He had initially thought that by inviting Chen Changqing, the latter would have a way to break through the mist. Who would have thought that Chen Changqing also couldn't do it? Just then, Chen Changqing's eyes brightened as he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Master Ru Jie, there's no need to be discouraged. I have a way to break through this mist. Upon hearing this, Ru Jie immediately became interested and looked at Chen Changqing with excitement. What method? Chen Changqing didn't rush to answer Ru Jie. Instead, he looked down at the little black dog, Wang Kai, who was standing beside him. Suddenly being stared at by Chen Changqing, Wang Kai became flustered, thinking, what is my master looking at me for? Is he considering using me to break through the mist? Just then, Chen Changqing smiled meaningfully and said, Wang Kai, bear with it. I need to use your blood. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai let out a whimper, feeling wronged. Although somewhat reluctant, since Chen Changqing had spoken, it had no choice but to agree. Following that, Chen Changqing did not delay, condensing true qi in his hand and making a small cut on Wang Kai's body. Then, drops of red blood floated up and condensed in Chen Changqing's hand. Master Ru Jie, this black dog's blood can break all evil charms. Upon hearing this, Ru Jie was taken aback, looking somewhat astonished. Wang Kai was slightly stunned, feeling somewhat indignant. Why does my master still treat me like a dog? I've explained many times that I am of the celestial demon clan. My bloodline power is far more noble than that of a dog demon. While the two of them were lost in thought, Chen Changqing did not delay and directly threw the blood he had condensed into the mist. Sizzle. In less than a moment, the blood droplets fell into the mist, producing a strange sound. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. As soon as those blood droplets touched the mist, it was like hot oil poured onto snow. Soon, the previously dense mist began to churn and quickly dissolved, revealing a path ahead. This works? Rui is silently marveled. Earlier at the inn, he had advised Chen Changqing not to bring the little black dog, but unexpectedly, Chen Changqing's words became a prophecy, and the blood of this little black dog turned out to be so effective, truly helping them. Let's go. At this time, Chen Changqing's voice rang out. Following that, the three of them did not hesitate and walked along the revealed path. Once inside, Chen Changqing discovered that, just as he had suspected, there was indeed a barrier beyond the mist. Chapter 97. The Underworld Inn, lurking in the shadows. The Golden Core, Ghost Granny. Soon, the two people and one dog passed through the broken barrier. What appeared before them was a gloomy area, shrouded in a thin layer of white mist. Hazy and eerily quiet. Li Daoyu, the ghostly aura here is quite strong, Ru Jie said with a serious expression. Chen Changqing nodded slightly, not delaying, and continued to move forward. After a while, the two and the dog reached the end of a desolate mountain path. Upon focusing his gaze, a tavern came into view. The tavern was entirely made of wood, with a few lanterns hanging from the eaves swaying in the wind, making creaking sounds. Above the tavern's entrance, a weathered sign hung, with the words Underworld written in bloody strokes. Seeing this, Chen Changqing exchanged a glance with Ru Jie. Subsequently, the two and the dog concealed their figures and silently flew to the rooftop of the tavern. Looking down, they saw several women in the courtyard chatting and laughing. A closer inspection revealed that these women had no feet on the ground, their faces pale, devoid of any breath of the living. Chen Changqing frowned slightly, muttering in suspicion, could it be ghosts? Since arriving in this world, he had learned of the existence of ghosts. This was the first time he had seen them with his own eyes. In contrast to Chen Changqing's surprise, Ru Jie seemed unfazed. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, he likely had dealings with ghosts before. Just some minor characters, he thought. He wondered if he could wait here to encounter a more powerful evil spirit. This time, inviting Chen Changqing to exorcise evil was for the sake of great merit. However, simply killing some minor ghosts was not his goal. The few female ghosts in the courtyard were completely unaware of Chen Changqing and Ru Jie's arrival, still engaged in conversation. Yesterday, I brought a few men's vitality for Granny. I wonder how many I can get today, one female ghost said proudly. Upon hearing this, another female ghost complained, people in the town are becoming more and more vigilant. Yesterday, that scholar almost recognized me when I transformed into his deceased wife. Just as the female ghosts were conversing, a powerful gust of chilling wind suddenly swept through the courtyard. Boom! Following that, a terrifying aura descended instantly. The female ghosts all fell silent, quickly kneeling on the ground. Before long, a figure slowly floated in from outside the courtyard. The figure was an old woman, slightly hunched, dressed in a shiny black robe, surrounded by swirling ghostly energy. Almost tangible. As the old woman arrived, the temperature of the entire tavern plummeted. Granny. The female ghosts present respectfully called out upon seeing the black-clad old woman. At the same time, Ru Jie, hiding on the tavern's rooftop, was taken aback and whispered, "It's actually a ghost general." It was evident that Ru Jie was quite excited. Just moments ago, he had been wondering if he could wait here to encounter a powerful ghost. Who would have thought that a ghost of general level would appear so soon? Chen Changqing maintained his usual composure, fully aware that in this world, the human race had its own cultivation levels, while the demon and ghost races also had their classifications. In the ghost race, the cultivation levels from low to high were minor ghost, major ghost, fierce ghost, ghost general, ghost deity, ghost king, ghost emperor, and ghost monarch. These corresponded to the human cultivation levels, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and so on. This black-clad ghost granny was a ghost general, equivalent to a golden core existence among human cultivators, indicating considerable strength. Golden core? Chen Changqing murmured quietly, his eyes lighting up. In his view, this ghost granny was a prime target for him. At that moment, the ghost granny looked at the kneeling female ghosts, her expression darkening as she commanded, "Bring the person up." With the ghost granny's command, several minor ghosts dragged a woman into the courtyard. These minor ghosts had terrifying appearances. Some looked like waterlogged paper figures, while others had mouths stretched to their ears, revealing sharp fangs. Granny, the woman being dragged up, dressed in white and looking beautiful, quickly knelt and pleaded, "Granny, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The ghost granny showed no mercy to the woman's pleas, her hollow eyes emitting a cold glare. "In my presence, you must follow my rules. You still dare to think of escaping?" Saying this, the ghost granny waved her hand. Suddenly, a long whip appeared in her grasp. The next moment, without hesitation, she swung the whip. Crack! The whip struck the female ghost like a slithering snake. Ah! As the whip fell, the female ghost screamed in pain, a dark mark appearing on her snow-white clothing, black energy slowly rising. "Granny, please let me go. I really won't dare to run away again." The female ghost looked at the ghost granny with a pleading expression. Oomph. The ghost granny disregarded her completely, the whip dancing like a dragon. Crack, crack, crack. Each time the whip fell, a black mark would appear on the white-clad female ghost, her piercing screams filling the entire tavern. The other female ghosts who were kneeling on the ground watched in fear, all trembling. Everyone knew that the ghost granny punishing the white-clad ghost publicly was to intimidate them. Meanwhile, Chen Changqing, hiding on the tavern's rooftop, frowned upon witnessing this scene. Damn, why does the scene look like something out of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, the dog, Wang Kai, curled up its legs, trying to make itself more comfortable. Unexpectedly, it accidentally knocked a tile down. Crack! In just a few breaths, the tile fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Who? The ghost granny instantly sensed it, her whip striking towards the rooftop without hesitation. Damn! Chen Changqing was speechless upon seeing this. Without time to think about anything else, the long-hung sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the whip to counter it. Whoosh! Bang! In less than a moment, the two forces collided, producing a deafening sound. Having been exposed, Chen Changqing and Ru Jie no longer concealed themselves and directly flew down from the rooftop, landing in the courtyard. Wang Kai followed closely beside Chen Changqing, looking embarrassed and keeping its head down. A human cultivator? Upon seeing Chen Changqing appear, all the ghostly beings present became alert. However, the ghost granny merely looked on with indifference, clearly recognizing that Chen Changqing and Ru Jie were just mere golden core cultivators. Chapter 98. Walking AFK Point? Ghostly Grandma. Magical powers. The ghostly grandma is at the ghost general level, equivalent to the golden core stage of human cultivators. Two Golden Core juniors are naturally beneath her notice. Human cultivators, do you not realize you are overstepping your bounds? The ghostly grandma said coldly, her chilling gaze lingering on Chen Changqing and Rujia. Chen Changqing smiled faintly, and before he could speak, Rujia shouted loudly, "You ghostly creatures dare to harm mortals here. You should quickly—" Boom! To Rujia's surprise, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Changqing had already raised his sword and charged out. What? Doistli. Rujia stamped his foot in a panic. Chen Changqing ignored Rujia. What is the point of reasoning with ghosts? He had no mood for idle chatter. He just wanted to act. Swish. Bang. In less than a moment, Chen Changqing had slashed down in front of Small Ghost. The small ghost hadn't reacted to what was happening when a beam of sword light passed through, and its body was immediately split in half. The wailing echoed as the small ghost turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. At the same time, a system notification rang in Chen Changqing's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a small ghost. Received AFK points, 12 points. Hearing the system notification, Chen Changqing's spirit was lifted, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. This small ghost was equivalent to the chi refining stage among human cultivators. Although the AFK points gained were not much, even a small mosquito is still meat, better than nothing. The ghostly grandma's expression darkened upon seeing Chen Changqing take action. Seeking death. All of you, come at me. With the ghostly grandma's command, numerous small ghosts rushed toward Chen Changqing. In addition, two fierce ghosts also charged at him. Boom, boom. In an instant, the chilling wind howled, and the cries of ghosts filled the air, turning the entire into a hellish scene. Just perfect. Chen Changqing saw this and was not surprised, but rather delighted, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc. After all, for him, these were all walking AFK points, especially those two fierce ghosts, which were equivalent to the golden core cultivators of the human race. Killing them would yield at least hundreds of AFK points. Long rainbow swath technique. Chen Changqing excitedly charged toward the numerous ghostly beings. Boom! The crimson long sword swept across, and the terrifying, scorching sword energy surged like raging waves. This long rainbow sword was originally a low-grade spiritual treasure with a strong Yawn attribute, naturally restraining ghostly beings. Bang, bang, bang! The small ghosts that were slightly touched by the sword light were directly torn apart, and wisps of black gas rose into the air. Even the two fierce ghosts, facing Chen Changqing's long rainbow sword technique, were powerless to resist. After just a brief exchange, they let out screams and were directly annihilated by Chen Changqing. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a small ghost. Received AFK points, 11 points. Detected that the host has slain a fierce ghost. Received AFK points, 220 points. Detected that the host has slain a fierce ghost. Received AFK points, 200 points. Before long, the numerous ghostly beings that had charged at Chen Changqing were all slain. What? Daoistly is so ruthless? Rujia, the monk, was dumbfounded at this scene, his face filled with disbelief. In his eyes, Chen Changqing at this moment looked nothing like a disciple of Shushan. His strikes were fierce, and his killing was decisive. He seemed like a god of death descending to the world. Kid, you're seeking death. The ghostly grandma's face darkened. She hadn't expected Chen Changqing to be so strong, able to slay her ghostly minions in such a short time. 10,000 ghosts devouring the heart. Enraged, the ghostly grandma swung the long whip in her hand, and immediately, numerous vengeful spirits floated out, clawing and rushing toward Chen Changqing. Oh! Chen Changqing saw this and remained relatively calm. Boom! The next moment, he swiftly moved the long rainbow sword in his hand. Swish! A scorching sword light shot out like a long rainbow. With one sweep, the countless vengeful spirits rushing toward Chen Changqing were directly annihilated. Oof! At this moment, the ghostly grandma couldn't help but let out a cold snort, her black robe billowing without wind, and her withered claws suddenly reached out. Boom! Immediately, a pitch-black, ghostly energy surged toward Chen Changqing like a giant python. Chen Changqing blocked with his sword, but was pushed back several steps by the impact of the ghostly energy, his internal energy churning. After stabilizing his stance, Chen Changqing frowned slightly and quietly sighed. This ghostly grandma is a ghost general, equivalent to a golden core cultivator of the human race. Her strength is indeed remarkable. Just as Chen Changqing was lost in thought, Rujia couldn't hold back any longer. Omani potmahum. chanting the incantation. Ru Jie's body suddenly radiated with Buddhist light, and he quickly took down the string of Buddhist beads hanging around his neck. Buddha's dharma is boundless. In an instant, the beads soared into the air, radiating brilliant golden light, then smashed toward the ghostly grandma like golden meteors. Trivial skills. The ghostly grandma, seeing this, couldn't help but sneer coldly. With a wave of her wide sleeves, the beads that were thrown at her were actually bounced back. Ru Jie flipped his cassock and retrieved the thrown beads. This ghost strength was extraordinary. Ru Jie's expression grew serious, and he began to worry. After all, the ghostly grandma's strength was equivalent to a golden core expert, while he and Chen Changqing were merely at the late golden core stage. He didn't know if they could truly defeat the ghostly grandma together. Just as Ru Jie was lost in thought, Chen Changqing had already made his move again. Long rainbow piercing the sun. With a light shout, he suddenly slashed down toward the ghostly grandma. As the sword was drawn, golden light surged, resembling a great sun in the sky. Boom, boom. The vast sword energy surged toward the ghostly grandma like a tsunami. Seeing this, the ghostly grandma's expression tightened, and she wildly waved her long whip, condensing black ghostly energy to meet Chen Changqing's sword. Bang, bang. The deafening sound of explosions echoed continuously. Mountain seal. At this moment, Chen Changqing quickly formed seals with both hands, his true energy surging wildly. In less than a moment, an illusory giant mountain materialized above the inn. Boom! As the mountain appeared, it immediately emitted a terrifying aura and crushed down toward the ghostly grandma with immense force. What? Ru Jie was dumbfounded upon witnessing this. Magical powers? How is that possible? Ru Jie muttered in shock, his face filled with disbelief. It should be noted that such magical powers could only be exhibited by golden core cultivators. Before Ru Jie could regain his composure, the ghostly grandma snorted coldly and quickly spat out a mouthful of her life source ghostly energy. The ghostly energy transformed into a black energy shield as it was expelled from her mouth. Boom! After a brief moment, the mountain's phantom collided with the ghost shield, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. In the end, the mountain seal vanished, and the ghost shield shattered. Fire seal. Suppress. Chen Changqing did not delay, and once again unleashed a magical power. Boom! In an instant, raging flames gathered in midair, transforming into a seal that once again descended toward the ghostly grandma. Chapter 99. The Great Sun to Thagata Mantra. The fire seal descended, overwhelming and vast. The violent and scorching energy instantly vaporized the ghostly aura surrounding the inn. The enormous seal, with raging flames, fell directly towards the ghost grandmother like a fiery cage. What? The ghost grandmother was shocked, her mind trembling, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He is merely a late-stage core formation human cultivator. How could he possibly wield such magical powers? Moreover, there's not just one. The ghost grandmother was astonished. Earlier, Chen Changqing had already displayed one type of magical power. Who would have thought that after it was broken, he immediately unleashed another kind of magical power? And its might was not at all inferior to the previous mountain seal. This, Ru Jie, witnessing this, was equally incredulous. Taoist, Li actually possesses such magical powers and can manifest them with his core formation cultivation. The more he thought about it, the more unfathomable it seemed. After all, these magical powers are typically only accessible to golden core cultivators. The little black dog, Wang Kai, also felt shocked. My master seems to be far more powerful than I imagined. Perhaps following him will truly bring the day of my revenge. It stared intently at Chen Changqing, its gaze burning with intensity. Just as the few of them were in shock, the enormous fire seal had already descended onto the ghost grandmother's head. Boom! Heat spread and runes danced. Seeing this, the ghost grandmother had no time to think about anything else and immediately spat out 2 mouthfuls of her innate ghostly energy. The black gas surged forth, quickly condensing into a substantial black shield. Bang! At this moment, the fire seal cast by Chen Changqing also crashed down, directly striking the black shield. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the eardrums. Crack! Zzz. Upon closer inspection, the shield, formed from the 2 mouthfuls of innate ghostly energy by the ghost grandmother, shattered directly. The originally dense black gas instantly evaporated into nothingness under the scorching pressure of the fire seal. What? The ghost grandmother's pupils constricted, her face filled with horror. There was no time to think further. After breaking through the ghostly energy shield, the fire seal had already fallen onto her head. Oomph! With a cold snort, the ghost grandmother's emaciated hands shot up over her head, just as the fire seal came crashing down. Bang, bang, bang! A series of explosions rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth, the terrifying shockwave stirring up dust. Soon, the turbulence subsided, and the fire seal dissipated. Looking up, one could see the ghost grandmother still standing in place, her withered hands raised high, completely charred, with streams of black gas continuously seeping and rising. Her already pale and wrinkled cheeks had turned even more deathly white, and her body was sinking into the ground under the pressure of the fire seal. Cough, cough. Who? The ghost grandmother lowered her scorched hands, gasping for breath. She never expected that, as a dignified ghost general, she would be reduced to such a state by a mere human core formation cultivator. Chen Changqing noticed that the ghost grandmother was still alive and furrowed his brows. As expected of a ghost general equivalent to the Golden Core realm, she was killed. He initially thought that with the power of the fire seal, it would be enough to slay the ghost grandmother. Now it seemed he had underestimated the situation. On the other side, Jie was also greatly shocked by the scene before him. Although the fire seal cast by Chen Changqing did not eliminate the ghost grandmother, it was evident that she had suffered a severe blow. Fortunately, this time he had found Daoistly. If it had been any other core formation cultivator, the outcome would have been dire. Jie silently lamented. After witnessing the power of the ghost general, he realized that he had underestimated the situation. He had naively thought that two core formation cultivators working together would be sufficient to deal with a ghost general of this level. If it were not for Chen Changqing unleashing strength far beyond his realm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just as Jie was in a daze, the ghost grandmother's cold gaze fixed directly on Chen Changqing, filled with fierce intent. Giggling, as she watched, she couldn't help but grit her teeth, roaring angrily. "Human, this old lady will make you die." With this furious shout, the entire inn began to shake violently. Boom! Suddenly, the wooden planks splintered, tiles flew, and the entire building started to merge with the ghost grandmother. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying ghostly figure over 10 feet tall appeared before Chen Changqing. This ghostly figure had a green face and sharp teeth, with fingers like hooks, and was wrapped in black chains. Moreover, each segment of the chains was adorned with a wailing, resentful soul. This was indeed the true form of the ghost grandmother. Chen Changqing and Jie's expressions turned grave upon seeing this. They could naturally sense the ghostly aura emanating from the ghost grandmother becoming even more intense, her energy more overwhelming. It seemed she was completely enraged. Chen Changqing sighed inwardly, realizing that his earlier magical attack had thoroughly provoked the ghost grandmother. Just then, a voice came from not far away. "Young master, attack her weak point in the heart area." Hearing this, Chen Changqing glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the beautiful white-clad female ghost hiding to the side. Earlier, the ghost grandmother had whipped her in front of numerous ghostly beings. The gigantic ghostly figure of the ghost grandmother, upon hearing the words from the white-clad ghost, darkened her expression and shouted fiercely, "Xiaoqian, you're seeking death." With that, the ghost grandmother furiously reached out, and a massive ghostly claw suddenly descended toward Xiaoqian. The female ghost, Xiaoqian, was taken aback. Fortunately, Chen Changqing's figure flashed, and the long rainbow sword in his hand slashed out a blazing sword light, forcefully repelling the ghost grandmother's claw. Looking again, Xiaoqian had been brought behind Jie by Chen Changqing. "Thank you, young master." Xiaoqian looked at Chen Changqing with a face full of gratitude. Chen Changqing nodded faintly, without thinking too much, turned his gaze to Jie beside him. "Master Jie, do you have a way to restrain her? It doesn't need to be for long. If you can do it, I have a way to completely eliminate her." Upon hearing Chen Changqing's words, Jie, the monk, changed his usual playful demeanor, sitting cross-legged with a serious expression. "Let me give it a try." Saying this, Jie joined his hands together, and then his entire body suddenly radiated brilliant Buddha light. Even more astonishingly, a hazy Buddha figure appeared behind him. "Great Sun Tathagata Mantra." With Jie's loud shout, countless golden swastikas flew out from his mouth. Then, those swastikas transformed into golden chains that wound towards the ghost grandmother's gigantic ghostly figure. "Shuptef son, skies the yin swell technique." "Master, Black Mountain Ghost King, talismans go." In an instant, Chains radiating with Buddhist light had already wrapped around the old ghost grandmother. Before she could react, Ru Jie swiftly formed a Buddha seal in his hand. The Tathagata descends. Accompanied by Ru Jie's loud shout, the phantom of the Buddha behind him suddenly solidified. Boom! Following that, brilliant Buddhist light enveloped the entire space like a blazing sun, illuminating everything as bright as day. The ghostly energy dissipated under the illumination of the Buddhist light. Ui, doistli. I can't hold on for much longer. Ru Jie called out urgently. The Great Sun Tathagata mantra is one of the highest secret techniques of Buddhism. Forcing its use at Ru Jie's late-stage golden core cultivation comes at a great cost. At this moment, he was pale and trembling all over, clearly reaching his limit. All right. Hearing Ru Jie's words, Chen Changqing did not hesitate, and his eyes sparkled with determination. He slightly bent down, placing his right hand on the hilt of the Changhong sword, assuming a sword-drawing posture. Boom! Just by taking this stance, a violent sword energy began to gather around Chen Changqing. In addition, an overwhelming sword intent erupted instantly. Not far away, the old ghost grandmother, enveloped in Buddhist light, felt a surge of fear. She could sense that Chen Changqing was about to unleash an even more powerful technique. Not good. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but scream in terror, struggling violently. However, she was bound by chains infused with Buddhist light, and coupled with the illuminating Buddhist light, she found it difficult to break free. Boom! Meanwhile, Chen Changqing was still in the charging phase, his gaze fixed directly on the old ghost grandmother. A powerful sword intent radiated fiercely from his entire being, sharp and boundless. Seeing this, the old ghost grandmother's pupils shook, her face filled with disbelief. No! Immediately after, she let out a terrified scream, desperately struggling to break free from her restraints. Unfortunately, she was completely trapped by the Buddhist light and the golden chains, unable to evade. At this moment, the old ghost grandmother felt the breath of death closing in on her. She could sense that the sword Chen Changqing was about to unleash was terrifyingly powerful. Even with her ghost general cultivation, if she were to take this sword head-on, she would likely die on the spot. In a moment of desperation, the old ghost grandmother couldn't help but scream, "Master, save me!" On the other side, the female ghost Xiao Qian's face changed drastically upon hearing the old ghost grandmother scream. Not good. Young master, she is asking the Black Mountain Ghost King for help. Xiao Qian anxiously looked at Chen Changqing and reminded him. Black Mountain Ghost King? Hearing what Xiao Qian said, Chen Changqing's brow furrowed slightly, and his internal energy quickly condensed, gathering on the Changhong sword. At the same time, Ru Jie, upon hearing this, looked even worse than before. There's a ghost king present? That is equivalent to a human nascent soul expert. Ru Jie's heart raced, and his breathing became erratic, the Buddhist light surrounding him becoming somewhat unstable. It is important to know that this ghost king level entity is comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. If he were to arrive, there would be no way for him and Chen Changqing to contend with it. Daoistly, are you ready? I can't hold on much longer. After a moment's thought, Ru Jie steadied his mind and quickly called out to Chen Changqing. At this point, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He had to strike with all his might to eliminate the old ghost grandmother first. All right, slash. Chen Changqing responded, having completed his charge. Xianxia sword technique. In the next moment, he did not think twice and drew his sword. Clang! A sword cry echoed. Then, a sword light that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth suddenly erupted. This sword strike was so fast that it seemed to freeze time itself. The entire world trembled at that moment. The sword light, like a rainbow, pierced through the void, accurately striking the heart of the old ghost grandmother. Poof! With a single strike, a torrent of black blood gushed from the old ghost grandmother's chest. Ah! The old ghost grandmother let out a piercing scream, still struggling fiercely. In the face of her frantic counterattack, the Buddhist light chains binding her flailed wildly. Ru Jie, sitting cross-legged, suffered a backlash and couldn't hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the sword light from the sky-slaying sword technique was wreaking havoc on the old ghost grandmother's body. But just at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! The entire space suddenly shook violently. Following that, the entire time-space seemed to come to a standstill. Everything appeared to pause at that moment. Then, in the sky, a massive space tear slowly opened up. Boom! From that enormous space tear, an overwhelming pressure descended. This oppressive force was incredibly strong. Just as descent made Chen Changqing and Ru Jie feel as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. The Buddhist light chains that bound the old ghost grandmother instantly shattered. Ru Jie, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground. Not good, it's the ghost king coming. Ru Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with panic. Master! At the same time, the old ghost grandmother, seeing the scene before her, was filled with wild joy. The space tear revealed in the sky gave her a glimmer of hope for survival. My master has come. You all must die. The old ghost grandmother shouted excitedly. Her master, the Black Mountain Ghost King, was a ghost king-level existence. Chen Changqing and Ru Jie were merely two golden core human cultivators, akin to ants in front of the ghost king. Although she had just been struck at her vital point by Chen Changqing's sword, the old ghost grandmother believed that with her masteress abilities, restoring her would be a piece of cake. Upon hearing what the old ghost grandmother said, Ru Jie's face turned ashen. The forced use of the great sun Tathagata mantra to restrain the old ghost grandmother had already drained his internal energy. If a ghost king truly descended, today a situation would likely lead to their death. Just then, Chen Changqing suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! As he laughed, the smile on his face faded, and he coldly said, "Is that so? Today, I want you dead. Even if the ghost emperor comes, he can't save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changqing casually flipped his hand. Then, a purple gold talisman floated out from his palm. This talisman was one that Chen Changqing obtained during a previous raid on the Rat Demon King's lair with Wang Kai. There were 3 of them in total. All purple mansion-level talismans. Today, let us test the power of this talisman on you. Saying this, Chen Changqing did not hesitate and directly activated the talisman in his hand. Boom! The moment the talisman was released, the heavens and earth changed color. Countless purple lightning bolts erupted from the talisman, transforming into roaring lightning dragons.